His political career could be in doldrums if the BJP perish at the finish line as far as this election is concerned. But Komalika, abhi booth chudwaya hai, booth band karaya hai. Wherever you have gone, there has been action, or you've been wherever their action is. So I'm asking you, what's going on? Phenomenal work done.
See, let me first give you something, a personal experience which I am now battling. Today is the day to vote for me also, but I did not get a chance to vote, so I am really rushing. I want to exercise my democratic right.
Go.
Yeah, so that is the thing for which I am in the car.
Komalika, have you also been removed from the SIR? Even a personality as big as you are not in the SIR, or is it because you just haven't had the time? You have put work first.
Yeah, exactly. I was from 5 in the morning. I was out and did not got a chance. So that's why I'm in the car. I'm just rushing. And I've told the EC that please, I really want to vote. So I'll have to reach that place. So that is the first update which I want to give you all. Because this time, for all of us, voting is important. And I'm also going to tell my story of my pilot who drives the car of the office. He said in the afternoon that if you are not allowing me to vote, then I'm going to leave my job. So this was the passion with which every voter turned out in the booth, and that is how the percentage is so high. Now what I believe that, that my takeaways from this election definitely is that this is a free and fair and almost intimidation free election. So all the thumbs up should go to Election Commission and CAPM.
Intimidation free. In a sense, you're suggesting that in the past there has been a great level of intimidation. However, this time there isn't much visible. So a lot of people, viewers, who've been talking about this so-called oppressive blanket of security, which they seem to suggest is censorious in nature, should actually be thankful that the people of West Bengal, the real voters there, the genuine voters, now have a shot at expressing themselves. And with that, I just also want to bring in Chetan Bhagat before I go back to Payal and Pallavi. Just Chetan, hi, how are you? Great to see you.
Thank you.
Another election cycle. Another election session cycle, but Chetan, record turnout. Are you stunned? Are you happy? Are you sad?
उसका ही डिस्कशन हम करेंगे. उसमें 27 जलपाईगुड़ी में यानी पूरा जोन चला गया. मालदा में 49 पूरा जोन चला गया.
So I think there is some credit for that. I think it's also the tech available today. Everybody is connected. Everybody knows the elections are happening. Everybody knows where the booth is. I think it's just a lot of awareness. I don't think though it predicts any partisan thing. A lot of people are saying it means it's anti-incumbency, then somebody gives a perfect logic on why it's pro-incumbency. But 90% unheard of, right?
Yeah.
I mean, South Bombay, it's 40%.
Yeah. You not just see the percentage, you also have to see the absolute numbers. So in absolute numbers also, there are more voters who have come out to vote.
Yes.
In phase 1, at least we got the numbers fixed now, compared to 2021. So in absolute numbers also, this has been unprecedented and it's been more.
Yeah.
Many would say कि deletion के बाद कम हो जाएगा, कम नहीं हुआ. Actually बढ़े हैं लोग.
And there is 3,000 rupees a month.
Yes.
Which is a lot of money in that part of India. It's like, you go to Rahul's locality, Jorbagh, you say everybody gets 5 lakhs a month, 10 lakhs a month just to hang out.
कम बोल रहे आप. Anyway.
कम बोल रहे. Okay, I'm just saying it could be.
I know, exactly.
I'm just giving an analogy for like common people.
Is it the Punjabi name or the Khan?
I'm just saying. I think that has to have that will have an impact.
Your area.
No. It was nice that when he said 5-10 lakhs, the tone was that's changed for me.
That's like an unemployment allowance, like
No, but hang on.
Just Jorbagh, it's like 3,000 a month. You have a husband and wife or like a girlfriend, boyfriend, 6,000 rupees.
नहीं हमको जोर हाथ की बात करनी है, जोर बात की नहीं.
If she's pregnant, she's 21,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees a month, 21,000 for the baby. I mean, it's a good life.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Mamata Banerjee tried to highlight the other day, saying, why do you have to go out?
It keeps you above,
keeps you alive.
Yeah, it keeps you alive. It's above sustenance. But
Jhalmuri was 10 rupees.
But I'll also tell you that there is a little bit of anger also, Nalin. There is a bit of anger because some of the central schemes which should have applied on the ground were sort of held back. So there is that aspect also, isn't there? I mean, there is
Absolutely.
political competition, but some people have got caught in the middle.
Whether it's Nariga, whether there are schemes like PM Awas and so on, there has been an issue between the centre and the state. I want to make a larger point about the money. The total SOPs announced in West Bengal, additional to the regular scheme of things, is worth around 18,630 crores, which is around 16.5 to 17% of state revenues, additional to what was planned before this. So if Trinamool wins and these SOPs have to be done, then it's going to put a serious pressure on state finances. By the way, that's true for all states going to election this time. Except in West Bengal, the percentage of state revenue is the highest, 16 to 17%. In other states, it's around 7.4% in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, 4.3%.
So they can't afford it.
They can't afford it.
Exactly.
Exactly.
The point
That
is,
is no reason to not do a party.
the point is,
You're making a serious point. I was going to have some fun. You please
no,
complete
Anand,
and then
the
I'll-
point is that, look, right now what we are seeing on our screens is really a vote to the finish, so to speak. There is, every voter is coming out there, which says that there is a lot even at stake for the voter. We are constantly focusing on the parties, but look at the way the voter is coming in. So clearly there are issues that need to be addressed from that side of the fence, Smita Prakash. I think the voter realizes that this also is a point of inflection for it.
You know what you were saying about welfare. In every state election, we've been watching this, whether it's the welfare vote or not. And if it's the welfare vote which is going to come in the favor of BJP in West Bengal, that's interesting because welfare has been a solid focus point for the Mamata government. She is focused on that, Mahila welfare, general welfare. So if despite that, there's an anti-incumbency vote, which means that they want more. It's welfare plus that they're looking out. And that's the same thing in Tamil Nadu that we'll be looking for, because that's exactly what Stalin's plank has been. So if it's going to be an anti-DMK, forget the complex issue of, you know, an actor turned politician now and it becoming complicated. But if Stalin faces an anti-incumbency, and that could be because they want welfare plus. We've gone beyond that roti kapda pani stage. We've gone beyond the sadak and what were the other two that were bijli sadak thing. We've gone beyond that, and it means more. It means like, you know, you're going beyond Ujjwala.
Just a sidebar. IPAC was advising both TMC and
they've
the
gone
DMK.
bankrupt, supposedly.
And the DMK, and the narrative seem to be similar. The strategies employed seem to be similar. And this welfare plus, what is that plus? Fill in the blanks is O. O is opportunity within the state, not having to go out of the state. That a lot of people said. Yeah, quickly viewers, I was just trying to tell you, this person, he is perhaps the nerd in our group. Big one, and in a positive sense. यहाँ note है, सारे note है, पर ये लक्ष्मी नहीं है, सरस्वती है. So that's that's the point I wanted to make. Quickly, does a higher voter turnout benefit the BJP or not? Across Bharat since 2014, multiple elections that we have tracked, at least 15 of them, 2/3 of the time, 66%. A higher voter turnout has translated into victory and turns for the BJP. Either they have continued to retain power or they have displaced the incumbent. But it's turned out in favor of the BJP. So that's the number. Out of 15 such elections, we tracked about 34, 23 was the number. But if you look at the NDA and the BJP involved, 15 such cases, state and national, and it's a 66% win for us. So 2 out of 3 times a higher voter turnout helps the BJP. Let's now look at how the voter turnout has impacted. Okay, we got the phase 2 number till 3 p.m. 80.7 was the overall 2021 average. It's 78.68. We should get the 5 p.m. update very, very soon. Let's move to the quickly. Over the years from 2001 to 2021, how has Bengal voter turnout impacted the results? We'll try and see that. And also the arithmetic. If we can look at the arithmetic. Now, this is something which, viewers, we need to spend some time on. This is 2021. The total voters were 3.8 crore in phase 1 and 3.6 crore in phase 2. So it was 7.3 crore voters. The absolute number of votes polled was 3.1 crore in phase 1 and 3 crore in phase 2. So overall, about 6.1 crore was the absolute number. This is rounded off decimals, and that's why. So 81%, 83%, and the state average was around 82%. Interestingly, the total number of votes polled in phase 1 in 2026 is 3.3 crore already. 3.3 crore already out of a lower base of 3.6 crore voters, but a higher percentage turnout of 93. So what is this number? Let's try and understand this number. In phase 2, if there are 2.7 crore voters who poll votes, just 2.7 crore votes, that is about 85% of the turnout. If we have 85% voter turnout here, we will have net 10 lakh more voters overall voting already in Bengal. But if I want to have the same number of 3 crore voters here in phase 2, I need to have a voter turnout of 93%. That's the thing. And if I have a turnout of 93%, this number will go up to 6.3 crore. We will have 3.3 crore voters coming around.
Quite a bit. Like if you see total, just look at total voters.
The total voters have gone down.
Total voters has come down because of the
By
SIR
50
deletion.
lakhs. That's a lot. And normally you would expect a growth, right? Because new people are coming in.
So that's where the problem is. The problem is, who are these non-voters voting for?
Correct.
And how did they impact the overall
How
result?
come there were 50 lakh people?
There you go.
In fact, there'll probably be more, right? Like new 18-year-olds are coming. We have a pyramid, population
this
pyramid.
SIR,
so you're like a 70, 80 like deletions.
So the overall base is the deletions plus the additions.
Correct.
So those additions are again about 26 lakh votes who have been added on. 23 to 25 lakh votes have been added on also, which is the young voters, new voters, first time voters, everything. This is the overall base after subtractions and additions. This is the overall base, and yes, there is a differential because the number of people who were dead, displaced, migrant, moved on is far greater. It was a huge grouping. It was a huge number.
Who live in Bombay, they have a vote in Mumbai, they also have a vote back in their hometown. Large number of such cases, even where people have asked for deletions to be done in the past. I know of cases where new vote was assigned, but the previous vote was not deleted.
Many
So it's a
people
clean up.
don't do it.
I mean,
They want to
10%.
vote in the
Correct.
villages
10%.
simply because many of them think that अगर हमने गांव में वोट नहीं दिया, then our cousin can take that land away because they say, अरे तुम तो मुंबई में रहते हो, तुम तो वहाँ काम करते हो, so buy your land there. This is our land because you neither have an address out here nor are you voting here. Many people have gone back to vote because तुम्हारी जमीन छीन जाएगी. This kind of
तुम्हारे सारे बाकी कागज दस्तावेज सारे छूट जाएंगे क्योंकि what's being said कि next जो होने वाला एनआरसी होने वाला है और अपना वोटर का पर्चा बचा के रख लेना वरना एनआरसी में तुमको निकाल
देंगे. So this is all the rumors which I wonder because it's gone on Reddit, it's gone on WhatsApp, it's gone on Facebook. So who circulated this? I don't want to believe that it's very organic, knowing
Trinamool Congress नेता came up and said कि बंगाल में तो यही बोल रहे हैं कि अपना वोटर का पर्चा संभालो अगला एनआरसी होने वाला है नहीं तो तुमको निकाल.
So a lot of conspiracies that maybe it's these election management gurus who spread this, and then you had these special trains taking people or for certain denomination or whatever you want to know, all of them running away from all the satellite towns of Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, Delhi, Bombay, Chennai, Kerala, wherever they were working, the Bengali workers were working in those factories. Suddenly you saw everybody, even Rajasthan. And these were like, jewelry workers and people like that who, the karigars are all from Bengal. And suddenly those guys shut down everything and they just took the first train available. Why this panic, of just going to cast their
That is the point, because I want to make a point here.
Yes,
Rahul,
please.
That the point you were making earlier about anger. Now on SIR, people have had to go at least 3 times by various accounts for verification.
Yeah.
Now among the people who've had to go, among the about 22, 30 lakh whatever migrant workers, there are some who are Bhadralok, the Khan Market gang, as Chetan made the point about.
I never used that term.
Park Streets.
Right. So there is that is a small substratum, but then there's a very large group of people who work as diamond workers, but as maids, all of those.
All of them, textile.
Now, for them, going 2 or 3 times, there's been an economic cost to it. They went because it was a matter of life and death for them, right? So
it isn't a matter of life and death, but they presume it
they
is
presume,
a matter.
exactly. So that also has led to a significant amount of anger. So there was this need to preserve the vote. Then there was this anger. Why do I have to come back?
How
Red alert.
89%,
90% turnout till 5 p.m. Yes, we've got the number here. Yes, 89.99%. ये 0.1 क्यों 0.01 क्यों
It's like the UPSC 10th results, that they just keeps going up.
No, Bata shoes.
Yeah,
It's Bata shoes.
90 हो गया देखिए. So that if you go back, so 89.99% at 5 p.m. So that benchmark of 85% turnout to match the same number, that's been crossed already.
Right.
So if we have to now catch up, so at this rate 93% can be breached. That means both phase 1 and phase 2, we will have more number of voters than 2021, despite a lower base.
Maybe a lot of the voters were bots, equivalents, right? They just weren't there. They just, like the SIR deletions were people who weren't there. They were just lowering our turnout.
There was this concept of
Right.
chappa vote.
वही हो रहा है
Ghost
ना?
voters.
No, there's this concept of chappa vote. This chappa vote means it's not neither Hindu, Muslim, not the religious
Post 12
denomination.
noon.
But these people were there on the voter list, non-existent, but उनके वोट छप जाते थे. और वो बूथ बंद कर करके वोट छप जाते थे. So this chappa vote concept was there. So a
you
huge
take
percentage
this-
could be
Even
that.
dead voters. So these were booth voting at the booths.
But if
which
for,
was happening.
for one moment one were to suspend the usual narrative that you can't really tell which way a higher voter turnout is going. Now we've done this study and we can pull those figures
yes,
back
yes.
up again, perhaps even on the wall behind me, where we have shown that 66.6% of the time, when the turnout is increased over the last few years in various state elections, the NDA has benefited.
We just put that out.
We just put that out, and if you juxtapose that, the preponderance of this voter turnout, there it is on your screens, viewers, the preponderance of this voter turnout benefiting the BJP grows. And perhaps that's why the BJP seems so confident. I don't know.
The other thing is that you have created an environment for the voter to turn out in larger numbers than before at a lower base. That means you've created something's worked.
But you
the
know
presence
what
of
is
central
interesting,
forces,
Anand?
you know,
And
the EC
it's lesser
cracking down.
phases. There used to be seven phases
Yeah,
in
7
Bengal.
phases.
This is an unmanageable place.
Okay, so
And
what
now
is
two
very
phases, they have
interesting
more
is,
turnout.
and I don't know if we have that number, but we were looking at vote shares from different aspects.
Yes,
so
we'll go to
if
that
you just if you just pull out what is happening on those border constituencies.
Before we come to the borders, let's
Yeah.
let's pick up the binary aspect of it, that is the Muslims and the Hindu population, how they have come out and voted. So if we can call out the phase 2 turnout, okay, we got the border, this one. So this is in border regions.
Yeah.
Interestingly, we plot the border, and this is the area, the assembly constituencies in this, because this phase is already over. So it will be largely concentrated in this region. So the turnout 2021, it was 81% in Bagda. Right now, 2026, it's 75% at 3 p.m. So the 5 p.m. numbers have not yet been updated. It will get updated. So it is sure to get closer to this number. Then Bangaon, Dakshin, again 78% voter turnout by 3 p.m. whereas the overall voter turnout last time around was 88%. In Boshirhat, Dakshin, again 78% by 3 p.m. it was 89%.
But can I just
won
add
by the
some
Trinamool
perspective
Congress.
on this
Yeah.
as we are going? Look, what we were trying to say here is not how it compares with 2021, but how these are actually
lower than the average of the overall average
just
at 3
1 minute.
p.m.
At 3 p.m., the average voter turnout was 78.68% in
Yeah.
phase 2. Now let's go back.
Let's go to
back
Bagda.
one by
So
one.
if we call back Bagda, if
to
we
Bagra,
refresh this
to
and go back to
Bagra is
Bagda
at-
again.
Yeah, so Bagra at 3 p.m. was at 75%,
Yeah.
which is 3.5% lower
Correct.
than the average voter turnout at that hour.
This is
then
a
we
seat
look
won
at-
by BJP at 81% the last time around. So
Yes.
interesting.
Then let's look at Bangaon Dakshin.
Banga Dakshin is the
That's
next.
also
Banga
about-
Dakshin is at
Yeah, that's
78% again. So
Yes.
it's about 0.5%.
1.5% lower. 1% lower. Basirhat Dakshin,
Yeah.
78.68 is the average voter turnout at 3 p.m. and this is at 77.57.
No, this is at 78%. 78% is
No,
what?
actually,
okay.
to be very
That-
honest, they
the
rounded it
decimals.
off there.
Okay,
It's
so about a
77
1% different. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's 77.57. Basithar Uttar is at
Yeah, the next one,
78.68.
Bashira.
So it's equal exactly to the 3 p.m.
Yeah.
Badura is 76.79.
Yeah.
So these have all been rounded off. I think someone hasn't really understood what we were trying to do there. We're going to try and correct this. But fundamentally, when we get the
1
full
to
data,
2%.
when we get the full data, you see that most of these constituencies, apart from Gosaba, are actually polling under the average
Yeah.
at that
Gosaba
hour.
was far higher. Yeah.
Under the state average at that hour. So that is an interesting trend. Why do you think this is?
I think how much a particular assembly constituency records, what percentage of voting it records, depends on historical factors. So some areas, because even now a significant number of people who are not voting may not be living there. See, let's all those who have cleared the SIR process, let's not assume all of them live all the time there. There may be some people going out to work. So we will need to understand the local geographical dynamics. One important point I want to make: why more voters may have polled this time than earlier. Another factor is the value of a vote. The importance of a vote has better been understood when this entire SIR process has been undertaken. Because when you realize that people who have been careless, who did not, let's say, live there, a lot of them having lost vote, people have understood the preciousness of a vote. That may also have contributed to more people to go out and vote this time. And a lot of people may have gone back to vote this time. Like,
सर ये but इसमें ये भी है कि
a lot of people have
गुस्सा भी हो सकता है.
A lot of
because
people
they may
have.
say कि it is the BJP which is making us do because the EC is doing SIR, so it's the BJP which is making us do it. So मेरे को इतना मेहनत करा रहे हैं, वोट करा रहे हैं, I may just get angry.
You see, this assumption. A lot of people said SIR in Bihar is going to be counterproductive to the BJP. It didn't happen that way. So SIR is not to benefit or to harm BJP. SIR is a cleanup process.
There is a theory that these particular border regions and these constituencies are polling under the average, the state average, because perhaps a large number of people have been taken out. Number two, that propensity to vote, that chappa vote, this time under the security blanket has been removed from the equation.
That if these assemblies are recording a lower turnout compared to the previous election, always you have to see in comparison to the previous election.
Yes.
Because every constituency has a particular behavior.
And how many
So
have
no,
been
we put
deleted?
we put those numbers compared to the
May I
absolute
make a
number.
point?
Yeah,
When we are
but
looking
we
at
are
this
also
election-
looking at the average, overall state average. They are polling lower than the state average.
May I
In
make a
fact,
point?
on an average, one second, on an average, in the 24 Parganas and the 20 South and the 24 Parganas North, we can even show you that SIR deletion data. It's quite heavy per constituency, the average.
This is the TMC stronghold
This
that you're
is- this
talking
is the
about.
TMC stronghold.
But then
These are also
one has to
Muslim
see that, you know,
dominated.
of the 90 lakh or whatever
get that,
deletions,
SIR deletions.
just 1/3 are Muslim deletions.
Yeah.
So actually more Hindu deletions have taken place. So you can't think, and then you don't know in this state, in the Hindu deletions, now what does it mean? Hindu community doesn't vote as a block for either the TMC
In fact,
or the
60%
BJP.
of the
There's
votes
no
last time were
consolidation.
Trinamool.
Smita
Yeah.
Prakash,
40% were
there
Hindu
is a
votes.
difference here. You see, we don't know how many of those Hindus were living Hindus
And how many were dead Hindus.
or dead Hindus
Or migrants.
or had
Yeah,
migrated.
it's so bizarre. That's
So somebody was casting a vote in their name.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. So it's not just that, okay, there were people who are illegals who got onto the voter list, but there are also dead people and missing people and people who have immigrated who are also voting, by the way.
very Manoj Knight Shyamalan. I see dead people.
Interestingly, phase 1 at 5 p.m. was 89.9%.
Yeah.
Phase 2 at 5 p.m. is 90%. So they are actually going neck and neck and mirroring each other in terms of the overall voter turnout. And in 2021
Amazing.
overall,
And they say so many people go out to work and still the turnout is 90%. How
How
is
many
it?
people go out to work in Bengal? There is
Oh wow, that's quite a.
That is,
Well,
they
that
said-
is, that
no,
is
no,
a politician
but-
GVL Narsa
no,
now speaking. That
Bhawanipur
when the
में देखिए,
BJP comes to
Bhawanipur में
power, no one will be
4.5%
voting.
extra
But
voter turnout.
hang on, it might also be that there's a holiday. You see, don't forget
Yeah,
that
polling.
the states, the EC does say that you can take the day off. So polling
Or come in
in
late to
our
work.
They're
country,
saying there are no jobs
No,
and
in our
husbands have to
country,
go
come in late
out.
to work.
no, I mean, that's too simplistic. In our country, look, this is a sacrosanct principle. And we honor it, we respect it, and we go out and vote.
See,
That's why it creates so much problems when people actually don't exercise their franchise, because then they're being irresponsible, given the premium that people put at voting.
I think we should
I want to
also
make a
salute
psychological
the
point,
people,
Rahul.
voters of Bengal for coming out in such large numbers
Absolutely.
and setting an example. You know,
I mean,
to
even
come
the
out-
US is 50%.
Yeah, but
so-called.
so imagine 9 out of 10 voters in Bengal in phase 1
And in the
now
US,
already
of
now
course,
have
you
come
don't
out
even
to
need
vote.
an ID card to vote. So I don't even know why they're not coming out. Anyhow, yes.
I want to make a cephalogical point.
Yeah.
just
When
go
we are
and vote.
looking for
You mean to
what-
say we were not making any substantial
I want to
cephalogical
make an
point?
additional cephalogical point, which is this, that you're not looking for a swing across the state.
Nalin की बात
Where
note
the
करें.
swing matters, if you get a 2 or 2.5% swing in about 50 odd seats, that will change this whole election. And those are battleground seats which were won by less than 50%, less than 5% difference last time, or where there were big swing between 2016 and 2021.
Give me the math on that.
Right. So there are some which are in North Bengal, which are in BJP areas. There are some which are in Jungle Mahal, which are more volatile. But some of those are in Kolkata. Now, which seats which are won by low margins or seats which saw huge changes between 16 and 21. You just needed 2-3% swing here. That election may be decided in those 50-60 seats and not necessarily even if everything else remains equal.
Let me give you some numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Seats BJP lost narrowly in the last elections. Narrowly in the sense below 5,000, 10,000 votes. Below 10,000 votes is about 75
yes.
seats.
Yes.
Below 10,000. So if you are able to gain 10,000 votes in every assembly, you will get.
It's not even gain, sir. SIR deletions are helping you out.
You see,
Let's have a look.
Yes,
you see,
can we see the SIR deletions? Yeah, yeah. If we have the
SIR doesn't help either party.
no, but what I'm trying to say is SIR deletions. If you look, have a look at this. How much it has shaved the Trinamool Congress margin. Now the Trinamool Congress victory margin in Hooghly is 19,915 across the 18 seats. That's the average victory margin. Look at the average deletion. The average deletion is 17,333 seats. So 19,000 ka victory margin, you brought it down to
what if all 17,000 have not polled?
Not have polled. Or
maybe they were absent at the time of enumeration. They were absent. They're found to be dead or duplicate voters, and it's all possible that all of them or most of them or majority of them have not voted.
You're right.
That is a what if scenario, but this is also a what if scenario.
And even if they have voted, they may have voted in equal
To be fair to
proportion.
GVL Narasimha, see, he's wearing a cephalogist hat right now, and he's actually right. We don't also know if all of these individuals voted for the TMC.
Yes.
Whether they were bona fide TMC voters. We can only assume, given the vote shares, etc., and the demographic composition, that a substantial number might be.
Thing is, this merits a deep dive. Especially look at Purva Bardhaman. Again, 16 seats. The BJP did not crack Purva Bardhaman. BJP did not crack Kolkata. Look at the differentials. 16,688 deletions, whereas the average victory margin for the Trinamool is 14,951. So if the Trinamool Congress is going to look and see, out of these 16,688, all 16,688 are not going to be dead, did not vote, etc. There will be a certain number of voters, and that cashier voters could be pro-TMC and also pro-BJP.
Yeah, sure.
And the Trinamool would want to believe, or perhaps on the face of it, one would make an assumption, since this is the victor, and this is a huge margin across 16 seats, it's the TMC that's going to be more worried than the BJP. Who will smell opportunity? Well, obviously the latter, if it's a two-horse fight. Now, again here, 57,455. Kolkata, it's always been 11-0. The BJP has not been able to break into Kolkata. The highest number of deletions, average number of deletions across constituencies has been in Kolkata this time around.
Add to this the numbers that Nalin has put out, that in Kolkata on these 11 constituencies, the margins were narrow. So if you add that, there is a preponderance.
And it's Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee.
That's why today.
So we've got to watch that.
I actually want to pull out that visual, if we can bring out that visual of Mamata Banerjee, first thing in the morning, on the streets, in a particular ward where actually the BJP has some vestigial support. Right, she's out there. It has never happened.
Chakraberia area of Bhawanipur.
I've spoken to a large number of correspondents.
Mixed crowd in Bhawanipur, which she probably took for granted in the earlier election.
No, but this is unprecedented, because she used to show up. Remember, at 4 in the evening, in the afternoon, she would rise late. She would come out. She's been out there at 8.
So her neighbors have also said that we have never seen Mamata Banerjee coming out like this, the way she did today. We've not seen her, even though some of them used to say that we vote for her because we know she lives in this area. Who will we vote for? Who will we go to if it's the BJP that we want to vote for? So that local factor is there. But the point is that this booth level, this minute granular support generation that the TMC does, the BJP did not have on the ground in Kolkata. It didn't have even in rural areas. But in the past 5 years, it has built that cadre. And in Bengal, they fight it like a war. they fight that whole political battle like a war. So it's like going in, you know, and doing a kind of a mobilization of the crowd and doing a carpet bombing of voting that happens. I'm using a lot of war terminology for some absurd reason, but it seems to be like that, you know. Otherwise, how do you explain this 90% voter turnout that has happened in rural and urban Bengal? You know, the apathy that you see, like Chetan was mentioning, in urban Delhi or in urban, you know, in these pockets of where the rich and mighty live, even there people have come out, stood in line and voted, despite earlier they used to say pressure hota hai, you know, of the goons, etc. But you didn't see any kind of pressure today, despite what you were seeing, some violent, sporadic incidents.
Those are the
90% of voting.
That's Mamata Banerjee. When have you last seen this? This is, and look, credit must be given where it's due. She is fighting. She is fighting till the last vote is polled, and that is, I mean, one has to sort of go out there and respect her instinct there.
These are pictures from not 24 Parganas, Rahul. These are pictures and there are clashes, there is fight, there is argument going on. These are pictures just coming in. They're trying to force the gate open. We try and see what the story is.
Let me have a look. Let me have a look at what
huge drama that's happening. Can we go big on the pictures, and is there an audio coming through?
Yes.
Okay, no, we don't. It's come from ANI only, so Smita Prakash would be able
but
to.
But it's
her team will be able to.
It's been a TMC stronghold, but this time I think it is BJP's best hope is North Parganas, if I'm not mistaken. If you're talking about South Bengal, that's the best hope the BJP has out here. But it also houses a number of refugees in this area. So, you know, if they have come to vote, if they are angry, not angry, which way they are voting, this phase is absolutely essential for TMC.
And the refugees have actually not benefited from SIR.
They've not. They are angry, but will they punish the BJP for being angry and annoyed, because there's so much at stake for the Matuas?
ये देखिए अपनी संदूक भी लेके आए हैं,
वही मैं
डिजिटल संदूक,
थोड़ा सा घबरा रही थी।
सब लेके आए, अमिताभ बाबू सब लेके आए।
I mean, we are going on about this higher turnover and all. In fact, the outlier here is the
turnout. यार, तो अभी भी तुम business language use कर रहे हो।
Turnout, sorry.
He's such a money-minded guy that even here he's talking about turnover.
No, so the point being, this turnout has never been there. And this kind of SIR deletion has never been there. So the easiest explanation is not like the SIR took away the TMC voters or those. It just means that the SIR deletions were dummy voters. They never existed. That's why it's a clean-up exercise. That's why you see the real outlier is the turnout. The turnout has never been this in any election in India, and never been so. It is just a scrubbing of junk data.
Like you clean balance sheets, this is cleaning of the...
and to say that it is a TMC voter, then how come suddenly there's been a massive boost in turnout? I mean, this high turnout validates the SIR exercise.
Direct your attention to these pictures, visuals coming in from Not 24 Pargana. There is a candidate, clearly there has been some violence, pushing, shoving, the CRPF coming in between. They're all trying to get very agitated. We try and go across to Kamalika. This is a BJP and TMC clash. That's the house of a person. That person has gone inside the house. Women have locked the door, saying, don't come out. The lady is actually trying to, she's clearly looking very, very tensed, in a state of fear, trauma. The cameras are rolling, but she is trying to, and then you've got the CRPF standing in there. So this is the beginning. There you go. Pushing, shoving, hitting, then there you go, punching. That's what's happening. He's chasing that person down, and then they come back. Then they're going away, running away, and then the cops are coming in between, trying to say, don't do this. Then there is a lot of profanity being used, so we'll try and keep the audio down in between. But then there is a chase back again, and somebody's running back. There are a lot of cops. But they are allowing this roughing up happening. Before the separation happens, there is a lady there, and the lady is pushing this person away. There you go. Again with a stick, somebody hitting somebody with a stick. There you go again. Very dramatic visuals. The police are just standing there, even as they clearly are just trying to block. They clearly are just trying to block. That lady has gotten a few lashings. This person who was chased away earlier has come back with a stick. So this is what's happening. You hit me, I'll go get some sticks, come back and hit you. And this is the kind of level of intensity of the exchange that we are seeing. And then that person who first assaulted is gone. Arjun Singh is seen there. We'll try and get him on the phone, or we'll try and get Kamalika to get us some more details as to what's happened. There you go. There's more hitting. Punches and thrusts that's happening. Huge hits. This is where it all started. This is where it all started.
It looks like a movie.
It's like a movie.
But it's live.
This is live. The cameras are rolling. This is real action, and this is
worse than gangs of Vasai. If you go there, the poll violence is for real, and it does not happen in any other state in India.
Yes.
In any other state.
I thought Bengalis are the intellectual, peaceful people.
but they also carry the sickle in their hand and the
new
violence. Except for election time, and at the Pada level this time around, what we are seeing is only 10% of what was witnessed in 2021 and what was
And
witnessed
they don't
in
care
2021.
that their cameras are shooting it. I mean, they don't stop.
No, I mean, some
It's a lot,
intellectuals
yeah.
will tell you that this is not TMC culture. This culture has always been there, prevalent in Bengal.
From the left,
So why
it
is
came-
TMC not stopping it
Yeah.
for the past 15 years?
Because most of the left has moved either to the BJP
They're
or
the
to the Trinamool,
mercenary
and they
gangs
carry on the
which are
same
used.
act.
It's the same
And
way
the
like
police
in
is
Pakistan,
also, I'm seeing the police is
unfortunately.
also watching the show.
Do you
like, kind
know
of-
there was a panchayat election
Yeah.
that was held, and
More
I
than
think we
100
brought that
people were
up in a
killed.
debate just the other day in 2018,
Yeah.
where it's shocking, but 18,000 candidates did not show up out of a list of about 56 or so. It was almost 40% did not show up. The Supreme Court said what is happening in this country.
Yeah.
And that election wasn't countermanded. The State Election Commission, which is really under the imprint of the state government, allowed those results to stand.
And it
So
was
you-
a very
you-
violent
It was a paper
election.
ballot. It was a paper
Uncontested
ballot.
paper
Story of
Very
Trinamool
violent
Congress. I'll
election.
never
Very
forget that
violent
boy.
election.
He was found hanging on the tree outside the
Yes.
gaon. He was found
So
hanging.
he has been
Trilochan
trying
Mahato's
to
story.
protect the turf by using by
By this
unleashing
brazen
violence.
intimidation. A woman candidate at the panchayat election, as she was walking with her father, her pacha and her dupatta was snatched. She was slapped, and she said, "Go."
Gaji,
And this is
women
all
are
on
supposed
camera.
to be the
It's all on
less
camera.
aggressive. We men are the fighters. We men are the ones who don't know how to. We choose
No,
violence.
I think violence also, Chetan. I mean, if I don't want to be obsequious in saying this, but violence is something that one chooses to do. So it doesn't depend upon the gender. Here, what Rahul is mentioning about the panchayat election, Anand too. The fact is that these are mercenary gangs, and they are employed by whoever is in power. Unfortunately, and you can't do a value judgment. You know that it is now or before, or this party or that party. Whichever party has come to power, this has been the way. And people come on television channels and say कि हमको fear नहीं है, Bengal में women are fearless. I'm sorry, you are talking about a very elite percentage who goes to vote, who goes to the market, who goes to do whatever, who don't have fear factor. This is fear. The way she was slapped around out here, pushed and shoved. This is fear. She might be fighting back, but she's fighting back out of fear. She's fighting back out of wanting to exercise her democratic right. So this is something that everybody should ensure, not just men out there and the security forces. This is something the Bengalis should also do it.
Right. She may be from the BJP, but those 48 hours in 2021 where there were no central forces and the BJP top leadership from the center had decamped even before the dust
Jaan
settled.
pyari hai, Anand.
No, dust settled. They had all taken their flights out. I'll be honest with you, and I know this for real. There were more than 200 people inside her compound area seeking refuge.
Wow.
Saying हमको बचा लो नहीं तो हमको मार देंगे. This is
Even
in
election
Kolkata.
officials.
This is in Kolkata.
Just
this
a
is in
couple of weeks
Kolkata.
back.
This
And
is
what
like 2026. This is like sounds like 1980s.
Yeah, this
India
is in
boot camp
2021,
training and all.
Chetan. This happened in 2021 in those 48 hours across assembly constituencies where the BJP
Anyhow,
tried to
it's
fight this
unfortunate,
movement.
but
So
let's have
that's
a
the
look at
reality.
the turnouts now in another
Let's do that.
geography
We're supposed to take a
and
break, but we're not
denominations.
taking a break. We're
Yes.
going back. Let's look at this. Let's try and break up and say where are the classifications. 7 different metrics that we tried to look. We put out the number saying there need to be 3 crore voters in absolute numbers to exceed the phase 2 turnout of last time. But overall right now, the total number of voters in both the phases put together have already exceeded 2021. That's what's happened already because we got an 89.9% voter turnout. But if there are, let's look at the Muslim dominated areas out of these 142 assembly constituencies in phase 2. When I say Muslim dominated, where Muslim population is greater than or equal to 30%. So, but before that, let's look at this. We get to that in a bit. Year after year, a higher voter turnout, change in government, yes or no. So 2001, it was CPIM. again in 2006 with a higher turnout, it was again the CPIM. But then in 2011, with a phenomenal 3% jump, you had the Trinamool Congress come in. After that, the Trinamool Congress has actually seen retained power with a dropping voter turnout. 84, 82, 81%. The absolute number of voters would have may have gone up, but the overall percentage of voters has come down. Then you have after 2021, 2026, look at the jump. A phenomenal overall, about 10%
Can I
jump
tell you one more
from
factor
the last
we may
time
be
around.
missing? This was COVID. This was during COVID.
21.
21, yeah.
So maybe a few less people go to vote, right? I mean, it's presumably possible. Then you have surge deletions, and therefore you go to 92. I mean,
92. But one thing which begets, and this is subject to argument, not confirmation and speculation, is that how many of these votes actually were genuine votes? If it was COVID at that time, and plus the SIR deletions have deleted a huge number of votes, and despite that these votes were shown as polled. Now then you would also want to ask, then what were the number of genuine voters in 2024 Lok Sabha elections also, because they were also conducted with the same voter list that was done without an SIR. So that raises this question between the assembly elections when the Lok Sabha elections have been held. So that is something which perhaps once the numbers settle and we know post facto, we will have to do a deep dive. But Amitabh, this is possible. In this voter turnout list, in this number of 81.56%, there could have been a huge number of bogus voters.
I mean, Bengal has been known for scientific rigging actually. And if we assume that there is a certain percentage of bogus voters here, then it means that the turnout has actually increased by a higher number. Because we are comparing 81 as the base, and if there was bogus voting and then subsequent SIR deletions or purification, then it means that the turnout has increased by even higher number than 12%. Yes, Chetanji is correct when he is saying that there is a base impact, but we have done this calculation earlier also, that even after accounting for the SIR deletion, there is an organic growth of voting to the tune of almost 6% in phase 1, that is more than 20 lakh voters per in phase 1, which is almost 14,000 voters per seat.
Right. One of the questions is, and let's quickly move on, one of the questions is, vote zyada kahan pade? Which regions? So let's look at the Muslim dominated areas or where Muslim population is greater than or equal to 30%. What is the voter turnout in phase 2 in these seats? This is the turnout till 3 p.m. This is the 2021 turnout, and the Muslim percentage of Muslims greater than 30%. Goghat has a higher Muslim percentage of 74% Muslim population. The turnout in 2021 was 89%. By 3 p.m., 84% had already come out to vote. So a high Muslim concentration of the votes, and clearly because they are, and despite that, in 2021, BJP was the winner in Goghat because the votes may have split between the ISF, the Congress left, and of course the Trinamool. But the turnout is high. In Bhaduria, again, turnout quite high, 87% turnout, 69% Muslim population. In Bali, 68% Muslim population, 71% turnout in 2021. This time it is higher, 75%. And both these seats were Trinamool. Again, a Trinamool bastion, Karimpur, 59% Muslim population, 87% turnout in 2021, 81% this time. Khanakul, where the ISF and the Trinamool were at loggerheads today, 46% Muslim voter base, 78% turnout then, 81% turnout this time around. So this is again, this is where the BJP scored, because perhaps a split between the ISF and the Trinamool of the Muslim vote. There can also be counter consolidation, so you can talk us through 25-30% Muslim population in Goghat, 26%, nearly about 30%, 31% in Bhaduria. Again, Singur, nearly 39-40% Muslim population, 84% voter turnout, 81% already at 3 p.m. So this could also go above, despite it being with 3 p.m. Falta, again a place, Jahangir Khan, and there is a lot of action. Ajay Pal Sharma was here, and he was the one who was trying to tell people, and Abhishek Banerjee saying that we will defend it. 87% voter turnout, they said, in this Falta region. 75% already by 3 p.m. But this is lower than the 3 p.m. average. At 78.69%, this is about 3.6% lower. That we must keep that in mind. Sandesh Khali, again 86% voter turnout, and this one 79% now. There is no Sheikh at this point. He's gone. He's out of the mix. So what happens here? This was again TMC. And Bashirhat Uttar, 87% turnout with a 33% Muslim base. It is 79% already in terms of voter turnout, above the overall average or just mirroring the state average at 3 p.m. This is below, this is above, this is above, this is above, this is 3.6% below, this is about 1.6% below, and this is way above, again clear above. So they have 1, 2, 3 and 3 of these regions seats, Baduria, Bali and Falta, which were below the state average at 3 p.m. Let's look at the Hindu voters, and if we have the Hindu voters, let's quickly look at the Hindu votes and Hindu dominated seats where the voter base is more than 70%. What we have taken is seats dominated by Hindus where the Hindu percent is more than 70%. So this is Hingalganj, Ranaghat, Purusra, Krishanganj, Barakpur, Bashirhat, Dakshin, Rashbihari, from where we have Mr. Dasgupta. He is actually contesting, Kolkata Port and Howrah Uttar. And here again, if you were to see one, that is Ranaghat, then you have Kishanganj, and this is again all these three, plus we've got Rashbihari and Kolkata Port, which are about 2 to 3% below the state average at 3 p.m. The rest seem to be somewhere close or above in terms of the state average. So there is no clear pattern, but there are certain seats where, despite being an overwhelming number or a stronger number, the voter turnout is 1 to 3% less. Should we read much into it? Amitabh Tiwari, GVL Narasimha Rao, GVL.
I think across both Hindu and so-called Muslim concentration seats, there is no typical pattern. There is no one-way increase or one-way decrease. So I don't think community is appearing to be a major factor in terms of determining the level of turnout.
So 30% Muslim vote, right?
Yeah.
30% not Muslim vote, 30% Muslims in the state.
Yeah.
And if they are anyway traditionally TMC voter because they are an anti-BJP voter, so in a kind of a polarized situation where you have two parties now, so let's take away the CPI and say let's take away the Congress. If it's a polarized election and you're saying that the Muslim voters are going to do a non-BJP voting, so they were anyway non-BJP voters, so maximum you will see is an increase in percentage of Muslim voters. So if you imagine that there are X number of seats where they were voting anti-BJP, they're going to vote anyway, so more voters, more anti-BJP vote, just that's
she
it.
might be right. That might actually be more of a sign that they are pre-decided, they don't really need to do much, they've decided to vote for the TMC, they don't have to come out in such big numbers because they are, by the dint of being the majority in that particular pocket, going to make the TMC win. So I think that's one of the reasons.
Let's look at the Muslim dominated seats, and interestingly, and getting your perspective, because a
Nadia,
lot of these
Murshidabad and all these areas.
this is in this phase. It's not phase 2, phase 1.
Oh,
it's
okay,
phase 2.
phase 2.
So these are all seats in phase 2. We're going to the vote today. So this is today. Now, interestingly, in a lot of these seats where the Trinamool Congress is holding sway currently, there is a multi-cornered fight because the Congress is active, the ISF is active, and you also have the left being active. So the Muslim votes could actually be split and they may not necessarily be concentrated, because today largely we've seen reports of the ISF and Trinamool Congress clashing in Khanakul. There is of course clashes with the BJP in Falta where the Trinamool Congress was holding sway.
If you really look at these 2 or 3 seats here,
Singur,
I think
Falta.
these are very interesting seats, because Falta is of course the bastion
Yeah.
of Abhishek Banerjee, and there I don't know how it's going to end up, but certainly
It's 3% less than the state average, 3.5%.
3% less than the state average. So the enthusiasm that perhaps is greeted other parts of the state is lacking by 3 percentage points, but it could just be a localized factor.
Yeah.
It could be that already you have a bastion that doesn't really need to come out and elect, and most of these are TMC seats. So
see, and Sandesh Khali, Bashirhat,
Yeah.
they have a history. They have a
Yes.
history of the violence. They have the history of Sheikh. coming in and the ED crackdown and this whole drama. Last time, a lot of voters said they couldn't go out to
But just
vote.
have a look at these seats where the
Khanakul.
BJP has done better. There the turnout is more than the state average
Yeah.
at 3 p.m.
Correct. Here
that is
and also at Goghat.
So that is very interesting,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, that tells you that here the contestation is much deeper, more fierce, because fundamentally there is more at stake, and it could be that in some of these pockets, the Muslim population doesn't automatically determine the TMC's fortunes. Now, those are the exchanges. Now, we don't quite know, we don't have the exact demographic breakup here. These could be seats that have just 30% more.
No,
these
these are all 68%. See, Karimpur 59%,
Okay,
Muslim population 46%.
So there you have a
So these are-
situation.
Yeah.
Well, there you have a situation where clearly the polarization is extreme.
Yeah.
And I don't know how the BJP ended up winning.
That's
this
because the
particular
Muslim
seat.
vote was split.
The Muslim vote
because
was
there is
split. There you go.
ISF, Congress, and
So is this higher turnout therefore going against the BJP this time?
or pro? We don't
the Muslims
know.
are voting
We don't
in
know
a
because see,
complete
this
block.
turnout was to 89% here,
Yeah.
so there was a high turnout. Anyways, this is 84%.
Yeah.
So Goghat is a different story there.
But it's already polling above the state average at that
Yeah.
time. So that 89% number is going to be breached. Is it because there are certain voters who are determined now to ensure that they make sure that the TMC, that the BJP is defeated? We don't know.
We don't know.
That's-
But this
that's the thing.
89 is again 7% more than the state average back in 2021, which was 82%.
Yes. Yeah.
So Goghat by default has polled higher than the state average and
Yes.
higher than average at all points.
But
So
it is interesting.
that's
At a
visible.
74%
Yeah.
Muslim population, the BJP wins. There must have been dramatic split in
No,
the
and there's
Muslim
a
vote.
Muslim candidate also here.
Yes.
If I remember.
So essentially what we are seeing is a clear pattern in districts. So if at 5 p.m. we have 89.99, so let's say 90 percentage, Hooghly and Purva Bardhaman, who are Hindu majority, more than 75% Hindus, clearly have more than 90% turnout.
Let me give you
90%.
the last election statistics for Goghat.
Huh.
BJP won with a small margin, but BJP polled 46.6%. So either this Muslim number is being exaggerated,
Goghat is a SC
or no, whether it's SC or otherwise, a Muslim
still be
voter
there,
can
yeah.
choose to vote for whichever party he wishes to.
Yeah.
But
Abhishek
here,
Banerjee has,
either Muslims have voted for the BJP in this constituency.
Possibly, because that's the only
Abhishek
way the
Banerjee
maths
has
is
just
adding up.
tweeted
Yes.
that one person died because of being pushed around by central forces. So he's obviously very angry and he's used very strong wordage in he says merciless violence
Yeah, this
against
is-
unarmed civilians. It happened over about an hour ago.
It's an elderly
in
gentleman.
Uday Narayanpur.
And
Yeah,
apparently
elderly.
the
Yeah.
entire TMC leadership is tweeting
Yeah,
in
all
bulk
of them.
on this. So
On this
they're trying to
thing.
call out the fact that this is
So
despotism.
yeah, so just a couple of or maybe 1.5 hours before poll shuts,
Yeah.
this kind of visuals being tweeted by Abhishek Banerjee is going to get the cadres to get a little more agitated to make sure that whoever they want to come to the booth and their cadres to come there.
But at
and
90% voter turnout at 5
How
p.m.
much more
the
can you?
presumption is
is,
that that there are people who want to vote and who are being stopped from voting as far as they are concerned.
Okay, the cynic or somebody would, my condolences to the family, and of course nobody should lose their life, absolutely. But Trilochun Mahato downwards, there is a long list that goes up to about 900 such people who've been culled because of poll violence in the last 7 or 8 years. So we would like the Trinamool Congress to hold a flag and also put out those names and commemorate those who died violence and not necessarily because of atrocities of the central forces. So sometimes, when there is such outpouring of outrage over the death of a particular person by one political party, you have to also turn around and say, do they have a rich history of poll violence themselves and culling people? So that's another question. But let's hope that we are able to bring justice to whoever has perpetrated
And let's
whatever
hope
has
this is the
caused
last
death of that
election
person.
that we are seeing these kind of visuals.
Whatever has caused the death
Yeah.
of that person is unfortunate, and whoever is responsible should be brought to book. Yeah. Okay. Now we got the updated numbers in the Muslim seats. Let's go back to these numbers, and here is the. Oh wow! So now there you go. These numbers then way above the state average. They've also beaten the previous tally of 2021. All the seats are above the previous year's average.
Yes.
But some of them are below the state average of 90%. So
Yes.
1, 2, 3, that is Bali, there is Khanakul, where again the ISF and Trinamool were fighting, Rahul, and of course Falta, where you know Abhishek Banerjee and this whole fight that's going on. So they are below the state average.
So look, I mean, it's very difficult to read a pattern here, but the fact is that it's quite clear that both sides had been able to bring out the vote. Now, I know that there are a couple of errors here. Apparently, Gogat doesn't have 74% Muslim population, so we just need to check that number once. That number is much lower. It's also a reserved SC seat. That explains perhaps how the BJP won with 40% of the vote. So clearly, this is statistically not aligning, but given the fact that the turnout there is higher than the state average at that time, tells you that the BJP is being able to bring out, to safeguard its seat, as well as the TMC are being able to bring out their people to vote, which means these are heavily contested seats. Now, whether this means that the BJP is going to gain from this bump, we don't know. But I'm just very interested in seeing this BJP seat. This other BJP seat also, the turnout 86.8, little under the state average. We'll have to look at the number here.
But look at the difference. There is an 8%
Yes.
jump from the last time around.
That's right.
And many are saying this is because of the presence of central forces that the
Yes.
voter has been empowered to come out and vote.
That's
This
right.
is a place where the ISF is keenly contesting against the Trinamool Congress
Absolutely.
too. While there is also
And there
the
has
BJP
been
candidate.
violence or clashes in the morning.
Yeah.
The ISF has come out and had a bit of a rant and a tirade against the TMC here.
Now,
So
this is interesting.
Yes.
Sandesh Khali and Bashirhat, where there were a lot of riots,
Yes.
Hindu migration happened, exodus happened in Bashirhat, Uttar. Sandesh Khali again, the whole story saga itself, and they are they are showing at least about 4 to 5% bump up.
could there be a change? Because the Muslim population there is 33% or so. So 1 in 3 voters is a Muslim. So you have a Hindu consolidation happening?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Because compared to last time, they're already gone up.
Absolutely.
And they're also polling above the state average.
And this is 5 p.m. So
Yeah,
you can
5 p.m.
correct that number upwards by maybe 1% or 2. So how many are going to now show up between 5 p.m. and 6:30 to vote? I mean, I'm just estimating it could be 3% at the max.
2 to 3%,
Yes.
Point
Nalin.
you're making in Khanakul,
Yes.
that's a classical swing seat in Bengal, where demography and swing and organization all matter. If BJP has to win, it has to win seats like these, and Trinamool, if it has to win, it has to defend seats like this. For example, with the 25 to 30%, roughly around 30% Muslim vote here, the Muslim vote is very important, but it's not alone, it's not decisive by itself, which is why everything else matters in a seat like that. And I think there are about 20 to 30 other seats like that, where organization and a little bit of swing can really make a difference.
Yeah.
There you go. So
5 to 10,000.
So this is what I'm saying. There seems to be, Anand, some sort of mobilization. Don't forget that we haven't actually printed this across the SIR. We don't know.
Yeah.
So that makes this very interesting.
Yeah,
The
if you
fact that
triangulate
the
it based
turnout-
on the SIR deletions, then the margins of victories could actually be shaved.
Absolutely.
Or there could be a difference or an impact
So
that could happen
in a number
these
of
areas.
these seats. Let's look at these 5 seats here.
Yeah.
The Muslim population is less than 50%. So it's
Correct.
certainly not the majority population,
Correct.
which means that there is leeway for these seats to perhaps turn the other way. If
yeah.
there has been consolidation and there is a Hindu swing.
Now, if you get the Hindu votes also, that's also updated.
Yeah.
But one thing that you make a very logical point here is that both parties, the Trinamool and the BJP, have worked towards mobilizing their support and their voters.
Yeah.
Now, look at where the Trinamool, the Hindu-dominated seats, the Trinamool had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the seats, whereas the BJP had only 3 of the seats where Hindu-dominated seats in
But
this
look
region.
at the jumps in the ones that the TMC has been holding. I mean, just see the jump, the turnout in 2021, let's say,
Correct.
in Kolkata Port, 64 has gone to 87.
87. So that means that
I mean, we're talking about 22%, 23%
Correct.
jump.
This is a story in itself. If you look at this, if you look at these numbers, this shows that somewhere there was intimidation or the voter was dissuaded or disenfranchised, not wanting to come
Or
out
didn't
to
feel
vote.
encouraged
Or
enough.
didn't
Let's
feel
be safe.
encouraged. Didn't feel encouraged.
Let's be safe.
Yeah, let's be safe. Didn't feel encouraged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats. Why is that question? See, Bashir
I mean, I can understand had this bump up been by 3% or 4%. But here, I mean, this is 11, 12%.
You know, this is Bashirhat. Again,
yes.
Bashirhat Dakshin.
So just look at this. This is 25%.
25%.
That means one voter out of 4 has suddenly decided to vote.
Here,
Right.
21% in Bharatpur.
Absolutely. 64 to 87%. You have 68 to 87%. There is something churning on the ground.
Rahul,
Or
Basira's
this-
election is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because this is not a swing seat. This is a core Muslim dominated seat.
Core
So
Muslim
something is
dominated
changing
seats,
here.
Something is changing.
Someone
has come out to make themselves heard and felt.
Felt and look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yes.
6 seats
Yeah.
are below the state average.
That's right.
6 seats in
seats.
Hindu dominated states
Yes.
are below the state average, but they are way above what they polled in percentage in 2021.
Yes.
That's the point I want to make for something like Basira Dakshin. If you are seeing a very high shift,
No.
then it means that near Hindu consolidation on the other side.
Yes.
That's possible.
Yes.
Amitabh Tiwari, agree,
Yeah,
disagree? This
essentially
could
what
be a
we have
result of
been-
Hindu consolidation
what we
because the
have been
Muslim vote
discussing
would have
earlier.
already matured here.
Yeah,
in terms
what
of
we have been discussing earlier, if you see the Muslim dominated seats, the turnout was already 5 to 6% higher than the base turnout of 2021. Here you see the average turnout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats are below the state turnout, correct?
Correct.
So when more number of people are turning up, it can be safely assumed that the Hindu community, depressed, deprived, not feeling enthused, as Rahulji is mentioning, has come out and vote because it sees confidence, secure, safe, and that is how the higher turnout is being achieved in
So
the
I have
state.
to say
Rahul,
on that
can I
point,
just
I have
add
to
up?
say on
Yeah.
that point, and Smita Prakash, let me quickly bring you in on that. The other card that the TMC suddenly pulled out of its front pocket is this one. Oh, the BJP is clearly underconfident because if it was winning, why does it need to ensure that security forces need to stay on in Bengal for weeks after the poll? Smita Prakash, your reaction to that?
Fair and fearless polling is something which is not just our duty, it's our right. So if it is our right and we want to exercise that right, it is essential that the state provide us a secure condition to exercise that right. And if it's a privilege, even that. Right? It ought not to be a privilege, it ought to be a right that we are exercising out here. So if that means that the track record of the state is so poor that for people to go and vote fearlessly, you need state security, because otherwise ulta tang denge, ulta tang diya, jaan se maar diya, these kind of things have happened. So you can't brush it under the carpet under this whole Bengali Asmita has been hurt because you are bringing in the central forces and you're accusing us of tampering with the polls. It's happened.
It's happened.
Bihar never complained about it when the central forces were brought in. The Naxal areas of Chhattisgarh and
Tamil
Jharkhand
Nadu
never
hasn't
complained about it. We've had fearless polling which has been done in these Maoist infected areas, which has not seen, I mean, people have not been able to go in those areas. Nobody complained when central forces went out there and helped in that, but here there are.
9 minutes.
less than 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
And the khela from Amitabh Tiwari will begin.
Yeah, Isha, yes,
GVL
yes.
Narasimha Rao wants to come.
Yes, yes.
The Kolkata port, where you showed a near 25% rise in polling percentage, that in the last 3 assembly elections,
Yeah.
this assembly polled only 65%. 64, 65 in every election.
Can we call that
And
up?
now
Yeah.
you have that going up to 85, 90%.
The Hindu
okay, so there is some story happening there. So my suggestion to you is, by the time I think we have exit poll projections, if you can look at all constituencies which have polled below, let's say, 70% in the 2021 elections, let us look at their behavior in this election.
Oh, that's a good one. So, cephalogist to cephalogist, we got to ask Amitabh Tiwari to try and help us churn out that number that all assembly constituencies across phase 1 and phase 2 that polled less than 70%.
No, in the last election, now they may all have
2021.
polled.
No, I'm just saying across phase 1, phase 2, which polled less than 70 to 71% in 2021.
Correct. And
let's see how
they
they have turned up now, and
Wow.
that's
That'd be
the
a big
impact
story.
or the
That could be
positive
the story
impact
of
of
this
the
election.
of the
if you
central
can-
forces.
If you can map them also
Yeah.
by geography, then you will know. Demography and geography.
So there is a
will
point
tell
I
you
want to
as
make, because I remember Amitabh Ji's numbers, and
Yeah.
he was talking about these SIR impacted seats across the 4 or 5
For
regions.
a second, I thought you knew the exit numbers already.
No, so when he was doing the SIR calculations, there were gaps of 20% where the TMC had won over the BJP. Now, if you have a turnout that is exceeding 25% over last time, that means those gaps have narrowed significantly. Those margins will dissipate.
Add to that the SIR deletions.
Well, viewers, if this particular phase is so dependent
हमारे पास
on
6
these
minute है,
jumps,
sir.
on
6
the
minute
jumps
है.
of turnout,
Yeah.
Anand, then
6
this
minutes,
is
let's
an
look
open
at the
election.
VIP seats turnout.
Yeah.
We have 6 minutes. I think we put out the count back or the clock.
Let's have a
but,
look.
But quickly, let's look at
VIP.
the VIP seats. And if you can call the VIP seats here, what is the turnout on the VIP seats, viewers? Let's look at each one of them one by one. We've tracked the VIP seats. Bhawanipur, 61.79% voter turnout in 2021. Look at the jump this time, 85.5%. 85.5%. So Kolkata itself is showing you a 21, 23, 24% bump up in Bhawanipur. Falta and Diamond Harbour. Falta, Diamond Harbour, 88 to 95.95 at 5 p.m. Falta, Diamond Harbour.
Band-aid वाला.
ये तो बैंडेड वाला अभी और दूसरा 2021 कोलकाता पोर्ट 65%. It is 87.4% at 5 p.m. already in Kolkata. Kolkata has 11-0 Trinamool score, the 11 seats of Kolkata. But look at the bump up because of the presence of central forces, no biker vahinis, no intimidation. That's what is the claim on ground. 76 to 89.56%. Now these could also be Trinamool Congress mobilization saying that abhi nahi to kabhi nahi. But this could also be the anti-Trinamool Congress voter who was not allowed to vote or afraid to vote coming out. No boy anymore. 2021, 61% Rash Bihari. And we have Swapan Das Gupta contesting there. Here, look at it, 85.30% at 5 p.m. Look at the jump, 24%. And again, the VIP seat, Sandesh Khali, 86%, it is 91% already. So another 5% jump up, bump up in Sandesh Khali. Then Chandrima Bhattacharya's seat, Damdam Uttar. Look at that, 78 to 88.34. Saurav Sikdar, young leader from the BJP, he is now contesting against Chandrima Bhattacharya, and 88.34. Again a 10% jump up again compared to the last time around. So even in the VVIP seats or the VIP seats, look at the jump. Every seat has jumped up. Smita Prakash.
Even the Bhadralok is out to vote, right? That is like kind of significant. I think I'll leave Amitabh to explain that detail as to why there is no voter apathy, even the elite areas in West Bengal. And these, they have like voted for Mamata Banerjee. Last time around there was this iffy situation till the Didi O Didi episode happened. So even then the tilt then suddenly went in favor of Mamata Banerjee, the Bhadralok vote that I'm talking about. So this, I don't know who it will go in favor of. We'll see what the exit polls show us. But clearly Suvendu out there, you know, on the streets today from the morning, working very hard, and then he knows the playbook of the TMC. He came from there, so he knows Didi's playbook. He's shown in the past how he beat her in that, and here he's used it again in Bhawanipur. Will he succeed or not is anybody's guess, but it is interesting to see that there's very high voter turnout in the VIP areas too.
The story is in all Kolkata seats. I think the 3 seats that you mentioned now. Rash Bihari, then Bhawanipur, Mamata Banerjee seat, and then Kolkata Port. In all 3 elections, the poll percentages were in the region of 60 to 67 in all the last 3 elections. And now you see all of them touching 90%.
Correct.
So there is certainly some major churn happening in Kolkata. People have come out to vote.
Sir, there is also one caveat I'd like to put. Were they 65% of 100? And this is now 88% of 85. So will that actually have an impact on the absolute numbers?
There is something that has happened.
But still happening.
Huge gap, no?
But in Kolkata, we have to also keep in mind, Anandji, that the SIR deletions are to the tune of 23%. 1 out of every 4 voter has actually.
So that actually is a vindication for the SIR.
It also could be the bellwether seats if this is what we are seeing, that this kind of deletions happening there, and despite that this heavy voting which is happening, it seems to indicate which I'm sure when the results come out, they'll say, "Dekha, isne ye bola." It seems to indicate
how's it
that
going?
there is some kind of a change,
How's it
maybe, or some kind of a fearlessness in voting out here. We don't expect that these elite areas would have a sense of fear. So what is it that is doing? It's very, very tantalizing, this kind of numbers coming in from these elite areas.
True. Now less than 1 minute left, and I'm going to ask Nalin Mehta also to come down. Just let's get our energies up, leave Bengal out. We'll get
Caffeine
the final
shots,
voters.
please,
It's
can we
about
ask
45 seconds. We're going to start with the exit polls, and we're going to swing down south first up. So first is going to be Kerala.
I just want to say before, look, let's be absolutely sure that because of these high voter turnouts, it becomes very, very difficult for people like Mr. Tiwari to call today's election today itself. It will be difficult. So phase 2 we should hold back, which we are doing till tomorrow. Phase 1, which happened a few days back.
Later on we will put out in the night.
No, phase 2 will be put out tomorrow.
Phase 1 we'll put out later in the night.
As we have decided. Phase 1, of course, in
Later
the evening.
but first we'll do Kerala, God's own country.
Yes, that's
we have
right.
to go to
That's
God's own.
right.
जहाँ
That's
पहले
right.
सबसे पहले election खत्म हो गया था.
Let's put
Kerala
on
and
that.
Assam.
Let's put out the countdown clock.
Will we do
for
the
Kerala.
clock?
The
Do we have?
most sober election that has happened probably in Kerala,
But
right?
you know,
Okay.
very competitive election.
Very competitive.
8,
Very com-
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll take another 5 seconds just to be clear of the EC's danda. Oh, देखो उन्होंने 20 seconds और कर दिया. Saying that नहीं, देखो EC has said 6:30. We'll start at 6:31, but let's stay in the clear because your watch can show a different time than mine.
Yeah, mine is
Err on the side of caution always,
Err
right?
on the side of caution always. So 9, 8, 7. So let's go with Kerala. That's what we're going to do, viewers. Exit poll prediction, CNN News 18. Kerala, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Bengal. Over the course of the next 3.5 hours, we're going to take you through all this exercise, and whatever are the numbers, we take no responsibility. It's all on him.
If it is right, then you take credit. If it is wrong, then put it on me.
There you go, the first numbers. Kerala, 140 seats. The first zone that we are showing you, North Kerala, LDF, UDF and the NDA. These are the seat projections. LDF is actually behind the UDF here. 16 to 20 seats for the LDF, about 140 seats. North Kerala, 48 seats in North, 16 to 20 seats. 28 to 32 for the UDF, 0 to 1 seat for the NDA. Smita Prakash, ये रुझान सही है, or do you feel that they have a chance here? It could be tighter for Pinarayi Vijay.
I feel that it could go tighter. I don't believe that that it's going to be so clear. I can't. Yeah, no. I just feel that it could be a little tighter than this.
First dissent note has come in. Smita Prakash,
essentially-
please explain yourself. What are these numbers, sir?
Essentially, if you see the range,
Right.
I think the range has been put out.
Range
Yes.
has been put. 16 to 20 is
Oh,
the
it's
range.
north. You just put one range.
Only one. We've not put everything. One by one.
See, north.
थोड़ा तो suspense रखें.
In north, there is a Muslim majority. IUML is the strongest in the north, which is your Mallapuram, Venad, Kozhikode areas. So this is the strong point of UDF. In 2021 Vidhan Sabha election, a large section of Muslims had actually voted for LDF because of better management of COVID. That's how they had won on a higher number of seats compared to 2016. This time there is a significant consolidation of the minorities in favor of the UDF, and that's why we see that this stronghold is going back to UDF. Also, in the home state of Pinarayi Vijayan, Kannur, there has been significant rebellion also against the CPM. A lot of independent candidates contesting either as backed by UDF or on the UDF symbol.
When you say minority vote, you mean Muslim vote or Muslim and Christian vote? Because there
Christian comes in the picture in the central region.
Not in the
See,
north.
Can I
Kerala,
just say something?
Only Muslim
Can
you're
I say?
talking
Kerala,
can
if
I
you want to
make
break
one
it,
point?
North Kerala is Muslim dominated, Central Kerala is largely Christian dominated, and South Central is Hindu. So that's how the spread is. And
So
North
here-
you'll also see some Hindus, but Muslims dominate.
So
that
one
region.
small point
Yeah, this is North Kerala.
before we poke holes into Amitabh ji, I just want to say, last time the exit polls on Kerala, by the way, directionally all were right.
Yeah.
So let me give you the whole average. There was Jan Ki Baat, there was Axis, there was VMR, there was Today's Chanakya, CNX, Sudarshan News, ABVP, ABP, C Voter, and there was poll strat. The average poll of polls was 82. Actual result was 99 in LDF, and that was a history defined.
Correct.
So usually there's always a flip and a flop in Kerala, but even then the pollsters that stuck their neck out got it right.
And they gave the
Directionally,
windows.
they got it right. So the fact that we are still early days, we don't know what's going to happen in central and south.
Yeah, so
but,
we are looking at what directionally could happen. This is what is in North Kerala. There are other two regions also. Let's move to the next region and then see what happens. Chetan Bhagat is also looking at these numbers, but he's quiet. So this is 26
quiet because
seats.
nobody's talking that the NDA has not been able to make any inroads because this was, I mean, I agree.
Sir, ये तो 0/0 ही है अभी भी, because despite the Sangh being present there in density,
they really
in
have
maximum
been
number of
trying.
sakas, BJP has not been able to crack
Normally the BJP, if it tries for so long, manages a little bit something, but looks like it's, I mean, I don't know how does one even arrive at 0-1. I mean, that was like, sir, what, I mean, is it really hard to crack the code there, which has worked everywhere else?
But this time certainly the BJP is confident of winning a few seats.
So you are
I will
disagreeing
still
with
not-
this?
Certainly not so low.
We
because I
put
think
the
this
other one. So central
with-
also it is the LDF catching up a bit, but again UDF with the nose ahead. So again 27 seats here and 26 seats here if you were to take the median. Yes, Nalin.
So I'm saying that that if this result holds, then it is a reversal of what happened in the last election.
Yes, in 2021. It's a
So the
reversal.
welfare measures and all don't seem to have worked because here again you're saying it's Christian, when you talk about minority vote, it's Christian vote.
Yeah.
So the welfare measures probably have worked for in advantage in the north one, in the you're talking about having been
there is
to the
anti-incumbency against Pinarayi Vijayan and the left. That's one point. The other thing is the state, there are a lot of people who are not happy. But thirdly, it's to the BJP's fault that it's not been able to make inroads in Kerala.
BJP is not
No,
responsible.
certainly in terms of
it's
vote
to
share.
the
We're not talking about RSS.
they will
They
get
are-
vote share, they won't get seats. They'll get vote share, 2-3%, 4% bump up, but that's not going to give them
No,
seats.
Amitabh, will you be giving vote forecasts also? We
Yes,
certainly see
yes,
a big
yes.
Yeah,
we'll
we'll see.
show you
We'll
the
see
vote
that.
share. We're
But,
going to see the
sir,
vote
there are many who are saying that Vijay and TVK will do better opening their batting in Tamil Nadu than the BJP will do in Kerala, despite batting such a long test match. So, like Jeffrey Boycott, you batted 4 days, but you're not been able to match the vote share that he will do like a
I mean, we'll
Vaibhav
see the vote
Suryavanshi.
shares also later,
So,
right? We'll show us.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but there is a case here for the BJP that they've not been able to crack. Despite the fact that the Prime Minister, after 2 big elections, the first trip he's made down is towards Kerala and to Guruvayur, indicating that I want to win this and we need to move in here and we need to seed ourselves. It's not happened. Let's see if it happens in the near
It takes
future.
hard work to win every state. And
Yeah, it is, obviously, sir.
Every state can't be won
And
in 5
sir,
years.
Where
this
have
is
you
the big
shied away
test.
from that?
This is God's own country. So you got to win here. And despite
Obviously.
the Sabrimala misstep by the left, despite the entire narco jihad, love jihad, the ISIS cases and all of that happening, so many issues that came in. Now look at this. Again, South also, out of the 39 seats, 19 seats to the left, 18 seats to the Congress, the UDF, and about 2 seats, 0 to 2 seats. So this is where they can break into the assembly and break account. This is the chance. This is where they have a chance in Thiruvananthapuram and 1 or 2 of the other seats here in South Kerala that the NDA can make inroads. They may pinch in vote share and that may harm the left, and perhaps that's why the UDF may gain more seats. But overall, seat shares are not enough. So if you look at it, it's the UDF comfortably forming government here again 30 and 27, 57 and again 18. So that's how they get into a position where they seem to be able to get past the halfway mark. That's what the UDF seems to be able to
So
do.
Rahul Gandhi
Overall,
will be a happy person today then.
that I don't know, but Amitabh Tiwari, is this getting stuck somewhere or are they going to be comfortably passed?
No, see, essentially in a state which throws out governments every 5 years, 10 years is a long enough time. So there's a lot of anti-incumbency which has been built in. Secondly, the big hoardings and posters of Pinarayi Vijayan across the state, that's the only poster which is visible, gives an impression to the voters that this is the same person who will continue for the next 5 years if the left front comes to power. So there is the significant governance fatigue. While welfare schemes are doing much better on the ground, the the health and education facilities, the LDF has done well. There is also good amount of pension schemes for the widows and the old age. But there is a governance fatigue, and that is what is helping the Congress. If there was any other party, they might have won 90 to 100.
Let's bring in MA Baby.
The overall seat count also we can put out.
The overall seats are also out
75
there.
for the UDF.
Yes, 75 for the UDF. Let's go straight across to Mr. MA Baby. Mr. Baby, thank you very much for joining us. This is Rahul Shivshankar. It seems as of now that while it's been a close contest, the LDF might be slightly behind, might not quite retain power. Mr. Baby, your first reactions.
You see, you are now making this observation on the basis of various exit polls. In our party, we too have a process of exit poll. That is the report our booth agents give to our local level party leaders, LDF leaders. On the basis of that assessment, after the polling having been completed, we have an assessment after the election voting process having completed.
Yes.
According to that assessment, we are sure about having a majority from 75 to 85 seats. This is our assessment.
Okay, Smita Prakash.
Would you still hold that the BJP doesn't need to win seats in Kerala, that they are helping the LDF, that the BJP is the B team of the LDF? Is that still valid now that the voting is over, everything is done?
That allegation is a tissue of lies or a naked fabrication. LDF can never have anything to do with BJP. On the contrary, in Kerala, in Thrissur, there is a panchayat where Congress and BJP are sharing panchayat leadership as president and vice president. In Ernakulam district also, an NDA partner and Congress are sharing presidentship and vice presidentship in a panchayat. I don't want to go into the history, how they had common candidates for BJP, Congress and Muslim League in 1991. You senior journalists would understand, Mr. KP Unnikrishnan, who was the LDF candidate in 1991 Vadagara parliament seat, he was opposed by a common candidate of BJP, Congress and Muslim League. That understanding still continues.
But
let's
Mr.
run
Baby,
everything.
Namaskaram. This is Anand
Post to jo bhi laga rahe hain,
Narasimhan.
dusre
This time
channel
around, many believe that the LDF also faced a lot of factionalism, a lot of internal rebellion, and certain pockets which are strong pockets for the LDF, there seems to be an erosion of support. And of course, there is anti-incumbency. The trend largely says you may come close, but you will fall short of the majority number. How is it that you are confident that you will perhaps be very, very clear, 5 to 7 seats clear of the majority or the halfway number?
You see, the observation you made that there is some element of factionalism within our party, that is not true. It is true that few people who used to be in our party or LDF, they, due to local problems and their own ambition to be in the parliamentary fray, they walked out of the party making allegations, and UDF, due to their own calculation, they thought that those who have walked out of LDF and CPM may be fielded as candidate.
Right.
This is not going to affect CPIM or LDF.
Right. We'll see how it pans out, Mr. M.A. Baby. I've got to move on quickly. Thank you very, very much for speaking with us and joining us this evening. We wish both sides all the best. Just getting a quick confirmation, viewers, of the final numbers, how they will settle down. Now, this is what the CNN News 18 vote vibe exit poll projections tell us that 70 to 80 seats could go to the UDF, 58 to 68 seats could go to the LDF, 0 to 4 seats overall is a possibility that the BJP can do, and then the others will largely take nothing. But this will be
also tell
a
you,
two-horse race.
Anand, some big news coming in. As we've said, we're also going to be giving you poll of polls, viewers, on Kerala. We have the P-mark poll of polls, and in that we have a situation where the UDF is getting 39% of the vote. The UDF is getting 39% of the vote, 71 to 79 seats, which is very approximate.
Again, 70 to 80 seats.
Exactly, which is very approximate to vote vibe.
I'm going to check if I can get
and
the poll of polls
LDF is
behind it.
38%, 62 to 69. BJP is 15%, 1 to 4 seats. So it could even get 2 or 3 seats here. Others 8%, 0 to 3 seats, and that makes up 140. So that's and the Assam is also being called. And at the bottom of
we're going to put
screen,
Assam. We're going to put Assam. So let's get Assam, and we'll get the Kerala poll of polls behind here whenever it is ready.
We'll just put it on the cardboard and I'll go up to that.
Let's quickly bring in Assam as Suman C. Raman also joins us. So Kerala going the UDF way. Let's look at, so that's the Kerala 140 seats exit poll projections. But we'll also put the poll of polls right behind here, viewers. The moment that is there, we'll draw your attention to that right behind where our guests are sitting. But here, let's quickly move on from Kerala to Assam. Let's bring in Assam, the various regions, zone-wise. We'll try and put the Assam numbers one by one. Is this going to be a runaway victory? The Assam numbers here, please. The Assam numbers here, poll of polls there. So Assam numbers, if you can call it here. The Barak region, 13 seats, 7 to 9 seats to the BJP. Congress Plus is about 4 to 6 seats, others 0. Is it perhaps in the same direction that the rest of the regions will flow? Let's see. It's a test of Himanta Biswa Sarma's leadership. Let's look at the next region also quickly. This is North Assam, 15 seats. So out of the first 28 seats from the overall assembly strength of 126, the BJP is clearly taking more of the seats compared to Congress. It's actually literally sweeping North Assam. It's also sweeping Central Assam. The only place where the Congress is getting some inroads so far is in Barak. So Central Assam, 19 seats. It's again the BJP. Let's look at the rest, the Lower Assam region. 44 seats in Lower Assam. It's 29 to 31. So this is a clear home run for Himanta Biswa Sarma. He seems to be running away with this mandate, touching nearly 100 seats. Upper Assam also, again sweeping Upper Assam, 35 seats of Upper Assam, 29 to 31 seats. So overall, if you were to see a median, 8 seats out of 13 in Barak, 13 seats out of 15 in North, 14 seats out of 19 in Central, 30 seats out of 44 in Lower Assam, and again 30 seats out of 35 seats in Upper Assam. So the only 2 places where there's some significant inroads being made, 2 or 3 places, Lower Assam, Barak, and also Upper Assam for the Congress.
Not much.
That's
even
not
if
much.
You're saying significant.
That's not
much. And BJP first time fighting out here without allies, going solo, sending a message out to regionals everywhere in the country that, you know, if they win, if this is the sweep that it's having, and I'll put my neck out to say that this is a sweep that Amitabh is showing us. So if this is the numbers that we are getting from Assam, that would send out a message to everybody that, you know, deal with us or cooperate with us rather than push us to the corner. So it will be something, and Himanta getting a 3rd term will also be him playing a role in national level also.
This is the first time Himanta is seeking a mandate on his own.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. The first time BJP saying no allies.
BJP, Sarbananda Sonowal, and after that consolidating and holding under Himanta Biswa Sarma, getting a 3rd term for the BJP, but Himanta Biswa Sarma also consolidates himself. Now, if on the one hand you have Assam in the hands or retained by the BJP, if the winds of change blow in Bengal, then that from a national security and a national perspective means a lot for the BJP and this double engine Sarkar. But that we'll keep for another day. But
Can I say that if this result holds, then there are states in India that have always voted BJP for last 3 or 4 elections. Assam is moving in that direction because now is the 3rd time, right?
And also the northeastern states, right? The several of the northeastern states where the regionals have played an important role. They're going to see that this is a good party to anchor on to because it results in a sweep, not just a small victory. If this
Already all these
Anand,
parties have moved towards the
important
BJP in
point.
the rest of the states. In Assam also it will mean the end of the Congress. It means the
BJP was
problem for the
never
Congress.
considered a possible party for governance in Assam. So that state we won, and we won a repeat election, a third election.
Correct.
Haryana was considered a no-go state for the BJP in 2014. We were below two seats or 2% votes. And there we again won a third mandate. Maharashtra was never considered a state where BJP can be the party in the lead. There we are in government for the third time and leading it. So Bihar, you see, as a NDA,
I mean, I have to say that the BJP does do a better job retaining states where it is in power than the Congress.
No, that's not easy. See, retaining power.
Dr. Aman is here with us also. Dr. Aman.
When the Congress is the opponent, naturally the BJP has the edge. That is the trend we've seen across the country. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. Why would states like Bengal, why would states like Tamil Nadu be more difficult to crack for the BJP? Because the Congress is not the primary opponent. So, I think this is a national trend. You're seeing the Congress weaken state after state after state. And therefore, that is what is really sort of helping the BJP to sort of so without counter the
If the
anti-incumbency.
BJP wins Bengal, then this argument will
No,
not
but,
hold. The other hand is that they won Odisha. They beat AAP in Delhi.
Yeah.
So they have won against non-Congress parties, although it has taken them more
It has
effort.
taken them, Odisha, it has taken a very, very long time
Yeah.
also. So I think we have to give that. So
Yes, Chetan Bhagat, as we just put out the final seats, and you can bring that in, and let's just flaunt some of these amazing graphics that have been made by our entire team. बहुत मेहनत की है sir. So let's just bring in the total seat count as far as Assam. So for the UDF, as per the CNN News 18 exit poll projections by VoteWire, Amitabh Tiwari right here, it's 76 seats for the UDF in Kerala, but in Assam, it's 94 seats for the Himanta Biswa Sarma led BJP there. Mamaji has really hit this one out of the park. He said 90 seats se upar aayega. He's got. No, let's go back to Assam. I was just making that mention on this because it was on the screen. Congress 27. So again, Gaurav Gogoi will have a point to prove. There will be many who would want Gaurav Gogoi axed. So how much of it will it help him or hurt his chances in the Congress is important. But Himanta Biswa Sarma solidifies himself as perhaps the pivot of the Northeast, to the Northeast.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's one of the, BJP doesn't have too many CM brands, right? They like to have the central system where they appoint, but he's becoming now.
Yeah, in the East he is. In the North we have Yogi. In the West we have Devendra Fadnavis.
And you do need a few.
Yeah.
You do need a few. And I think the BJP needed to win this one. There's a 4, if you leave Puducherry out for a bit, these are not places where BJP normally wins, the other states. So it could have been a 4-0 would have totally revived the opposition. They would have set the whole national narrative that dekho sab down ja raha hai, abhi it's all changing. So Assam, definitely they needed to win, and they need to win one more, and that's a net BJP gain. In this, normally you would say BJP needs to win all 4. That's not, nobody expects that. But if out of 4 it's a 2-2.
2-2 भी नहीं, अगर तमिलनाडु ADMK खींच लिया, then BJP will say हम जीत गए भैया.
हाँ, correct. No, that counts. That counts.
बंगाल जीत गया तो
Anybody the BJP is aligned with, any NDA BJP alignment, if the BJP gets a 2-2, these are not elections which are BJP stronghold elections.
दे भैया असम का टोटल थोड़ा और वापस लाइए, पास लाइए, अमिताभ भैया को दिखाइए, ठीक आइए आइए, bring it down closer. Can we just have a look at this graphic, please? Come closer, show the numbers. Amitabh Tiwari is saying हम इतना मेहनत किए हैं वोट करने में, एग्जिट पोल करने में, आप नंबर पूरा नहीं दिखा रहे हैं बढ़िया से. Let's show it to our viewers also. Get close. There you go. That's the overall projection. 90 to 100 seats is the range. 95 seats is the median. 94 seats is what we are putting on our screens. 27 seats is for the UDF and the Congress, and it is on the screens, viewers. At the bottom you're seeing the numbers, to the side you're seeing the numbers, and at the top you're seeing the numbers. They'll keep rotating for each state,
But
and you'll
Gaurav,
get the range and also the median.
I can tell you,
Gaurav Gogoi is what you were pointing out. His future is at stake now because he was seen as this Delhi-based leader, and then you saw several exits that happened from there, and then he just did not have an answer to the highly polarized campaign that Himanta ran. He just did not fight back enough. Tried a lot, but Himanta always was on that attack mode, to which Gaurav was always on this defensive.
and let's
Just
not
a
also forget, that's a very good point. Let's also forget that Gaurav Gogoi has enjoyed a profile at the national level. So he is not somebody
Let's get the
who
pool of polls.
was being
Kerala and
projected
Assam.
only as chief minister. He was a voice of the party. So they gave him a really elevated profile, perhaps in the run up to this election, which he hasn't done justice to.
Too late also, just a year to prepare for, I don't know
Absolutely.
whether that worked.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
of course, all of those things will come into
Yeah.
play. But after having been given this profile, you are not being able to carry your party across even 1/3 of the line.
Right, we'll put the
work.
Kerala and Assam poll of
Yes.
polls, but we've got the West Bengal poll of polls
So
here.
I'm very curious
Yeah.
about People's Pulse. Amitabh Tiwari, who is People's Pulse? They've put the TMC at 177, 187, BJP at 95, 110. That's the number. Now, this is clearly not phase one.
All the others are giving the BJP the...
Yes, but
the
Amit Shah had put this. He had proclaimed that in phase one, the BJP would get 110. So, first of all, what are the antecedents of People's Pulse? Of course, we don't know the sample size either.
ये बताइए इनका वाइब क्या है?
You see, I think सबसे पहले तो राहुल जी कि हम लोग पोलस्टर्स के नाम और ये लिख डालते हैं. We need to check the background. Who is the promoter? Who is the face? Where is the website, etc. I'm not saying People's Pulse. I'm saying generally for any polling agency. Whoever is doing the polling is actually under polling the phase 2, because phase 2 polling is still going on. JVC is a friend. I mean, many people are friends also.
JVC, we of course
Correct.
all know. He's also a pundit, but he's sort of, it's very
Too
much
close
in
to
the
call.
balance there. It's
Too close to call.
Too
He's
close to
hedging.
call. ये भी जीत सकता है, ये भी जीत सकता है.
And-
Shukanto Majumdar is with us on the phone line, is joining us now. Shukanto ji, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. कैसे हैं आप? क्या? What is the? What is the? BJP is fine. Polling is fine. Chances are fine, sir.
Polling
Please tell
is
us.
fine. BJP is fine. BJP is going to form the government on 4th of the next month, and I believe that it will be a majority and thumping majority.
ये पीपल्स पल्स करके एक पोलस्टर है. दे हैव गिवन द बीजेपी मैक्सिमम 110 सीट्स and they're giving 187 seats to
there are several
Trinamool.
channels, they are showing that BJP is also forming the government. I don't believe in this exit poll and all these things. Okay, but there are several exit polls, they are showing that BJP will win 161 highest seats they have given to BJP. But the thing is that I would like to say that, as mentioned by the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji, we will win 170 seat at least.
You're confident. See, interestingly,
let's ask-
Shukanto ji, the
let's ask
Palodi
this.
market in the Satta Bazaar, I shouldn't say it, they also said 170 seats. There is only one pollster who's saying you will get 170 seats here. That is Poll Diary so far. हमने हमारा poll अभी तक डाला नहीं है, sir. I'm just telling you. But why are you so confident? And then Rahul, yeah, sorry.
There are several things that happen in last 15 years of the rule. The kind of anti-incumbency that has been accumulated in favor of TMC government is really unique, and it is quite similar to the anti-incumbency that was there with the CPM government after the rule of 34 years. Then the SIR created a almost flawless voter list, in which in West Bengal 24 lakhs dead voters' names have been deleted, and most of the vote of these people, actually TMC is habituated of casting the votes of these dead voters by their own karyakartas, own worker. And not only so, the third thing I would like to mention, this time no fake voting, no booth jamming, no source jamming happened due to the
kudos
role
to
of
the Election Commission, Mr. Majumdar. I just want to ask you
Yes.
this. Talk about 2 or 3 regions where you're going to outperform yourself, because in this particular phase, phase 2, you have not got, even at the highest point in 2019 Lok Sabha, if that was projected onto an assembly map, you only had about 34, 35, 37 seats. Okay, 37 seats. So how are you, if you're going to end up with 170, 180, how are you going to pick up at least 60 or 70 seats? You're going to double your numbers. From where is this coming?
You see, there are several zones. If you consider our party organizational structure, then Navadvip zone is a very fruitful zone for us, which contain Bangaon Lok Sabha, Barasat Lok Sabha, and from this Lok Sabha BJP will win the seats. Last assembly election, we could not win a single seat from Hooghly district. This time, most of the seats of the Hooghly district will go in favor of
No, so who is
BJP.
going to be voting? Are you saying that
last
there is
time-
a Hindu counter consolidation? What is happening on the ground that we are not at least seeing?
Yes.
At least a large number of these pollsters are also not seeing. They are not giving you those big numbers that you are talking about. And you can see those numbers at the bottom of our screens. You are not getting that explosive, definitive majority.
I already mentioned that I don't believe in this exit poll and all these things. Even I mentioned this in those channels, on those channels, they are showing that BJP is going to form the government there. Even I told them the same line, and I am repeating it here. But the ground reality, what we hear, what we have actually analyzed, what we have observed during our campaign, the number of people those are coming in the sabhas, and the people directly they were talking against the TMC government, against Mamata Banerjee on the heart of Kolkata. It is quite unimaginable. Almost 2 years ago.
Right.
It was totally unimaginable. So this is the kind of situation is taking.
See, Mamata Banerjee and also Abhishek Banerjee have criticized the presence of central forces. They have said there is too much of dadagiri going on. But the voter turnout has actually gone up by about 20 to 25% in Kolkata, Hooghly, Howrah, and this entire region, Diamond Harbour, Rashbihari and all these areas. So, what do you see? Why do you think this has happened, especially in the greater Kolkata region? This surge in voter percentage.
In greater Kolkata region, yes, first of all, the credit goes to Election Commission of this country. They have taken several steps which resulted in the turnout, this voting turnout. In Kolkata and surrounding areas, people are debarred to vote for several years. Not only during this regime, even in case of CPM regime also. At that time also, the people, they were obstructed to vote. Now they have the chance. And that is the calculation. No one can analyze. Bengal, in case of Bengal, exit poll won't work. Because the Bengali people, they are politically so conscious. You ask people, no one would say anything to you. This is the general mentality of a Bengali people. They won't say anything. If they will say that give you the wrong message.
Okay, well,
and they will, as they could not cast their vote in previous election, this time they got the chance. So according to your logic, to whom they should cast your vote?
Let's assume for a moment, because obviously we have to keep the suspense going. Here at CNN News 18, the Vote Vibe survey projections will come out at 8 o'clock for phase 1. We are not going to hazard a guess on phase 2, as you know, Anand, because I think that would be too premature today. I don't know on what basis, on perhaps 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock polling, some of the others have stuck their neck out that far. But this is, these are all, these are,
but they have taken phase 2 only till 3 p.m.
3 p.m.
Voter turnout till 3 p.m.
So it's not as if, or maybe even 2 p.m. because, voting is still going on. So I don't understand how maybe it's a first cut or whatever it is, how it can suddenly have become so sort of apparent to them, because there's a significant number of voters who have turned up. I mean, there's going to be a 93, 94%. So these guys have really jumped the gun. But thank you, Mr. Majumdar.
78%, Rahul. If
Yes.
it is 93%, imagine that's
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best, Sukantaji. All the best.
So 2 o'clock, let's assume it's 2 o'clock, the cutoff for these numbers. At 2 o'clock, Anand, do you remember what the polling percentage was?
Yeah.
It was hovering around the 60%. So
do is to be able to catch the 6:30 p.m. Early bird arrival. You close your exit poll early while polls are continuing.
That's true.
You complete your sampling before 3 o'clock.
But there are also,
if the assumption, it's an assumption that polling pattern till 3 p.m. may not be different
I
from the
understand.
polling pattern that
Statistically,
happens thereafter.
you can do even a poll with 10 people statistically if you've got the demographic data right and so on and so forth. But all I'm saying is that there are people coming from
13% surge in certain constituencies
Yes.
could change the mandate.
Could change the mandate.
It could actually change the mandate. In
think-
some cases, it's a 20% jump up. So,
I think some of these pollsters could have erred a little bit on this. Anyway, let's just go through
at
some of
least
these.
One thing we can tell our viewers, we are not rushing. We are putting out what we have put out so far at CNN News 18 are data for elections that have already polling has completed. Kerala and Assam.
That's
Which I think
that's-
all the
yeah,
pollsters
that happened.
are kind
And the
of-
next
week
will
and
be
a half
Tamil
back.
Nadu, which happened on the 23rd itself.
So Kerala and
it's
Assam,
that.
almost all pollsters are saying this, that Assam
Yes.
is Himanta, I mean
Yeah.
BJP, and there it is.
Kerala is UDF.
Yeah,
So
it's
the poll of
UDF.
polls will go to that. But
Most
here
of
what,
them.
see this rush is, abhi polling chal raha hai, abhi bhi aapne dal diya. You've just rushed and look at what they put. See again, if you look at it, we've got
Could be
Chanakya
anybody.
strategies which has come. So almost all of them,
This
except for
apparently
one.
is not today's Chanakya. This is something else. This is
Just
Chanakya strategies. So
except for People's Pulse and One India, which are identically giving the same numbers.
Yeah.
अब तो भाई ये तो कुछ और ही है. This is a different story altogether. ऐसा लग रहा है copy
yeah,
paste.
so these two are completely, well, yes, copy
They
paste of
actually
each other.
mirror. They're mirroring each other. We don't
they
know
are
who these
completely
pollsters
out
are,
there.
but they're mirroring each other.
They except that this is a bit
yeah,
weird
Dave.
because I don't see how this can be 125, 140, 146, 161. This is matrice now.
Matriz is saying 161
And-
by BJP. Again, 171 poll diary BJP.
Yes.
Chanakya strategy is 160 BJP. JVC again 159 BJP. Although he's hedging his bets there. And then People's Pulse which says BJP 110. So this is the outlier in this case. The rest are actually showing that BJP has a chance to form government given their early assumptions. Chetan Bhagat?
Well, if the BJP gets this, they've got the East. Ho gaya bhai. Sab. The East is done. From Odisha, Bengal, Assam, everything. And I think looks like they will. Because so many polls are there. I don't know People's Pulse. And anyway, 3 anti-incumbency. And they've really been trying to get.
Yeah.
That is the contest of the match of the match.
What do you make of these? What do you make of some of these numbers? We
Abhijit
have
and
Abhijit
Mitra.
and Mitra
Namaskaram.
also.
So for me, the situation really is that in spite of all this wave that we're hearing about, 90% plus polling at the end of the day, you're still not seeing the numbers add up very decisively for the BJP. You would have expected, given all the narrative that's been going on, I would have expected very significantly more numbers. And yet what has been happening instead is that you basically have everything within, every pollster is saying that the highest number of
Can
the
we just
TMC
stay with the Bengal numbers? We've not yet come to Tamil Nadu yet. We come to Tamil Nadu
higher
for the
than
polls in a bit.
TMC could be less than the BJP numbers. So I still think this is very much up in the air. Basically, the polls have brought no clarity.
Polls have brought no clarity. That's an interesting one because fundamentally we have been told by Amit Shah. Now I know that Amit Shah has got it wrong in the past and I would probably want to also hear Dr. Raman's view on it and Nalin's view on this. I remember in the past Amit Shah has talked about 150. He's talked about a simple majority in the past and got it wrong. Specifically in the last election, 150 became 77. I mean, it's not as if the BJP is going to always get it right. Even when it came to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, they were hopelessly off mark. 400, 400 par, ended up with 40 less than where they were supposed to even be to come to power on their own. So, Sumansi Raman, what do you see, Dr. Raman, what do you see in these numbers?
After these, we'll move to Tamil Nadu because we're on the clock.
I think there's one issue that I'm trying to recall if there have been instances. Look, this is a polarized election. This is not a run-of-the-mill election. It is a fairly polarized and it's a bipolar. There are only two players in the fray. So, has it happened earlier? Bengal held firm with Congress for 30 years, then it held firm with CPM for 34 years. Now, Mamata Banerjee has been there only 15 years. So, are we saying that they have tired to the extent that a 211, 213 kind of a mandate for Mamata Banerjee will be completely overturned in 5 years? I don't know. Clearly, my gut feel.
One of the voters said this morning, he said Durniti.
I want to add to what you're saying, sir.
Yeah.
So Bengal historically, since the early 70s, has always given very decisive verdicts.
Right.
So now if you're seeing this result, This is which is showing neck and neck. This means that people are, at least the polls are not able to make up their mind. And it's too close to call.
And at least
Because,
I
because
read
it will be
report-
one way or the other. It's
But
unlikely.
it
This kind of result is very
To
hard.
our guests in the studio, we're going to pause Bengal for the next 52 minutes and we're going to go back south towards Tamil Nadu. Two Tamils who also are, both of them
Just
have their
one
vote
comment.
there.
You see, exit polls tend to, in keen contexts like this, they tend to hedge their bets. They don't, you see, Bihar, all polls gave 150, 160. They picked NDA as the winner, but nobody gave us the runaway victory that we got, 202 seats. So, polls,
They want to go in the same direction, sir, but road bahut lamba nahi bicha tha.
they want to play safe.
Yeah, okay.
They play safe and at least one pollster, this exit poll person said that in Bengal there is a lot of fear. 60% of people who come out say sorry, we don't want to participate in
Okay, right. Okay, let's look at the Tamil Nadu poll of polls. Let's look at the Tamil Nadu poll of polls and then we'll get the CNN News 18 exit poll projections. So the Tamil Nadu poll of polls as of now, all right, we're putting our numbers.
No,
234
this is the
seats.
exit, yes.
This is 113 to 103 to 113 to the DMK. The edge is with the ADMK. The NDA has the edge here, 114 to 124. So they are very clearly, comfortably sitting very close to the halfway mark. Vijay and the TVK is 4 to 10 seats, but they will poll in significant vote share. That's what it looks like. And that too in certain pockets, which clearly has come across to hurt the DMK. That's what the overall projection.
Do we have the vote share? Let's pull out the vote share for this
We
and
check if
also
the
of
Tamil
course
Nadu
go
vote share
region
is
by
out and
region.
also the zone-wise numbers. If
But
we can
the fact that TVK is getting 4 to 10% and we have a close margin like this, I think this is a gap of about 1% between the AIADMK
1.5% between these two.
These two. So
But he gets about nearly about 18 to 20% of the votes.
18 to 20%.
If he has to get 4 to 10
so
seats.
that is
I'm
what
just saying,
the Vote
arithmetically.
Vibe survey at one time, when we were doing sort of back of the envelope calculations, we were suggesting a 1%
Yes.
move away and about a 20% vote share for TVK
You remember
would
the
damage
number
the
was
DMK.
118 at 1%.
118,
It's
yes.
exactly that.
It's
happened.
exactly that same.
Now,
That's
now
the
look at the
vote
vote share. So the vote share is 40 and 39.
39%.
And look at the TVK vote share is 16%. And we were at TVK at 15%, ADMK at 1%.
Let me just add a devil's advocate caveat here. Because this is statistically in the plus minus 3% error margin viewers. You could actually have in very close contests something flipping. So this is now an election where, I'm sorry to say, but at least as far as Vote Vibe is concerned, this could be an open election. Let's put it like that.
One, it's an open, but I'll
Yes.
put another caveat here.
Yeah.
The caveat here is that the TVK 16% is an overall state aggregate across 234 seats. But it's possible that in certain belts, like the KTCC belt, Chennai, Chengalpet, Tiruvallur, Kanjipuram, and also in south towards the Kanyakumari and there, he may poll more than 35 to 40% votes. And that's the concentration which would actually hurt the DMK.
So let's just go back to the seat
1%
share.
difference here. Let's go back to see. Yeah.
The seat
Can we go
share,
back to the
because
seat share?
we were on a show last night, Dr. Raman and myself, and Dr. Raman's prediction was that the TVK, beyond perhaps Vijay, might struggle to open its account. Here it looks like we could be getting about 6 seats.
So this is.
I'm still holding on
scared.
to that. I find it mind-boggling that he could potentially win 10 seats because I can't think of the 10 seats that he could win.
Correct. So the 10 seats will happen. I'll tell you why. Because if he's pinched bulk of the share, that 15% is from the DMK, then the pooling of votes in certain seats could be so strong, especially in the Chennai region, that he may open his account there. Plus, he may win the 2 seats that he is contesting on.
Look, he could win his seats.
The
But
2 seats.
beyond that,
2 seats and
to
there.
get
Yeah.
look, the point is Chennai is a DMK fortress. So to challenge and overturn these
There's
are all
one. There's
DMK
one seat,
wins by
1 or 2
margins of
seats in the
40K
south.
and all. So
1 or 2 seats in the south where there is also Sengotian. So Sengotian's region, in that place there could be.
But
there could be
one point I want to draw your
So
attention
that's why
to,
4
Anand,
to 10 seats.
in the poll of polls, this seems to be the only poll which is giving the AIADMK the edge.
Yes, we've just got the poll of polls. The poll of polls largely what they are saying. PMark has said 125 to 145 seats for the DMK. People's Pulse is also mirroring PMark. Matriz is saying 122 to 132. People's Insight is saying 120 to 140. and Praja poll is actually saying 148 to 168
Those
because
numbers
their
for the
assumption,
TVK are absurd.
Then how
Anand.
did the poll of polls
Sorry.
say the
no, their assumption.
Yeah.
Anand,
I'm
those
sorry, the
numbers
TVK
are
is
bizarre.
highly
In the poll of
overrated.
polls.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Correct.
Anand,
Can I
those
say here
are
something?
Correct.
bizarre.
Correct. Now, if people were to understand Tamil Nadu and do a deep dive, these projections of seats for the TVK at the cost of the ADMK.
Anand, look at the others. Look at the others. Who are the others?
And who are
For
these
God's
others?
sake,
We don't know.
others
Why?
are going to get zero.
Why? Because
Write it down.
the DMK itself, this
And TVK
DMK plus
30
is an
to
alliance
40?
of 16 parties. This is an alliance of
Anand,
13
I've got to
parties,
say-
12 parties.
Anand-
So there's no others left. There's no others left.
Another, I've got to say, I'm amazed at the TVK numbers in the non-vote vibe one.
30 to 40?
30 to 40
No,
seats,
no way.
16, 20 seats.
Anand,
That means
I
that means
think-
getting 30% vote share. That is
I think
impossible.
around the table we can agree that
Yeah.
the TVK is not getting
Let me
30 to 40
explain.
not.
हाँ, मतलब
What is happening with TVK, and I've been extensively through the state, TVK is taking votes in Chennai and around Chennai.
Correct.
They're taking votes in Coimbatore. They're taking votes in Trichy. They're taking votes in certain other
Urban
pockets
areas,
of
yeah.
smaller towns.
Yeah.
The moment you go into the villages or the rural constituencies, the TVK's vote share drops to possibly even below 10.
Yes.
Right?
Now,
So
I'm
this
just-
statistic,
I'm
and mind
walking
you,
out of the frame because
Anand,
I want to show you
150 are 154 are rural seats.
Sir, can I add just to his point on vote share?
Yeah.
See, Anand, if you bring up that vote share
Yeah.
again,
See,
your vote share is showing ADMK at 40%, right? In our
Correct.
poll.
ADMK is at 40%.
If that is the case, then ADMK last time was 33%. That's a
Yes.
7% jump.
Yes.
Yeah.
And DMK plus last time was about 37%.
Right.
And they are you're showing them at 39%, 38% this time. If those numbers hold, then there is no way in hell TVK would have got so much of a vote share.
The rural
What it
seats.
shows is that there is an anti-incumbency, there is some movement towards ADMK, but it's difficult to call out the rest. So that's why people are kind of
Right.
hedging the numbers.
On this wall, on the big wall, I'm going to ask our team. On the big wall, can we just put our numbers, the CNN News 18 vote wipe numbers, Tamil Nadu, the poll of polls behind Rahul Shivshankar.
Yeah, I was just hoping
what
that
what
would
I'm going
be
to
done.
bring here, Rahul, is just quickly bring your attention to these
Yeah.
90 seats which are rural Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
90 seats are rural Tamil Nadu where there is no presence for the TVK in terms of strong presence. And there is agrarian distress, and 90 seats is where the ADMK holds fort. Here, this is a 5% vote share differential. And if TVK polls about 8 to 10% votes here, the party that's going to be hurt is the DMK because there is an agrarian distress and there is a huge anti-incumbency against the DMK in this region. So
But
this
you know,
90
before we
seats
get into
doesn't-
look,
Yeah,
before
yeah.
we get into the nitty-gritties, because we're going to break down the vote vibe poll projection region-wise to get
Yeah.
a better detailed analysis. Look, I am finding this TVK business a little over-projected. If it is indeed over-projected, this can't really be the number, because
Yeah.
if there are already in 30 to 40 seats, viewers, people willing to give TVK a vote, that means it's a big factor, and that means that the TVK can't be. This is just one of the polls. Let's go back to the poll of polls, sir.
Yeah,
Please,
right
let's go
behind
back
you.
there
Right behind you.
to
It's
the
there,
poll
it's
of
back
polls.
there.
That's right. We were talking about that. Now, if that could be 30, 40, why can't it be 70, 80? Or even 100. So, Doctor,
one
this I
quick
can't
point.
understand. If people have decided that it's going to be an outsider, a
Caution.
third party, then why can't it go all the way?
Okay,
so what's
caution,
happening
caution.
here?
Yeah.
The last time Tamil Nadu had a third player was in
Close.
2016. 95% of exit polls got it wrong.
Wrong. No, not just that. And if I can just walk across, please understand this to all our viewers and also to our guests. For this number to happen, the TVK has to poll more than 30% votes across 234 seats.
Yes.
That's not possible. Even a
Realistically,
DMDK could not
yeah.
do it, and Vijay could not do it
So
despite the
realistically,
outpolling.
if
GR in his
8
first
to
election
5%.
polled 33% of the vote.
Yeah, let's ask the JIP cam to come closer, and why don't you also, sir, the handheld cam VJ can come in also into this wall. That's great. Now, we don't have recalcitrant VJs, but we have recalcitrant numbers, viewers. We've got a problem here. What is the problem?
The problem, very clearly, one, if you're giving these kind of seats, and we've pulled it out on new matrix very clearly, that the TVK has to poll more than 25 to 30% votes across 234 seats for them to have managed these kind of seat conversions. It's not going to happen because the DMK and the AIADMK allies, only 1.5 to 2% vote share actually separates them across seats. and their strength in the rural areas, the TVK cannot match. So what's possible is this, and to a certain extent, perhaps this.
Well, look, I mean,
these are the two maximum possibilities
Let's not
that
be-
can happen
let's
in
not
terms of
be-
seat share gains for the TVK.
What I'm saying, Anand, I'm not wanting to discount the Vijay factor. So I'm not going to say whether this is possible or not. But if this is possible, it means that at some level, you have a large number of people who've decided that they don't either want the AIADMK or the DMK. My question is why, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, would they stop half house? Would they say, "Theek hai, itna de diya, but I won't give that much more"? Why do you think that would happen?
So look, there is definitely fatigue out there with both parties. This we can all agree to. And if you look at Vijay's line, at least in his Tamil speeches, what he's been saying is, see, he's playing very innocent. He's like, you've given both of these guys a chance and they've both betrayed you. Why don't you give me a chance? Yeah, I'll make mistakes, but then I'm the complete outsider. I don't have any insiders around. He's playing that card, right? And that's a fairly powerful card to play. My issue is many people, myself included, I don't vote for innocent. I vote for harsh, ruthless people. I do not like voting for innocent cherubs. So this is one issue. The second issue, I want you to look at these numbers out here. They're not very different from the last election.
Yes.
What is the great thing for the ADMK here is that the voter percentage seems to have recovered from the 2024 Lok Sabha election, which was abysmal. That was something like a 2:1, 46% is to 23% difference.
And the 2024 parliamentary base is a wrong base to take.
NDA fought separately.
Yeah.
If you add up the ADMK and NDA vote, they led in 82 constituencies. My point is, I can't see the NDA go below 82. 82 was possibly a rock bottom in 2024. They were routed. They didn't win a single
The
seat.
other thing is,
Not below
To say
82.
that Vijay has pushed them
the
down
other
to
thing
this,
is,
some of
not
the polls
below
are
82.
saying-
not below 82.
It is unrealistic to expect that Vijay has pushed
and
them
see,
down.
and also the ADMK on its own, even in its worst, in all its years of existence, has never gone below 61 seats. So that's one point. They've got a solid 22 to 23%, 24% vote share, which is unshakable. It's the incremental that changes the discourse every time. But if you are trying to say that this and this is possible, it cannot be at the expense of only the ADMK. It has to be at the expense of also the DMK, and that seat share will actually come down
Well,
far
there
much
was a
more
scenario.
if there are, because the vote share across seats is going to go
But
up for
Anand, there
TVK.
was a scenario where we used a 50-30-20 ratio.
Yeah.
And we showed how that would have dented the AIADMK also in that ratio.
Correct. But
So there is the possibility. I'm saying that qualitatively I'm trying to fix on some of these polls which seem to suggest that TVK is good enough to get 20% of the vote but not 35% of the vote. So I'm not understanding, if the voter is so split in Tamil Nadu, I don't think they're going to waste their votes on somebody who's not going to make a material difference to the overall result and bring back the party that they actually don't want, because there is anti-incumbency. So it just doesn't logically add up.
I'll tell you what the problem here is. Sure, the numerator has changed, but the denominator has also changed.
That's
Yeah.
Because what happened is Vijay has not only cut the DMK votes, he has also cut the ADMK votes.
That's
Because see, the DMK was always a ideology driven party.
Yes.
The DMK. The ADMK was born as a personality driven party.
Exactly.
When you don't have great personalities like MGR or Jayalalitha leading you, and EPS, is a bit like what's our Iranian king, Reza Pahlavi sitting in Iran. When the Americans bomb Tehran, then he comes out. The rest of the time he's quiet. EPS is like that. He does nothing through the 5
But
years.
they've run a coherent
But
campaign.
look, the campaign,
I think
he's run a
so.
wonderful campaign.
Compared
that
to
is great.
2024
But
when
you
they
have
fought
to be
separately.
seen. You have
They've
to
done
be
a good
seen
campaign.
throughout. You have to be seen throughout. And see, Jayalalitha was incredible at that. She beat that, the pendulumic swing that we saw happen.
So when
in
you
Tamil
don't
Nadu.
have a personality-driven campaign, I think
And-
Palaniswamy has done a good
But
job.
here's the issue. Vijay is a personality-driven party. He is going to take more personality votes than he is going to take ideology.
And what
So that's
happened
the
to the
young
larger
voter.
narrative?
Yeah,
What
I
happened,
agree.
Dr. Raman, to the larger narrative? And I'll come to you, Chetan Bhagat. What happened to that larger narrative that, well, it's a one-man army, the TVK, built around a personality but not a cadre?
There are booths where there were hardly booth agents to be found in rural areas. I've spoken to so many, people in the village side who said, look, there were only two parties sitting in the booth as booth agents. TVK didn't have. And look, the point is, I think that somewhere the pollsters are getting carried away by the hype. You look at it, you look at Instagram, you look social media, Facebook, 100%. You don't see anything except DMK ads and Vijay.
No, see,
right?
there is no.
So, and the voter is also extremely vocal. You know, normally there is a silent voter who keeps quiet.
Just one point. Rahul made a point that let's say he pinches 50% of his votes, or 50% from DMK or ADMK, 50, 30, 20, and 20 from the others. Even then, in that scenario, and Rahul, we should tell our viewers that that TVK was not pulling seats till the time they got 30% vote share.
Yes, right.
Across 234 seats. I keep saying that. See, we may get this wrong. Okay, let's say we may get this. We may get this wrong. We may get this wrong. My question is, this number of seats that is being given to the TVK.
No.
That's what makes me question how these pollsters have done the math. That's where
there are
this may go this way. It's all right. But this seat share being given to the TVK. That's where the question is how they've done the math.
I'll qualify that slightly. I go back to the Prajarajyam example, where Chiranjeevi with a very low vote share was able to win 18 seats. Now, that was because it was a concentrated vote limited to a few districts and so on, because his community was there. Now, when you come to Vijay, outside Chennai, there is no concentration of Vijay's vote. Maybe 6-7 constituencies.
So just one second, let me just bring in Vivek Narayan, who is looking at this from the ground level also. So let's go straight across to Vivek Narayan. Vivek, thanks for joining us. Affiliate channel of CNN News 18. The bureau, the managing editor of All South for CNN News 18 and the TV 18 network. So, Vivek, put this into perspective for us. There is a huge debate around the table here about the TVK's numbers. Either they have manifested themselves to the position of winning, or he ends up in no man's land. What is happening here?
Well, it's very clear, Rahul, from the debate that we are having in our studios in Delhi, that Vijay is the X factor. And where will the X factor affect? Well, everybody knows, everybody's been saying that it's going to be between 15 and 25, 20% perhaps. But what I have seen on the ground, I do agree a lot with and respect Dr. Sumant Raman's point of view. But I did see a lot of impromptu crowd, especially young crowd, women coming for Vijay. I mean, when you ask people, I mean, this is something that you have seen only in advertising industry. When you speak with people, you do hear senior citizens also being said, they are being told by their children that Tata, Party, when you go out to vote Dada Dadi, make sure you vote for Vijay. Well, when you're trying to sell a car, you don't sell it to usually children, but you pressurize, show children's images, show how children love the car. Exactly like that, you have a phenomenon in Tamil Nadu where Vijay has a huge, across the spectrum. You may not see it as much on ground. Yes, on ground also I have seen it. As Anand rightly said, the KTCC region in and around Tamil Nadu. Now that is around Chennai, 37 seats. And don't be surprised if he gets 130. I mean, he may get 4 or 5 from that.
But Vivek, that's the question.
Semi-urban region, he is doing very well, Anand.
Vivek, KTCC 37 seats you said, but who dominates those 37 seats? If he's going to win those seats, he's going to hurt the DMK, because the DMK has 36 out of those seats currently in terms of projections. And then the seats are being given to the DMK. They have to have seats in KTCC to get to 120. Now, that's why I'm saying, you would also agree that Vijay will have to poll a certain vote share which is above the overall state average of the DMK and the ADMK. That is, they will have to poll at least 27 to 28% vote share across seats to be able to get these many seats to their name. And if they are getting so many seats, both DMK and ADMK will suffer. It can't be that only one party will suffer. So somewhere the arithmetic seems to be, if they had given vote share to the TVK and seats to the DMK, then it makes sense. Or seats to the ADMK, it makes sense. But if you are saying that he is going to get 28 to 30% vote share plus get seats, while the DMK is not going to hurt at all and still get about 120, 125 seats, somewhere the arithmetic doesn't sit right as far as this. And where is the case that someone like a Vijay has been able to create an impact across 234 seats? DMDK could not do it. So many others who came in the past, Could not do it. Now we got the region-wise on air also in Tamil Nadu.
So let's just very quickly bring in Apsara Reddy also.
Yeah.
She's joining our broadcast. Thank you very much. And Mr. Gandhi of the DMK. Apsara Reddy, your first reaction to the vote-wipe projection here, which seems to suggest that the AIADMK has actually got its neck ahead. Now, I know that the poll of polls seems to be suggesting something very different, but your reaction?
Good evening, Rahul and Anand and everybody else in the studio. I think it's amazing to see the kind of number crunching that's going on across your studios and different pollsters. But I really feel I don't want to number crunch. I'm very confident that AIADMK will cross the 125 to 130 mark because I was on the ground campaigning, and I think we're giving Vijay far too much credit in terms of the number of seats that he's going to win. He might dent votes of the DMK across Tamil Nadu, mostly in urban areas where the DMK is strong. But I think the rural belt is very much inclined and loyal to AIADMK. And not every voter across rural areas is declarative to pollsters. So I really feel there are a lot of silent women voters, women who are upset about the rapes, the POXO cases, agrarian distress, farmers who committed suicides, the lack of employment. So a lot of youngsters perhaps might be the anti-incumbent youngsters who are voting for against the DMK might get distracted by Vijay in urban centres, but the rural vote of the ADMK will stand. And I really feel ADMK, Edappadi Palaniswamy is set to be the next Chief Minister. Just to react to one of your guests in the studio who said that AIADMK's leader Edappadi Palaniswamy is not a Jayalalitha. Of course he's not a Jayalalitha. He's come up the hard way from a farmer's family as a booth level worker till the Chief Minister. But he's the only person in Tamil Nadu who's covered maximum ground in terms of campaign. Every time there's a protest, he's on the ground. And I think he's somebody who's extremely connected with the grassroots. I don't think we should go by people sitting in studios commenting on publicity standards of leaders. Stalin is a great
point is, even Apsara Reddy, we must tell our viewers that even when the Jayalalitha aspect happened and the ADMK split, the cadre and the organization stayed with Edappadi Palaniswamy. And EPS is also the only big MBC leader in the fray right now, if you were to see overall, and he has focused on organization of the party.
And if you've seen the election campaigns, the two leaders who have had excellent campaigns were EPS in the political space and Vijay, obviously as a film star.
But you have to also say that the DMK also did its campaign and it's also strong. I'm not saying no, but Pura Gandhi is with us. Just bringing Pura Gandhi, irrespective of which way the polls are showing, ADMK or the DMK, whoever wins the seats. My question to you is, do you believe this kind of seat conversion that is being shown by the pollsters for the TVK? Because that will have to dent both parties if he's got to win such number of seats. Your thoughts, Pura Gandhi?
No, we don't agree with this particular seat conversion for a simple reason. In the tripartite contest, even assuming that we don't believe there is a tripartite contest, we strongly still believe that the contest is between DMK and ADMK. So Vijay is not even tested. So even assuming that Vijay is going to poll, say for example, 15 to 18%, or even in the worst case scenario, or you give the best case scenario as 23-24%. In the tripartite contest, out of 85% of the total votes polled, a winning party has to have at least 31 to 32% of the votes across the 234 seats.
Correct.
So Vijay getting 15% or even 18% or even 24% will not get converted into any seat. That's a fundamental issue here. So even in the Chennai suburbs, so say for example Chennai and the rural Chennai is a DMK vote. As far as Chennai is concerned, DMK always maintains a voting percentage of somewhere close to 44 to 45%, the highest margin in Chennai. So Vijay and ADMK also maintains a certain level of percentage, roughly 20 to 23% in Chennai. So to Vijay to win even a Chennai seat, Vijay need to get at least 35%, much higher than in the rural. Therefore, the presumption and assumption that Vijay is 22% or 18% or 15% will get converted into seat, it's not crossing the threshold. He may get some good share, up to 15%, but he's not going to turn up with any number of seats. Even Vijay will not win in Paramur.
So GVL and so much more.
Let me give you a technical point. Whenever a new party comes into the electoral arena, it's difficult for pollsters to gauge what level of vote percentage they might actually poll, because all your projections are in reference to the past voting trends. So when you don't have anything as the past voting trend, whether you will end up at 10, 15, 20, it becomes difficult to gauge. So therefore, one of them is right. I don't know which one of them. But I will not rule out anything.
Yeah, arithmetically,
there's just
there is a threshold for conversion into seats. Chetan Bhagat, yeah, Chetan.
You know, Tamil Nadu, like he said, is missing its movie stars. MGR, Jayalalitha is gone. It's a land of Rajnikant. They see them as gods. They see them as more than God. They need it. They need it. And AIADMK is not giving it. DMK cannot give it. So here comes an alternative. Exit polls are predicting 19%. Compare it to a Prashant Kishore who didn't have. What was missing? Prashant Kishore didn't have the stardom.
To be fair, Udaynidhi has acted in movies.
Okay, but you can't compare Vijay with any actor. You can compare Udaynidhi, you can compare him with even Vijay Kant. He is far bigger. But whether he will convert into votes is
he will. Because for a voter for the youth who doesn't identify probably with Dravidian politics, who has never seen Karunanidhi and that doesn't identify with that, who doesn't identify with even the cult of Jayalalitha, you know, for them, this is a new kind of a phenomenon out here. Yeah. So I can quite understand that they would want to vote. Will they vote so phenomenally large numbers? Because, you know, as Sumant was saying that, why is every voluble voter a TVK voter? Yeah, so the silent voter is supposedly an AIADMK voter. You never know.
Dr. Raman, my point is, if there are people who have made up their mind that the DMK is not their cup of tea, because it's let them down for whatever reasons, the AIADMK is a non-starter, then why wouldn't they go and bet on TVK whole hog?
Yeah, that's
why would you have a situation?
Rahul, let me tell you this. A week before the election, there was hardly any talk of Vijay sweeping the polls and so on.
True, last minute it happened, yeah.
On the day of the vote, people started saying that I voted TVK, and then the buzz sort of started, from, you know, with, oh, so many people are saying we voted TVK, so there, you know what, my child asked me to vote for TVK. You know, that kind of a thing was what was spread. Is that enough in terms, are they just the voluble voter? One other point I just want to add, Anand, there's a JVC poll which is now given 128 to 147 to AIADMK.
Yeah, so let's add the JVC,
so that
JVC poll to the...
Can I just add quickly to what Dr. Raman said? See, we have to understand from a BJP national perspective, the very fact that you prevented the DMK alliance from even crossing the halfway mark would be seen as a victory.
I just want to quickly come in here.
Do we have
all of this while we are immersed in Tamil
Nadu?
Just some big news coming in. Gyanesh Kumar, Chief Election Commissioner of India, has complimented voters for posting record turnout in Bengal.
Yeah,
so phase 1, phase 2, record turnout. It's 91.41%. And he says highest ever percentage of polling in West Bengal in both phase 1 and 2 since independence. Chunav ka parv, Paschim Bengal ka garv. So the pride of
phase 1 and phase 2
West
mirror
Bengal,
each other, almost
mirror each other. Of course, this phase is slightly less than phase 1, which is 93%, I think. So 93 and 91%. But fundamentally, it's phenomenal.
Rahul, repeatedly on your show, I've said this, that, you know, the leaders of these opposition parties going on pillorying the election commission, the people of the country have absolute faith in the process as well as the commission.
Now, coming back to Tamil Nadu.
I disagree there. They have faith in the process overall. That is also coming on. See, there are a lot of questions for which there haven't been answers. I'll give you a simple example, Rahul. Tell me the number of people who voted in Tamil Nadu, number of actual votes cast in each constituency. Is that a secret?
I understand what you're saying.
There have been
protest against the election commission. Is it not the duty of the election commission to put that data?
Where do you see? Did anybody go? I don't agree with
people voted. Today is 29. Where is the data?
Let's go back to Tamil Nadu because our focus. Let's go to region-wise. Anand, let's go to the region-wise.
Region-wise, I'm just putting out something here for our viewers to also grasp why we are saying, and the question exercise. I've got nothing against Vijay or the TVK. I must say that I'm a huge fan of Vijay, viewers. The point, the whole exercise of understanding this deep dive of the arithmetic conundrum or the complexity of Tamil Nadu started with this question of how can Vijay win? What does Vijay and TVK need to do to win? And let's start with just rural Tamil Nadu. 90 of the 234 seats come from rural Tamil Nadu, and Apsara Reddy, Pura Gandhi are there. Look at the hold that these two parties have. They share 86% of the vote share there between the two of them. So if Vijay has to win, and this is the benchmark, Pura Gandhi also said the same thing. Vijay, if he has to win, Vijay has to across Tamil Nadu needs to get at least 28 to 30% votes across every constituency to get to certain number of seats, that is 30 seats. There are somebody who are giving 10, 12, 15 seats. That means he has to poll, and this is what arithmetically it says, he has to poll in about 100 seats. He has to poll nearly 40% votes to be able to hurt these two, because he has to pinch 40% from these two. He has to go above them. He has to go above their vote share, or he has to bring them back. Now, if they have to be brought down to 30%, 30% here, 30% here, he has to pinch 15% from both these people. Now, if that happens, their seats will also come down. They won't hold on to these seats. So this arithmetically, this happening, and that too in rural Tamil Nadu, TVK has no presence.
So let's just go and
rural
see
Tamil Nadu, this whole region,
things.
TVK has no presence.
No, one understands all of that. But look, there are certain pollsters who are casting certain votes, right? So let's have a look at the region-wise in vote 5 and get a sense of where these votes are coming from, and also the vote share, viewers. Because that's one thing we haven't talked about. The vote share sometimes can give you big clarity on what's really transpired.
Okay, let's look at the region-wise numbers, if we can call Tamil Nadu region-wise, and we'll show you where the gains are. I've not looked at the numbers, and I'm just saying that it will be in KTCC and in South where Vijay will make a dent. Let's look at it. 19 to 21 seats, DMK, because anti-incumbency, his campaign was against Stalin and DMK in KTCC, and that's where he is getting 3 to 5 seats. And the ADMK benefits because even a 5 to 10% vote share shift from the DMK towards TVK and ADMK retaining its existing voter base, it goes up in terms of seats.
Last time it was 36 out of 37 for the DMK.
36 out of 37 for the DMK. Look at this. It's coming down by about 15, 16 seats. The gain is for the ADMK because TVK hurts the DMK. North, 52 seats. 18 to 20 seats to the DMK. No seats for the TVK. Why? But they have pinched about 10 to 12% away from the DMK. Not hurting the ADMK as much because his campaign has been against the DMK. And that's why the ADMK goes up in its seat share holding. That's the vote vibe calculation. West is again 50 seats. This is the Congo belt also comes into this west region. Again, this is supposed to be...
Apparently, according to the vote shares, which we'll come to region-wise, I just want to quickly bring your attention to the fact that in KTCC, one second, TVK is picking up. In KTCC, TVK is picking up about 21% of the vote.
Correct.
In the north, picking up about 15%.
15%. So no seats.
13.9% in Delta.
In Delta. So
in
no
South,
seats again.
16.7%.
South
in
again.
West, let's
move to the next region.
Let's just pick in West, picking up 14.6.
Can you move forward on Delta and after that bring South in also?
That's right. So we'll bring the
Let's
South.
bring South in also here.
So there is traction only really in the KTCC belt where he's got 21% of the vote. Everything else
KTCC and there will be some traction in the south and in the Delta region because Delta is just north of Chennai.
South is 16.7, which is, you're right, which is the second highest after KTCC, but by a big gap. Now, the interesting thing is, in Christian voters, among Christian voters, 23.5% of the vote. Muslims, 13.6%. And upper caste Hindus 19.8%, OBC 14.6%, STs 15.7% and SCs 16.5%.
Right. Now the upper caste Hindus largely in the KTCC belt, Christians in the south KTCC belt, Muslims are coming again in the south and some in the west. That's where and of course in the KTCC belt. See, this is where he is gaining his seats. Where are the other seat share gains? Look at North. This is again about 140 seats.
Can I come in, please?
No.
If he gets 8 to 15% of the vote share, randomly I'm talking about, if he gets 8 to 15% of the vote share, he doesn't need to win seats. He's going to make a dent on the outcome of these results.
Correct, and that's why we are saying it's hurting the DMK chances, because
So-
they are the ones fighting anti-incumbency. His campaign has been against Stalin. He didn't call Edappadi Palaniswamy an uncle. He called Stalin an uncle. So the jibes were against the DMK. That's how the
But he
campaigns
could
go.
always, in a post-election scenario, he could go with them. He's not made clear who he will
Whether
go
he
with.
goes or not is a different. I'm looking at the projections. I'm looking at what the other pollsters are done. And I'm explaining the logic of vote wise.
Uncle is not uncle is not an insult. You know, it's not
He's
Twitter.
used
I mean, as a Tamilian, you should know this.
He's used the term Tiya Sakti, evil force, for the DMK. The entire election, he has called it a battle between Tiya Sakti, which is evil force, and Tuya Sakti, which he calls for himself, which is a pure force of good.
You remember Arvind Kejriwal's first election in Congress?
So that kind of narrative he has set.
This is the IPAC playbook.
The point is, Anand,
we'll see on 4th.
Those seats in the south and delta, I mean, look, I've gone through 234 of those seats. South, the seats the Christian seats, DMK, Congress combined wins by 40,000, 50,000 votes.
So this time
Even
they may
if
win by
Vijay
20,000 votes, even if there is an erosion, but they will still win.
They will
because
still
the
win.
holds in these
Can I
seats
add
are
to
so
what
strong.
Dr.
So
Raman
that's
is
why
saying?
this
Anand-
math done by some of the pollsters, because I've spent time in Tamil, I'm invested, I'm a Tamilian, so I've tried to understand what's going to happen. Can there be a three-way race at all? And that's deep dive, and that's why it's bamboozling those seat shares that have been given. And how pollsters have done that math is something that I'm trying to understand.
The point was made about Kejriwal by Chetan. Kejriwal in his first election had a 28% vote share, which gave him about 28 odd seats. He had a higher vote share in the next time when the second time the election happened. So Delhi and Tamil Nadu, of course, are apples and oranges.
No, but that was also because, Nalin, he could win substantively with about 28% because there were two other equal polls in BJP and in Congress. Congress was the dominant poll. So basically here you have a situation where with 28%, you're seeming to suggest that he is not going to.
So the point I'm trying to make is that the threshold in an election like Tamil Nadu historically, the threshold for winning seats is much higher. And to give you perspective, when MGR played for the first time, he won 33% of the vote and he swept the election. The threshold to my mind in Tamil Nadu would be somewhere between 20% plus to win significant amount of seats. At least 15% above.
30%
Anything below that is...
We have established this at New Matrix that in Tamil Nadu, the threshold is 30% vote share. Okay, just quickly, this is another set of numbers which I have to thank you all for and our viewers for, that we are actually zooming past in terms of the concurrent views that we are getting, especially for our election coverage. As always, the viewers staying with CNN News 18. So congratulations to all of you and thank you very, very much. You guys are the ones who are helping us do this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just bringing the focus back to Dr. Raman and some of these numbers. Let's go panelist by panelist and understand understand this breakdown, because if we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me how is it that TVK in KTCC out of 37 seats is getting 3 to 5, yet is significantly damaging DMK and is not seen as an alternative even when it comes to the AIADMK. So either he should be in second position or he's such an outlier that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo except for denting the DMK. Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert on Tamil Nadu at all.
Okay, so Chennai, by and large, last time was 16 out of 16 for DMK. They swept the election in 2021. Many of those seats were won by massive margins, right? Which is why I find 3 to 5 a bit of a stretch. Vijay could take a lot of votes in Chennai that could all add up to his vote share. He could possibly win his seat in Perambur, maybe one more seat somewhere, but that still does not give him the muscle to get these 12, 14 or whatever number of seats across the state. Second,
but, I mean, by this vote 5 poll, only 3 to 5. Here.
So
and
one point,
Rahul, Anand, where I disagree with you is
3 to 5
he doesn't need 30%.
in the urban pocket of Kanchivaram, Tiruvallur, Chennai, Chengalpet.
One second. One small
Coming
clarification.
to everybody, one by one.
One small point. I don't agree that you need 30% to actually get seats.
Yes.
Let me give you the example of a party called the PMK. The PMK has an average of about 5.5% vote share across the state. This is confined to 30 seats. There is no presence in the rest of the 200 and odd seats.
So,
therefore, PMK on its own in the past used to win 5 or 6 seats, and their overall vote share was
I've got to disagree.
You are proving my point. The point that I am trying to
PMK
make, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, is this. If he is such a big urban phenomena and he is so popular amongst the youth and a large number of women, as the vote share seems to suggest, why is he languishing at 3 to 5?
Because I'm going to ride
part?
off. I'm going to ride off the back of Dr. Sumant Raman's example. See, PMK was very successful because it plied to one constituency, the 1 year belt, and it was getting entirely the 1 year vote. The problem with Joseph Vijay is we don't know who he is plying to. Is it the youth? Is it this? No. He hasn't found one niche, and therefore it is too spread out to be concentrated.
You look at the total number of voters in Tamil Nadu, the percentage of voters who are youth. That percentage of voters, let's assume that all youth in Tamil Nadu have voted only for TVK. That base, what I'm trying to say, I'm just giving a scenario that even that is not enough for Vijay to be able to convert to seats. The other thing, when you take the case of, one minute, when you take the example of PMK, DMDK or some of these smaller parties, what happens is they fight in alliance across the other seats and they contribute to each other. Now PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20
years
back.
But
they
here,
contested alone
but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the behemoths. Now what?
That usually does not
let
work.
me.
Like pride in Gujarat.
Now here is another outlier. Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
What is that?
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out somewhere? We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said right behind us.
Let's have a look.
There you go. Says TVK will get 98 to 120 seats.
Wow. The only one to say this.
Now,
right?
see, this is what I am saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I am saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
it keeps showing.
No, it keeps showing. No,
so both are getting.
It flips again, and now
maybe
both
are
getting
getting
92 to 110.
Okay, maybe there is
because even
maybe there
Vijay
is
won't
something wrong
expect
here.
that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was such a gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed. 1 minute. No. 1 minute. What they are saying is that a 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed, and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote, and all the ADMK India votes have got.
I'm not buying that.
So here it is, gentlemen. Here it is. DMK.
I think there's a typo somewhere.
Okay, no, it's not.
No,
I've
it's
just.
not.
Okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Access My India. Access My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 92,110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98,120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%.
Yeah, 234.
But out of the
This is
race,
massive.
out of the
Whatever
race,
it is, it
NTK
is
is
just a very big
3%,
number.
and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. So it's on our screens right there. Now, viewers, this is what we're being told. 90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 114. If you take a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110. So just a little shy. And then you have the AIADMK with 22 to 32. So it's a medium of that is about, what would that be, about 26?
Yeah.
And here, Unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK all the
100
way.
seats, that's right.
And Vijay becomes the Chief Minister, perhaps the first actor after decades
Are
and
you willing
decades.
to accept that the entire ADMK vote has transferred to TVK?
Well, you know, anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
that is the
they are
assumption.
missing Jayalalitha, they are missing their movie star leader.
No
That's
way.
what they want,
No
and they've
way.
got.
But it seems improbable, but every time in elections I've seen that
No,
this
is
cannot
Arvind,
happen.
It cannot.
Sometimes
It cannot.
things
Sometimes
do
whole
happen.
scale vote
No, but
This
he's
cannot
qualifying
happen.
it.
This is
He's
a-
saying that the unpredictable can happen is what
It's
he's
up
saying.
in
there are
Delhi.
sometimes
Delhi,
it's-
same thing happened. AIADMK will come Congress, they will give him the support and they will make the
so
decision.
here you have a
For
situation.
sure,
No,
he
yeah.
is converting votes into seats. To what extent he does is, I think,
You believe he's
Now
going
you
to
are
fill
only
100
saying why aren't
seats?
people going all
You
the
believe
way?
he's going to
That's
fill
why
114
they have
seats?
gone all the way.
That's precisely what I'm saying.
In Tamil
If
Nadu,
people have
114
decided that
seats.
they're going to vote for change, then obviously it's Vijay. They've tried out the other two options for 50,
It's a
60 years.
rejection of
No,
the
let me
politics.
finish.
I'm telling you,
For
if
50,
this is
60
it.
years,
No,
they've
what I
tried out.
find difficult,
This is,
Anand,
this
the
is
only-
a rejection.
No,
This is a rejection
both.
of the ADMK.
No, ADMK
and the
is also
NDA. This is
Dravidian.
an outright. No.
ADMK is also
No,
Dravidian.
Anand,
1 minute.
Anand,
Not
DMK
NDA.
is still at 110. What this is showing is that the NDA, those 12 parties, including PMK put together, are not going to get 32 seats. I'm saying the ADMK at its worst has been always at 61.
But that doesn't matter. Look, history can repeat itself in
but you're
different
not
ways.
saying such
And
abuse
can we-
possible.
Rahul,
It might
this,
be.
quite honestly,
It might
Rahul,
be.
this is quite frankly bizarre.
It's
I don't
okay.
think
If it-
even TVK people are not saying this.
I'm not.
But
Look,
agar ho
one
raha
second,
hai,
gentlemen.
even in their
They don't have
wildest
to say.
dream,
Okay,
they
okay,
don't
Okay, one
have-
second. Let's have order here, please. 1 second. Let's just.
And this is
listen.
not
Let
the
me
feedback
frame
from
this.
the ground.
Let me frame this for you. Okay. If the voter believes that there is a problem, that two established groupings have not done it justice, right, for all these decades, and Tamil Nadu needs fervent change, they will definitely back then the pretender to the throne, which is Vijay. They will say, okay, if that is the way it is going to be, we're going to go for Vijay. Now I want to ask you.
No, that should bring the
One second,
DMK down. no?
one by one. I'm not talking about who it's going to, who he's going to damage. But Mr. Iyer Mitra, then we would have seen a massive wave. And everyone would have perhaps been talking about this in the lead up.
Did you see this wave?
Did we see this wave?
On the ground, I have not seen any
There
wave
is
in Tamil
no
Nadu. Okay,
wave.
there is. He told everyone that you need to wear these beige trousers and white shirt
And
and,
there
come
were
out and
in
vote.
some
And
constituencies
throughout
a
the
limited
morning,
number of
there
people
were
who did
nobody
wear
who
it.
came out to vote. In the afternoon, sure, some of these whistle kunjas came out to vote, but throughout the morning there was absolutely nothing. There is. See, when you see this kind of a wave, this is a very visible wave. You see the trends on the ground. You're not seeing it on the ground. EPS, for all his faults, is not that incompetent to lose in such a spectacular fashion.
And he drew massive crowds.
And he drew really massive crowds. Like we said,
But
he
that
might
was
have
true.
been
That
absentee
was
during
true
the
of
5
the
years, but his
NDA
campaign was
in the
fantastic.
Lok Sabha elections also. Massive crowds. Annamalai was mobbed by people. There was a massive surge of so-called attendance at the rallies. But it didn't translate into votes.
It translated into votes. It didn't translate into seats.
No, come on.
Sir, the BJP came up to say.
NDA got, what was it, about 14-15% of
Yeah,
the
so
vote?
The alliance got 18%.
No, but please
Alliance got
understand.
18%.
Please
Okay.
understand that the NDA, the BJP at that time was fighting on its own without the ADMK, and it was the first time that the BJP on its own across the seats got 15% vote share. That was a standalone BJP vote share. So that's
But
what.
there was no Vijay there.
Correct.
At that
What
time.
I'm trying to say is at that
The
time.
third poll was the BJP.
Yeah, the third.
So maybe the BJP
that was at the Lok Sabha level, Rahul.
That's
What
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying.
I would love to see TVK get this 120 because I am a Vijay fan. Let's say that. But realistically, on ground, you cannot take away the might of Edappadi Palaniswamy and the ADMK. The ADMK on any given day is assured of a 26% vote at its worst. At its worst, it's assured of 26%.
Excuse me, this 22 to 32 includes PMK,
Yeah.
includes BJP, and mind you, BJP
This
does
includes 13 parties, Rahul,
much of
this
it is
ADMK plus.
complementary vote.
How is that possible? This number of axes, they have said 13 parties put together are going to get 30 seats. The ADMK on its own, if it contests, will get 61 seats.
Okay,
I'm
playing
just
devil's
saying this
advocate.
arithmetic doesn't make sense.
Maybe the maybe some personalities don't want to upset the incumbent government, but they also want to see somebody else win. So let's slam dunk the AIADMK. Who knows, viewers?
Yeah, I'm just saying, let me ask you this in this house before we go. Tushar Gupta is also here. We're just counting down to Bengal and we'll shift focus to Bengal. Let me ask you. My campaign was stitched against you. You are the incumbent. Okay. This is the established challenger to this incumbent. If people want to vote for me, will their voter come and vote for me, or will your voter come and vote for me if there is anti-incumbency? Right now, all pollsters are saying his voters will also challenge, his voters will come and vote for me, and their voters will continue to vote there because there is no, despite the anti-incumbency. This logic is somewhere it defeats the whole thing.
And ADMK alliance never, NDA never took on TVK for TVK voters to mobilize in his favor.
Correct.
The DMK fought this campaign against Vijay.
Anyhow,
they took on him.
The outlier poll right now that everyone is talking about, which has become the national talking point, is the Access My India poll because of this very polarized projection.
We are also an outlier. Vote Vibe is also an outlier called ADMK as the winner.
So now
Vote Vibe and JVC are the two outliers.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, JVC is not on the list.
No, not JVC. Access My India because he's calling TVK.
That's a bizarre outlier. But there are, if you look at
quick point. You know, this is like that line from Harry Potter that the Dark Lord will nominate his own nemesis, you know, when he puts the mark on this thing.
So I would want to get
DMK focused a lot more on attacking
Can we get Amitabh
TVK.
Tiwari back into the
So, you know, that they have nominated them as the opposition, possibly knowing the fact and wanting to take away from the ADMK vote. I suspect a lot of what we are seeing is that is what has happened, number one. And number two, there is this thing, given that it is personality based, it was a very smart move on part of the DMK that even if you are anti-DMK, right, anti-incumbency right now, you would not know where to vote. And therefore, you yourself would divide.
Sir, and there is one more. There's one more point. If they have all taken the parliamentary election of 2024 as a base, then everybody's made a mistake because they have not pooled the votes together of the BJP, the PMK, and of course the ADMK and its other allies. So that combination of the vote share has also changed. And that is something
the
which
one reason why
one more point.
So there's one reason why I have a problem. The only reason I have a problem with the Access My India, look, I'm not somebody who knows the caste combinations, etc., etc. Is that, look, if there's so much anti-incumbency that TVK has to fly in and become the savior, how is it that the DMK is still standing?
Number
Absolutely.
one. And second,
वही तो question है.
You're punishing.
कोई question वही है. अरे एंटी इनकम्बेंसी इसके खिलाफ, कैंपेन उसके खिलाफ, सीट आपने ADMK के कम कर दी. लॉजिक में को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
And the Congress, all the Congress vote, or at least a significant amount of it would have shifted to TVK because throughout TVK said we are pally with Congress. Congress people want us. In fact, Rahul and Stalin never shared the dais.
The universal talk in Tamil Nadu is that the allies of the DMK are not doing well.
Correct.
Okay. That itself is 40 or 50 seats.
So then how are these seats possible? I just have a feeling there should be a column change here, except for vote wipe. For the rest, it should be like this. Then this logic actually makes sense. If you want to make sense of what the TVK is achieving, you have to change this column. ADMK has to gain seats and DMK has to lose seats for the TVK to gain this. Because the whole structure of the campaign has been against Stalin. And the base, the voters will move, disgruntled voters, alliance, everything.
So if,
you know,
again,
so nobody is grudging
Vijay
TVK their seat, but this then doesn't make sense.
So if Vijay polls more than 10%, that means DMK cannot get these numbers.
This argument, okay, I tell you why Axis has possibly projected this. Their argument is simple. The DMK and the TVK have fought this election. All those who didn't want the DMK voted for TVK, but not enough people didn't want the DMK, so the DMK still did well.
I mean, slightly
if that makes any sense to anybody.
Also point out something, the PMK.
Stay. We'll stay with Tamil Nadu because it's interesting. We can go to Bengal in just a short while.
We'll get Amitabh also back. And sir,
we'll get Amitabh back with Bengal.
One must also understand that Tamil Nadu is highly caste driven. Highly, extremely.
Absolutely.
Each zone, each region is caste driven. So the Vanyars will vote in another way. The Mukalator Tevars will vote another way. The Counters will vote another way.
Well,
then you will have the upper caste Brahmins who will vote and the Brahmins they will vote in another way. The scheduled caste will vote in a different way. Each and they are all grouped and pocketed into different combinations.
So there's one person we've forgotten to introduce to our viewers, and that is Tushar Gupta.
Tushar, I called him in the moment he walked in.
Tushar, what do you make of this?
Think
We
for
need
yourself
one
for
more.
now.
We need.
I walked in and I just got lost, and Abhijit had to really knock me and just ask me to wake up, because 98 to 120 to TVK, I mean, that would be a revolution of sorts in Tamil Nadu.
But why are you so
Cinematic
skeptical?
level. I mean, it
Give
would
us,
be-
break it down. Don't be generic. Break it down. Give me 3 or 4 logical explanations why.
Tell
you
me,
would
where's
feel-
the machinery? Where's the party machinery to get to 120 seats? The very basic question, where were the booth agents?
आपके पास
Only did the
मशीनरी
one-
कहाँ था? इन पंजाब जीत गए ना?
Punjab,
Revised
Aam
party
Aadmi
को
Party
हराया
was
ना?
the primary opposition in 2017.
That's
They
true.
won in 2022. It was a wave election, but they had certain machinery on the ground, and they
there are
were the
fan
primary
clubs.
opposition
There are-
in 2017.
Okay, so make your point. So you say lack of machinery.
I think we have to add that the Rasigar Mandarams, the fan clubs are actually very powerful in Tamil Nadu.
And they have won some local elections.
They kind of
Yeah,
function as
but then a few thousand booths TVK was not present.
Let's. He's only started out, and
Firstly,
he's
where is the
already
election?
started a debate. So first point is no election
No
machinery.
election machinery, no booth agents, and then the DMK standing. So are you telling me AIDMK voters who were sick and tired of the DMK, who wanted AIDMK to come back, suddenly said, oh no, Vijay is the superstar, let's give our votes to him, and the DMK voters said, we'll stick to the DMK, and suddenly AIDMK is the loser?
No. So
I mean, it makes zero sense. That's exactly the point.
Okay, how did it happen for AAP's first election? First, they sucked away like when a wave comes, they sucked away like a vacuum cleaner the votes from Congress, which was very unpopular at that time. Then what happened next election? They went to 67 seats. They sucked away the BJP's votes also. Did they or did they not? They sucked both the votes. They will come. If this is there, and if they can't make a government,
No, but Chetan,
आपका
that
logic,
logic,
your own
In
logic.
Delhi, the Aam Aadmi
I know
Party
it. I know the
never-
sequence is a bit
Correct.
different.
No. In your own
but I
logic.
have
So
to
there
ask
is
One minute.
something
In your own logic, who did the AAP pinch first? The incumbent, right?
Yeah. And then Sheila
They-
Dixit was very
so they heard the Congress first. At that time also the BJP, which was the challenger, retained its 33% vote share.
Exactly. Yes.
But इस केस में वो कह रहा है कि
But
ADMK the BJP
he
उसका
will
vote
come.
लेके जाएगा।
See, the core BJP voter in Delhi always stuck to the BJP. It never went away. This
It went away in the next
this
election.
logic
No,
says
it
the
did.
core
There was
DMK
2-3%
voter.
was moved
No,
up.
if you want to make a comparison, here what's happening is
Western
the core
no.
DMK voter says, I'm with the DMK. The AIDMK voter who wants a change through AIDMK suddenly looks at Vijay and says, this is my hero.
Well, it can happen. You lose hope in your party's leadership. You
Not
feel
at
you don't
all.
have
But
the
in the run-up,
power.
no.
You
This
lose
is
over
not-
DMK
that
no,
was not
DMK का
what
voter
was
TVK
the-
जाएगा।
No, that's a
ADMK
fair
का voter
question.
नहीं जाएगा।
No. If you lose
If
hope
I'm
in your party
AIDMK,
leadership,
I lose hope in my leadership. I'm not impressed by
That's
them.
not-
Agreed, Chetan,
I'm
agreed.
Vijay, man. I mean,
Yeah.
No, I'll
I'll
answer that. I'll
Bigger than
answer that.
Amitabh
One
Bachchan.
second.
I think
No,
let's-
no,
let's
check
take
it.
it point.
If you're losing hope in your
I
party
think
leadership,
they, throughout this campaign, I was there almost for 2 weeks. EPS held his entire party together. There has never been any sign of party
But does he
losing
have
hope.
charisma?
Yes, he does have.
Absolutely.
As a strong political leader, he held his party together. Massive campaigns
And the coordination.
and almost similar to
Brilliant.
चेतन आपको एक बात बताऊं
So therefore-
चेतन आपको एक बात
one-
बताऊं you know who Edappadi Palaniswamy is? Edappadi Palaniswamy was the AICC general secretary during Jayalalitha's time. He was the person who had control of the party. Why do you think when say AIADMK general secretary, he was the AIADMK general secretary. He controlled the party leadership. He continued to hold down the legislative party and also the party organization even when the diffusion happened with Jayalalitha. When Sasikala broke away, Dinakaran broke away, O Pannirselvam happened. EPS controlled the party. He is organizationally the most strongest embellished man. That's one.
Organizationally, I give it to you.
So, second thing,
even as a chief minister, charisma.
no. But second, all through these years, since Jayalalitha, 2017, 2018 onwards, till now, the ADMK vote has not withered. that base vote share remains.
Okay, so just
it's not with
one point about
one second, gentlemen,
what they are saying in Tamil Nadu.
No, one point he made about
and he is the only MBC face.
Magic,
So
not
that
logic.
caste grouping,
That's what they say.
So
Magic, not logic.
but if AIADMK voters are losing hope in the party leadership, why would there be any anti-incumbency against the DMK? Then also the DMK numbers
That's
make
right.
no sense.
So can I sum this up for viewers who must be really one second.
So everyone is
Just
upset.
one second.
So let us get rid of the supposition that there is anti-viewers.
Okay, one second. For the purposes of viewers who are just tuning in and are mind boggled because they're seeing 20 people talk about some bizarre thing. Now let me just take a step back and tell you what is exactly happening here. There's been a poll of polls, viewers, and we have a huge number of conflicting assessments coming from Tamil Nadu. So we have the vote vibe, which is a CNN projection here, CNN News 18, which shows that the DMK will get about 103 to 113. The AIADMK 114 to 124, so just above the halfway mark. And the TVK, which is Vijay, between 4 and 10, so about 6-7 seats. Access My India says the DMK is going to hang in there, is short of the halfway mark. The AIADMK has collapsed completely, and it is a TVK that is going to surge ahead. You have Matriz, you have People's Pulse, PMark, People's Insight, and Praja Poll that are in varied degrees giving DMK another term in office, and the TVK not much. The AIADMK to varying proportions a second place. Now viewers, it's these two polls, the vote vibe and the Access My India, that is striking a massive conversation around our table, because fundamentally if one were to believe that there is anti-incumbency and it's incipient and it's deep against the ruling alliance, which is the DMK alliance, you can't have a situation where the closest competitor is blanked out, punished for no rhyme or reason. The DMK retains quite a bit of its hold, but the change runs away with it. So if there is anti-incumbency, the first party to be punished would be the DMK coalition. The ADMK would perhaps be somewhere in the middle, and the TVK would run away with this election. Vote vibe seems to suggest that there is enough anti-incumbency, but not to the extent that people presume. So it's not going to be so decisive, but it will be relatively clear, simple majority for the AIADMK, the challenger, because of its massive coalition alliance, caste alliance, and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, Vijay won't be a factor. So it is here, viewers, that we have two extreme polls that are really talking about two extreme outcomes. And that is a conversation we were having. Tushar Gupta doesn't agree, believes that the TVK is not such a big factor.
I don't.
Very quickly, why?
There's no election machinery. It's just one actor, one individual. You cannot have an entire state as big as Tamil Nadu rallying behind one actor. I can understand cinematic charisma, I can understand stardom, I can understand fan clubs. But are you telling me fan clubs overnight are more politically savvy than, say, parties that have been doing this for years and years? And am I to believe that AIADMK of all parties is losing its voters to TVK, not the DMK? Not the party that is actually facing that anti-incumbency. That makes absolutely no sense to me.
If Vijay were to come striding through, viewers, it would break a chain of actors not having succeeded. He would be one of the first in the last 30 years to have done so after J. Jayalalitha back in the 80s. So this would be a massive leap of faith. It's happened, of course, in other democracies. It's happened in Ukraine, for example, where a comic came and won the election. It happened in Nepal. So you have change like that. It can happen dramatically.
Rahul, one thing. Let's all of us agree that it's cinematic charisma. This is Vijay's stardom.
Yeah.
Why is the stardom heavier on the AIADMK voters side and not the DMK voters side?
I will tell you why.
Okay.
I am an AIADMK voter. I hate the DMK. But I don't think the AIADMK cannot defeat them. I feel that guy will defeat them. I just hate the DMK. I want them defeated. I will go with this guy because looks like he has a plan. I like his speeches, the way he attacks the DMK.
Okay.
Let me support him.
Yes.
I don't think ADMK voters would have any reason to believe that their party cannot take on DMK. That is not the ground situation.
When you have such an exciting guy,
one second.
and you're young.
Let me. So certainly the entire campaign that TVK ran, Vijay ran, was against the DMK, and the vote share that DMK has is not its loyal vote, because if that were to be the loyal vote, they would have won every single election. They have not won a repeat election since 1972 for more than 3 decades. So,
sorry, quickly bring, this is the vote by vote tracker.
Let's take the JIP.
Look at the approval rating that
CM
Palleswamy had. Just 1%
Let's take the JIP cam on that.
And he was at 14. He was at 14%. He was at 14%.
EPS has been rated very highly in the past, and even now his ratings are high. Compared to Stalin, this I am talking about what people say. He is considered to be a much better administrator. This is the public discussion.
Even the young people, even the first time voter.
You see, young people across all political parties might swing towards TVK, but that is partly neutral.
The base is not as much to give him those I just told you, that even if all youth were to vote for the TVK, they will still not swing the election.
So what are we seeing at the back?
EPS campaigns, campaigns are a good indicator. They were very largely attended.
And he's not a small leader. EPS may not be a national face, but he's not a small leader.
I will respect, he's not even winning both his assembly seats. I'm putting this bite out on the day of this year. But more importantly, why would the people of Tamil Nadu, the great people of Tamil Nadu, vote a guy's chief minister who for flood relief calls those to get relief to his house? The Nepo kid, when people died in the tragic accident, ran away like a coward. No politician. You can be a Congress politician, BJP politician, DMK, AIADMK. So you are an ex-MP. No politician runs away. This guy ran away then for relief. He called those victims in a resort in a bus. You think people of Tamil Nadu would vote for somebody like this? They've got it completely
whether
wrong.
they're right or wrong, it's the poll of polls and the polls that we are looking at. We're not saying
अब all these
नहीं access नहीं है यार, सब लोग कह रहे हैं.
He is dance many a time
all
on
of
wrong
them are
tunes.
saying it.
He is a pollster. Listen,
all of them are saying it that the TVK is
actually,
doing very
if you look at the
well.
poll of polls, interesting. So now, Tehseen, you've just walked in and along with Sarah Shalim. So interesting things in Tamil Nadu. The vote vibe, or what we've put out here as the exit poll projections with vote vibe, we're saying that the ADMK will benefit from the DMK's anti-incumbency. And it's going to be a little close, but DMK is going to fall. And he will pick up votes. He will pick up about 15 to 18% vote share. But seats is not going to be too many. 4 to 10, less than double digits actually. But what Access My India is saying is that there is not so much anti-incumbency against the DMK, but all ADMK supporters are going to move to TVK,
lock, stock, barrel.
and it's going to be lock, stock, barrel as in 98 to 1. This is quite bizarre for somebody to project, but they have. So, and then look at the rest. The rest are saying he's going to get seats in double digits, and it's the ADMK plus that will suffer. This combination of 13 parties will suffer, but the DMK will continue to benefit and they will continue to gain. Now, in a scenario like this, if you have to do the arithmetic, then the TVK has to dent the ADMK across 120 seats plus. 90 of those seats are in rural Tamil Nadu. So, whether or not somebody's applied their mind to this arithmetic is the question that we are asking. Yeah.
This is, can I just be brutally honest? This is outlandish. And I think this is great for social media. It gives you great traction. You become the news. If for 3 days, or wo tukka lag gaya na tukka, then you become the expert and you can come and dance here. Otherwise, how many do you remember Pradeep's got wrong?
It's not just
who else is giving him? Nobody else is giving him.
Nobody is giving him absolute majority or even close to majority, but being a significant player, 18 to 20, even 18 to 24, 30 to 40.
Why is everyone assuming all these votes come from
that is the point.
Okay,
I'm not gonna, there is a local pollster.
I disagree with sir, but he'll tell
There is a local pollster in Tamil Nadu. There's a local pollster in Tamil Nadu who usually when they do these polls in the states and individual states, they get about 70 to 90% above, they get their projections right. They have gone seat by seat, district by district, region by region and broken down. And wherever Vijay was going to do well, that is in the urban pockets, the Chennai, Chengalpet, Tiruvallur pockets, in south where the Christian population is a little heavy, he is pinching big votes, 35 to 40% votes, but those are in a limited number of seats. Otherwise, the fight is a two-way fight between the DMK, getting votes from both sides. Their projections on ground mirror or almost mirror what Vote Vibe has come out and projected. And I saw those numbers just now, and it's quite surprising down in Tamil Nadu. Whereas these numbers seem to be inspired by the base as Lok Sabha 2024. And that's where a lot of the pollsters may have got it wrong, because Lok Sabha 2024 should not be the base, because there was no ADMK alliance in its present form. We have
first past the post system, right? If these numbers anywhere close to this, that means there's some kind of an anti-incumbency in such a situation, whether the DMK or the ADMK, if they don't come to first past the post, they will need support. Which way will the TVK go? Because if the TVK is such a big disruptor and he's led such an anti-DMK campaign so far, will he align with the AIADMK? Will all the others supposedly who haven't been part of any grouping or move away? Even those who were part of these groupings, will they move away? You never know with the Congress, right? You never know what they might do also.
What they might do. Yeah, G will come. I'm just going to request our team that by 8:30 let's try and move towards Bengal. Amitabh Tiwari is walked in abhi. अरे भाई साहब इतना बड़ा यहाँ पर चल रहा है बवाल.
बंगाल कर रहे थे.
आप कहाँ घूम के आए हैं? ये प्रोजेक्शन करके आप कहाँ घूम के आ गए?
Anand, I expect you to speak a bit of Tamil, because we are discussing Tamil Nadu for such a long time.
Sir, नाम तमिल पेशना इंगे यारूं पुरिया नाम तमिल
पेशना. Excuse me, just because Abhijit has gone out, I can understand. Go on.
Okay.
Oh, you can. Okay.
You see,
so I can understand Kannada. So you will be responding Kannada. So you can do that. Yeah.
But I can understand Telugu.
Telugu also. So can I? Yeah.
Okay. So let me give you a pollster's perspective. One, for new parties sometimes which come on the horizon, it's difficult to predict exactly what their vote share will be, because you don't have a base to project. Point number one. Point number two, the ground report suggests that TVK has done much better than you expected. But if anybody had tracked this election over the last 3 months, you cannot have a party suddenly from pre-poll 1 week before election at 15% or 10% going to 35%. It doesn't happen that way.
Okay, so
if somebody is predicting 100 seats, what was their projection a week ago?
Okay,
2 weeks
let's
ago?
Let's ask Amitabh.
That's the point.
Cyrus Halim also, namaste. We're talking Tamil Nadu, we'll talk Bengal very soon.
Just 1 second. I just want to bring in Amitabh. Amitabh, there are two polls which are the center of the conversation. One is Vote Vibe, one is Axis. Both have different, very different, absolutely different, one should say, conclusions. First, tell me, what do you think of the Axis poll?
See, Pradeep Gupta ji is our guru, so Axis poll के बारे में ऐसा कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा मैं. Poll है, उनका opinion है, हमारा opinion. One thing is very clear from all this. If you add ADMK and TVK in most of the polls, it will be largely closer to or higher than DMK's number. There is significant anti-incumbency against DMK. Now the question is whether it splits and helps the DMK, like in some of the polls like Metri's 122 to 32, it is just marginally above the halfway mark, which is 118. Or the ADMK being the poll party and a poll Dravidian party and the main opposition party takes benefit of that, which we feel is likely to be, or a newcomer takes benefit of that. Even in Axis My India, if you add TVK and ADMK, in fact Axis My India is showing lesser numbers for DMK than us, which means that there is higher anti-incumbency according to them. So the state is up for grabs.
No, but the point is, and this is a question that I want to ask you, because roughly speaking, the Axis My India and the Vote Vibe projections for DMK are roughly the same. Yes.
Yeah, marginally, yeah.
So they're roughly the same. So both of you feel that there's anti-incumbency, but not enough to decimate the DMK. We're not seeing the DMK come down to where the ADMK was in the last election.
Yes.
So you're saying that there is residual influence left in the DMK to hold on. So there is still
welfare schemes.
Where you differ is who gets that anti-incumbency vote.
Yes.
Now I'm asking, if there is a vote for change and there is such a thirst for change, why is the DMK getting still the numbers that it is getting? Why isn't it being flattened out? If there is a thirst for change, shouldn't it be the DMK that punishes? And both the ADMK and the TVK might fight it
benefit
out
and
for.
I
gain
think
from it.
somebody was mentioning about what was the 1 week prior number, etc.
GVL.
We have been tracking this. Sir has been mentioning. Phase 1 DMK was ahead. Phase 2, when we did almost balance, anybody can win. Phase 3, which was April 6th, the ADMK started to gain advantage of this anti-incumbency. Between then and now, Vijay's campaign has picked up. Number 1. Number 2, this delimitation bogey has come in between. Correct. Now delimitation is an emotional issue in the south, and of all the 4 states, or rather the 2 states, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, it has some impact over the middle and the urban class. Correct. That's number 1. Number 2 is that Vijay's campaign has picked up, and it seems that he has, if Axis My India poll numbers are correct, he has sought the imagination of this anti-incumbency votes, and he is pulling through, whereas we feel that it's the ADMK which has sought this imagination of this anti-incumbent
Is it
voters and
probable
pulling
for
through.
the AIADMK and a huge number of caste-based coalition parties to completely implode before Vijay? Or their voters voting for TVK? Because that's what's happened.
1 year vote हट गया, BJP का 15% standalone vote हट गया, ADMK vote 13 party का
Let's put
vote.
that question. I've asked
So
you
that's
that question.
only possible in a scenario when the voters are rejecting both DMK and ADMK.
That's what I'm saying. So
That's
either
both
the
DMK
TVK should
and
be
ADMK.
getting 160 seats or 170 seats. It can't be that it's a tight, just a little over halfway. Okay.
The polls
Also
are
to add-
suggesting.
Yes.
Also to add one point to it, if the delimitation was the issue, then Vijay should not get that many
DMK
votes
should
because
win.
no, Vijay should not get that many votes because Vijay did not attack the AIADMK as much as he attacked the
Yes.
DMK. So they would think that he would go in an alliance with the BJP.
Now,
So it doesn't
one
make
important
sense.
Yes.
issue. See, TVK as a major factor was not visible even on the ground until 4 days ago.
Yeah.
If any of these numbers, 30 plus seats were to be evident, this would be a new phenomenon in elections. Impulsive polling.
Yeah. Okay.
So people have gone in the morning and decided to vote.
Viewers,
And
fourth
until
we
then
will
they
know.
were
But
they
only
were-
AIADMK voters.
Huh?
But no, no, sir. But
very
sir, only
very
AIADMK
important
voters.
point.
How come
Okay,
the
what-
DMK voters are not?
absolutely.
There is
See,
a concept
That's what,
of-
Correct.
that's what
Okay.
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying. The issue
So-
is not about who wins.
Correct.
Fourth we will
In
know,
the-
but
okay.
the logic behind
Correct. DMK has to take a bigger
behind
hit.
and
Impulsive
how
votes should be every
logic
country.
behind this calculation is not there.
Now the big reveal from Bengal viewers, phase 1 vote vibe.
We will
have
do
the man
before
of
we
the
do
match.
Bengal. I just want to quickly do a quick recap of all the 3 states
Sure.
so far. Let's
Do
do,
that.
a poll of
Do
polls
that.
and आपका
Do that.
number और फिर आपको पकड़ेंगे आपको धरेंगे.
JVC also, it's also showing that ADMK.
नहीं JVC वाला ऐड किया जाएगा तमिलनाडु में ऐड करेंगे JVC. Let's look at Kerala.
Please, one
So-
more to our.
तमिलनाडु में जो आ रहा है देखे सर देखिए सब दिखा रहे हैं आपको one by one. Kerala vote vibe and largely JVC poll mantra everywhere. The rujan is towards the UDF. The UDF moving away from the LDF and the mandate shifting towards the UDF. That's where it is. The NDA may break into the numbers. JVC gave a more generous than vote vibe overall, but maybe 3 to 4 seats. That's what it is for the UDF. So Kerala, it is going towards the UDF. That's how the winds are blowing in one direction, that it is the UDF. So there is a change in government there. That's what the exit polls show. Out of the 140 seats, the UDF should be anywhere between 75 to 80 seats. Let's go across to the next one. That is Assam. In Assam, the clear hit out of the park. It's a one-way game. BJP plus Himanta Biswa Sharma, still a phenomenal mandate. 95 seats is what everybody is saying. 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. So a handsome win, all moving in the same direction, and that's why there are no hurdles or differences, anomalies. In the case of Tamil Nadu, let's look at Tamil Nadu. Two groupings are actually giving. Let's flip to Tamil Nadu. So we have JVC and Vote Vibe, who are actually giving the mandate to the ADMK. There is one that is Axis giving the mandate to TVK, while the rest are saying that the DMK will just about hold on even as they gains cost of the ADMK. This logic is being questioned by a lot. The results will be evident on the 4th of May and we'll know, right, Vote Vibe, JVC, Axis or the others like Matriz and P-Mark. We'll see that. Now let's look at Bengal. Bengal, poll of polls first up. Then we'll put the phase 1 numbers here at CNN News 18 exit projections. We are putting out only phase 1 numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th, that's tomorrow. Largely is, except for People's Pulse, is towards or in favor of the BJP getting past the post comfortably. So almost all except for People's Strategies, Poll Diary, PMARC, JVC and Matriz are saying that the mandate is in favor of the BJP, although JVC seems to have hedged his bets a bit and said that Trinamool may just edge past the post if this scenario happens. But even then, it's the NDA or the BJP that has got its nose ahead in the case of Bengal. Now, phase 1 numbers, Amit Shah had said 110 seats is what the BJP is confident of getting in phase 1. Record voter turnout. Commendations to the voters for coming out in such large numbers. The phase 152, not 1152, 152 seats. This is the number, 88 to 98 seats, so very close to a century number. Phase 1 only, phase 1, we'll have to just split that a bit, that's all. So 51 to 61, 2 to 4 seats to the Congress, nothing to the others. So Congress may be 8, but this is a big win. This is almost nearly doubling Bengal. 55 of 77 they had got the last time around. So Amitabh Tiwari, your thoughts behind this, why, how, and we'll get into the zones also.
21 Vidhan Sabha, BJP was around 59 seats in this phase. This phase has only one zone, which is the Malda zone, which has 49 seats, which has a minority majority. In other zones, there is significantly higher Hindu population. What we are witnessing, Medinipur is one of the zones which has gone to poll with 56 seats, and that is Suvendu Adhikari's core area.
Right.
Jalpaiguri with 27 seats has always been a stronghold of the BJP. So what we are seeing is that in response to misgovernance, Mahila Ashuraksha and excessive minority appeasement, there is a significant Hindu consolidation which is happening on the ground in these 152 seats, barring the 40 odd seats which are in Malda. And this is what has given a big jump to BJP's tally, and it is expected to improve from 59 to, let's say, I think the midpoint is 94.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request our team, the numbers are not showing, so just reload that, but we'll update it on the grid on the
93,
on our windows.
The midpoint is 93.
So midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1. 93 out of the 152 seats. That actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return a highest ever and never before number in phase 2. Saira Shah Halim, is this possible, this trend that others are showing?
No, I believe this is going to be a cliffhanger fight. There's no clear winner if you look at it, because the different pollsters are predicting different outcomes. Now, what will really determine who is going to win is the silent voter. And we've seen that in the rural belt, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and because of the women voters. However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about change and ending corruption. Somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal, Didi still has a sway. I still feel that the left would gain a few seats overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is
the first phase you're talking.
Sorry?
You're talking about the first phase.
I'm talking about right now the first phase. We saw a highly unprecedented voter turnout. It has never happened since the independence, since the country's independence. Today's second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean 2 things. It could mean that this generally it happens is when people are looking for change. Okay. Now on the other hand, what the reports that are coming in is that the rural voters, because of the welfare scheme, women, irrespective of who is standing or who is campaigning, who is canvassing, en masse they go and vote for Didi. Okay. And the minorities also, generally the buzzes start consolidating votes. Now the main.
But if you're giving 4% to Congress, and in the first phase Congress is getting 4 seats, that means Congress has done TMC. Is that
That
how
is
you
what I
see
said.
Is that what you
It
see?
would get. It
Is
would
that
get
then
about
in the
2-3
first phase,
seats.
if you gave 4% to Congress,
4% is over
and-
152 seats.
No, that's okay. I'm talking the first phase. 4% and 4 seats to Congress. That means Congress has
0 to 4.
significantly dent TMC because it's 40-44%. Is that
that's why it is denting TMC in the Malda zone.
But I'll tell you, of those 152 seats, there were 53 seats which have a Muslim population
Correct.
of more than 30%.
Which is what the Congress.
Mamata Banerjee anyway starts as a favorite in those seats. Now, if the Congress has to dent TMC, it will dent them in those seats. That is where I agree with Amitabh's calculation here. But if he's giving 88 to 90 in the first phase to the BJP, it means they're converting the seats where they were strong. They're converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this puts them in actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing, we still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the lower denominator factor, but that is not the case. That is only a half
higher, right?
That is still only a part
overall
of it.
numbers, absolute numbers, also the
higher.
voters are higher.
Also, unless one
Not just
factor-
percentage, absolute
No, but
numbers,
can I-
phase
can
one
I
is
ask
higher.
One factor,
point.
just one
One
point.
point.
After you.
91 seats of
Yeah.
these 152 seats, 91. BJP made an improved, BJP improved its vote share in 2024. And we seem to think BJP had a bad election campaign
No,
in
so
2024.
that's exactly
but they
the
were
point. That's
improving their
exactly the
vote
point.
share.
So here
I'm
not
making
only is
an
the
email
percentage
earlier.
higher, the absolute number of voters is also greater than 2021.
True, but there's a point that Amitabh made and I've been making, and I agree with what Tushar said. Yes, the BJP in Lok Sabha got 12 seats compared to 18 seats in 2019, but they won more assembly seats.
Yeah,
90 odd.
92. The
90
projection
odd, yeah.
was up from 77 to 92.
So in that particular thing, has that been?
I'll give you another, sorry.
No,
in Bhawanipur, in 2021, the percentage point gap between the BJP and the TMC was 22. It came down to 6 in 2024. You know, sometimes we are so fixated on the seat count, we forget to look at the vote share. And this is where 2024 was very
See,
how
and
does
on
the
screen,
math
if you
add
see it
up?
on
And this
screen
number
right now,
reflects
How
that.
is this math
phase one is a
adding
2% higher vote share for the BJP compared to the Trinamool Congress. So it's for the first time in this phase also 42 and 44%.
That's the math
And
is not adding up to
It
me.
is.
No,
I'll
because-
tell you why. But then what's happened is the Congress has eaten a TMC vote, whereas the Congress vote has been cannibalized by the BJP. Has that what's happened?
The Congress.
Hindu voters have shifted.
No,
from
the
TMC to
Hindu
BJP.
voters have shifted from TMC. Plus, there is also others 10% vote share. So the others in the field who have broken away, they have eaten into the Trinamool Congress, and it's not
No, it's
necessarily.
the first phase.
First phase.
This is phase phase. First phase. So
Yeah, yeah.
4% vote share for the Congress party, but this 10% has also eaten into the Trinamool Congress vote share, and the BJP is also benefited with a shift of the Hindu vote from the Trinamool to the BJP.
The likes of Humayun Kabir, etc.
Huh?
The likes of Humayun
Possible.
Kabir.
Yes, possible.
Left parties.
The left
Call.
parties.
Left part. GVL Narasimha Rao, will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are predicting for phase one?
You see, certainly the direction, further consolidation of the BJP vote is evident. The manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months, we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So this 44 is a gain of how much in the first phase? About 5%?
Almost
at least 5 to 6%.
5 to
So
6%.
that is the number that we require
You were
to really
38 point
cross the
something the
halfway
last
mark.
time around, so it's 44%.
So
now.
44. So 5% increase is what the BJP required to wrest power in West Bengal. And we seem to have crossed that according to our own poll, according to your poll, Amitabh Tiwari. And many other polls are also showing that. Compared to Lok Sabha election, I think Lok Sabha election, the issues were different. Here the issue was whether to let Mamata Banerjee to be in power once again or to vote for a change.
So that would only add to your gains.
Let's go across to Shubhir Bhaumik. Shubhir Bhaumik, the numbers that we are projecting seem to suggest that the BJP is now somewhere getting about 93, 94 seats in the first phase. Your first reactions to this?
Well, I would imagine it's not very much off the mark. It could be plus minus 4 or 5 either way, because in the first phase they have their performance has been solid, and you know, it's not unexpected in view of the fact that the first phase has been in areas where they have done quite well for the last several years. So I won't be surprised if they get something fairly close to that. Or, you know, there are some tight seats in the first phase as well as in this phase. And therefore, 5 to 6 seats here and there, it's likely, it's not unusual. But the point is that ultimately, you know, the battle for Bengal will be won and lost. Won or lost, not in the first.
Let me
but
go
in this
straight
phase.
across to the hub.
This is the real battleground.
A hub where both Shubir Bhaumik and Monojit Mondola. So let's go straight across. Let's join them at the hub. We've set up a small hub, viewers, where we're going to be looking at some of these conversations in detail. So thank you very much. Shubir Bhaumik, nice to see you in person. Nice to see you, Mr. Mondol. Fundamentally, we're looking at a situation, and I want to bring in Mr. Mondol here, where it appears that anti-incumbency in first phase seems to have caught up with Mamata Banerjee. Do you think this poll is projecting things right? I know that there's a variance between this poll and some of the other poll of polls.
First of all, there is no reason to trust exit poll. That was the case in 2021 and even in 2024. It is unfathomable that, you know, 2 years ago, the people who voted for Mamata are not going to vote for her. In addition to that, you have that SIR fiasco. I think we're still sticking to the numbers that in the first phase, TMC is definitely going to cross 100 marks. And in the second phase, it's all TMC. TMC is not going to come down to 20 marks. They are going to increase their vote shares, definitely, and also the seat share. In the first phase, Mr. Rahul, in about 32,000 booths, the elections were held. In around 11 to 12,000 booths, the BJP did not have their agents. And we have seen in the villages how there is an enthusiasm for TMC. There are not even BJP's flags flowing, you know, anywhere in the villages, especially in this part of the Ganges. I mean, in the northern region, in the northern part of, you know, of Bengal, where you have around 50 to 53 seats, BJP might do well. But, you know, in this part, like Birbhum, Bardhaman, you know, Bardhaman West, and Midnapur, and also in Jungle Mahal, like in Jhargram and in Bankura, this is part of Jungle Mahal. BJP used to hold that parliamentary constituency till 2024. TMC reclaimed both Jhargram and Bankura.
The outcome in 2021, Shubir Bhaumik, was not the best for the BJP. It had slipped back in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. It had underperformed where it was even in 2019. And to some extent, of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north. Why would you say that that trend won't hold?
No. At the end of the day, you see, Rahul. At the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have seen Bengal elections in '78, and I am a great believer in the fact of organization. You know, at the end of the day, the time you are saying when the BJP split is because there was a lot of confusion in the BJP organization over local leadership and stuff like that. You know, at the end of the day, Mr. Modi may be a larger than life factor all over the place. But in Bengal, people definitely, you need local organization, you need local leaders. Just Modi ji ke naam pe chunav jeet jayenge, ye Bengal mein nahi hoga. And what Monojit said is very true. You have also said, one of these days, I think yesterday, or one of these days, you made point about panchayat election. This is a very weak factor. In 2000 election, Ajit Paja, the veteran, he told me, you know, at that time Mamata was the challenger and Left Front was in power. He said, your Didi, and he was in her party, your Didi is saying we will win. How is she saying all this? Out of the 60,000 odd booths, can she give agent in more than 25? This is very important in Bengal.
Okay, so you're saying lacks the organizational muscle to the last mile, and therefore it's a bit impractical. Okay, let me just go across to Tushar Gupta from here. Tushar Gupta, let's split the screen on top. Tushar Gupta, how do you react to both Mr. Mondol and Mr. Bhaumik? I know that you've been doing a daily analysis which you've been posting on your social media handles, etc. You have a very different story to tell.
About Bengal. So do you agree, disagree with Shubir Bhaumik and Manojit Mandal? Yeah.
No, I've seen the numbers from Amitabh. I'm not sure what Manojit Mandal was saying there, but look, the TMC can only start favourite in a limited number of seats. This time the organic surge in voter turnout, which the TMC for some reason doesn't want to acknowledge and doesn't want to believe, that is going towards the BJP. In 91 of these seats in 2024, the BJP actually outshined its 2021 vote share, so they were making gains. Now they are beginning to convert it because, of course, there has been an updated electoral roll, the voters are coming out to vote, and there are a lot of TMC voters that are now going towards the BJP. It's not always that, oh, we just need 5 or 10 more BJP voters to complete the election. It's TMC voters that are now moving towards the BJP because also they feel disgruntled after 15
But
years.
there will also be a group of voters who may not want to vote for the TMC, but they will also not vote for the BJP. So where will they go?
They'll go to the left.
They'll go back to the left.
But I'll tell you, Anand, a majority of the voters who want to stick with the TMC, they'll stick with the TMC and it will appear in certain regions. It will appear in Marda, Mushirabad, South 24 Parganas. These regions, the TMC vote will stick. But
so let me ask you,
Bihar, Alipur,
Anand, let me bring in Anand 1 second. Anand, let's go back to the wall and let's look at some of the regions in the first phase where some of these numbers are coming from and also the vote share, if there's possible. Let's just go and try to do that.
The vote share, we've got the region wise. So let's look at the region wise data and then I'll swing back to you. So let's open this up and understand the region wise data for Bengal phase 1, how these numbers have been tabulated. So let's go for the first region is Jalpaiguri. In Jalpaiguri, again, the BJP is actually making significant gains, and this is on the back of a shift of the Hindu vote and of course consolidation because of the SIR deletions that would have happened into these numbers. So 22 to 24 seats in Jalpaiguri out of 27, so that's a big sweep. Malda again 49 seats. The last time around they were struggling at about 10 or 11 if my memory serves me right, but they've now moved up to 16 to 18. The Trinamool Congress continues to be strong here in the Malda belt. Bardhaman, 20 seats. This is where the big gains also happened. The BJP was getting stronger in Bardhaman over a period of time. Now again, out of the 20, they are taking bulk of it, 11 to 13. And Medinipur, these 56 seats were very, very critical. In Medinipur, the BJP had to get more than 40 seats, and that's what it's projected to get, 40 to 42 seats in Medinipur out of 56. And this is where the biggest chunk comes. Remember, from the 2021 assembly projections, Rahul, their BJP was defending 55 of the 77 that they won last time around in this phase. But what they are doing is, in areas like Medinipur and also in areas like Jalpaiguri, these two belts, they've become so much stronger, and that their gains are actually in this phase from these two districts largely, or these two regions largely. Amitabh, and then coming back to you. Yes, Rahul.
Yeah, so gains. Just looking at the larger picture, here it appears that there has been a massive gain in Jalpaiguri as well as in Medinipur.
Yes.
For the BJP. This is where the bulk of the gains are coming through. Amitabh, can you talk our viewers through why this would be happening in such large numbers to put the BJP where it is in phase 1?
Yeah, so essentially if you see, Jalpaiguri has always been a BJP stronghold. The gains there are to the tune of 2 seats. It was 21 in 2021 Vidhan Sabha, now 23.
Yeah, 24.
Malda BJP was 11.
Yeah.
Now here is a story with Congress doing relatively well and smaller parties like Left as well as the Humayun Kabir's party, at least on 1 seat. What is happening is that they are leading to a split of minority votes, and BJP can gain here almost 5 seats.
So you're saying the Muslim vote has split, so reducing the seat share of the
in this zone,
increasing it for the Congress,
and also helping BJP in 5.
Hindu vote consolidation was also helping. So and both,
so double impact. Third, or rather the last one, let's take first, is the Medinipur area. Medinipur is the only area where there has been additions of voters, not deletions. Number 1.
31 lakh voters were added.
Number 2 is that it is Suvendu Adhikari's area, and the Hindu population here is 90%. Here is where the flip is happening. TMC was 33 and BJP was only 23. BJP is getting almost 43 this time, 41, 42. So 18 seats gain here, and a similar thing is happening in Bardhaman, wherein BJP was only one seat in one district, which is Birbhum. So it is gaining here significant number of seats, largely again on account of consolidation of the anti-incumbency vote in these regions and the counter consolidation of the Hindu community because of excessive
And
minority
Bardhaman has
appeal.
also seen some SIR deletions, isn't it?
Yes,
all these regions
there has
have
been an
seen
impact
SIR
of SIR
deletions, but Bardhaman
deletions also
has,
in Bardhaman.
Yeah, so SIR deletions have also shaved off the margins, plus the consolidation of the Hindu vote in some of these regions and the diffusion of the Muslim vote in an area like Malda, which 49 seats.
Let's get a quick reaction from both Shubir Bhaumik and Mr. Mondol. Shubir Bhaumik, first you. Yeah. Shubir Bhaumik. Do this.
No, well, I don't disagree with. I mean, I don't disagree with what has been said, but at the end of the day, these projections are not taking into account some of the seats which has been shown as having shifted. Some of these seats are going to be very, very tough fight, and that could swing either way, even after deletions. Deletions definitely is, putting Trinamool at a disadvantage and BJP at an advantage because of obvious reasons which I don't have to elaborate. But some of these seats are very tight fight and things could swing either way. I've been checking with my sources in intelligence agencies who do quite exhaustive service, and they say that across Bengal there's something like 47 seats which are going to be very tight fights. Okay, and this is central India.
And of course independent analysis that is easily available were tight fights to begin with. Even in the last election, the BJP ended up at number 2 in about 76, 74 constituencies by not a very long margin. Exactly. So those were tight in any case to begin with. Now you are saying that
these tight seats have come down. These tight seats have come down because of swing and BJP's gains for reasons which has already been stated. But at the end of the day, these projections will hold if BJP converts these tight seats, cent%. Otherwise, I don't see them winning. Now, in view of, these organizational factors and other things I've said, it will very much depend on conversions of tight seats. And that's where organization comes in. Organization not just about, normal perception that Bengal muscle factor and all that. It's about mobilization. Getting the granny out to vote and all that stuff.
Has really exceeded expectations in the first half. So obviously someone has been able to mobilize and both sides have probably done a good job.
This has been presumed that the turnout is because of anti-incumbency, which is not the case actually. The turnout is largely because of the SIR deletions. The people are really scared of losing their franchise, which has happened even today.
This is evidence that I'm just purely looking at
Rahul would be, it is both.
Okay.
There is anti-incumbency, there is no
That's
doubt,
right.
but there is also SIF.
So 1 second, Mr. Mondol, just 1 second. Obviously there has been turnout gains by about 10 to 15%. Wouldn't it be unreasonable to assume that these are only TMC voters who have come out to punish the BJP?
If you don't count the deletions, then the threshold mark would be around 85-86%.
No, we are talking about absolute numbers.
Going by the 5 to 6%. So the 5 to 6% surges that we are seeing. I mean, it's not not an absolute number. It's largely because of SI deletions. I again repeat, the anti-incumbency factor could be largely neutralized because, remember, 72 MLAs, including 4 sitting ministers, were not given tickets.
But it's also an acknowledgement. If you cut it the other way, it's also an acknowledgement that we haven't done a good job.
In the local level, it could be there. I mean, the 15 years in the government. But in the last moment, Mamata also, because of the certain schemes, like
it was anger, public anger.
Two very important aspects.
Okay.
Two very important aspects, Mr. Rahul. The DA, the giving of the DA, which was a long-pending demands of the middle-class people, the employer DA, and also that Jubashri scheme.
IPAC comes in. This is where the IPAC comes in.
I am sure that people who had not given nomination, the anti-incumbency factor. IPAC did the survey for Trinamool and pointed out something like 80 MLAs who must be changed because there is a local anti-incumbency factor. So anti-incumbency is a fact of life.
He's got some more data, projections on leadership choice for Chief Minister etc., etc. Anand.
See, this is the vote tracker, and when we did this, what happened is, overall, if you were to look at it, today Shuvendu Adhikari has edged out and become more popular as a CM choice than Mamata Banerjee. When we did the vote tracker and the first 2 or 3 editions, he was just about 5 to 6% behind. He started at 38%, Mamata Bandyopadhyay was at 44%, but she's dropped 2% and he's actually gained, and there is no third phase. So Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is at 4% and he may not even hold on to his own seat. But this shift of Shuvendu Adhikari was also evident on ground today, and I'm going to bring it into the studio here, that Shuvendu Adhikari was chasing Mamata Banerjee and he was right at her heels, and it looked like she was actually the one who was hiding in one of those areas in Bhawanipur, whereas he was out on the street walking across to a polling agent of the Trinamool Congress to have some water on a hot day. But he was out there, and there were more people chasing Shuvendu Adhikari this time, even the media, than Mamata Banerjee. So that itself shows that if she is not able to defend Bhawanipur, it's a big challenge, Saira Shah Alim and Tushar Gupta.
Yeah, I think the second phase is a very, very important testing ground for Mamata Banerjee, because South Kolkata, South Bengal has been her major dominant phase. And right now, when you talk about strongholds, South Bengal, South Kolkata has been her forte, you know. And right now, this entire phase, the second phase, it covers 142 of the states, 294 seats. So the second phase is going to be extremely important. That would actually give the final verdict of who would
but I'm asking you on ground, you read the mood, read the pulse. In Kolkata, have you ever seen the Trinamool being so nervous and so...
no, they are nervous.
Have you ever seen other party cadre being able to walk out so fully? Have you ever seen the voter come out and smile and be ready to interact?
There is an anti-incumbency sentiment, especially in South Kolkata, South Bengal, against the Trinamool Congress because of corruption, because of anti-incumbency, because of syndicate and misgovernance. So definitely the urban voters, I feel, have come out, and I myself met a few people recently who have been TMC supporters. So they told me this time they'll be voting for BJP. They said, we need to see some change. So I was actually asking them, like, what kind of a change? Lesser evil, greater evil, there is another third alternative, but they were determined that they are going to vote for the bigger evil, if I may put it across, because they want to see a change. They want to see a change.
No, it's not about that. See, I think the simple insight was they are going to vote against Durniti.
Durniti.
Durniti is what they said. Everybody said we want to do away with Durniti, misgovernance.
Can I give you a mind-blowing statistic right now? Because you said voters coming out to smile. In Bhawanipur, you know what's the percentage point difference in the turnout? 24.
24, I know. We're just going to put out, I'm going to request the team to update the voter turnout by region, like we did in the... And then let's put out that comparison.
And at 9:45 a.m., you had Mamata Banerjee this morning complaining about the elections being rigged, complaining about the voters and her party members being intimidated, complaining how the central forces were not doing the job properly, and
they were not allowing people to vote.
That's what you were saying. Camping outside a booth of all places. This is not Mamata Banerjee we are talking about.
Yes, Rahul.
On that point, let me ask Shubir Bhaumik and Mr. Mondol 2 questions. Shubir Bhaumik, first to you. We haven't seen in the recent past Mamata Banerjee hitting the streets like she did in Kolkata in the morning of an election. Usually, in the second half,
Rahul.
Large number. Yes. Yes.
Sorry, you're having a conversation. So we said, okay, let's listen in.
Okay. Hang on, some confusion. Shubir Bhaumik, very quickly. Mamata Banerjee usually doesn't appear in Kolkata in the first half, usually towards the late afternoon. Do you think this is a sign of nervousness?
No, she knew this is a she knew this is a tight election, which is why in her home constituency, which is Bhawanipur, she has to campaign so hard. You know, this Pathasabhas and this and that.
Then you're saying if it's tight, that it can
of course it can go anywhere. Hypothetically, it can go anywhere. Hypothetically, yes. She has her advantage. She knows the turf. You know, she has her set organization, and Shuvendu essentially is coming. I'm quite amused because at the end of the day, Shuvendu is from her stable. At the end of the day.
Might be so, and equally, but also therefore, equal insider in some ways to the ways of politics in Bengal. So, Mr. Mondol, why would you believe that Suvendu over the last few years, as LOP also, has got a lot of visibility, has not been able to raise his profile to the point where perhaps he's even challenging a challenger? Let me also bring in Swapan Das Gupta here. Swapan Das Gupta, thank you very much for joining us. I know that you're candidate. It's been a long, arduous day for you. How are you reading the mood? Our poll first phase we've put out, and we're giving the TMC second dibs really. We put the BJP up there, mean number 93 in the first phase. What's your reading? Do you think it's an accurate assessment? Do you think we're underestimating? And if you were to project further into phase 2, the phase that today you found yourself sort of in the middle of, what's your expectation? What's your assessment?
You know, Rahul, what I find is very interesting about this election, particularly in the two phases, is the spike in the turnout. And I think that, to my mind, will tell the entire story of this election, because it's not about SIR, it's not about anything else. It's very basically, it has turned out to be a referendum on the very integrity and survival of West Bengal. And at least that's the issue I found which resonates most on the doorstep and among people of different classes, etc. So this election could well be it's called a sort of a landmark election insofar as that it overturns a lot of existing assumptions of both psephology as well as political behavior. It could be, you know, I mean, or we could well be talking about a false dawn. But my own sense is that, now I'm not getting into the numbers game, but very, very carefully, I just want to say is that there is a profound mood of exasperation in West Bengal and a desire to make a new beginning. Now, how this is going to turn out is another matter altogether, but I feel that somehow today the Trinamool Congress is really on the back foot, courtesy a lot of this inherited, courtesy the mounting incumbency, which has taken a very long time to actually manifest itself fully.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Dasgupta, follow-up question. I've got two fellow panelists here, Shabir Bhaumik and Mr. Mondol. Both of them say that one of the problems perhaps that the BJP might encounter is that it doesn't have the machinery that Mamata Banerjee commands. Do you think that at some level they're right, or do you think that the BJP has built up its own cadre base and also has the muscle, so to speak, the stamina, perhaps, if you were to put a gentler term in play, to take on the TMC?
Well, I think if you look at it in purely organizational terms, you know, in terms of organizational muscle, in terms of political penetration into the grassroots, I think the Trinamool Congress is way ahead of the BJP. I don't think even any, even as a committed BJP person, I would be the first to say, look, BJP does not have the same strength on the ground that the Trinamool Congress has. But, and I think this is very, very important, what is the nature of this election? Is this election, if this election is going to be settled on the strength of, issues which are basically grassroots, which are local, etc., I think the Trinamool Congress would have a phenomenal advantage. But I don't think this election is being settled on those lines at all. From what I gather, it's turning out to be a blind referendum on how the Trinamool has behaved over the past 15 years. And when that happens, I think local organization pales into the background, and I think it's more a sort of emotional vote in which organization does not play a supreme, I mean, it doesn't play the paramount role. And I think that's perhaps what is going to happen in this election, and we'll find out on May the 4th. But that's my assessment.
Mr. Amit Shah came out, before I hand back to Anand, Mr. Amit Shah came out and he gave a very specific number to the BJP's tally in phase 1. He said 110 or perhaps more. Now that's a massive leap over what you have got in the first phase of the last election in 2021, or even, to be honest, in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, or even the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. What is he basing this on?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not privy to all the information which Amit Bhai has culled from different sources. I mean, obviously, it must be based on something. But I would, without again going into the exact numbers, which are always very problematic, you know, even the conversion of votes into seats, very, very problematic issues. I think here we would say that this is one of those elections where I think even in terms of the popular vote, the BJP may well overtake the Trinamool Congress, and that, you know, is going to be, it's something which was considered inconceivable given the demographics of West Bengal and the nature of the vote banks which the Trinamool Congress has. We are seeing perhaps, and I think I'll reserve my full analysis till after the 4th, but I think we are seeing a stupendous degree of Hindu consolidation. What exactly it is going to be based on, whether it's an anti-Muslim consolidation or it's an expression of something else, I reserve judgment till May the 4th. But I think we are seeing, you know, perhaps after Gujarat, where, you know, 60% of the Hindus probably come together and vote, we may see something like that in West Bengal, where about 58 to 60% of the Hindus will probably be voting for the BJP. If that happens, as my point, then, you know, it marks a very new chapter in the electoral history of West Bengal. But again, at this point, I think it's best to be a little tentative about everything.
So, Swapanji, what you are saying is that there will be at least a 15 to 18% jump in the Hindu vote towards the BJP compared to the past, because that was about 40%. But in Rash Bihari, you made a very interesting point in your first comment, that there was a sentiment on ground.
No, I don't agree with your statistics. The BJP in the last election got 52% of the Hindu vote. Okay? Of the vote among the Hindus. Okay. Now I think that is going to go up to 58-60.
So 6 to 8% bump up is about a 5% vote share overall. But I want to understand what you gave as an insight, that the voter is coming not out of a support for BJP, but because of an existential reason for Bengal. What made you say that, or when did you realize that? Was that something that the BJP had already picked up, or that you realized when you went on ground as a candidate to campaign?
No. You see, the BJP was the only alternative to the Trinamool Congress, despite all its imperfections, despite all its shortcomings, etc. In West Bengal. There was no one else to challenge the Trinamool Congress apart from the BJP. Now, that positioning as the foremost alternative to the Trinamool has taken a lot of time to happen. It hasn't happened overnight, and I think it's a process which began in 2019, and I think we are seeing its culmination in 2026. The other parties like the Congress or the CPM are not, may have certain local resonance, but they are not seen as an alternative to the CPM. I'm sorry, to the Trinamool Congress. The BJP is. And yes, there are questions about the BJP. I know a lot of people have some skepticism about various facets of the BJP. It's not an unqualified support, but it's also, it is an unqualified rejection of what the type of politics the Trinamool Congress has pursued in the past.
What is your assessment of phase 2? Phase 1,
That's
we've put out the numbers. Phase 2 was again historical turnout. Raj Bihari itself has seen about a 15 to 18% up, if not more, in voter turnout itself. What is that reflective of?
Well, it's certainly a very, when you have a 15 to 18% jump in a constituency, which has been the traditional part of the traditional stronghold of the Trinamool Congress, it obviously means that there is a churning which was not factored in by Mamata Banerjee. One of the reasons why Mamata, campaigned so at a very sort of micro level in neighboring Bhawanipur is also due to that there is a churning which they probably saw rather late in the day, which they hadn't anticipated. Now, I'm not going to go into what the every reason as to why this thing happened, but the point is, it has happened. That jump.
On that point, Mr. Dasgupta, there is a view that some of these voters that have decided to once again enter the fray with the zeal that they've displayed, bumping up these numbers to record levels, this is happening because of anger. That there is or was an existential worry amongst certain voters who felt that they would have been disenfranchised had they not voted, so they came back with militant zeal from wherever they were out of state to vote, and they are voting to basically punish the BJP on the SIR. How do you respond to this?
Well, I mean, it's an attractive hypothesis, but it's not something which I've experienced on the ground. That's all I can say. And May the 4th will tell you whether this visceral anger, and I think you're right in identifying that there is anger, but I feel that this anger is not about SIR. Neither is it about meat or fish or something like that, or jhalmuri or something trivial on that count. It's basically an anger at the type of politics which the Trinamool Congress has pursued for the past 15 years. It's a type of anger against the extortion, the syndicates which have come up everywhere, and it's an anger against the economic decline of Bengal, which has been so marked. I mean, here today we have cities like Kolkata is a prime example where the young people have more or less left the city. Yep. It's a city of old age pensioners, who there's a certain profound sadness which has which marks the city. Correct. I saw it in the booths today. Why it took so long? Why the people were talking about delay, slow voting? It was nothing else. That so many old people actually coming in and voting. That's what it is, and that's the anger which is being expressed.
Based on how the results then swing on the 4th of May, then the task is also quite acute for whoever is decided, the voter decides should govern Kolkata and Bengal going forward. Swapan Das Gupta ji, all the very, very best to you, and it's been a hard road and long hard yards in the hot sun for you, so rest, recuperate, and then perhaps celebrate on the 4th of May. Thank you very much. Let's just pull that insight out and then take it to our panelists and then discuss Bengal in detail before we jump back into Tamil Nadu around 9:30. Rahul Shivshankar is with Manojit Mandal and Shubir Bhamik. One left, one Trinamool. We've got the BJP element missing because GVL Narasimha Rao is just vacated and he'll come back in a bit. But Smita Prakash with us, Amitabh Tiwari, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Sumant Raman, and Tushar and Saira Shah Halim with me in the studio. Yes, Rahul.
So let's get some first thoughts on the thoughts that Mr. Dasgupta has expressed by Shubir Bhamik first off the mark. Yes.
I totally agree with Swapan Dasgupta when he says that in this election, it's a landmark election because never in my so many years of election coverage and seeing elections in Bengal as a student has religious identity become so important. And a lot of my old-time colleagues like Shukaranjan Dasgupta say that it reminds us of 47-48. Never have Bengalis talked of religious identity so much, and this becomes a factor. And here the Bengal...
No, I think what he was saying was that,
No, he did, but
you know why?
But he talked
Never
about...
people thought that we are voting as Hindus and Muslims. People thought that we are voting as Hindus and Muslims and stuff like that. You know, there are other issues.
Maybe like there was a backlash. And Rahul Gandhi, who calls himself the pillar of secular politics in this country,
He knows nothing about Bengal.
Whatever. He's from the India bloc. The TMC is a vital component of the India bloc, and his critique, and not once but twice, Mr. Bhaumik, I'm just saying, you know, perhaps we're chasing after shadows. There might be truth to it because there has been a degree of appeasement, Mr. Bhaumik, and I think what some people are saying is that there was an overindulgence of one particular community, like we saw perhaps even under the UPA, which has allowed the BJP to appeal to what seems to be majority anxieties. And there's nothing wrong in making that appeal.
But there is something...
making that appeal.
But there is something more to this, and I want to bring in the two Bengal factor, which nobody talks about. And I'm reminded of Jyoti Basu in 96, when he could not become Prime Minister, and naturally he was not very happy about it. He said, historical blunder. I said, why are you trying to help Sheikh Hasina, who would also become the Prime Minister? And you know what he told me? And I'll like to tell this in Bengali. He said, if Hasina does not survive there, or na thakle, okhane jodi ora ashe, ekhane era chole asbe. Means if these, meaning beard, means if Muslim fundamentalists take over Bangladesh, here, these people will come.
That suddenly in the last... No, 1 second. Yes, I understand. But are you suggesting that in the last 3 months, Bengali Hindus have become so radicalized and so polarized and suddenly have developed wings of hate that they're going to come out and basically take down Mamata because they feel that she is betraying Hindu interests? To the point where the Hindu community is going to feel that it is facing an existential crisis.
Let me make it more specific. Bangladesh elections were held in February, okay? Yes. If you look at the electoral map of Bangladesh today, the Jamaat-e-Islami, which has never won 18 seats in Bangladesh, got 68 seats this time. Yes. And out of that, 51 seats are on the borders of West Bengal.
Yes, but the Jamaat-e-Islami... particular kind of influence. They are a Islamic supremacist that want to impose a Sharia on Bangladesh and Islamicize it. I don't think the BJP is wanting to turn Bengal into some sort of a
I'm not comparing
Hindu
that,
laboratory.
But
Yes.
What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. That when BJP candidates go to these constituencies, especially on the border, they'll say, "Udhar mein Katmulla aa gaya, wo log aa gaya." It has an influence here because the border is open. It's not like Punjab. It's not like Pakistan Punjab and Indian Punjab.
But Shubir Bhaumik, Tushar, you want to respond to Shubir Bhaumik here?
I'll give a simple number because everyone is giving a lot of anecdotal evidence about what's Muslim, what's Hindu vote in Bengal. There are 103 seats where the Muslim estimated population is more than 30%. TMC won 99 of those in 2021. Even now, the TMC starts as a favorite in those seats. So if you're saying that Hindus have developed wing of hate, as the TMC would call it, not Rahul, but as the TMC would call it, the Muslims 9 out of 10 allowed to vote for the TMC, that's governance. But if 6 out of 10 Hindus turn up for the BJP, vote lock, stock and barrel, that becomes a polarized election.
Let us also ask this question, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, on what basis were the Muslims cornered and asked to vote en bloc? Was it not that the Hindutva forces will come and you'll be pushed back to Bangladesh? So wasn't that counter polarization as a narrative that was pushed on ground from Trinamool? So is that kosher? Is that okay?
First, we have to understand that the social indicators of Muslims in Bengal, generally the social indicators of Bengal are very bad. Now, the social indicators of Muslims there are particularly bad because if you look generally across India, they are in competition with Dalits at the lowest levels, income and distribution levels. It becomes fairly easy to sell any kind of narrative to them. Now, notice how the SIR and even CA and RC played out in say Assam, for example, where the Assamese Muslim has a very unique identity of their own and where we don't want these Bangladeshi Muslims coming in.
Right.
as opposed to Bengal where that identity wasn't there. So it became very easy to all wrap it around and sell it as one package, that if they get rid of the Bangladeshi Muslim, most probably you will also get caught in the dragnet and you will also get kicked out.
My thing is that if there is Hindu vote polarization or consolidation, it is communal. But if a Muslim vote consolidation is happening, that is secular.
This is
that kind of a language is that's unfair.
But what is new about unfair? It's more unfair because in Bengal you
yes,
do not
Smita Prakash. Yeah.
Hindu vote consolidation, there are many who say that there is no consolidation, there is no Hindu vote per se in Bengal, because the Hindu vote gets split between the TMC and the BJP. But 2016 BJP got 10% vote share, 2019 Lok Sabha it jumps to 40%. 2021 BJP retains about 38% and wins 77%. If some kind of a Hindu consolidation was not happening, this upward trajectory was not possible. So it is happening, and now when the results come out, we'll get to know. If at all Mamata Banerjee loses, that means a Hindu consolidation has happened
yes,
for the BJP.
Hindu consolidation might be happening, but is it happening on the back of some sort of primal instinct, which is, oh, we are under attack? The BJP has drawn up a kind of sort of othering in the state of Muslims. I think we've got to sort of distinguish between why Hindus might be coalescing around the TMC. And Mr. Bhaumik, there is a lot of evidence also to suggest that perhaps there has been an overemphasis on the rights of one community or the other. We have seen even the court step in and remind Mamata Banerjee that she must be governing equally all denominations. And the courts have taken a dim view, not on one occasion, but on several occasions. So, I mean, the Hindus might be feeling legitimately discriminated against.
Well, at the end of the day...
So, who is polarizing?
I'm not getting into this moralistic judgments about, all these things. I'm trying, as a journalist, my job is to say what is happening on ground, which I see. Here, there is definitely, and in this election, it is more preponderant than ever before, that religious identity has become very, very important. Either side. And what Hindu consolidation, what Shopanda was talking about, he has a point.
Rahul Gandhi came out very importantly, there is a degree of polarization that even Mamata has affected.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can't just lay the blame on the BJP.
No, I'm not blaming anybody. It's not my
Frankly, Shubir Bhaumik and Rahul, if we bring it back here, Sumant Raman wanted to come in and so did Tushar. This Hindu consolidation, for the first time we are saying Hindu, otherwise the entire vote was spoken on SC, ST, upper caste and backward caste, etc. So,
Anand, 1 second. Anand, 1 second. Mr. Mondol actually wanted to make a point on this, and he says, I have been denied the opportunity.
No, please. I thought Manojit is safely enjoying it, just sipping chai and enjoying this entire chakalas.
I'm not speaking for last 1 hour.
Go ahead, please. Good to see you, Manojit.
This is all.
He will now say,
these same things were said in 2021. Polarization, appeasement, gundagardi, durniti, corruption. It didn't work. I mean, when do we stop? After 4th? And I'm not speaking, but I don't have to speak because you are doing our job. As much as you try to do this, people of Bengal will be more bolstered. And BJP will be driven out. I don't have to speak. I'm coming on 4th. And in 4th, I will be speaking, numbers will speak. Not your numbers, certainly. So thank you very much that you're not allowing me to speak. And you are doing the job for us. And I'll on 4th evening, I'll advise you, please change your strategy. There are issues which will be discussed on 4th of May. Change your strategy. As long as you do this, people of Bengal will be more united to vote BJP out.
In all fairness.
No. Yeah, see my point.
2024.
Okay. Let Tushar and Sumant Raman want to respond, Manojit.
On the ground, there is palpable anger against SI.
Okay.
Look,
Sumant and then
Mamata
Tushar.
Banerjee has been winning because she gets a sizable chunk of the Hindu vote. Now, why are we refusing to sort of accept that a very large proportion of Hindus have been voting for Mamata Banerjee? And this attempt is essentially not to lure the Bengal voter away from Mamata Banerjee, but to lure the Hindu voter alone away from Mamata Banerjee. And that is why it is a polarizing effort. And that is why it's not.
Achha, Dilip Ghosh is with us. 1 minute, sir. Dilip Ghosh is with us. Dilip da, namaste. Anand Narsimhan बोल रहा हूँ.
नमस्ते जी.
नमस्ते. आज दूसरे चरण का भी वोट हो गया. आप बताइए कि कैसा आपको लग रहा है, क्या लग रहा है?
एक तो इसको बोलते हैं ताबड़तोड़ वोटिंग हुई है. हाँ. देश में एक बड़ा उदाहरण बना है. बंगाल के लोग ऐसे ज्यादा ही सक्रिय रहते हैं राजनीति में और वोटिंग भी करते हैं. और हमारे यहाँ जो संख्यालघु इलाका वहाँ 90% से ऊपर वोटिंग होती है. नॉर्मल हो और वो एबनॉर्मल हो जो भी. लेकिन इस बार पूरा के पूरा जगह और कलकत्ता जैसा शहर में 60% के आसपास वोटिंग होती है. वो भी 85% 90 तक हो गया है. गाँव में तो होता ही है. एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, एक संकेत है कि परिवर्तन हो रही है. और यहाँ चुनाव मतलब एक डर का वातावरण, हत्याएं होनी, हिंसा होनी, इस बार एक भी मर्डर नहीं हुआ है. और चुनाव कमीशन ने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क लिया था 2 फेज में करने का और उन्होंने करके दिखाया. ये संभव है. बंगाल की जो पॉलिटिकल कल्चर है उसमें जो दाग था उसको उन्हें साफ कर दिया. ये वो धन्यवाद की काम है. और लोग बोलते थे कि एक बार हमको वोट देने की मौका दी. लोग पोलिंग नहीं कर पाते थे. लोगों ने मौका लिया, वातावरण बना और लोगों ने भरपूर वोटिंग किया है. उसका नतीजा भी आ रहा है.
पर वोट पड़ रहा है तो उसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि बीजेपी के फेवर में पड़ रहा है. तृणमूल कहता है हमारा भी वोट पड़ रहा है, हमारे वोट ज्यादा पड़ रहे हैं.
वो तो ठीक है, सबका पड़ता है. 4 तारीख तक सबका होगा. लेकिन ऑलरेडी जो एग्जिट पोल आया उसका जो संकेत है वो उस तरफ कर रहा है. और एक बात देख लीजिए, बाकी देश में भी आप लोग बड़े अनुभवी हैं. जो एग्जिट पोल होता है लोग वहां बोलते हैं खोल कर, लेकिन बंगाल के लोग मैक्सिमम लोग नहीं बोलते. एक तो डर है, दूसरा अपना राजनीतिक जो मत को वो उजागर नहीं करते हैं. इसलिए यहाँ कई बार ठीक ठाक नहीं आता है. लेकिन ट्रेंड जो आया है वो निश्चित है. अभी 1-2 साल में देश में जो चुनाव हुआ ना,
इस बार क्या अलग किया दिलीप दा, एक बात बताइए. बीजेपी ने इस बार अलग क्या किया? तृणमूल कहता है सब सेंट्रल फोर्स का गुंडागर्दी है, दादागिरी है. आपने सीआईपीएफ लगा दिया, ईडी लगा दिया, सीबीआई लगा दिया, सब लगा दिया, सारा दमखम लगा दिया. फिर भी भाईपो और दीदी कहते हैं कि नहीं जीतेंगे. आप तो बंगाल का हर खाक छाना है. मैं इसीलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूं बिकॉज यू आर वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट हैंड्स ऑफ बीजेपी. जब बीजेपी कुछ भी नहीं था तब भी आप स्ट्रगल करते थे, संघर्ष करते थे, आज भी आप कर रहे हैं. तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं.
नहीं, पिछले 15-20 साल देखिए, मुझे जहां तो टीएमसी भी जो सत्ता में 11 में ना, तभी सेंट्रल फोर्स था, इतना ही था, इतना कड़क से. इसका लाभ लेकर उन्होंने जीत के आया. आज सेंट्रल फोर्स से क्यों डर रहे हैं? यहाँ पंचायत चुनाव भी होता है सेंट्रल फोर्स को लेकर के. चुनाव घोषणा होते ही लोग बोलते हैं कि सेंट्रल फोर्स कब आएगा. पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं है. लेकिन इस बार पुलिस के अंदर भी बहुत परिवर्तन देखा हम लोगों ने. और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. इसलिए सेंट्रल फोर्स तो मस्त, नहीं तो हिंसा होगा. सेंट्रल फोर्स के चलते हिंसा नहीं हुआ है. लोगों ने भयंकर वोट डाला है. आप सोच सकते हैं कि 1 बजे तक 70% 75% पोलिंग हो चुकी थी, जो देश में कहीं नहीं होता है. तो ये भी एक ट्रेंड है.
बीजेपी सीएम फेस मिस्टर घोष.
अच्छा, मनोजीत मंडल आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, आपसे पूछ रहे हैं.
আপনি কি চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন বিজেপির? আপনারা তো জিতছেন, চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন তো আপনি? আর ইউ বিকামিং দ্য চিফ মিনিস্টার অফ বিজেপি?
কিছু হতে আসেনি না, আমি কিছু হতে আসিনি আজ পর্যন্ত, করতে এসেছি এবং পার্টি দাঁড় করিয়েছি.
চিফ মিনিস্টার
পার্টি যা বলবে, যে কাল বলে রাজনীতি ছেড়ে দাও তো ছেড়ে দাও.
हाँ, तो अब वो कार्यकर्ता हो गए, तो ही इज नॉट गोइंग टू फॉल फॉर दैट. मनोजीत मंडल, तो नीडलिंग से कुछ होगा नहीं. पर जिस दिन जब 4 तारीख को
क्या करेंगे इसके बाद ये भी सोचिए.
पार्टी फ्रॉम no हैंग ऑन, ही मेड द पार्टी फ्रॉम 3 to 77, but we wonder how was he sidelined by the party because of Shubhendu's entry. He made the party, of course. He is absolutely right. That's history.
दिलीप दा, क्या बोलेंगे आप?
उन्होंने पार्टी को बनाया बंगाल में.
ये बीजेपी में नहीं होता है. हम एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम करते रहते हैं, जैसे जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं, और इसलिए पार्टी जीतता है. टीएमसी गुंडा और पुलिस
मिदनापुर इन 2024
दोनों खत्म. तो इसलिए पार्टी के अंदर है इतना ही. साइड है, मिडिल है, ये टीएमसी में होता है. मदन मित्र को भी साइड में, आपने जेल में. आपने ऐसा नहीं होता.
आपने आंसर नहीं किया मनोजीत. दिलीप दा ने क्या पूछा?
दिलीप दा, आपने वापस आया, मिदनापुर अच्छा लगा, लेकिन 24 में आप तो मिदनापुर से हटाया गया. क्यों हुआ, क्या हुआ, कुछ पता नहीं चला. आप तो जीत रहे थे.
ममता बनर्जी को किसने हटाया?
24 में तो हटाया गया ना आपको.
ममता बनर्जी को किसने हटाया था? नंदीग्राम में किसने भेजा था ममता बनर्जी को? किसने मारा था उनको? भैया अरे अपना घर की तरफ झांक के बात करो।
अच्छा मेरे पास दो ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं आपके बीच में आ जाऊं हस्तक्षेप करूं, या फिर थोड़ा झालमुड़ी और चाय मंगा के आप दोनों का बैंटर एंजॉय करूं। बहुत मजा आ रहा है, लेकिन एक बात बताइए, पर मनोजीत आपने उनका प्रश्न का मनोजीत मंडल ही इज आंसरिंग एवरी क्वेश्चन ऑफ योर्स। उन्होंने एक प्रश्न पूछा कि 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे, अगर नतीजे आपके पक्ष में नहीं आए तो 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? दिलीप दा ने आपसे पूछा, उसका भी जवाब दे दो।
4 तारीख दिलीप दा को भी बुलाएंगे। दिलीप दा तो गए थे ना दीघा में, वो जगन्नाथ टेम्पल में ममता दी के साथ मुलाकात करने। 4 तारीख बाद दिलीप दा को भी बुलाएंगे, वो शपथ जब ममता दी शपथ लेंगे, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर सबको, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर सबको भी बुलाएंगे। ओके, द प्राइम मिनिस्टर वांटेड टू कम एंड ही विल हैव टू कम। एक मिनट, झालमुड़ी खाना पड़ा, जय बांग्ला बोना पड़ा, और 4 तारीख को आना भी पड़ेगा ममता दी के शपथ ग्रहण में।
मुश्किल की बात है,
झालमुड़ी
मिर्ची लगी उन लोगों को, ये मजेदार बात है। मोदी झालमुड़ी खाई, इनको मिर्ची लग गई।
आई एम लविंग दिस बैटर। मोदी जी ने झालमुड़ी खाया और लेकिन मिर्च कहीं और लगी,
ममता बनर्जी ने
झाल कहीं और लगा, झाल कहीं और लगा।
फोर्स बोला।
अच्छा, ओके, 1 minute, ओके। अमिताभ तिवारी wanted to say something. Dilip da, please wait.
Manojit da is a good friend. Manojit da is a good friend. So he is asking whether Dilip Ghosh ji will be the CM candidate.
Let us have some.
अच्छा, Manojit Mandal, Subir Bhomik, please wait. Amitabh Tiwari speaking.
Let's one by one, please.
Manojit Mandal is asking Dilip da that whether he will be the CM candidate or not. कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मनोजीत दा फेज 1 का एग्जिट पोल देख के अभी से सोच रहे हैं कि बीजेपी की सरकार आ रही है? ही इज अ गुड फ्रेंड, जस्ट पुलिंग हिज लेग।
नहीं, देखिए भाजपा में किसी को भी आप सीएम बना दीजिए, विक्रमादित्य सिंहासन का सिंहासन है। आप बोलिए पिछले 3-4 साल में जो हमारे सीएम बने हैं देश में, किसको जानते थे आप लोग? अब सुशासन दे रहे हैं ना, और दूसरे प्रदेश में आके प्रचार भी कर रहे हैं। ये टीएमसी ने की माइनस ममता 0, बीजेपी ऐसे दर्जनों कार्यकर्ता है सीएम पीएम बनने के लिए, और रोज ऐसा कार्यकर्ता बनाते हैं हम। इसके बाद कौन है, उसके बाद कौन है, ऐसा प्रश्न हमारे पार्टी में नहीं होगा।
अच्छा दिलीप दा, बताइए ना, कौन सा जगह से सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी गेन करेगा? सीट कितना होगा बताइए?
नहीं, पुराना जो क्षेत्र है, फर्स्ट फेज में देखा ना आपने, जंगल महल और राढ़ क्षेत्र में, बीरभूम का, वर्धमान का, और नॉर्थ बंगाल, ये हमारा पुराना गढ़ है। इसमें तो हम मान लीजिए पहले 142 में से 100-110 तक मिलेगा हम लोग। और अभी बाकी जो चाहिए मेजोरिटी के लिए, कलकत्ता क्षेत्र हमारे लिए कमजोर है। एक कांग्रेसी गढ़ था, सीपीएम में भी उसको क्रैक नहीं कर पाया ठीक से। एक ही बार उन्होंने कॉर्पोरेशन जीता था विकास बाबू के सामने, नहीं पाया साल में। इस बार बीजेपी यहाँ भी क्रैक करेगा, और नदिया से लेके हुगली, नॉर्थ, साउथ, कृष्णा, कलकत्ता में अच्छा सीट निकल।
तो ओवरऑल 170 तक आएंगे आप?
आराम से। अब देख लीजिए, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ बिहार का।
ठीक है, तो एक आपसे मैं अभी वादा लूंगा, हमारे पास
क्या होगा,
हमारे पास टाइम कम है, एक आपसे वादा लूंगा, मनोजीत मंडल और आप दोनों 4 तारीख को हम मेरे साथ आएंगे। फिर कौन किसको मिर्ची लग रहा है, कौन झालमुड़ी खा रहा है, किसको झाल लग रहा है, वो भी देखेंगे। नहीं, वो भी देखेंगे।
दिलीप दा कैसे आएंगे? दिलीप दा को तो कैबिनेट बनाना है ना, मनोजीत दा कैबिनेट बनाना है। दिलीप दा कैसे आएंगे?
मनोजीत दा है बुद्धिजीवी और टीवी में रहते हैं, और हम श्रमजीवी, हम तो गांव में मैदान में रहते हैं। उनके साथ मेरा दोस्ती नहीं है, मिला भी नहीं कभी। अब मिल जाए 4 तारीख।
ठीक है, दिलीप घोष जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सच अ प्लेजर स्पीकिंग विद यू। थैंक यू। एवरीथिंग असाइड,
you accuse my university at times.
Everything aside,
you don't like my university, but
from being the Pradesh Adhyaksh of the BJP and to taking the BJP story to the streets of Bengal at a time when the BJP was just getting kicked, BJP workers were getting kicked and slapped all across by the left and also the Trinamool. From that time onwards, he's struggled in Bengal, and today it was good to see him on national television speaking with us. And you had Medinipur on that region to work on. Let's see how you return there, because you've toiled a lot there. All the very best, Dilip Ghosh ji. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's bring it back in. Nice banter here. Kisko jhal laga, kaun muri khayega, all that we'd see. But we'll come back to the numbers.
Switch now. Just a quick couple of things to some turnouts that we're reporting in phase 2. So Chaurangi has seen a 33% jump Bhawanipur has seen a 24% jump.
Yeah, can we have that
We're also looking at other seats which have seen remarkable turnout. So Ballygunge, 28%, 26.83%, almost 27% there. 27%
we can actually, when we did the Muslim, the Hindu and the VIP seats, if that's updated, we can see a good reference there too.
Kolkata Port has seen a 25% jump.
Yeah, so can we look at the VIP seats? I think the VIP seats had that.
Howrah,
97%. Sorry, you've been waiting for a long time.
97%. Pour some cold water on this. Please tell me how many additional voters have voted.
So
My point. I'll tell you the background to this, Anand. We keep talking of phenomenal turnout.
Those numbers are coming in.
I'll give you the example of Tamil Nadu. One of the top 3 constituencies recorded 92.5%. Last time it had recorded 81, 82, whatever. 12% increase, very substantial. We went and did the math and we actually found out 400 voters fewer had voted.
Let me just show you. Can we just put that math table?
24 lakh.
The voter math table, we've got the numbers. Can you just put the voter math table that we used for phase 1, phase 2? No, not this one. The phase 1, phase 2, the overall arithmetic. When we had the voter math, I'm just going to ask the team to just check. Not this. This is 85.5 Bhawanipur. These are the VIP seats, each one of them. No, the voter turnout math. Okay, Falta again at 5 p.m. it was 95.95. After these, we'll get the others. The trend Bengal phase 1, 90 and 89.9 and 90%. So at 5 p.m. these were the numbers. The numbers have eventually settled. We'll get that. We had the voter numbers. Phase 1, 3 crore voters have voted, and the absolute percentage of voter turnout that we required. So we'll get that. And we'll also then do Tamil Nadu after that quickly. So I'm just going to check if the team is copying what I'm saying, and then we can quickly move. So these are the actual numbers, 80.7 and 89.9. So we've done the voter math and we'll talk about that. The voter math said that in phase 1, the base had come down. Okay, we're looking. What are we doing? Okay. Yeah, this is the one. Right, finally. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, perfect, thank you. So this is phase 1, 2021, total voters was 3.8 crore, phase 2, 3.6 crore. So total voters was 7.3. Number of voters who turned out, phase 1, 3.1 crore absolute number, and phase 2 is 3 crore. So 6 crore, 6.1 crore voters had come. So this was the turnout, 81, 83, and the overall average was 82%. So in phase 1, we had 3.3 crore absolute number. So that means 20 lakh voters more. Already 20 lakh voters more on a lower base of 3.6, and that's why 93%. This number at 5 p.m. was 3 p.m. was 2.7 already. If it is at 2.7 crore, what's the number here? It will be 85% turnout. That means this number 3.3 plus 7 will actually match this number. But we already have 89% turnout or 90% turnout. So this number is this number is more. The number is more.
You take 2016 and compare with 21, you would have found 20 lakh, 25 lakh additional voters. You take 21, compare with 26, you will find 25, 30 lakh additional voters.
2.95.
My point is...
so this is 2.95. So if this is 2.95, this is 3.3. So the absolute number is greater than 2021.
By how much? 20 lakh, which is every single 5-year term, you will find that increase.
Okay.
My point is, all this talk about, this is a massive turnout, there's going to be so much of anti-incumbency and all of that. It is not so huge.
Okay,
let me give a simple example. Bankura, which voted in the first phase, had a vote share increase of 9.53 percentage points. Now, if you take out the low denominator effect, that's just 3 percentage points. The organic surge is 6.53 percentage points. So you have to take out the SIR factor, and then you have to look at the surge for every single assembly. I'll tell you what's the error. What's the error, Suman? A lot of people simply assume that the denominator is always low.
Correct.
What happens if the denominator increases? Because in certain assemblies, the SIR actually
by the addition of seats. I agree, but my point is, overall across the state, if you take past elections and you compare it, you
Did
will
you
find
have-
this 20 lakh,
did
25
you
lakh
have-
additions across
No,
the
no,
board.
but did you have an updated electoral roll before every election?
No, you didn't. But my point is very simple. The net addition of voters between every 5-year term is roughly around 20-25 lakhs. In some cases, it's even been higher. And the reason I'm saying is, this exact story went out on all Tamil channels on the day of the voting, on 23rd. Record turnout, historic, this, that. And then we found out eventually 24 lakh additional votes had been polled.
But it is record turnout.
It is a record
Out
turnout.
of 100 people, 85
No, but
people have
24
voted.
lakh is not a small
Leave
number,
all the
sir.
numbers. Out of
24
100
24
people
lakh
in
is not a small
Bengal,
number.
80 are voting.
Chennai's turnout went up from 60 to 59% to somewhere around
Suman,
80%.
24 lakh is not a small number.
I agree.
It's a
Akash.
lot of people.
It's a district.
2.4 million
It
people.
is.
If
And
I
if you remove
spread
the addition, it will be more.
24 lakh,
20,000
if I spread across 294 seats,
Yes.
even if I spread it evenly, that is greater than the margin of victory of the previous.
certainly is.
So that
This
can
is
change
not
the whole.
a-
So that can change the
But
whole
that happens
result.
every
That
election.
can change the whole result.
My point is it happens
I'll tell
every
you where
election.
this narrative came from. The TMC unwilling to accept.
Let's go across to Tamil Nadu, and we've got
Yeah,
somebody.
let's go straight across. Yeah.
We got Pradeep Gupta.
Let's go
Rao.
across to Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep Gupta, as usual, you have hit a 6. There are two contending polls. One is the Tamil Nadu contending poll, which is the Vote Vibe poll, and then there is the Axis poll. Both are polls apart. So, explain to us, Mr. Gupta, how you have come to the conclusion that TVK will not dent DMK but will decimate AIADMK. If there is so much anti-incumbency, how is it that the DMK gets away unscathed, but the AIADMK gets flattened out that had no role in government?
So Rahul, thank you for having me here. Now coming to the Tamil Nadu and that to TVK, whatever vote share about 35% we are showing for predicting rather for TVK and DMK alliance both. TVK is contesting first time, so where their vote is coming from these 35%. So when it comes to DMK, it is coming about 34% vote from DMK and about 32% from AIADMK.
Take Amitabh also.
So they are holding on to their 56% vote share of the last time when it comes to DMK, and when it comes to AIADMK, they are holding on to about 51% vote share of their own. Now coming to how this is happening, there are two very important demography playing the role. One is the gender. Among women, TVK is scoring 38% as against male 32%. This is one. Two, pardon?
No, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the coming to the age group, in the age group of 18 year of age to 39 year of age, which contributes 42% of voting population this time in Tamil Nadu, their TVK is scoring way high than DMK and AIADMK. But when it comes to 40 plus age group, where DMK is scoring much more than the TVK, and that is the precisely reason why both the party and the alliance, the vote share in our poll is coming to 35%. Now coming to the seat share, though the margin is likely to be very thin in three-corner contest, but the DMK on their traditional stronghold is scoring big margin victory. So their seat is comparatively coming less than the TVK seats. So that is the reason why we are predicting 98 to 120 seats for the TVK and 92 to 110 for the DMK. If DMK score good, which is 110, TVK may end up about 98 or double digits.
No, but Pradeep ji, what you have not explained, look, I understand the math and so on and so forth, and you've probably, I don't know, what was your sample size? That could be great to also, if you could elucidate on that. But I just want to understand, how is it that if there is such a backlash and obvious anti-incumbency, it's not the DMK that is being punished, but a party that's not in power that is being punished. What is happening here? Especially when the AIADMK also has caste-based parties supporting it. It is also very caste-based and organizationally very adroit ADMK, adroit configuration.
So you asked about the sample size. To be precise, it is 44,460, very big sample size, because we have got the luxury of these 6 days post-poll. Now coming to why the anti-incumbency, see, it's anti-incumbency is definitely there, but what is important when there is an anti-incumbency, the next party to select for, what is going into voter mind is who is the next or better party who can they can select or adopt to. So in the process, they do not find AIADMK as a promising or the prospective party they should be voting for. If you see the history in recent past, the 2 Lok Sabha election and assembly election, AIADMK has been routed very badly in case of Lok Sabha election, in particular 19 and 24 both the time. So people are looking for a change, and that too about almost 50 years of these two parties who is ruling the state. People want change, and particularly this demographic shift and the new age people who are looking for a change. And if they can see change in the form of a new party or a new leader,
in that case,
Pradeep
ji, namaste. This is Anand Narsimhan here. In that case, Pradeep ji, then there should be an equal number of vote shift and a loss of vote share for the DMK. Because if they are upset with the Rivayati parties and the traditional party and the anti-incumbencies with DMK, then there should be more votes. And Vijay's focus has been on the KTCC belt where the DMK has stronghold. If you are giving DMK seats in its core stronghold, then Vijay should not be able to make those inroads. In terms of the breakup, also the Vanniyar belt, the Delta region, the Counter belt or the Kongu belt, also in the south where the Tewars are present, there are regional parties which have hold, and it's also the caste dynamic that come into play. And Vijay was not very active in those regions. He has actually mounted his campaign against the DMK, and you are saying that the DMK continues to retain its stronghold. So it's a little contradictory.
Yeah, I'm coming to that, Anand.
Ji.
So you asked me the region-wise thing. So in Chennai city in particular, Vijay is doing extremely well. He's not doing so good in northern Tamil Nadu, barring Chennai. Secondly, the Delta, the Kaveri Delta, DMK is doing very good. In southern Tamil Nadu, where I don't know what is making you to say so that he's not focused or not gone there and all those kind of things. Southern Tamil Nadu also DMK, TVK is doing very good. In western Tamil Nadu, the traditional stronghold of AIADMK, there all 3 parties doing good. Western Tamil Nadu, all 3 parties doing good in our poll. So this is the story. And when it comes to the change, it cut across all the barrier and the boundaries when it comes to caste and those old thesis and traditional thing. That is when the change emerges.
Sumantraman has a question.
I've got a question. See, the general perception of Vijay is largely an urban vote bank, and in the rural areas he is much weaker. And from an organizational perspective, even at the booths, we hardly saw TVK people in all the booths in rural areas. So the perception has been said that Vijay would get a lot more votes in urban areas, but in the rural areas he's not really going to be a serious player. Which is why, we come back to this number of 120, because Tamil Nadu has 154 rural seats. How is Vijay faring in the rural areas according to your survey?
Yes. So in rural area, 35% vote share for the DMK and 33, he's trailing there in the rural area, 33 to TVK. And in urban area, 38% to TVK and 35% to DMK.
Pradeep, this is GVL Narasimha Rao. I think Pradeep has, to his credit, having predicted some things which were found to be quite bizarre. but when it turned out, the results were quite accurate. But whether this will be one of that or it will turn out to be a bizarre prediction, we will see later. But my question is, you see, there are occasions Tamil Nadu has proved to be a difficult state for pollsters in the past. I remember an election in which all of us predicted, picked the wrong winner. Possibly it was 2016 election. So it has a history. One possibility I would like you to consider is you have done the post-poll survey. So people go and vote exactly as per their preference in the real vote. When they come out and you ask them after 2 days, who did you vote for? There I have already voted for somebody, ADMK. Let me say TVK. Because you love Vijay. Many of us love Vijay as an actor. So you might actually do one thing in the polling booth, come back and say something else. This is a strong possibility. If the results were to be completely online with what Amitabh has projected, where it's a small tally for the TVK, this could be a possible consideration. And another question, did you conduct any pre-poll surveys? Was it evident in pre-poll surveys that there is a huge vote share that is going towards the TVK, or is it sudden? An impulsive kind of polling where people went to the polling booth that morning, decided to press the button for TVK?
The undecided voter. I would think that even that must have been the undecided voter who would have
that number would be less.
Some of them might have. And also one question I wanted to see: do you really see TVK becoming, Vijay becoming Chief Minister? Do you project that at all?
Okay, so one by one, so GVL, you are right, that may be the case, but that is how this business is. We'll have to believe what people are saying.
Correct.
And we have been quite successful in doing so. We have Access My India, we have predicted 81 elections so far and called 74 accurate. Now coming this, that is possibility. I mean, people say out of their stardom and all that, which is quite possible. I am not denying on to that, but that is something beyond my control.
Okay, DMK spokesperson is also here with us, Mr. Dharani Dharan.
there.
But Mr. Dharani Dharan, your reaction to the Access My India poll and also the Vote Vibe poll, both are suggesting that the DMK, I think they're going against the run of play, projecting different players, but saying that the DMK is not going to make it.
See, I've seen about a dozen of surveys, in which apart from 2 surveys, 10 other surveys have said that DMK is coming to power. Some have projected as high as maybe 170, 180. Some have predicted that we are going to get 120, 121 and come to power. And 2 outliers which says that maybe we'll only get 75, 78 seats. But there's also one survey which completely says that ADMK is decimated. So, but in my opinion, having been in the ground, we are definitely winning this election. And Edapadi is not unfortunately seen as an alternate in Tamil Nadu. That is why he had lost 5 major elections, as well as a number of bipolls that happened in Tamil Nadu. You go and speak to anywhere in Tamil Nadu, he is not seen as an alternate. Okay, and that is why even in the preferred chief minister candidate surveys, it was my chief minister followed by maybe 45%, and number 2, number 3 were at 20% odd, and then maybe few other people at 10% odd. So the position of DMK being the number 1 party after post 20 election is a constant. Who is going to be number 2 is a question here.
Selam, let me ask you this. Do you in your assessment believe that the TVK can take 35% vote share? Is that a groundswell on ground that will give him 30 to 35% vote share?
See, we don't know how people vote, but I will tell you this. Hypothetically, even if I were to accept that 35%, 35%, it's going to be neck to neck, which doesn't still rule out DMK. What it rules out is the ADMK. So what is evident the exit poll is that ADMK being completely obliterated.
So you believe that the TVK has done enough on the ground to pose No, we all understand hypothetics. I'm asking you, sir.
No,
you're probably getting... hang on, just a minute. Mr. Dhanidhar, one second. Let me just ask him straight off the bat. It's a good question that Anand posed, and I'm going to press on with it. I'm asking you, sir. It's been about, 8 days now since the last the Tamil Nadu election wrapped up. So I'm asking you very simply this. In your internal assessment, where does Vijay stand?
I do not think he will going to get 35% for sure. He's
How
not
much?
going to form the government.
How much?
We were certain that he's going to take a lot of AIADMK vote share. That was certain. Because the Yada Party was not seen as an opposition force. Even in your channels, I previously said.
What's the vote share that you were crediting the TVK? That's what the understanding.
Vote share.
It's not about whether it's a DMK vote or ADMK vote. I'm just saying purely TVK. What was the vote share that you were willing to credit that he'll get? 15%, 20%, 25%, 35%? What percent? I'm not even saying DMK is losing or not. I'm just asking you, what was your assessment? And Rahul's also asking the same thing. What would you credit given Vijay and your understanding on ground? What is the vote share that you think he'll be able to get?
See, you want me to give an answer, but I'm saying I'm not a psychologist, I'm a politician. My job is not accurately pinpoint what percentage is going to get. But what
Let's say hypothetically,
No, hypothetically, I can say anything. I can say that I will get 100% of the votes.
I think what Mr. Salem is trying to tell us, hang on, I think what is happening here is Mr. Salem is telling us something very simple. He's saying that, look, the AIADMK is going to be steamrolled here. That's what he's telling us. Now, obviously,
I'm also saying something more.
obviously,
I'll come. Yeah, Fred, I'll come. What I am also trying to say is that in Tamil Nadu, the election is only for who is going to be the opposition face. Or rather, who is going to be the opposition face of Tamil Nadu for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years to come. That is what this election is about, or not who's going to be.
No, that is okay.
So what he's saying is,
my humble submission is, if there is anti-incumbency and if TVK is coming out as a force challenging Stalin and the DMK, then how is it that it's not pinching vote share from Stalin and DMK, but pinching vote share only from ADMK? It should pinch from both. That's not happening in the Axis Mind poll. That's what I was trying to submit. Yes,
no, in Axis poll also, it is the ADMK that has been obliterated, no? Okay,
so I understand that. So it's very interesting.
The ADMK has gone down to 21-22%.
I think okay, so I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Salem, but I think what is actually happening here is that the DMK suspects that enough damage has been done by the TVK to the AIADMK to make the TVK a bit of a player, specifically somebody who is on the lead pole of the opposition. Now, does that mean that Pradeep Gupta has cottoned on to something and that it means that the TVK has really gone up there? Yes, Mr. Gupta, very quickly before I bring in Mr. Ashwini Kumar Solo to get a sense of where this election is going.
I'm replying to Anand Pai. Last time DMK alliance has secured 45% vote share. Now they are reducing to 35. So anti-incumbency 10% point is a very, very big number.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Sir, there is just one point. If you are, as per your poll, you are giving the ADMK 42% vote share, ADMK plus, in the 1ER seat and 36% vote share in the Vallar and the Counter seat, that itself is 50 seats for the ADMK. That vote share itself, irrespective of what the others get, because of their entire consolidation, that itself is 50 seats for the ADMK. So there is something wrong in that calculation. That's my humble submission.
Anyhow, look, on the 4th we will know. But just opening this up to the larger national picture, and we are joined by Ashwini Kumar. Anand will be here with us. We'll take Ashwini Kumar Solo as we enter the final leg of this long broadcast that has been now going on for 5 hours. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, thank you very much. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Anand and myself, please, on screen. Thank you very much, Director Saab. Very kind of you. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, what we're seeing now, I'm putting all the results together. What we're seeing is a mosaic. We're seeing perhaps the BJP breaking new geography, consolidating in one in the east. So we are seeing perhaps the BJP, the lotus bloom in Bengal, perhaps, if the projections hold true, largely. And we're seeing the BJP retain Assam. That means we're seeing perhaps the beginning of the end of the TMC, and we're seeing the continued decimation of the Congress. There is the prospect of a narrow victory, difficult to call, for the UDF in Kerala. It's not a clear mandate for the Congress-led alliance, which the Congress will probably resent. And perhaps in Tamil Nadu, a new player or the AIADMK coming back, depending on the two outlier polls. What does this tell you? If you were to apply the larger gauge from a national perspective, what does this tell you?
Well, thank you very much. Your summary is almost accurate and on the lines that I was thinking myself. Without doubt, whichever way the Bengal polls go, the BJP has been able to extend and enlarge its footprint in Bengal, whether it forms the government or increases substantially its tally of seats. It can legitimately claim a political victory. Some pollsters have predicted a comfortable majority for the BJP. It may be so, it may not be so. But I would also say that despite everything, despite the anti-incumbency, Mamata has fought fiercely and fought not to be decimated. I don't agree with your conclusion that this is the end of the road for TMC or Mamata. Whether she forms government or not, she will be the second most important or the first most important player in Bengal. This is so much for Bengal. It is true that the anti-incumbency and the youngsters' urge for change has been the driving force in both Tamil Nadu and Bengal. And that, I believe, is the general consensus. Assam, of course, was a given, but I had expected Congress to do better. You said that Congress is becoming, well, you used the word decimated. I would say, regrettably, my old party, and I continue to believe in the ideology of the Congress party, has been reduced to political irrelevance in most of these elections, except for Kerala. Kerala, I think we must credit the Congress leadership, both at the state level and at the central level, for a prudent distribution of tickets and for the success in carrying together important local leaders of the Congress in Kerala. Mind you, even in the heydays of the Congress party, Kerala was a standalone example of an ideologically and organizationally driven election machine of the Congress party. That was perhaps the only exception. And I think the hard work done by its younger leadership, after Anthony and Karunakaran, has been recognized in Kerala, but not to the extent Congress had hoped for. Now, there's a big question who would lead the UDF government. My sense is, that is not a question you put to me, but that is a question that is being asked in political circles. My sense is it would be Mr. K.C. Venugopal or someone who has the support in case Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who is the de facto leader of the Congress, does not want Mr. Venugopal to leave Delhi. But on the whole, my conclusion
in your
is
internal assessment,
that the political
where does
consciousness
Vijay
of this
stand?
country is changing very fast.
I do
BJP
not
is
think
no
you're going to
longer
get
a pariah
35%
party.
for sure.
BJP is the dominant party in national
We
politics
were
now for
certain
several years,
that he's going to take a lot of
it's
AIADMK
reaching
vote share.
the
That was
citadel.
certain.
Assuming,
Because the
of course, we
Yada
are
party was
assuming
not
that
seen
these
as
polls
an
are correct.
opposition force. Even in your channels have previously
My
said
observation can be taken on the basis thereof.
One of the first
Assuming
in the
they are
last
correct, and they may not be correct. If they are correct, the breakthrough
Flag
for
machinery.
the BJP in Bengal is
Figure
something
wonders.
that
You know,
the
the fan
BJP
clubs
would
are
be
actually very
happy about.
powerful in Tamil Nadu.
And
They have
and
done some
and one
local
of the
action. They
main
kind of
point
function as
but then
in
few thousand booths
in
even
Bengal.
Let's
I
he's
would
only
say
started
that
out
the
and
charismatic
he's already
leaders
started
of
a
the-
debate. So first point
of the
is no election
principal-
machine.
No election
Okay.
machinery, no
actors,
booth
the
agents.
charismatic
And then
personality of the
DMK
principal
standing.
actors
So are you
has had
telling
a
me AIADMK
decisive
voters who were sick and tired of the
in-
DMK, who
in the
wanted
shifting of the
AIADMK to
vote
come back,
patterns.
suddenly said, oh no, Vijay is the superstar,
Right.
let's
Thank you
give
very
our
much,
votes
sir.
to him.
Thank you very
And the
much for
DMK
putting that
voters
into
said, we'll stick to
perspective.
the
Of course,
DMK, and suddenly
on
AIADMK
result day,
will
we'll
lose
have longer
a-
conversations
it
and
looks-
deeper
he looks-
analysis
how did-
because
exactly
we'll
how
have the
did-
facts before us. So thank you very much. And viewers, thank you for staying with us and tuning in and giving us a lot to cheer about because the numbers actually
Then what
on
happened next
YouTube
election? They went
have
to
been very
67
encouraging.
seats.
We've got to wind up only by saying कि ये तो
Did
सिर्फ
they or did
trailer
they
है
not?
पिक्चर
They sucked
4
both the
तारीख को
votes.
बाकी है
They will come. If this is there, and if they can't make a government,
That logic very
I know the sequence is a bit.
So they heard the Congress first At that time,
No,
also
PMK
the
is a
BJP
case
which was
30
the
seats only.
challenger.
I'm talking about
We
20
take-
back.
but
Yes.
here,
Yes.
but sir,
TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234
ADMK
seats. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the behemoths.
Stuck to
Now,
the BJP. It never went away.
usually does not
This
went away in the
logic
next
says, this logic says,
Okay,
okay.
now here is another outlier.
Here what's happening
Axis
is,
has come out and said
DMK
TVK
voter
is
says,
winning
I'm with
this
the
election.
DMK. The AIDMK
Axis
voter
has
who
come
wants
out
to
and
change
said,
to AIDMK,
let's look at that number.
suddenly
Can we
looks
put
like
that
Vijay
number
says,
out?
this is my number.
Well,
it can happen. You
we've
lose
just
over
got
your
the
party
information that
position.
Axis
You
has
cannot
come
have
out and
it.
said,
You
behind us, there you go, says TVK will get
If
98 to 120 seats.
If you lose
If
vote
I'm
in
a
the party,
AIADMK,
you only want to say this.
Now see, this is what I am saying.
I'm not
If
impressed
the
by that.
voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I am saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
It keeps showing. It keeps showing. No, both
There
are
has
getting.
never been any sign of losing hope.
okay, maybe there is
As a strong political
that's what I'm saying.
leader, he held his
If
party together.
there was such a
massive campaign,
gentlemen, 1 minute please,
and almost similar brilliant.
Chetan, across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They're saying that control the party is routed. Why do you think? Sorry, what they're saying is that the 40% general share of the AIADMK plus is routed, and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote. Continue to hold on. All the AIADMK votes have, even when the diffusion.
So here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. DMK. Okay, no. It's not. I'm just. Okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Axis My India.
Second.
Axis My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110.
That
vote share is 35%. The TVK 98, 120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%. But out of the race, NTK is 3% and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll. But it clearly suggests that it's on our screens.
Can I sum this up for viewers who
Viewers, this is what they're being told. 90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat, which means about 140. If you take a medium of that, you probably be at about 110. So just a little shy. And then you have because they're seeing 20 people talk about some bizarre thing. Now let me just take a step back and tell you what is exactly happening here. There's been a poll of polls, viewers.
Let's get started.
And we have a huge number of conflicting assessments coming from Tamil Nadu. So we have the vote vibe, which is a CNN projection here, CNN News 18, which shows that the DMK will get about 103 to 113. The AIADMK 114
With the deadlock
to
between the United
124,
States
so
and
just
Iran,
above
there
the
isn't just
halfway mark.
uncertainty
And
over
the
economic
TVK,
and
which is
military
Vijay,
threats,
between
but
4 and
also
10, so about
semantics.
6-7 seats.
What do we call
Axis
this
My
phase?
India
A fragile
says
truce,
the
an
DMK
impasse,
is
or is
going
this
to
something more akin to
hang
a
in
Cold
there.
War? We will discuss
Is
that
short
on the show
of
tonight.
the halfway mark.
And as though a rift
The
with most of
ADMK
its
has
allies
collapsed
wasn't enough,
completely.
Washington is also seeing a rift within.
And it
It
is a
appears there
TVK
is
that is
some
going to
love
surge
lost
ahead.
between Vice President
You
J.D.
have
Vance and
Matriz,
War
you have
Secretary Pete
People's
Hegseth.
Pulse,
I'll tell you more about that in a
People's
bit.
Insight and
is
Prajapol
Pakistan trying to
that
find
are
ways
in
to get
varying
out of its
degrees
so-called
giving
mediation role?
DMK
Just when you think
another
they
term
might do
in office.
something right.
And the TVK,
But you see, it's hard to
not
broker
much.
peace
The
when you've
ADMK
never
to
heard of
varying
it.
proportions
And also, when you're actively involved in a military
second
operation
place.
at your own
Now,
doorstep.
viewers, it's these two polls, the vote
Uncertainty
vibe and the
continues.
Axis
There
My
are
India,
those
that
who
is
are counting
striking
the
a
big
massive
bucks. I'll tell you about the oil
conversation
giants who
around
are
our
cashing
table
in.
because
And Nick
fundamentally,
King
if one
Charles
were
just
to believe
offered
that there is
masterclass in
anti-incumbency and it's
We will take you
incipient and
inside
it's
the
deep
carefully
against
choreographed
the
White
ruling
House state dinner.
alliance, which is the
And whatever
DMK
happened
alliance,
to using
you
our
can't
words?
have a
Turns
situation
out people are using
where
28%
the
fewer of
closest
them.
competitor is
We're
blanked
just
out,
clocking
punished
things
for no
and
rhyme or
slang
reason.
maxing,
The
which works
DMK
until someone has
retains
to
quite a
actually
bit of
explain
its hold,
what that means.
but
It's giving
the change
miscommunication. All
runs
that
away
and
with
more
it.
lined up, but first,
So if there is
headlines.
anti-incumbency, the first party to be punished
Two
would be
Jewish
the
men
DMK
stabbed
coalition.
in North London.
The
A suspect
ADMK
has
would
been
perhaps be
arrested
somewhere in
and
the middle,
police have
and the
called it a
TVK would
terrorist
run away with
incident.
this election.
Israel has condemned the attack and
Vote
called out
Bite
Keir
seems to
Starmer's
suggest that
government. This
there
comes
is
with a
enough
series of arson attacks
anti-incumbency,
targeting
but
Jewish
not to
sites
the
in London.
extent that people presume. So it's not going to be so
Lebanon asks
decisive,
Israel to
but
fully
it will be
implement
relatively
ceasefire before
clear,
talks. The
simple
Lebanese
majority
president
for the
says they are
AIADMK,
waiting
the
for the
challenger,
United States
because of
to
its
set a
massive
date for
coalition
the
alliance,
negotiations.
caste alliance,
Despite
and
the
so on and so
ceasefire,
forth. But
Israel
fundamentally,
and
Vijay won't
Iran-backed
be a
Hezbollah
factor.
have
So it
both
is here, viewers,
engaged
that
in
we have
fighting,
two
violating
extreme
this
poles
fragile truce.
that are really talking about two extreme outcomes.
France
and that is
summons
a
the top
conversation
diplomat
we
of
were having.
Madagascar.
Tushar
It is
Gupta
to protest the expulsion
doesn't
of a
agree,
French
believes
official
that,
from the
the
country.
TVK
Madagascar has
is not
accused the
such a big
official
factor. I
of
don't.
involvement
Very
in
quickly, why?
activities to destabilize the country.
Election
The diplomatic
machinery.
spat
It's just
comes
one actor,
as
one
Madagascar
individual.
moves closer
You
to
cannot
Russia.
have an entire state as big as Tamil Nadu rallying
The
behind
US
one actor.
Supreme
I can
Court strikes
understand
down
cinematic
Louisiana's
charisma. I
electoral
can understand
map.
stardom.
It
I can
has
understand
also
fan
curbed
clubs.
the
But are you
use
telling
of
me
a race to
fan
determine
clubs
district
overnight are more
boundaries?
politically
This is a landmark
savvy
ruling.
than
It could be a major boost to
parties that have
Republican
been doing this
prospects
for
ahead
years
of
and years?
November's
And
midterm
am I to
elections.
believe that AIADMK of all parties is losing its
And
voters
Sri
to
Lanka's
TVK,
government
not the
takes
DMK,
control of the
not the
islands
party
with
that
its
is actually
board.
facing
A
that anti-incumbency.
nine-member
That makes
interim
absolutely
administration has been
sense.
appointed
if
to carry
Vijay were
out
to come
reforms. Sri
striding
Lankan
through,
cricket is the
viewers,
country's
it would
wealthiest
break a
sporting
chain
body, but it has been
actors
plagued by allegations of corruption
not having
and
succeeded.
mismanagement.
He would be one of the first in the last 30 years to have done so after J. Jayalalitha back in the 80s. So this would be a massive leap of faith. It's happened, of course, in other democracies. It's happened in Ukraine, for example, where a comic came and won the election. It happened in Nepal. So you have change like that. It can happen dramatically.
Rahul, one thing, let's all of us agree that it's cinematic charisma. This is Vijay's stardom.
Yeah.
Why is the stardom heavier on the AIADMK voter side and not the DMK voter side?
I'm an AIADMK voter. I hate the DMK. But I don't think the AIADMK cannot defeat them. I feel that guy will defeat them. I just
The United
hate the
States
DMK.
and
I
Iran
want
are
them
now
defeated.
locked in
I will
something
go with
that
this
doesn't
guy
quite
because
fit
looks
the
like he has a
conventional
plan.
war
I like
category.
his speeches. The
It's
way
not
he attacks the
combat,
DMK.
it's not
Let me
diplomacy,
support him.
it's
Yes.
something in
I
between.
don't think ADMK
Like a Cold
voters
War.
would
Now, why
have
am
any
I saying
reason to
this?
believe that
Donald
their
Trump
party cannot
launched
take on
what his
DMK. That is
administration
not the
called
ground
Operation
When you're
situation.
such an
Ethnic
exciting
cleansing.
guy and you're young,
Launched airstrikes, imposed blockades. The
So
goal
certainly
was
the entire
exert
campaign that
maximum
TVK
pressure
ran,
on the
Vijay
Iranian
ran
regime
was against
and
the
crush
DMK.
its
And
nuclear
the vote
program.
share that DMK has is
result?
not its
Anything but simple. Iran's
loyal
nuclear
vote. Because if that
capabilities
were to
remain
be the loyal
unbroken.
vote, they would have
And
won
Trump,
every
by
single
all
election.
accounts,
They
is
have not
furious
won a
about it.
repeat election since
According to averages,
1972
multiple
for more than
senior
3
US
decades.
officials
So
now believe
sorry,
that the
quickly
situation
bring,
is
this is
quietly
the vote by
settled
vote
into
tracker.
state.
Let's take the
Yeah,
JIP.
look
also.
at-
Look at
Nuclear
the approval
capability.
rating. Look at the approval
The
rating
war
that
has
the
reportedly
PM
faltered.
had.
So
Just
what does the
1%.
Cold War
Let's
look
take the
like?
JIP cam on
Think
that.
of it like
And
this.
he was
Two
at
rival
14.
countries
He was at
never
14%.
directly
He
fight,
was at 14%.
but compete in every other
very
way.
highly in the past, and even now his ratings
Let
are
me
high.
explain this
Compared
in
to
the
Stalin,
context of the
this I am
current
talking about
conflict
what people say.
with four
He is
reasons.
considered to
Reason
be a
number
much
one,
better
the Strait
administrator.
of Hormuz.
This is the public
Iran
discussion.
has
Even the
blocked
young
one of the
people,
world's
yeah.
most
First-time
critical
voter.
oil
You see,
points
young people
to all
across all
foreign
political
shipping.
parties might
In
swing
retaliation, the United
towards
States has
TVK,
blocked Iranian
but that is
ports.
not that is
Its
part
navy
of
is
the
base
stationed
is
near
not
Iranian
as much
waters,
to give him those
intercepting
I
ships
just told you
coming
that
and
even if
going
all
through the
youth were to
blockade.
vote for the TVK,
So it's a
they will
dual
still
blockade.
not swing the
So
election.
as a
What are we
result,
seeing at the
shipping
back?
traffic
TVS
is falling.
campaigns.
And
You see,
energy
campaigns are a good
prices
indicator.
are rising.
They were
They're
very,
expected to
largely
stay
attended.
high for
And
months.
he's not a a small leader.
Trump has now
EPS
reportedly
will
told
not be a
forces to
national
prepare
case,
for
but
a longer blockade. In short,
with
US
respect,
forces
he's not
remain
even
deployed
winning both
in the
his
region
assembly seats.
with
I'm
no
putting this
exit
plate is
timeline.
bite out on the day of the
Iran,
election.
meanwhile,
but more
has
importantly,
made its
why would the
position
people of Tamil Nadu, the great people of Tamil Nadu,
Iran has
vote a guy's chief
consistently
minister
upheld
for flood relief
maritime
or
security
those to get relief
and
to his
freedom
house?
of navigation
The
in the
Nepo
Persian
kid, when
Gulf,
people
Strait of
died
Hormuz,
in the
and the
tragic
Gulf of
accident,
Oman.
ran away like a
For
coward.
decades,
No
Iran has
politician. You can be a
fulfilled its
Congress politician,
responsibilities
BJP
as a
politician,
coastal
DMK,
state.
AIADMK. So you are
Since
an
28
XMP.
February,
No
the United
politician
States
runs
and
away.
Israel
This guy
have
ran away
waged
then for relief.
an
All
unlawful
those
war of
victims took in a
aggression
resort in
against
a bus.
Iran
You
in
think
violation
people
of
of
UN
Tamil Nadu
Charter,
will vote for somebody
disrupting
like this?
maritime
This is
security
got
and
completely
threatening
wrong.
Right or
regional
wrong, it's the poll of polls
peace.
and the polls that we are looking at. We
So
know
both sides are watching
What
all
happens
these,
in
waiting
India?
for the
नहीं,
other to
access
blink
नहीं
first.
है यार, सब
This
लोग
is
कह
not
रहे हैं.
war in
He's
the
danced
traditional
maybe
sense.
at times
all
on the
of
wrong
them
But it
foot.
is not peace.
He's a
It has
pollster.
become a waiting game. with
All
missiles
of them
on
are
standby.
saying that the
Reason number two,
if you look at the
peace
poll of
talks
polls,
are
interesting.
still in limbo.
Mediators,
including Pakistan, have tried to restart talks.
The vote
But
wipe, or what we put out here as the
and
exit
lack
poll
of
projections
trust
with
have
vote
blocked
wipe,
progress.
we're saying that the
US
ADMK will
wants
benefit from
nuclear
the DMK's
guarantees
anti-incumbency.
from Tehran,
And it's
but
going to
Iran
be a
says
little
it is
close,
not
but
ready
DMK is
for
going to
nuclear
fall.
talks.
And he will pick up votes. He will pick up about 15 to 18%.
Regarding the current situation,
but
we have not
seats is
considered
not going to
the
be
war
too
to
many.
be over.
4 to 10, less
From the
than
day
double
the
digits
fighting
actually.
stopped in
But what
effect,
Axis
a
My India is
ceasefire
saying
or
is
silence took
that
place on the
there is
battlefield.
not
Since
so
there
much
is no trust in the United
anti-incumbency
States and our
against the
enemies, we have
But
continued in the
all
same
ADMK
way as during
supporters
the
are going to
war,
move to
making serious
TVK,
efforts to update
and
our
it's
list
going
of
to be
targets.
lock, stock, barrel as 98. This is quite bizarre.
Now to reason
for
number
somebody to
three,
project, but
inside
they
the
have.
White House,
So,
the
and
picture is
then
one of
look at the rest.
frustration
The
and
rest are saying he's going to get seats in
Advisors
double
familiar
digits,
with Trump's thinking
and
told
it's the
Axis
ADMK
News he's
plus that will
oscillating
suffer. This
between
combination of
authorizing
13
new
parties
military
will
strikes
suffer,
and relying
but the
on
DMK
economic
will
pressure,
continue to benefit and
force
they will
Iran to
continue
the
to
table.
gain. Now,
They say
in a
that the
scenario
US
like this,
president
if you have to
is
do the
frustrated but
arithmetic,
realistic.
then the
He
TVK has
doesn't
to
want
dent the
the US
ADMK across
to use
120
force,
seats
but
plus.
he's not backing
90
down
of those
either.
seats are in rural
The
Tamil Nadu.
frustration is
So,
showing up through his mixed
whether or
messaging.
not somebody's
Trump
applied
recently
their mind
said
to
that
this
Iran is
arithmetic
in a
is the
state
question
of
that they're
collapse.
asking. Yeah.
He claimed it
Can
was
I just be
Tehran that
brutally
had
honest?
told him so.
This is
And then he
outlandish,
posted
and I
an
think
image
this is
of
great for
himself
social
standing
media.
with
It
a
gives you
gun
great traction.
with
You
an
become the news.
AI-generated war background image.
For 3
Trump
days,
captioned
और
it,
वो टुक्का
"No
लग गया
more
ना,
Mr.
टुक्का,
Nice
then you
Guy,"
become the
and
expert
wrote,
and you can
"They
come and
better
dance here.
get smart
Otherwise,
soon."
how many do you remember Pradeep's got
And
wrong?
finally, reason number four.
No, who
we
else is
cannot
giving
talk
him?
about
Nobody else is
No,
giving him.
nobody is giving an
without
absolute majority or even
mentioning
close to
economic
majority,
pressure.
but being a significant
Historically,
player,
it has been
18
used
to
as
20
core
percent,
weapon.
even
What
18 to
is
20
this people
percent.
1947 and 1991, the US gained
Yeah,
large financial
yeah, that is the point.
capital
Okay,
subsidies
I'm
to
not going
Western
to.
Europe,
There is a local
keeping them
pollster.
economically tied to the United
There is a
States
local
and
pollster
away
in
from
Tamil
the Soviet
Nadu.
Union.
There's a local
It
pollster in
imposed
Tamil
embargoes
Nadu
on Cuba,
who usually when
and
they
that
do
is
these
what we are
polls in the
seeing
states and the
here
individual
as well.
states, they get about 70 to
US has launched
90%,
what it can
90%
only-
above.
what can
They
only
get
be
their
described
projections right.
as a
They have
financial
gone
siege
seat
on
by
Iran.
seat, district by district,
In the
region by
latest,
region,
Washington
and
has
broken down.
designated 35
And
entities
wherever
and
Vijay was
individuals
going to
central
do
to
well, that
Iran's
is in the urban
clandestine shadow
pockets, the
banking
Chennai,
network.
Chengalpet,
The aim?
Tiruvallur pockets,
Choke
in
the
south
major
where the Christian
funding
population
source
is a little
that
heavy,
spends
he
billions
is
to
pinching
support
big votes,
Iran's
35 to
military,
40%
missile
votes, but
programs
those are
and
in a
regional
limited number of
proxies.
seats. Otherwise, the
There's
fight
more.
is a two-way fight
In
between
just
the
the
DMK
last
and
10
ADMK.
days alone, the United
Wherever
States
he's
has
pinching
sanctioned
10 to
14
11%
individuals
votes
and entities
or of vote
linked to
share,
Iranian weapons
it's the
procurement
DMK which is
networks.
hurting more than
It has
the ADMK.
issued
He's pinching
sanctions
votes from
on
both sides.
Tehran-linked
Their
cryptocurrency
projections
wallets.
on
Chinese
ground
refiners
mirror
processing
or
Iranian oil
almost
have been sanctioned.
mirror what
Curbs have
Woodwide
also
has
been
come out and
placed on
projected. And
Iranian
I saw
airline
these numbers
networks,
just now, and it's
militia
quite
commanders,
surprising
and oil
down in Tamil
smuggling
Nadu.
routes.
Whereas
And that
these
brings us
numbers
to
seem
the
to be
human cost.
inspired by
Because
the
behind the
base
sanctions,
as
the
Lok Sabha
blockades and the
2024.
diplomatic
And
theatre,
that's where a
real
lot of the
people are
pollsters may have
suffering.
got it wrong because Lok Sabha
Thousands of
2024
airstrikes
should
have
not be the
damaged
base
more than
because there was
23,000
no
factories
ADMK
and
alliance in its
corporations
present
across
form.
Iran.
In its present form.
2 million jobs have been erased.
System, right?
An internet
If there
blackout
is-
is triggering
if
mass
these
layoffs.
numbers anywhere
Iran's
close to this,
economy was
that
already
means there's
fragile.
some kind of an
Per capita income had already
anti-incumbency in
fallen
such a
from
situation,
$8,000
whether the
in
DMK or the
2012
ADMK,
to an
if they
estimated
don't come to first past the
$3,500
post,
this year.
they will need
That's
support,
an almost
which which way will the TVK go? Because if the TVK is such a big disruptor and he's led such an anti-DMK campaign so far, will he align with the AIADMK? Will all the others supposedly who haven't been part of any groupings or move away? Even those who were part of these groupings,
they
will
worry
move
that
away. You never know with the Congress, right? You never know what they might do also.
What they might do. Yeah, G will come. I'm just going to request our team that by 8:30 let's try and move towards Bengal. Amitabh Tiwari has walked in abhi. अरे भाई साहब इतना बड़ा यहाँ पर चल रहा है बवाल। आप कहाँ घूम के आए? ये प्रोजेक्शन करके आप कहाँ घूम के आ गए?
A new catastrophe.
Yes.
It seems the United States and
Iran
are no longer just fighting.
It's
a long game of
Excuse me, just because Abhijit has gone
when
out,
wars
I can
move
understand.
from
Go on.
they don't end quickly.
So I can understand Kannada.
And they reshape global
Telugu
power.
also. So can I? Yeah.
Okay. So let me give you a pollster's perspective. One, for new parties sometimes which come on the horizon, it's difficult to predict exactly what share will be because we don't have a base to project. Point number one. Point number two, the ground report suggests that TVK has done much better than you expected. But if anybody had tracked this election over the last 3 months, You cannot have a
61
party
days into the
suddenly
Iran
from
crisis,
pre-poll
Washington is
1
trying
week
to
before
project
election
steadiness.
at 15%
The White
or
House says
10%
its
going to
pressure tactics
35%.
are
It doesn't
working on
happen that
Tehran.
way.
Okay, so
so
let's-
if somebody is
says
predicting
US
100
forces remain
seats,
prepared.
what was their projection
Donald
a
Trump
week
says
ago?
America
so
is
let's
in a
ask
position of strength.
That's the
But
point.
like Iran
also
is
Namaste. We're talking
devastated
Tamil Nadu, we'll talk Bengal
and
very soon.
fractured.
Just
Hanji.
one second. I just want to bring
Now on
in
the
Amitabh.
surface,
Amitabh,
the message
there are two
appears
poles
quite
which
disciplined.
are the center of
But wartime
the
governments
conversation.
are
One is
often
vote
tested,
vibe, one is access.
not only by events on the
Both have
battlefield, but also
different,
by unity at
very
home.
different,
And right now,
absolutely
Team
different, one
Trump
should say,
may be feeling
conclusions.
some strain on
First,
that
tell
front.
me, what do you
A
think
new report
of
is
the
out.
access
It is
poll?
by The Atlantic, and it claims that Vice President J.D. Vance
Gupta ji is
has
our
privately
guru.
been questioning the Pentagon's
पोल के
version
बारे में
of
ऐसा
this
कुछ
war.
नहीं बोलूंगा मैं पोल है उनका
He is said
ओपिनियन
to
है
have raised doubts about whether
One thing
Trump
is very clear
getting the
from all
full
this.
picture on the
if you
conflict.
add
That is a
ADMK
serious
and
claim.
TVK in most of the
Because it
polls,
suggests
it
the
will be
main debate
largely
may no
closer to
longer
or higher
only
than
be
DMK's
about
number.
Iran,
There
but
is
also about
significant
what is happening
anti-incumbency
inside
against
the US
DMK.
government.
Now the question is whether
According to
it
this report,
splits
Vance has raised
and
questions
helps the
about
DMK
US
like in
missile
some of the polls
stockpiles.
like Metri is
It is
122
believed
to
he is
32.
concerned
It is
about
just
how much has been
marginally
used and
above
how
the
quickly it
halfway
can be
mark which is
replaced.
118. Or
Let
the
me put that into
ADMK being the
perspective for you.
pole party
You see, publicly
and
the
a
Pentagon has
whole
projected
Dravidian
confidence.
party and the
War
main
Secretary
opposition
Pete
party
Hegseth
takes
has
benefit
said
of that,
Iran has
which
taken
we
heavy
feel
hits.
is likely to be.
He says
or
US military
a
readiness
newcomer
remains strong
takes
and that there is
benefit of
no
that.
cause
Even in
for
Axis
concern.
India, if you add
No one has
TVK
rebuilt that
and
defense
ADMK,
industrial base faster.
In fact, Axis
and
India
with
is showing
more
lesser
purpose
numbers for
than
DMK
President
than
Trump in
us,
his first
which
term,
means
and
that there is
now
higher
we're rebuilding
anti-incumbency
the arsenal
according
of
to
freedom.
them.
Our defense
So the
industrial
state is
base
up
is
for
more
grabs.
vibrant today
No, but
than it's
the
been
point
since
is,
World
and
War
this is a
II and
question
growing
that
rapidly.
I want to ask you because
But the
roughly
numbers tell a
speaking,
more complicated
the
story.
Axis My India
Take a look at
and
this.
the vote vibe
The US may have
projections for
used
DMK
at least
are roughly the same.
45% of its precision strike missiles
Yes.
in this war.
10 seats
Around
there.
half of
Yeah.
its
So
THAAD
they're roughly the same.
interceptors
So
may have
both of
also
you
been
feel
used.
that there's anti-incumbency,
Nearly
but
half
not
of
enough
its
to
Patriot
decimate
missile
the
systems
DMK.
are also said to have
We're
been
not seeing the
expended.
DMK come
And
down to
around
where the
30%
ADMK
of
was
its
in the
Tomahawk
last
missile
election.
stockpile may have
So
been
you're
used.
saying that there is residual
These are some of the
influence
most
left in
advanced
the
systems
DMK
in the
to
US
hold on. So
arsenal.
there is still
welfare
And
schemes.
experts say
where you
replacing
differ
them
is
could
who
take
gets that
3 to 5 years.
anti-incumbency vote.
In
Yes,
fact,
I'm
back
asking,
in March, the Pentagon had
if there
reportedly
is
sought
a vote
about
for
$200
change,
billion
and there
in
is such a
emergency
thirst
funding.
for change,
The
why is
money
the
was needed to
DMK
sustain
getting
the
still
war effort.
the numbers that it is
That
getting?
tells you
Why
the
isn't it
pressure
being
is real.
flattened out? If there
Which
is
also
a
means
thirst
that the
for change,
strategic calculation
shouldn't it be
is
the
now
DMK
changing.
that punishes, and both the
Missiles
ADMK and the
used
TVK
in one war cannot
might fight
be
it out
used in the
I
next
think
one.
somebody was mentioning
And
about
the United
what was
States
the
is
1
not
week
preparing for
prior
Iran
number,
alone.
etc.
It is
We
also
have been
watching
tracking this,
China and the
sir has been-
Indo-Pacific,
sir has been mentioned.
Russia, North
Phase 1
Korea.
DMK was ahead.
Every
Phase 2,
missile used in
when we
Tehran
did almost
is one
balanced,
less
anybody
that's
can win.
available elsewhere.
Phase 3, which was April 6th,
And the timing
the
of this
ADMK
report is
started to gain
significant.
advantage of this.
Today, Pete Hegseth faced
Between then
lawmakers in
and
Congress.
now,
That's the US Parliament.
Vijay's campaign
It
has
was his
picked up.
first major
Number
Capitol
one.
Hill hearing
Number
since
two,
the war
this
began.
delimitation
Officially,
Modi
it was
has
about the 2027 defense budget.
Correct.
But the real
Now
questions
delimitation
went
is
far
an
beyond
emotional
spending.
issue in the
Yes.
south. And of all the
Lawmakers
4
pressed him
states,
on key
or rather the
concerns.
2 states,
Take a
West
look at
Bengal
this.
and Tamil
2
Nadu,
months
it
in,
has some
I remind
impact
you, 2
over
months
the middle
in
and the
to a
urban
conflict.
class.
Lest I
Correct, that's
remind you,
number
and
one.
my generation
Number two
understands
is
how long
that
we were
Vijay's
in Iraq,
campaign has
how
picked up,
long we were in Afghanistan,
and it seems
how long
seems
we were
that
in
he
Vietnam.
has,
2
if
months
Access
in,
My India
on
poll
an
numbers are correct,
existential fight
he has
for
sought
the
the
safety of the
imagination
American people.
of this
Iran cannot have a
anti-incumbency
nuclear
votes,
bomb.
and
We
he
are
is pulling
proud
through,
of this
whereas we feel
undertaking.
that
I'm
it's the
proud that
ADMK
President Trump has
which
had the
has sought
courage to
this
do it, and I
imagination
look forward
of
to
this
sharing more
anti-incumbent
Is it
voter
probable
pulling
for
through.
the AIADMK
But the larger
and
problem
a
is the
huge
strategy
number of
that has been put
caste-based
before us. I
coalition
looked through
parties
the
to completely
Secretary's remarks, and I've
implode
heard you
before
give speeches
Vijay?
before about this, about how
For
realism
their
is our
voters
strategy.
voting for
And I
TVK.
find
That's
that
what's happened.
absurd, given what we are doing. You can say a lot of things about the strategy, but calling it realistic.
Let's put that question.
We started a
That's only
full-scale
possible
war in the
in a
Middle
scenario
East against
when the
Iran.
voters are rejecting
Look at
both
JD Vance, for
DMK and
instance.
ADMK.
He has
That's
long
what
been
I'm saying.
skeptical
So
of
either
both
the
DMK
DMK
and
should be
ADMK.
getting
He's criticized
160
America's
seats,
involvement in Iraq,
170
Afghanistan.
seats.
He's
It
often
can't be
called
that
for
it's
more
a
focus
tight,
at home. So
just
his
a
current
little over
position
halfway.
fits
The
that
polls are
pattern.
suggesting
At the start of this war,
Also, to add one point to it,
he was
if
not
the
its most
delimitation was
visible
the
fender.
issue, then
Reports
Vijay should
suggest
not get that many
he had
votes. because-
reservations about the war.
No, Vijay should not get
Now,
that
as
many
the
votes
costs
because Vijay did
rise,
not attack
he appears
the
far more
AIADMK as much as he attacked the
Yes.
DMK.
And publicly,
so they would
he's
think that he would
rejected
go in another
any
way.
talks
So
with
it doesn't
One
make
important
sense.
thing, obviously, we're thinking about various ins and outs,
TVK as a
various
major
options,
factor
what this looks like, how to accomplish our goals, what our goals should be.
If
And
any of
I
these
think it's important
numbers
for the
30 plus seats were to be evident, this would be a new phenomenon running their mouth to the American impulsive voting.
So people have gone in the morning and decided to vote.
But politically, the stakes for Vance are low. He is the Vice President of the United States, and he's also seen as a possible Republican contender in 2020.
Fourth, we will know.
If the war goes well,
DMK has to take a big hit.
If it ends on a bad note,
logic behind this calculation is not there.
Now the big reveal.
That is the balance
reveal
he's trying to
from
strike
Bengal
now.
viewers.
And
Phase
Vance
1
is not
vote
the
right.
only
We will
Republican
do, before we do
calculating
Bengal, I
his
just
next
want to
move.
quickly do a quick recap
The
of all the
Secretary
three
of State
states so
Marco
far.
Rubio
Let's
as
do a
well.
poll of polls and
He too could be in the running for the top job come 2028.
The JVC वाला ऐड किया जाएगा, तमिलनाडु में ऐड करेंगे JVC. Let's look at Kerala.
He has been far more subdued.
तमिलनाडु में जो आ रहा है,
When
देखिए
asked
सर,
about key
देखिए सब दिखा
decisions,
रहे
he's
हैं.
largely
One by one.
deflected
Kerala,
back to Trump.
vote wipe.
That
And
too is a calculation.
largely JVC,
When
poll
outcomes are
mantra,
uncertain,
everywhere
distance
the
can be
Rujhan is towards the UDF.
If there is no
the
deal,
UDF
what comes next?
moving away
Well, again, that's
from
the president's
the,
decision to make. I would
LDF
start
and
out
their
by
mandate
reminding
shifting
everybody that
towards
the level of
UDF.
sanctions on
That's where
Iran
it
are
is. The
extraordinary.
NDA
The pressure
may
on
break
Iran is
into the
extraordinary.
numbers. JVC
And I think
came
more can be
more
brought to
generous
bear.
than vote wipe
So
overall.
what are we
but
really
maybe 3
watching
to 4
here?
seats.
Yes, a cold
That's
war
what it is for the
between the United
UDF.
States
So
and Iran,
Kerala,
but
it is
also
going
test
towards the
of power
UDF. That's
inside
how the winds are
Washington.
blowing
The
in
Pentagon
one
is
direction.
projecting
That
control.
it is the
Private
UDF. So
doubts
there
suggest
is
the
a
debate is far
change
from
in
over.
government there.
And
That's what the
Republican
exit
hopefuls
polls
are
show. Out of the
watching
140
their
seats, the
steps.
UDF should
The
be anywhere
battlefield
between
may be in the
75
Gulf,
to 80 seats.
but
Let's go across to the next one.
could very well reach
And that is Assam.
2028
In Assam,
presidential
the
race.
clear hit out of the park. It's a one-way game. BJP plus Himanta Biswa Sharma, still a phenomenal mandate. 95 seats is what everybody is saying. 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. So a handsome win, all moving in the same direction. And that's why
The
there are
PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20
Yeah,
seats.
but
They
here,
contested alone
but
in
in
one
the case of
TVK
Tamil Nadu, let's
was
look
not
at Tamil
fighting
Nadu.
30
Two
seats.
parts,
TVK is
two
fighting
groups
all
are
234 seats.
actually
They're
giving,
fighting it
let's
alone.
flip to Tamil
And
Nadu.
that's why
So
they
we
have
have
to
JVC
actually
and
buck
Vote
the
Wipe
behemoths.
who are
Now,
actually
what-
giving the mandate to
Usually
the
does not
TVK.
let me.
There is one
Okay,
that is giving
okay.
the
Now
giving
here
the mandate to
here is
TVK,
another
while the
outlier.
rest are saying that the
Axis has come out
DMK
and said
will
TVK
just
is
about
winning
hold
this election.
on. Even as Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out? This logic has been questioned by a lot.
We've just
The
got
results
the
will be
information that
evident
Axis
on the
has come
4th of
out
May
and
and
said,
no, right behind us.
Right.
Vote
There you
Wipe,
go.
JVC,
Says
Axis,
TVK
or the
will
others
get
like
98 to
Mateen
120
and Pima.
seats.
Wow.
We'll see that.
only
Now
want
let's
to
look
say
at
that.
Now
Bengal.
see, this is what
Bengal,
I'm saying. If the
poll of polls
voter
first up.
has made
Then
up
we'll
its
put the
mind
phase
that
1 numbers here at
TVK, yes,
CNBC
TVK is going to be
He said
in the
TVK
running.
putting out only phase
Excuse
1
me,
numbers today.
excuse
Phase
me.
2
That's
will
exactly
be
what
on
I'm
the 30th.
saying.
That's tomorrow.
Here is where
Largely,
if one were to believe, if one were
People's Pulse
if one were to
is
believe,
towards
showing-
or
it
in
keeps
favor
showing, no,
of
no,
both are
the
getting
flips
BJP,
again and now
getting
both are
past
getting
the post
92 to
comfortably.
okay, maybe
Yeah,
there is
because even
almost
Vijay won't
all
expect that.
except for
yeah,
People's
that's what I'm saying. I mean,
strategies,
if
poll
there
data,
was
Donald
such a
JVC and
gentlemen,
Mateen
1 minute
are
please,
saying
if there
that
was
the
such a big
mandate
wave for
is
the
in
TVK, it
favor
would have reflected
of the
across
BJP,
every poll.
although
If there was
JVC
such an
seems to have hedged his
anti-incumbency
bets a bit and
raging
said
wave
that Trinamool
against
may
both
just
the
edge past the
AIADMK
post,
as well as
if
now, I
this
don't understand
scenario
what's going
happens.
on.
You know what's happening here?
The
They are saying
NDA
that
or
the
the
BJP
ADMK
that
is
has
routed.
got its nose
One minute.
ahead in the
What
case
they are
of
saying is
in the case
that
of Bengal.
40%
Now
vote share of
phase
the
1
ADMK
numbers
plus
Amit
is
Shah had
routed
said
and that
110
shift has happened
seats
to
is what the
TVK.
BJP
So the DMK has its vote
and
all the ADMK votes have
accommodations to the
I know that.
voters.
So here it is.
Large numbers.
Gentlemen,
The
here it is.
phase
DMK
152, not
Okay, no, no, no,
1152.
it's not.
152 seats.
Okay, one
This
second,
is the
one second,
number.
one second. I've just got it up
88
here.
to
Why don't-
98
why
seats,
don't,
so very
why don't you
close
come
to
and
a
we just show
century
it here?
number.
This is what the number is. This is
Phase 1
Axis
only.
My India.
Phase 1.
Axis My India
to just
claims to be, of
split that
course,
a bit.
one of the
That's
most
all.
accurate
So
polls around. So here we have it.
2 to 4
Here you
seats
can
to
see the
Congress, nothing
DMK
to
is
the
at
others.
90 to
So Congress may
110.
be eight, but this
Vote
is a
share
big win. This is
35%. The
almost
TVK 98, 120.
nearly doubling.
Vote share 35%.
Bengal
AIADMK
55
22
of the
to 32.
27 they had got the last
With
time
a
around.
vote
So,
share of just
Amitabh Tiwari,
23%.
your thoughts behind
But
this?
out of the race,
Why, how,
out of the
whatever
race,
it is,
TVK is 3% and others are 4%. So this
21
is,
Vidhan Sabha,
this is the
BJP was
outlier
around
poll,
59
but it
seats
clearly
in this
suggests that there it
This
is. So
place
it's
has
on our
only
screen.
one zone, which is
There.
the Malda
Now,
zone,
viewers,
that has
this is
49
what we're
seats, which
being
has a
told.
majority,
90 to
minority
110
majority.
is
In
the
other zones, there
DMK.
is
We have the
significantly
TVK
higher
that
Hindu
is in the driver's seat. It
What
needs
we are
140.
witnessing
114.
Medinipur
If you
is
take
one
a medium of
which
that, you'll probably
has
get
gone
about
to poll with
110,
56
so just a
seats, and that
little
is
shy.
Shivandu Adhikari's
And then you have the
scoring.
AIADMK with 22 to 32,
Jalpaiguri
so
with
it's
27
medium of
seats
that
has
is
always
about,
been a stronghold of the
what would that be, at 26?
So what we are seeing is
and
that
here,
in response
unfortunately
to
for the DMK, they fall
misgovernance,
short of the
Mahila
halfway mark.
Asuraksha
So it's TVK all the
and
way.
seats, that's right.
And
excessive
Vijay
minority
becomes the Chief
appeasement.
Minister, perhaps
There
the
is a
first actor
significant
after
Hindu consolidation
decades
Are
which
you
is
willing to
happening on
accept
the
that
ground
the entire
in these
ADMK vote has
152 seats,
transferred
barring
Well,
the
anything can
40 odd
happen. That's
seats
what I'm
which
trying to
are
say.
in Malda.
If that
And this is what
they
has
are missing.
given
They're
a
missing
big
their
jump
movie star
to
leader.
BJP's
That's what they want.
and it is
and they
expected
got.
to
But
improve
I
from
it seems
59 to, let's say, I think the midpoint is 94.
Right, there seems to be a
This is
shared
not-
graphic. I'm
it
just
cannot-
going
it
to
cannot.
the
This
numbers
is
are not
fair
showing
vote
too
transfer,
much
but
figures. That has been
disqualifying it.
updated
This
on
is
the
saying
grid
that
on
it
the
unpredictable
on our windows.
can
midpoint
happen.
is
So
Yeah,
midpoint
in
for
Delhi,
Bengal
sometimes
is
Delhi, same thing
93 in
happened.
phase
AIADMK
1,
will become
93
Congress, they will
out
give
of the
him the support and they
152
will-
seats.
So if you want
That
to
actually
ensure
puts
he
the
is
BJP in prime
converting
position,
votes
but it's
into
also a
seats.
big challenge
To
that
what
they have to
extent he
return
does is,
a
I think,
highest
he
vote
will
in
leave
every
Now
vote
you are only
number.
saying
Yeah,
why aren't
in
people going
phase
all
two.
the way?
That's
That's
right.
right.
So this is
That's
possible, this
precisely
trend
what I'm saying.
that numbers are
If
showing
people have
114
decided
seats.
that they're going to
this is going to
vote
be a cliffhanger
for
fight. There's no
change,
clear winner.
then
if you
obviously
look at
it's
it,
Vijay.
because the
They've
different
tried out the other
pollsters
two
are predicting
options. No,
different
for
outcomes.
50
It's a
seats
rejection
now.
of
What
winning
about
politics.
what-
I'm
what-
telling you, who's going
50
to
seats?
win is a silent voter. And we've seen that in the rural belt, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and because of the women voters. However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about change and ending corruption. Somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal, BJP still has a sway. I still feel that the left would gain a few seats overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is
First phase you're talking about.
Sorry?
You're talking about the first phase.
I'm talking about right now the first phase. We saw a highly unprecedented
War is
voter
expensive,
turnout. It
and
has
when it
never
breaks out,
happened
who cashes in
since
on the chaos?
independence, since the
The
country's
ones that sell the
independence.
tools, bank on the fear, and
second
fuel
phase
the
also
machines.
saw
So
really
amid this
high
US-Iran
unprecedented
war,
voter
big
turnout.
oil
So it could
companies
mean
have
two
got
things.
rich.
It could mean
Very,
that this
very
generally
rich.
it happens
Take
is when
BP,
people
for
are looking
example.
for change.
Its profits more than
Okay.
doubled in the
Now,
first
on
quarter
the
of this
other
year.
hand,
The company capitalized on the surge
what the
in
reports
global
that
oil
are coming
prices
in is that
and
the
reported
rural
better than
voters, because
expected
of the
profits
welfare
of
scheme,
$3.2
women,
billion for the first
irrespective
quarter.
of who is standing,
That's more than double
or who is campaigning,
the $1.38 billion it made in the same period last year.
Okay.
Now that's
and
not
the
all. French
minorities
oil and gas
also generally
giant
the
Total
buzzes
Energies
start
has reported that its
consolidating
net
votes.
profit rose
Now
51%
But if you're
in
giving
the first
4%
quarter
to Congress, and in the first phase Congress is getting 4 seats, that
This
means
has
Congress has
triggered
been
immediate
TMC.
backlash.
That
is what I said. It would get about
the first phase
fossil
if
fuel
you give
giants.
4% to Congress.
And the outrage is
152 seats.
not
No, that's okay. I'm
unjustified.
talking the first phase.
Just take a look at the data on
and
your
4
screen
seats
right
to
now.
Congress. That means Congress
Oil
has
prices have now hit their
dent
highest
TMC
level since
because
the
it's 40 to
US-Iran
44%.
ceasefire.
Is that
Brent
is that
crude
right?
has jumped 2.8%
in the Malda zone.
$111.26 a
of those
barrel.
152
US
seats, there were
benchmark
53 seats
WTI
which
rose
have a Muslim
3.7%
population,
to
more than 30%.
$99.93 a
Mamata
barrel.
Banerjee anyway
Hopes
starts
for a
as a
deal,
favorite in those
one
seats.
that could
Now,
have
if the
eased
Congress has
tensions in
to
the Strait
dent
of Hormuz,
TMC,
which
it will
oil
dent them in
and
those
gas
seats.
is
That is
shipped
where I
through,
agree with
were
Amitabh's
rising
calculation here.
last
But
weekend.
if he's giving
Until Trump
88 to
scrapped
90 in
a
the first
planned
phase
trip
to the
by John Boyce to
BJP, it
Pakistan
means
for
they're
talks.
converting the seats
But
where
the
they were
global
strong.
fallout from this
They're
war is
converting
deepening.
the seats where
From
they
Europe
started
to
making
Asia,
inroads
fuel
in
shortages
2024.
are spreading
So this
and
puts them
affecting
in actually a
households.
very good position
Long
ahead of the
queues
second
have been
phase.
seen
One
at
more
fuel
thing.
stations.
We still
In
cannot
some
quantify
places,
the
drivers
gains
are
the
waiting up to
BJP has
12
had because
hours
of the
to fill up.
organic surge
The oil
in
shortage
turnout.
also
Everyone
increased the
seems to be
cost of daily
attributing it to the
including
lower
cooking
denominator
oil.
factor, but that is not the case.
And now
That
with
is
summer
only a
approaching,
half
fares
higher,
are
right?
growing. That diesel and jet
overall
fuel
numbers,
shortages
absolute
could
numbers
cut
also the
down
voters are higher.
travel and
Also,
vacation
unless
plans.
one
Not just percentage,
Not just
absolute
oil.
numbers. Phase one is
The
higher.
almost situation was also severely impacted global gas markets, with nearly 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas or LNG at risk.
And improved,
As a result,
BJP improved
ordinary
its vote share
people
in
around the world are
2024.
feeling the
And
pressure.
we seem to think BJP
In
had a bad
Pakistan's
election
Karachi
campaign.
airport
so that's exactly
storing
what
gas
it is.
and
Exactly
plastic
what
So here
balloons.
not only is the
As a
percentage
result,
higher,
prolonged
the absolute
load
number of
shedding
voters is
and
also
low
greater
gas
than
pressure that
2021.
continues to
But
disrupt
there's a
daily
point that
life.
Amitabh made and I've been making, and I agree with what
With
Tushar
supplies
said.
unreliable,
Yes, the
many
BJP
say they
in
have
Lok Sabha
little
got 12
choice.
seats compared
The
to
gas stored
18
in
seats in
these
2019.
specially designed
But they
plastic
won more
balloons is
assembly
used
seats.
for
Yeah, 92.
household
The
cooking.
projection was up from
Not only
77
is
to
this
92.
dangerous,
So,
it's
so in
expensive.
that particular thing,
It costs
has that
between
been
1,000
I'll
and
give you another.
1,500
Sorry.
Pakistani
No,
rupees.
Bhawanipur.
But
In
for ordinary
2021,
citizens,
the percentage point
this has
gap between
become
the BJP and the
the last
TMC was
resort.
22.
The United
It
States
came
is
down to
also
6
not immune.
in 2024.
Gas prices
You know,
there have
sometimes
surged
you're
the
so
highest level
fixated on
in
the
4
seat
years,
count, we forget to
averaging
look at the
$4.18
at the
a
vote share.
gallon.
And this is
And
where
rising fuel
2024 was
prices
very
by
high.
And on
almost
screen, if you see it on
And this
screen
number
right now,
reflects that.
phase 1 is a
the
2%
basic,
higher vote share for the BJP
traits
compared to
were-
the Trinamool Congress. So it's for the
Without it,
first time in this
we wouldn't
phase
have
also,
anything to
42
eat.
and 44%.
Exactly. That's the
it's
math
very
is not adding
essential
up to me.
No,
no,
because
I'll tell
for
you
this
why.
generation
Then
and next
what's happened is
generation to
the
have a
Congress has eaten
consistent
a TMC vote, whereas
and
the Congress
affordable
vote is being
supply of
cannibalized by the
food.
BJP,
Well,
and that's
things are
what's happened.
energy
The
driven.
Congress
Hindu voters have shifted.
Everything
No, the
is
Hindu
energy
voters,
driven
Hindu
to an
voters have
extent.
shifted from
We're in a
TMC.
bad cycle.
Plus, there is also
Bad
others,
cycle.
10% vote share.
And, you
so there
know,
are others in the field who have broken away.
As bad as it
They
is,
into the Trinamool
you know, you
Congress,
need process
and it's
for
not
your product to
necessarily
be high, but then
First
people
phase, this is phase
can't
phase.
wow.
First
I
phase.
mean, you
So
know, it's
4% vote share
there's
for the
a
Congress
no-win
party.
situation for us
But
to get
this 10% has
farmers to
also
get what
eaten
they
into the
need,
Trinamool
then
Congress
they
vote share, and the
simply can't
BJP is
afford
also benefited with the
But
shift
as
of the
the world
Hindu vote from the
reels from
Trinamool to the
energy
BJP.
shock,
The likes of
So,
Humayun
it's the
Kabir,
developing
sir.
countries
Likes
that
of
are the
Humayun
hardest
Possible,
hit.
yes, possible.
Of course,
The
big
left party,
economies,
Left
most
part.
big
GVL
economies
Narasimha
have
Rao, will
strategic
you take
oil
this
reserves.
number? Will you
And
take
they've
what the
used them
pollsters are
before
predicting
to
for
calm
phase 1?
markets, ease price shocks, and buy some time.
You see, certainly
If
the
things get
direction,
worse, they'll do
further
it again.
consolidation
In the
of
short
the
term,
BJP
governments are
vote is
asking
evident.
people to work
The
from home,
manner in which
carpool,
BJP fought
cut
this
back,
election at the
use
ground
less.
level for the past 6 months,
At the United
we
Nations,
certainly
India has
expected
flagged
a
the
much
global
bigger
economic risk
increase in the
posed
vote
by
share.
any
So this
chokehold
44 is
in the Strait of
a gain of
Hormuz.
how much in the first
Commercial
phase?
shipping
5%?
through the Strait
At
of
least
Hormuz
5 to
is
6%.
of particular
So that
concern
is
to
the
India,
number that we
given
require
its
to really
importance to our
cross
energy
the
and
last time
economic
so it's
security.
44%.
So 44.
Commercial
So
shipping
5%
must
increase
not
is
be the
what the
target of
BJP
military
required
attacks,
to
and such
wrest
attempts
power
are
in
deplorable.
West Bengal.
India
And
notes
we
with
seem to
concern
have crossed
that
that
precious
according to
lives
our own
of
poll,
Indian
according to your
seafarers
poll,
aboard
Amitabh
ships
Tiwari.
have
And
been
many
lost
other
during
polls
the
are
course
also
of the
showing
conflict.
that.
We underscore that the
Compared to Lok
targeting
Sabha
of
election,
commercial
I
shipping
think Lok
and
Sabha
endangering
election,
in
the
innocent
issues were
civilian crew
different.
members
Here the
or
issue was
otherwise
whether to let
impeding the
Mamata
freedom of
Banerjee to be
navigation
in
and
power once
commerce
again,
in
or
the
to
Strait of
or to
Hormuz
vote for a
are
change.
unacceptable.
So that will only add to your gains.
According to analysts, the current oil and gas crunch could slap the global economy with up to $1 trillion in extra
seem
costs.
to suggest that the BJP
That means you pay more for
is now
fuel,
somewhere
food and
getting
everyday
about
life.
93,
But oil
94
companies,
seats in the first
they
phase.
book
Your first
record
reactions to
profits.
this?
Even if the Strait of Hormuz reopens tomorrow, the damage will not suddenly go away. Higher oil and gas prices could still cost
it's
the
not
world
very much off the
around
mark. It could be
$600
plus
billion
minus
according
4
to
5 either way.
IMF-based analysis.
Because
And
in the
that
first
number
phase,
may still be
they
too
have,
low
their
because the real
performance has
cost
been solid.
is bigger than
And
oil.
you know,
It
it's
will
not
show up in
unexpected.
inflation, in
in
food
view of the
prices,
fact
in lost
that
jobs,
the first phase
and
has
that
been in
may be the
areas where
most
they have
obscene
done
part of it all.
quite well for the last several years.
As war
So
makes millions poorer, big
I
oil
won't be surprised
only
if they
gets
get
richer.
something fairly close to that. Or, you know, there are some tight seats in the first phase as well as
It's been over
in this
24
phase.
hours since
And
the UAE
therefore,
made the bombshell
5 to
decision
6
to
seats
quit
here and there,
OPEC.
it's likely.
The oil cartel
It's
that has
not
shaped global
unusual.
prices for
But
decades.
the point is
and so far,
that,
the market reaction has been
ultimately,
surprisingly
you know,
muted.
the battle for Bengal
Yes,
will
oil
be won
prices
and
remain
lost.
high, but
Won or
traders
lost.
today
Okay,
were far
let
more
me go
focused
straight
on
across
the
to
Iran
This is
war
the real battle.
and the
a
risk
hub
of
where
wider
both
supply
Shabir
disruption
Bhaumik and
than on the
Monojit Mondola.
66-year-old
So let's go straight across.
oil
Let's join
cartel.
them. At the hub, we've set up a small
Now,
hub, viewers,
losing its
where
third
we're going
largest
to be looking
producer
at
and one of its
some of
most
these
influential members.
conversations
So is this the beginning
in
of the
detail.
end
So
for
thank you
OPEC?
very much.
Could other
Be warming.
members
Nice to see you in
follow?
person. Nice to
Because
see
the
you, Mr.
UAE's
Mondol.
exit is not just an economic
Fundamentally,
decision,
we're
it's
looking at
also a political
situation,
one.
and I want to
Because
bring in
this
Mr. Mondol
has
here,
reignited
where
scrutiny
it
of the
appears
long-simmering
that
rivalry
anti-incumbency
between
in
the
first
UAE
phase seems
and
to have
Saudi
caught
Arabia.
up with Mamata Banerjee. Do
A
you
rift
think
that
this
was largely
poll
masked
is
in
projecting
recent
things
months
right?
by
I
their
know that
shared
there's a
anger
variance between
over
this
Iran's
poll and
attacks
some of the
on
other
Gulf
poll
states.
polls.
In the short term, leaving OPEC gives the UAE
First of
greater
all, there
freedom
is
to
no
respond
reason to
quickly
trust exit poll.
to a future of constrained global
That was
supply
the case
without
in
being bound by
2021 and even
cartel
in
production
2024.
targets. To put it simply,
It is
means the
unfathomable
UAE
that
can pump
2 years
more
ago,
and
the people
maximize
who
profits.
voted for Mamata
The timing
are
and
not
the
going
way
to
the
vote for
UAE
her.
acted alone
In
has
addition
now
to that, you
exposed
have
deeper
the
divisions
SIR
in the Gulf.
fiasco.
The announcement
I think
came
we're still
without
sticking to
prior
the numbers
consultation.
that in the first
In
phase,
fact, it came
TMC
when
is
leaders
definitely
of
going
the
to cross 100
GCC
marks.
or the Gulf
And in the second
Cooperation
phase, it's
Council
all TMC.
were holding an emergency
TMC is
session
not
in
going to
Jeddah
come
for the
down
first time
to
since
20
the Iran
marks.
attacks.
They are
So,
going to increase
at a
their
time
vote
when
share,
Gulf unity
definitely,
was
and
critical,
also the
the
Swiss.
UAE chose
In the first
to go
phase,
solo.
Mr. Rahul,
And the UAE has considered making this decision
in
before.
about 32,000 booths, the elections
Within
were
OPEC,
held.
UAE had tensions
In around
with Saudi
11
Arabia
to
over output
12,000
quotas
booths, the BJP
that
don't
have
have
brewed
their
for
agents.
years. So for Saudi
we
Arabia,
have
Abu
seen
Dhabi's
in the villages
defection
how there
is a
an
major
enthusiasm for
blow to
TMC.
its
There is not even
prestige and
BJP's flags
leadership inside
flowing,
OPEC.
anywhere in
For
the
starters,
villages. Especially
it brings the UAE closer to
in
US
this part of the
President Donald
Ganges.
Trump,
I mean, in the
a
northern
long-time
region, in the
critic
northern
of
part
OPEC, who's
of
repeatedly
Bengal,
accused
where
the
you
group
have
of
around 50
manipulating
to
oil
53
markets.
seats,
Secondly,
BJP
and
might
perhaps
do
more
well.
importantly,
But
the
in
UAE's
this
decision
part,
to
like
leave could
Birbhum,
weaken
Bardhaman,
Saudi Arabia's ability to
West,
single-handedly
and
steer oil prices
Midnapur,
through
and
OPEC.
also in Jungle Mahal, like in
Already, the
Jhargram,
Iran war has caused a
and in
massive
Bankura,
supply
this part
shock,
of Jungle
wiping
Mahal.
out nearly
BJP used to
7.9
hold
billion
that
barrels a
parliamentary
day
constituency
of
till
OPEC
2024.
output in March.
TMC reclaimed both.
It was
both
one of the
Jhargram
biggest
and Bankura.
collapses in decades.
The
And overall,
outcome in
OPEC's influence has
2021,
also been
Shubir Bhaumik,
shrinking.
was not
The cartel once
the
controlled
best for the BJP.
more than half
it had
of
slipped
global
back
supply.
in the 2024, rather
Today it
2024
commands less
Lok
than
Sabha
a third.
elections.
Less
It
than
had
a third.
underperformed where it was
Founded in
even in
1960,
2019.
OPEC was
And
created
to some
by oil
extent,
producers
of
seeking
course, it
control
grew in
over their
2021, so
own
it did
resources.
well in this particular
It became
area
a
in the
global
north.
powerhouse
Why
in
would you say that
1973
trend won't hold?
when Arab members used an oil
At the end
embargo
of
to
the day, you
shake
see,
the
Rahul,
world economy.
At the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have
But that
seen Bengal
power
elections
slowly
in
weakened
78.
as
And I am a
non-OPEC
great believer in
producers,
the fact
especially
of
the United States,
organization.
boosted output.
At the
The
end of the
OPEC Plus
day,
expansion
time
brought
you are
in
saying
new
when the
players
BJP
like
slipped
Russia.
is because
But
there was a
quota
lot of
breaches,
confusion in the
internal
BJP organization
disagreements and
over
limited
local
ability
leadership
to
and stuff
control
like
supply
that.
have
At
all
the end of
raised
the day,
questions
Mr.
about
Modi
its
may be
unity.
a larger than life
What's
factor
more,
all
the
over the
UAE is
place.
not the
But in
first to walk
Bengal,
away.
people definitely
Qatar,
you
Angola,
need local organization,
Ecuador,
you need local
Indonesia,
leaders.
all have exited
Just
the
Modi ji
grouping
के
in
नाम पे
recent years.
चुनाव जीत जाएंगे ये
For
Bengal
now,
में नहीं
analysts say
होगा.
the
And what
UAE's
Manoj ji said
departure
is very
alone
true.
may
You
not
have also
break
said
OPEC.
one of these days,
I
I think
but if
yesterday,
other oil
or
producers
one of these
decide
days
they
you
too can
made
gain
point
more
about
freedom,
panchayat election.
more market share,
This is
more
a very big
profits outside
factor.
this
In
group,
2000
then this could
election,
become
Ajit Paja, the veteran,
far bigger
he told
than one
me,
country's exit.
at that time Mamata was the
Responding
challenger
to these
and left front
questions,
was in
Russia
power.
has
He
pledged
said,
to stay
your
put
Didi, and
and
he was
said
in
that
her
it hopes
party.
UAE's
Your
exit
Didi is
does
saying
not
we will
spell
win.
the
How
end
is she
of
saying all
OPEC
this?
Plus.
Out of the 60,000
We
odd
would, of
booths,
course,
can
like
she
to
give
hope so.
agent in more
This is a
than
very
25?
important area
This
of
is
work,
very
especially under
important.
current conditions, when energy
lacks
markets
the
are, to put it
organizational
mildly,
muscle to the
turbulent.
last
This
mile,
format makes it
and
possible
therefore
to
it's a bit
significantly reduce
impractical.
such
Okay, let me
volatility
just
in
go
energy
across to
markets
Tushar Gupta
and helps
from
to
here.
stabilize them.
Tushar Gupta, let's split the screen on top. Tushar Gupta,
Russia is looking confident,
Mr. Mondol
but
and Mr.
is
Bhaumik,
this a
I know that
shockwave
you've
that
been
OPEC
doing
can survive?
a
Or
daily
could the
analysis
UAE's exit
which you've
mark
been
the beginning
posting
of the end
on
for the world's most
on
powerful
your
oil cartel?
social media handles,
And if
etc.
Abu Dhabi can walk away,
You have a very
who could be
different story
next?
to tell.
About Bengal. So do you agree, disagree with Shubir Bhaumik and Manojit Mandal? Yeah.
No, I've seen the numbers
India
from
and
Mamata.
gold.
I'm not
It's a
sure
love
what
story
Manojit Mandal
from
was
weddings
saying
to
there. But
festivals to family
look, the
heirlooms. Gold
TMC
has
can
never
only start
just been
favorite in a
metal in
limited
India.
number of seats.
It has been an emotion.
This time, the
But now
organic
that
surge in
relationship
voter
is
turnout, which the
changing.
TMC for some
Because
reason
for the
doesn't
first
want to
time ever,
acknowledge and
Indians
doesn't
are
want to
buying
believe,
more gold
that is going
for
towards the
investment
BJP.
than
In
for
91 of these seats in
According to the
2024,
World
the
Gold
BJP
Council,
actually
in March
outshined its
quarter,
2021 vote
investment
share, so
demand
they
for
were
gold
making
surged
gains.
52%
Now they are
to
beginning to
82
convert it
metric
because,
tons.
of course,
During
there
the
has
month,
been an
it
updated
dropped
electoral roll. The
66
voters are coming out to
tons.
vote, and there are a lot
That
of
is a
TMC voters
20%
that
fall.
are now going
And a
towards the
reversal of
BJP. It's not
decades of
always
tradition.
that, oh, we just
In
need
simple
5 or
terms,
10 more
Indians
BJP
are no
voters
longer
to
just
complete
wearing
the
gold,
election.
they are betting
It's
on it.
TMC voters that are
Now,
now
when we
moving
say
towards
gold
the BJP
investment,
because
what
also
does that mean?
they feel disgruntled
It's not
after 15
necklaces
years.
or
There would also be a
bangles.
group of
It's
voters
gold
who may not
bought
want to vote for the
purely
TMC,
for
but
wealth.
they will also not
There
vote
are
for the
three
BJP.
main
So where
forms,
will they
gold
go?
bars
They'll
and
go to the
coins,
left.
which is
They'll
physical
go back to
gold,
the left.
But
but
I'll
not
tell you, Anand, a
decorative
majority
digital,
of the
not
voters who
decorative,
want to
pardon me.
stick with the TMC,
Then there is
they'll stick
digital
with the
gold,
TMC,
small
and it'll appear
app-based
in certain
purchases that
regions.
you can
It'll
make
appear in Marda,
anytime,
Murshidabad,
and gold
South 24
ETFs, which is
Parganas.
paper
These
gold,
regions, the TMC
traded
vote
like
will stick.
stocks.
But
So let
it's
me ask you,
Puducherry,
ETF
Alipur
or
Gold.
exchange
Yeah,
traded
Let me
fund
bring in
is
Anand
like
one
buying
second.
gold
Anand,
without
let's
actually
go back to
holding
the
it.
wall.
You
And
invest
let's
through the
look
stock
at some of the
market,
regions
and the fund
in the
tracks
first
gold
phase
prices, so no
where
locker,
some of these
no
numbers
making
are coming
charges,
from,
no
and
fear of
also the
theft.
vote share, if there's
And
possible.
Indians are
Let's just
loving
go and
it.
try to do that.
Inflows into gold ETFs
Region-wise, so
jumped
let's look at the
massive
region-wise data and then I'll
186%
swing
this
back to you.
quarter.
So let's
Why?
open this up
Because
and
the stock
understand the
market
region-wise
hasn't been
data
very
for
exciting
Bengal
lately,
phase 1, how
mainly due
these
to
numbers have
tensions
been
in West
tabulated.
Asia.
So let's go
Returns
for the
have
first
been
region
muted,
is Jalpaiguri.
volatility is high,
In Jalpaiguri,
so investors are
again,
moving
the
to
BJP is
something
actually making
safer.
significant gains,
Gold.
and this is on the
And why
back
is the
of a
shift
shift
from jewelry
of
to
the Hindu
investments
vote
happening?
and of course
I'll give you
consolidation
three
because of
reasons
the
for it.
SIR deletions that would
if
have
you
happened
invest,
into this number.
you benefit
So
from a
22 to
higher
24
purity
seats in
of gold.
Jalpaiguri out of
You
27,
see the
so
precious
that's a
metal
big
has
sweep.
different purity
Malda
levels,
again 49
starting
seats
from
the
10
last time
carats to
around.
24.
They were struggling at
Investment
about
in
10 or
gold is
11 if my
usually
memory
24
serves me
carat,
right,
that's
but
the
they've now
highest
moved up
purity.
to 16 to
Whereas
18.
jewelry generally carries slightly
Trinamool
less
Congress
purity.
continues to be strong
Of
here
22
in the
carat,
Malda
perhaps
belt.
lower.
Bardhaman,
Two,
20
when you
seats.
buy gold
This is
jewelry,
where
you don't
the
just pay
big
for the
gains
metal.
also happen. The
You
BJP
also
was
pay an
going,
extra
getting stronger
cost.
in
It is called the
Bardhaman
making
over
charge.
a period of time. Now
This is
again,
the
out
fee
of the
jewelers
20, they are
charge for
taking
designing
bulk
and
of
crafting
it,
jewelry.
11 to 13.
In
and
India, it can
Medinipur,
range from
these
5% to
56 seats were
25%
very,
of the
very
gold's
critical.
value.
In
So think
Medinipur,
about
the
it.
BJP had
You're
to
already
get more
paying
than
a
40
premium for
seats,
gold.
and that's what
And then
it's
you add
projected to
another
get 40 to
20%
42
just to
seats in
shape it.
Medinipur out of 56.
That's
and
a
this is
deal
where
many
the
are now
biggest
questioning.
chunk comes.
And
Remember,
finally, you
from
get
the
higher
2021
returns for your
assembly
gold
projections,
investments.
Rahul,
You see, when
their
selling
BJP was
jewelry,
defending
you
55
lose
of
the
the
money paid
77
for the
that they
making
gained,
charges.
that they won last
And
time around in
deductions are
this
often
phase.
made
But
for
what they are doing is,
impurities, stone
in areas like
weight or the
Medinipur
design,
and also in
causing
areas like
maybe a 10 to
Jalpaiguri, these
15%
two belts
loss
have
in
become
value.
so much stronger,
Conversely,
and that
gold
their
bars and coins
gains
retain
from
most of their
are
value.
actually in this phase
And
from
are sold
these two
closer to the market rate.
these two
Gold has
districts
become
largely, or these
expensive,
two
very
regions largely.
expensive indeed.
Amitabh, and then
Spot
coming
gold,
back to
which
you.
measures
Yes.
the
Rahul.
current real-time market value,
Just
is
just looking
currently
at the
trading
larger
at
picture,
around $4,500
here
an
it
ounce.
appears that there
Overall,
has
the
been
index has
a
risen by
massive gain
37%
in
in recent
Jalpaiguri as
in the
well
past
as
year,
in
pardon me.
Medinipur.
Yes.
Domestic
for
gold
the
prices have also
BJP.
nearly
This
doubled
is
since
where
early
the
2025.
bulk of the gains are
So
coming
consumers
through.
are adjusting due to
Amitabh,
increasing
can
gold
you
prices.
talk our viewers
They're
through
buying
why
lighter
this would be
jewelry,
happening
low
in
purity
such
gold,
large numbers
studded
to put
designs
the
instead
BJP
of
where it is in
pure
phase
gold.
one?
Some are even exchanging old jewelry or taking gold loans. It shows that gold is no longer just cultural, it's becoming strategic. Take Akshaya Tritiya,
so
one of
essentially, if you
India's
see,
biggest
Jalpaiguri has
gold buying
always been a
festivals.
BJP stronghold.
This year, the
gains
demand
there
was
are to the
muted.
tune of 2 seats. It was 21
Because
in
prices are simply too
21
high.
Vidhan Sabha, now
So even
21.
tradition is negotiating
Malda
with
BJP was
affordability.
11.
Yeah.
For
Now, here
decades,
is a
jewelry
story.
dominated
With
gold
Congress
demand.
doing relatively
Now investment
well,
is taking over.
and
Reports
smaller
suggest up to
parties like
40% of
Left, as
Indians
well as the Humayun
could soon
Kabir's
be
party,
buying
at
gold
least on one
primarily
seat.
for
What is
investment.
happening is that they are
And this shift is
leading
expected
to
to
a split
continue
of
into
minority votes, and
2026.
BJP can gain
India's
here almost
relationship
5
with
So
gold
you're
is
saying the
evolving.
Muslim vote has split,
Indians
so
are no
reducing
longer
the seat
just
share of the
adorning
in
gold.
this zone,
We are
in this
deploying
zone.
it.
increasing
The
it for the
bangle has
Congress,
now
and also
become
helping
a
BJP
badge.
in fight.
Hindu vote consolidation was also helping. So
And
both, yeah.
Yeah, so double impact. Third, or rather the last
Now
one, let's take
Pakistan
first, is
has
the
positioned
Medinipur
itself
area.
Yeah.
as a key
Medinipur is the
diplomatic
only area where
mediator
there
in
has
the
been
US-Iran
additions
crisis,
of voters, not
projecting
deletions. Number one.
Asim
31
Munir
lakh
and
voters were
Islamabad
added.
as the brokers of peace
Number
in West
two
Asia.
is that it is Suvendu
But as
Adhikari's
US-Iran
area,
negotiations
and the Hindu
stalled and
population
Pakistan's
here is
mediation
90%.
efforts visibly
Here is where
faltered,
the flip is happening.
Islamabad suddenly
TMC was
resumed
33
deadly
and
strikes
BJP
on
was only
Afghanistan,
23.
killing civilians
BJP
and
is getting
reigniting
almost
border
43%,
tensions.
41, 42.
Is Pakistan
So 18
using its
seats
conflict
gained
with
here,
Afghanistan
and a similar thing
as a
is happening
distraction
in
to escape the
Bardhaman,
pressure
wherein
over the Iran war?
BJP was only one seat in one district, which is Birhum. So it is
For
gaining
weeks,
here
Pakistan
significant
has tried
number
to
of
play
seats, largely
peacemaker,
again
projecting
on
itself
account
as a
of
key diplomatic
consolidation
bridge in the
of
West Asia
anti-incumbency
war,
vote in these
positioning
regions
itself as the
and the
country that
counter
could bring the
consolidation
US and
of the
Iran
Hindu
to the talks
community
table.
because of
And for a
excessive
while,
Bardhaman has
it
also
looked
seen
like
some
it's
SIR
still Marshal
deletions,
General
isn't
Assad
it?
Yes,
All these
there
regions
has
have
been an
seen
impact
SIR
of
deletions,
SIR
but Bardhaman
deletions
But this
also
is
has.
Pakistan.
So SIR deletions have
Where on
also
Monday,
shaved off the
Islamabad
margins,
fired
plus
mortars
the
and missiles
consolidation of
into
the Hindu vote in
Afghanistan,
some of these regions
struck
and the
civilian areas
diffusion
and
of the
public
Muslim vote
infrastructure.
in
4
an
people
area
were
like
killed,
Malda with
70 were
49
injured.
seats.
Let's get a quick
United
reaction
Nations
from both
documented
Shubir
dozens
Bhomik
of
and Mr.
civilian
Mondol. Shubir
casualties.
Bhomik, first you.
The Taliban protested
Do
the
this.
Pakistani strikes, and some
No,
of
well, I
Pakistan's
don't
judgment
disagree
there
with-
in Kabul.
I mean, I don't
Needless to say,
disagree
the
with
fresh
what
attacks
has
have
been said.
strained the fragile
But at the
ceasefire
end of
between
the
the two
day, way,
neighbours.
these projections
But
are
the
not
timing of
taking
the
into
attack,
account
which came without any obvious
some of the
trigger,
seats
has raised
which has been
serious
shown
questions.
as having
Is
shifted.
General Munir playing
Some
a
of
double
these seats
game?
are going to be
Is
very,
Pakistan
very
using
tough
its
fight, and
conflict
they
with
could swing
Afghanistan
either
to
way,
wriggle out of its
even after
mediator's role?
deletions. Deletions
Certainly
definitely
convenient.
is, putting
Because Pakistan
Trinamool at a
is struggling
disadvantage
to sustain
and
the
BJP at
mediation
an
effort,
advantage because of obvious
or keep
reasons
up the
which I
facade
don't
of
have to elaborate.
peacemaker.
But some of these
For
seats are
nearly 3
very
weeks,
tight
there was
fight,
relative
and things
calm
could
along
swing
the
either way. I've been
Afghanistan
checking
border.
with my sources in
just as
intelligence
US-Iran
agencies
peace
who
talks
do
appear
quite
to be
exhaustive
reaching a
service,
stalemate,
and they
the
say
violence
that
returned
across
abruptly.
Bengal, there's something like 47 seats which are going to be
Why
very
did
tight
Pakistan
fights.
suddenly resume
Okay, and
fighting
this
on
is
its
Central
Afghan
India.
border?
Now,
It's
and
the
of course,
absence of any
independent
clear
analysis
reason
that is
that
easily
makes this
available
escalation
were tight
especially
fights to
striking.
begin with.
Pakistan's
Even in the
diplomatic
last
efforts
election,
in the Iranian
BJP
war
ended up
have been
at
visibly
number 2
faltering.
in about
Islamabad failed to
76,
secure
74
agreements on key
constituencies
issues,
by
especially Iran's
not a very
demand
long
for
margin.
lifting
So those
US
were tight
naval
in any
blockade.
case to begin with. Now you are saying that
The planned second round of talks in Islamabad collapsed at the last moment,
because of swing
exposing the limits
and
of
BJP's
Pakistan's
gains
influence
for reasons
and
which
its
has
rhetoric
already been stated.
intensifying again,
But at the end of the day,
including Trump's
these
warning that bombs
projections
will
will
go off
hold
if no deal is
if
reached.
BJP
The
converts.
prospect of renewed war
These
has
tight
grown.
seats, cent percent.
That is dangerous
Otherwise,
for
I
Pakistan.
don't see them winning. Now, in
Because if
view
the
of
war resumes, it could once
these
again
organizational
drag
factors
in
and
the
other
Gulf
things
states,
I've said,
including Saudi
it will
Arabia.
very much depend on conversions
Before the
of tight
ceasefire,
seats.
Saudi Arabia,
And that's
which
where organization
Pakistan
comes
claims
in.
is one of its closest allies,
Organization not
has
just
been
about,
hit repeatedly by
normal
Iran.
perception
And it's no
that
secret
Bengal
that
muscle
Islamabad,
factor and all that.
Riyadh
It's about
share deep
mobilization.
defense ties.
Mobilization. Getting the
If
granny
the war
out to vote
reignites,
and all
there will
that
be
stuff.
consequences for
Really
Pakistan
exceeded
as well.
expectations in the
We may
first
even be
half.
forced into
Obviously, someone
confrontation
has
with
been
another,
able to
like
mobilize, and
Iran.
both sides have probably done a good job.
So has the US-Iran deadlock led
Presume that the
Pakistan to
turnout
reignite
is because of
hostilities with
anti-incumbents,
Afghanistan?
which is not the case,
That
actually.
theory may not be
Turnout
far-fetched,
is largely because
Pakistan
of the
has used this
SIR
playbook
deletion.
before.
The people are really scared of
In the
losing
past,
their
Islamabad
franchise,
escalated
which has happened
tensions
even
on the
today.
Afghan front.
I'm just purely looking at
increased external pressure.
Okay.
There is anti-incumbency. There is
That's right.
So Pakistan launched major
So one second,
airstrikes
Mr.
in
Manoj.
Kabul.
Just one second. Obviously there
Just
has
today
been
before the US and Israel dropped bombs on
turnout
Iran.
gains by about 10
The
to
Taliban
15%.
retaliated. Pakistan declared its
Wouldn't it
open
be
war. Even
unreasonable
then,
to
the same
assume
question
that
was
these are
asked.
only
What
TMC
exactly
voters
was the
who have come
trigger?
out to punish the
By
BJP?
opening a conflict with a military weaker Afghanistan, Pakistan creates a convenient excuse for war of its own. The reason to avoid the critical situation has to pick between allies,
the 5 to
and
6%
Tehran.
surges that we are seeing, I mean, it's
even
not
if Trump
again
or
not an
Gulf
absolute
partners
number.
seek
It's largely
Pakistan's
because
help
of
because of
SRT.
geography,
I again repeat, the
Islamabad
anti-incumbency
hasn't
factor
answered
could be
ready.
largely
It's busy
neutralized
elsewhere,
because,
which brings us
remember,
back to today.
72 MLAs, including 4 sitting ministers, were not given
But
tickets
there's
because
also an
of
acknowledgement.
Pakistan's diplomatic push has
It's also an
already
acknowledgement that
fallen
we
flat.
haven't done a good job.
Once again, using
in the
open
local
conflicts
level,
with
it
its
could be there.
neighbours
I mean,
to deal with
15 years
external
in the
pressures.
government. But
That
in
in
the
itself
last
may
moment,
reveal more
Mamata, they also,
Pakistan's
because of the
dubious
certain
diplomatic
schemes like
It was anger, public anger. Okay.
very important aspects of it. The DA, the giving of the DA, which was a long pending demands of the middle class people, the employer DA, and also the
IPAC comes in. This is where the IPAC comes
I
in.
am sure that
No, PMK is a case 30 seats only. Yeah, but here, but here, TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the bear
MLAs who
Now,
must
what?
be changed
That
because there is a
usually-
local anti-incumbency factor.
Okay,
Anti-incumbency
okay.
is a
Now,
fact
now,
of
now
life.
here is
He's got
another,
some
another
more
outlier.
data projections
Axis has come
on
out and said
leadership
TVK
choice
is
for
winning
Chief
this
Minister,
election.
etc., etc.
Axis has come out and
the
said,
vote tracker,
let's look
and
at that
when
number.
we
Can
did
put that
this,
number
what
out?
happened is
Somewhere?
overall, if you were to look
we've
at
just
it,
got the information
today,
that
Suvendu
Axis has
Adhikari
come out and said,
has
right behind us,
become more
there you go,
popular as a
says
CM choice
TVK
than
will get
Mamata
98 to
Banerjee.
120 seats.
When we did the vote tracker and
We
the
only
first
want
2
to
or
say
3
this,
days,
Now, see, this is what
he
I'm
was
saying. If
just
the
about 5 to 6%
voter has
behind.
made up
Started at
its mind
38%,
that
Mamata Bandyopadhyay was
TVK,
at 50,
yes, TVK is
44%.
going to
But
be
he's
in the
not-
running.
he's at
Excuse me,
98.
excuse
And there
me.
is
That's
no third
exactly
phase.
what I'm saying.
So
Here
Adhir
is
Ranjan Chaudhary
where,
is at 4%.
if
and
one
he
were to
may
believe,
not even hold
if
on
one
to his
were
own
to
seat.
if
But
one were
this
to
shift
believe,
of Suvendu Adhikari,
No,
so
both
was
are
also
getting
evident
again,
on
and now
ground
say
today,
both
and
are
I will
getting
bring it into the studio
okay,
here.
maybe
That
there is
Suvendu
even
Adhikari
Vijay
is
was
chasing
saying
Mamata
that.
Banerjee, and he
that's
was
what I'm
right
saying.
at
I
the
mean,
heels. And
if
it looked
there
like she
was
was
such
actually
a-
the one who was hiding in one of
Gentlemen,
those
1 minute
areas in
please. If
Bhawanipur,
there was
whereas
such
he
a
was
big
out on
wave
the
for the
street,
TVK,
walking
it would have
across to a
reflected
polling
across
agent of the
every
Trinamool
poll.
Congress to have
If
some
there
water
was
on
such
a
an
hot day. But he was
anti-incumbency
out there,
raging
and
wave
there were more
against
people chasing
both the
Suvendu Adhikari
AIADMK
this time,
as well
even the
as the,
media.
I don't understand what's
Than
going
Mamata
on.
Banerjee.
You know what's happening here?
Shows
They're saying
that she's
that
not able to
ADMK
defend
is routed.
Bhawanipur.
1 minute.
It's a big challenge, Cyrus Alim
What
and
they are
Tushar
saying
Gupta.
is
Yeah.
that a 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK
Yes.
India votes are
So here it is, gentlemen, here it is, DMK. Okay, no.
And right now,
It's
yes,
not-
that phase is
okay,
second
one second,
phase. It covers
I've just got it
142
up
of the
here.
seats, 294
Why don't we
seats.
come and we just show it here? this is what the number is. This is Axis My India.
Actually give the final verdict of
Axis
who
My
would
India
actually
claims to
on
be, of
ground,
course,
you
one
read
of the
the
most
mood, read the
accurate
pulse.
polls
In
around. So
Kolkata,
here we have it.
have you ever
Here
seen
you
the
can see the
Trinamool being
DMK is
so
at
nervous and
90 to
so
110.
have you
Vote
ever
share is
seen
35%.
party
The
cadre
TVK
able to
98,
walk out so
120.
fully? Have you
Vote
ever
share
seen the voter come out
35%.
and smile and be
AIADMK
ready to
22 to
interact with
there is an
32 with a vote share of just 23%. But
especially
out of the
in
race,
South,
out of the race,
South
NTK is
Bengal,
3%
against the Trinamool
and
Congress
others are
because of
4%. So
corruption,
this is
because of
the outlier
anti-incumbency,
poll,
because of
but it clearly really suggest that there it is.
So definitely the urban voters I feel have
this is what
come out, and I
told.
myself
92 of 110 is the DMK.
who have been
TVK
TMC
that is in the
supporters.
driver's
So they told
seat.
me
It
this
needs
time
about
they'll be voting
114.
for
If you take a median
for
of that,
BJP.
you'll probably be at about
We
110.
need to see some
so
change.
just a
So I
little
was
shy.
actually asking
and then you
them,
have
like,
the
what kind
AIADMK
of a
with
change?
22 to 32. So it's
Lesser
the median
evil,
of that is
greater
about.
evil. There is
what
another
would that
third
be, about
alternative, but
26?
they were determined that they are
And
going to
here,
vote
unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK all the way.
Because they want to see a
Vijay
change.
becomes
They want
the
to see a
Chief
change.
Minister, perhaps the first actor after
I think the
decades
are
and
you willing to
decades.
accept the vote entire ADMK vote has transferred?
Anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say. If
They are missing Jayalalitha, they are missing their movie-star leader. That's what they want.
Because you said voters coming out
it
of
seems
in
improbable,
Bhawanipur, you know,
but
what's the
every
percentage
time
point
in
difference in the
elections,
turnout?
that
This cannot happen.
It cannot.
I know.
It
It is
cannot.
going to turn request the key.
He's
To
qualifying
update
it.
the
This is
voter
saying that
turnout
it be
by region,
unpredictable can
like we
happen.
did in the
That's
other.
half in Delhi.
Put out that number.
Delhi, same thing happened. AIADMK will
Mamata
come
Banerjee
Congress,
this
they will
morning
give him the support.
complaining about the election.
It is one
have a
for
situation
sure
about the
he is
voters and her
converting
party
votes
members
into
being
seats.
intimidated.
To what extent he
complaining how the
does
central
is, I think,
forces
You believe these
Now
voters
you are only saying
they were not
that
allowing
people
people
to
to
do
do
it.
That's precisely what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If people have decided that they're going to vote,
Yes, Rahul. Yes.
on that point, then obviously it's Vijay. They've tried out the other two options for 50, 60 years.
We
haven't seen 50, 60 years.
Mamata
Banerjee hit
This
the
is
streets like she did.
This is a rejection of the ADMK.
No, that
and the
in the morning of an election. Usually, in the second
Sorry, Rahul.
Not
DMK is still at 110. What this is showing is...
Sorry, you're having a conversation.
Those
So
12
we said,
parties,
okay, let's listen in.
including PMK put together, are not going to get 32 seats. I'm saying the ADMK at its worst has been average at 61.
And Mamata Banerjee usually doesn't appear. Can repeat itself in the first half. It might be towards the late afternoon. Do you think this is a sign of nervousness?
Bizarre.
No,
I don't think even
she knew this is a tight election, which is
even in that
constituency, which is all. She campaigned so hard. You know, this Photoshop and this.
Let me frame this. Let me frame this.
Of course, it can go anywhere.
If the voter believes
it can go
that there
anywhere,
is a
hypothetically,
problem,
yes, she has her advantage. She knows her town. You know, she has her set organization, and Shuvendu essentially is coming. I'm quite amused because at the end of the day, Shuvendu
This is phase 1,
At the end of the
2021.
day.
Total voters was 3.8 crore. Phase 2,
equal
3.6 crore.
in some ways.
So total voters
to
was
the
7.3.
ways
Number of voters who
politics in
turned out.
Bengal.
Phase 1, 3.1 crore absolute
why would
number.
you believe
And phase
that
2 is 3
Suvendu
crore.
over the
So
last
6
few
crore,
years has
6.1
LOP
crore
also
voters had
got a
come.
lot of
So
visibility,
this was
has
the
not been
turnout.
able to
81,
raise his
83 and the
profile to
overall
the
average
point
was
where
80%.
perhaps he's
So in
even
phase 1,
challenging
we had
Let me
3.3
also
crore
bring in
absolute
Swapan
number.
Das Gupta
So
here.
that means
Swapan Das
20
Gupta,
lakh
thank you
voters
very
more.
much for joining us.
Already
I know
20
that
lakh
you're
voters more
candidate.
on a
It's been
lower
long,
base of 3.6, and
arduous
that's why
day for you.
93%. This
how are you
number
reading the mood
at 5 p.m.
Our
was
poll
3 p.m. was
first phase,
2.7
we put out
already. If it is
and
at
we're giving,
2.7 crore, what's the number here? It will be
TMC
85% turnout. That
second
means
dips rate.
this number
We put the
3.3 plus
BJP
7 will actually
up there.
match this number.
Mean
But
number
we already
93
have 89%
in the first
turnout.
phase. What's your
or
reading?
90%
Do you think
turnout.
it's
So
an
this
accurate
number is-
assessment? Do you think
This number is more.
underestimating? And if you were to project further into phase 2, the phase that today you found yourself sort of in the middle of, what's
The
your
PMK is a case
expectation?
30
What's
seats
your
only.
I'm talking about 20
Yeah,
years back.
but
They
here,
contested alone in one-
but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone, and that's why they want to actually buck the behemoths. Now, what
is the
That usually does not
Let me.
in the turnout.
like
Okay,
pride in
okay. Now here
That,
is
to my mind,
another outlier.
will tell the
Axis
entire
has come out
story
and
of
said
this
TVK is
election.
winning this election.
Because it's not
Axis
about
has come out and said,
SIR,
let's look at that
it's
number.
not
Can we
about
put that
anything
number out?
else. It's
Somewhere.
very basically,
We've just got the
it
information
has
that
turned
Axis
out
has
to be
come
a
out and said
referendum
right
on
behind
the
us.
very
There you go.
integrity
Axis
and
says
survival of
TVK will
West
get 98 to
Bengal.
120
That's
seats.
the issue.
I only want to say this.
Now see, this is what I'm saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK, yes, TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me, that's exactly what I'm saying. Here is where if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
it keeps showing.
So
both are getting.
Flips again and now
No,
it's
maybe both are getting.
92 to 110.
okay, maybe
Yeah,
there is,
because
maybe
even
there is
Vijay won't
something wrong.
expect that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was such a, gentlemen, 1 minute please, if there was such a big wave for the TVK, it reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as, now I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that ADMK is routed. 1 minute. No. 1 minute. What they are saying is that the 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK votes have gone.
So here it is, gentlemen, here it is, DMK.
I think it's a typo.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not. I've just, okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Access My India. Access My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98 120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32. The machine vote share of just 23%. But out of the race, NTK some level there, right?
Yeah.
And others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. It's on our screen, so to speak. Right there. The stamina. Viewers, this is what we're being told. 90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 140.
Well, I think if you
take a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110. So just a little shy. And then you have the ADMK with 22 to 32. So it's a medium of that is about.
This is phase 1, 2021. Total voters was 3.8 crore.
On the ground,
phase 2, 3.6 crore. So total voters was 7.3. Number of voters who turned out. Phase 1, 3.1 crore absolute number. And phase 2 is 3 crore. So 6 crore, 6.1 crore voters had come. So this was the turnout, 81, 83, and the overall average was 82%. So in phase 1, we had 3.3 crore absolute number. So that means 20 lakh voters more. Already 20 lakh voters more on a lower base of 3.6, and that's why 93%. This number at 5 p.m. was 3 p.m. was 2.7 already. If it is at 2.7 crore, what's the number here? It will be 85% turnout. That means this number 3.3 plus 7 will actually match this number. But we already have 89% turnout or 90% turnout. So this number is this number is more.
It's more an emotional boost in which organization does not I mean, it doesn't play the paramount.
The PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20.
Yeah, but here,
alone
but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They are fighting it alone. And
Mr. Amit Shah came out before I hand back to Anand.
Now, what?
Mr. Amit Shah and he gave a very specific number
to
the BJP stallion phase 1. He said 110
Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
Now that's a massive leap.
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out? Somewhere,
of the
last just got the information that Axis has come out and said, right behind us,
to be honest, in the
there you go.
2019 Lok Sabha election or even the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
We only want to say this.
Now, this is what I am saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK, yes, TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I am saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
keep showing. No, both are getting.
Flips again and now
maybe both are getting.
Okay, maybe
yeah, because even Vijay won't expect that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was such a, gentlemen, 1 minute please, if there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. if there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now. I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed. 1 minute. No. What they are saying is that the 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed, and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote, and all the ADMK votes have gone.
So here it is, gentlemen. Here it is. DMK. Okay, no, it's not. I'm just okay. One second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Access My India. Access My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98-120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%. But out of the range, NTK is 3% and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. So it's on our screen. Now, viewers, this is what we're being. So 90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 140.
What you're saying
if you
is
take
that
a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110.
In the
just a
Hindu
little
vote
shy.
towards the BJP
And then you have the
compared to the
AIADMK
past,
with
because that was
22
about
to 32. So
40%.
it's a medium
But in
of that is
Rashbihari,
about,
you made a very interesting point in your first
26?
comment. There was a sentiment on ground.
Unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK all the way. And Vijay becomes the Chief Minister, perhaps the first actor after decades.
Are you willing to accept that the entire ADMK vote has transferred to TVK?
Well, anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
They are missing Janata, they are missing their movie star.
So 6 to 8% bump up is about a 5% vote share overall. But I want to understand what you gave as an insight.
This cannot happen. It cannot.
Because of an existential reason for Bengal.
Can happen.
What did you say that? When did you realize that? Was that something that the BJP had already picked up, or that you realized when you went on ground as a candidate? This is phase 1, 2021. Total voters was 3.8 crore. Phase 2, 3.6 crore. So total voters was 7.3. Number of voters who turned out. Phase 1, 3.1 crore absolute number, and phase 2 is 3 crore. So 6 crore, 6.1 crore voters had come. So this was the turnout, 81, 83, and the overall average was 82%. So in phase 1, we had 3.3 crore absolute number. So that means 20 lakh voters more. Already 20 lakh voters more on a lower base of 3.6, and that's why 93%. This number at 5 p.m. was 3 p.m. was 2.7 already. If it is at 2.7 crore, what's the number here? It will be 85% turnout. That means this number 3.3 plus 7 will actually match this number. But we already have 89% turnout or 90% turnout. So this number is
there are questions about
this number is more.
Skepticism, it's not an unqualified support, but it's also it is an unqualified rejection of what the type of politics the Trinamool Congress has pursued in the past.
What is your assessment of phase 2? Phase 1,
we can just look at these numbers. I want you to explain to me how is it that TVK
Rashbihari itself
in
has seen about a 15
KTCC
to 18%
out of 37 seats is getting 3 to 5
turnout itself.
Yet is significantly damaging DMK and is not seen as an alternative even when it comes to the AIADMK. So either he should be in second position or he's such an outlier that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo except for denting the DMK. Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert on Tamil Nadu at all.
Okay, so Chennai, by and large, last time was 16 out of 16 for DMK. They swept the election in 2021.
At a very sort of micro level.
Many of those seats were won by massive margins, right? Which is why I find 3 to 5 a bit of a stretch. Vijay could take a lot of votes in Chennai that could all add up to his vote share. he could possibly win his seat in Perambur, maybe one more seat somewhere, but that still does not give him the muscle to get these 12, 14 or whatever number of seats across the state. Second,
I mean, by this on that point, only 3 to 5. On that point, Mr. Dashita, and a few more, there is a view that some of these voters that have decided to once again enter the fray with the zeal that they have displayed, bumping up these numbers, record levels. This is happening because of anger.
I don't agree that you need 30% to actually get seats.
Existential
Let me give you the example of a party called the
voters who felt that they would have been disenfranchised had they not voted, so they came back with
this is
militant
confined to
zeal
30
from
seats.
wherever they were out of state.
There is no
to
presence
vote,
in the rest of
and
the
they are
200 odd
voting
seats.
to
So therefore,
punish
PMK
the BJP
on in the past
on the
used to win
SIR.
5 or 6
How do you
seats,
respond to this?
and their overall vote share was
proving my point. You are proving my point. The point that I am trying to make, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, is this. If he is such a big urban phenomenon and he is so popular amongst the youth and a large number of women, as the vote share seems to suggest, why is he languishing at 3 to 5?
Because I'm going to ride
part.
off the back of Dr. Sumant Raman's example. See, PMK was very successful because it applied to one constituency, the 1 year belt, and it was getting entirely the 1 year vote. The problem with Joseph Vijay is we don't know who he is flying to. Is it the youth? Is it this? He hasn't found one niche, and therefore it is too spread out to see consolidation.
You look at the total number of voters in Tamil Nadu,
and it's an
the
anger
percentage
against
of voters who are youth.
economic
That percentage of voters, let's assume that all youth in Tamil Nadu have voted only for TVK. That base, what I'm trying to say, I'm just giving a scenario, that even that is not enough for Vijay to be able to convert to seats. The other thing, when you take the case of, one minute, when you take the example of DMDK or some of these smaller parties, what happens is they fight in alliance across the other seats and they contribute to each other. The PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20.
Yeah, but here, but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the behemoths. Now, what? Right.
Based on how the results then swing on the 4th of May, then the task is also quite acute for whoever is decided, the voter decide should govern Kolkata and Bengal going forward.
So Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number, can we put that number out?
And it's been a hard road and long hard
yards. We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said, right behind us, there you go, says TVK will get 120 seats.
Let's just pull that. Let's just pull that inside.
Now, see, this is what I'm saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I'm saying.
The BJP element missing
Here
because
is
Jigal Narasimha Rao is just
if one were to believe,
if one were to believe,
keep showing, both are getting flips again, and now maybe both are getting
Tushar and Cyrus are with me in the studio. Yes, Rahul.
That's what I'm saying. If there was such a expressed, gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK to have reflected across every poll, if there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is
elections in Bengal as a student has
what they are saying is that the 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK votes have got
religious identity.
So here it is, gentlemen, here it is, DMK.
And here the Bengal.
I think it's a typo.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not. I'm just, but okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Access My India.
You know, there are other issues.
Access My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98 120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%. But out of the range, NPK is 3% and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. It's on our screen. what some people are saying is that there was an overindulgence of one particular community, is the DMK, like we saw have the TVK that is in the driver's seat, which has allowed the BJP, if you take a medium of that, you probably be at about 110, majority anxiety, shy, and there's nothing wrong. Then you have the AIADMK with 22 to 32, so it's a medium of that is about.
But there is something more to this, and I want to bring in the two-Bengal factor which nobody talks about.
Unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK all the way, and Vijay becomes the Chief Minister, perhaps the first actor after decades.
Are you willing to accept that the entire ADMK vote has transferred to
TVK? Anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
If they are missing their movie star leader, that's what they want.
But it seems improbable.
Meaning beer.
But
Means if Muslim fundamentalists
I've seen
take
this cannot happen.
Sometimes
Suddenly in the last.
Yes,
I understand. But are you suggesting that in the
It's
last
happened in Delhi.
3
Some
months,
Delhi, same thing happened.
Bengali
AIADMK
Hindus have
will
become so
come Congress,
radicalized and so
One
polarized,
for sure
and suddenly
is
have
converting
developed
votes
wings
into
of
seats.
hate. That
To
they're
what
going to come
extent he
out
does
and
is
basically
you
believe they
you are only saying why aren't people going all the way
between
in
Hindus to the point where the
precisely
Hindu
what I'm saying.
community is
Tamil
going to
Nadu people
feel
decided
that
that
it
they're
is
going
facing
to
an
vote
existential crisis
For
change.
make
Then
it more
obviously it's
let me
Vijay. They've tried out
make
the
it more
other two
specific.
options.
Bangladesh elections were held in February. If you look at the electoral map of Bangladesh, the Jamaat Islam, which has never won 80 seats in Bangladesh, got 68 seats this time.
ADMK is also
not seats on the borders of West Bengal.
What this is showing here is that
kind
NDA,
of influence
those 12
they
parties, including PMK put together, are not going to get 32
that
seats.
want
I'm
to
saying the
impose
ADMK
a
at its
Sharia
worst has been
on
averaged at 61.
Bangladesh and Islamicize it. I don't think the BJP is wanting to
This is
comparing that, but what
bizarre.
I don't think you is very simple.
Even
That
TVK
when
people are
BJP
not saying
candidates
this.
go to these constituencies, especially on the border, they'll say, it has an influence here because the border
Let me
is
frame
open.
this.
It's not like
Let me
Punjab.
frame this.
It's not like Pakistan Punjab and
So
Indian Punjab.
But Subir Bhamik, you want to respond to
two
Subir Bhamik here?
established
I'll give a
groupings
simple
have
number
not
because
done
everyone
it
is giving a lot
justice.
of
Right, for all these
evidence
decades,
about what's
and
Muslim,
Tamil
what's
Nadu
Hindu
needs
vote in
fervent
Bengal.
change. They will definitely back
there are
them,
103
the pretender
seats where
to
the
the throne,
Muslim estimated
which is
population is more
Vijay.
than
They will say,
30%.
okay, if that is the way it is going to be,
of those
we're going to
in
go for Vijay.
2021.
Now I want to ask
Even
you,
now,
that
the
should
TNC
bring the
chances down
one by one,
seats.
one by one.
So if you're saying
not
that
talking about
Hindus have
who's going
developed
to-
wing of fate,
Yeah,
as the
who is
TNC
going to
would call
damage.
it, not Rahul, but as the
Mr.
TNC
Iyer
would
Mitra,
call it,
then we would
the
have seen
Muslims, 9
a
out of 10
massive
allowed
wave.
to vote for the TMC,
And
that's
everyone
governance.
would have
But if
perhaps
6 out of
been
10 Hindus turn up
talking
for the
about
BJP,
this in the
vote
lead up.
lock, stock
Did
and
you
barrel,
see this
that
wave?
becomes a
Did you
polarizing
see this
issue.
Let us also ask this
On the
question,
ground,
Ajit
I have
Iyer,
not
what
seen
basis
any
were the
evidence.
Muslims
Okay,
cornered
there
and
is,
asked to vote
he
on
told
block?
everyone
Was
that
it
you
not
need to wear
that
these
the
beige trousers
Hindutva
and
forces
white
will have-
shirt
And
and
there
come out
were
and
some
vote. And
constitutional
throughout the
limited
morning,
number of
there were
people
nobody who
polarization
came out to vote.
as
In
a
the
narrative that
afternoon,
was
sure,
pushed from
some of
ground
these
from Trinamool. So is
businesses
that
just came
kosher?
out to vote.
Is that okay?
But throughout the First, morning, we there was have to absolutely understand that the nothing. social There indicators is, of Muslims in see, Bengal, when Delhi's you social see indicators this of kind Bengal of are a very wave, bad. this is a very visible. The social indicators of
You
Muslims
see the
there
trends
are
on the ground.
particularly
You're not
bad
seeing it on the
because if you look generally
EPS
across
for all
India,
his faults
they are in competition
is not
with
that
Dalits at the
incompetent
lowest
to
levels
lose
income and
in such a
distribution.
spectacular
And he drew
It becomes
massive
fairly
crowds.
easy
he drew
to
exactly,
kind
he drew
of
really
massive
massive crowds.
Now,
Like we said,
notice
that
how
makes
the
it
SIR
an
and
but
the
it's
CNRC played out in say Assam, for example, where the Assamese Muslim has a very unique identity of their own, and where we don't want these Bangladeshi Muslims coming in, as opposed to Bengal, where that identity wasn't.
No,
So it became very easy to wrap it around and sell it as one package.
The BJP came up
the
with
Bangladeshi Muslim,
got what
most
was it,
probably
about
you will also get
14,
caught in the
15%?
trap.
Yeah,
and
so
you will
the
also
alliance
got
my
18%.
thing is,
No,
please
that's got
understand,
18%.
please understand that the NDA consolidation it is communal. But if a Muslim vote consolidation is happening, that is secular on its own. Across the seats, got 15% vote share. That was a standalone BJP vote share. So that's what
there was no
Prakash. Correct. What I'm trying to say is at that time,
the third poll was the
There are
BJP.
many who say that there is no
so maybe
consolidation.
the
There is no
BJP
Hindu vote.
that was at the
per
Lok Sabha
se
level.
in
Rahul, what I'm saying
Bengal because
I would
the Hindu
love
vote
to
gets
see
split between the TMC and the
get this
BJP.
100,
But
20 because
2016
I am a
BJP
Vijay
got
fan.
10%
Let's say
vote
that.
share.
But
2019 Lok
realistically
Sabha
on
it jumps to
ground,
40%.
you cannot take away the
2021
might
it
of
BJP retains about 38% and wins
the
77%.
ADMK on any given
some
day
kind
is
of a
short of
Hindu
a 26%
consolidation
vote
was not
at its
happening.
worst.
This
At its
upward
worst, it's a short
trajectory
of
was not
26%.
possible.
Excuse me,
So
this
it is
22
happening,
to
and now when the
32
results come
includes
out, we'll get to know. If at all
PMK,
Mamata Banerjee loses,
includes
that means a
BJP.
Hindu consolidation
And
has not
mind you,
Yes,
BJP
Hindu
does
consolidation might be happening,
How
but it is
is
not
it
happening
happening?
on the back
How is that
of some
possible?
sort of
This
primal
number of axes,
instinct,
they've
which is,
said
oh, we
13
are
parties
under
put
attack.
together are going to
The
get 30
BJP
seats.
has drawn up
The
a
ADMK
kind
on
of
its
sort
own, if it contests, will get 61 seats.
in the
I'm
same
saying
level
this
as him.
arithmetic
I
doesn't
think
make sense.
we've got to sort of distinguish between why Hindus might be coalescing around the TMC,
but they also want to
there
see
is
somebody else
a lot
win.
of
So
evidence
let's
also to
slam
suggest
dunk
that
the
perhaps
AIADMK.
who knows
There
has been
I'm just saying, let me ask you this
on
in
the
this
rights
house
of
before
one
we go.
community
Tushar
or the
Gupta is
other.
also
We
here.
have
We've just
seen
counting
even
down
the
to
court
Bengal
step
and we'll
in
shift
and
over to Bengal. Let me
remind
ask you.
Mamata
My
Banerjee that she
campaign
must be
was
governing
pitched against you.
equally
You are the incumbent.
all
Okay.
denominations.
This is the established challenger to this
taken a dim
incumbent.
view, not on one occasion,
If people
but on
want
several
to
occasions.
vote for me,
So, I mean, the
will
Hindus
their
might be
voter
feeling
come and vote for me,
legitimately
or will your voter come and vote for
discriminated
me if there is
against?
anti-incumbent?
At the end of the day,
So right now,
polarized.
all pollsters are saying
At the day,
his voter will also challenge.
I'm not getting into this moralistic judgments about, all these things. I'm trying, as a journalist, my job is to say what is happening on ground.
ADMK alliance never,
Here,
NDA
there is
never
definitely,
took on TVK
and in this election,
for TVK
it is
voters to
more
mobilize in his
preponderant
favor.
than ever
The DMK
before.
fought
That religious
this campaign
identity
against
has become very, very
Vijay. They took on it.
The outlier poll
what Hindu
right now that
consolidation, what
everyone is
Shapunda was
talking
talking
about,
about,
which
he
has
has a
become
point.
the national
Yes.
talking point, is the Axis
in,
My India poll
very
because
importantly,
of
there
this
is a
very
degree
polarized
of polarization
projection that even
We are also an outlier. Vote wipe is
yeah.
also an outlier called
So, yes.
ADMK.
I mean, you can't just blame
and JVC are the two outliers.
Frankly, Sudhir Bhamik and Rahul, if you bring it back here, Sumant Raman wanted to come in and so did Tushar. Now PMK is a case 30 seats consolidation for
yeah,
but here
but
vote was spoken on SC, ST, upper caste, and
one second.
they're fighting it alone.
Anand,
And that's why they have to actually
Anand,
talk
one second.
about
Mr. Mondol actually wanted to make a point.
usually does not let me-
And he said, I've been given the opportunity.
Okay, now here is another outlier. I thought Manoj is safely enjoying it, just winning this election, chai and enjoying this entire. Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out somewhere? Go ahead, please. We've just got to see information that Axis has come out and said. There you go. Says TVK will get 98 to 120
polarization, appeasement,
You only want to say this,
Now see, this is what I'm saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK, yes, TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I'm saying. Here is where, if one were to believe,
it keeps showing.
So both are getting flips again, and now
maybe
both are getting
both are
92 to
speaking
110.
maybe
Yeah,
there is
because even Vijay won't expect that.
That's what I'm saying. If there was such a gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what?
Fairness, in all fairness.
ADMK is roughing. What they are saying is that the 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed, and Tushar and Sumant Raman want to respond. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK India votes have gone.
So here it is.
Because she gets a
Gentlemen, here it is. DMK.
Now, why are we refusing to sort of accept that a very large proportion of Hindus have been voting for Mamata Banerjee? And this attempt is essentially not
Look at Kerala.
to our Bengal,
Tamil Nadu में देखिए सर देखिए सब दिखा रहे हैं.
but to lure the Hindu
vote
voter
wipe
alone
and largely JVC,
and that is
poll
why
mantra,
it is a
everywhere
polarizing.
the Rujan is towards
And that is why
UDF.
it's not
Achha, Dilip Ghosh from the LDF and the mandate shifting towards the UDF. That's where it is. The NDA may break into the numbers. JVC more generous का भी vote हो गया overall. आप बताइए कि कैसा आपको लग रहा है
क्या लग रहा है?
That's what it is for the UDF. So Kerala, it is going towards the UDF. That's how the winds are blowing in one direction. That it is the UDF. So there is a change in government there. That's what the exit polls show. Out of the 140 seats, the UDF should be anywhere between 75 to 80 seats. Let's go across to the next one. That is Assam. In Assam, the clear hit out of the park. It's a one-way game. BJP plus Himanta Biswa Sharma still a phenomenal mandate. 95 seats is what everybody is saying. 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. So a handsome win, all moving in the same direction, and that's why there are no hurdles or differences, anomalies. In the case of Tamil Nadu, let's look at Tamil Nadu. Two groupings are actually giving, let's flip to Tamil Nadu. So we have JVC and Bhotwai who are actually giving the mandate to the ADMK. There is one that is giving, that is Axis giving the mandate to TVK, while the rest are saying that the DMK will just about hold on, even as the TVK gains at the cost of the ADMK. This logic is being questioned by a lot. The results will be evident on the 4th of May, and we'll know who gets it right. Bhotwai, JVC, Axis, or the others like Matriz and Pima. We'll see that. Now let's look at Bengal. Bengal. Poll of polls first up. Then we put the phase 1 numbers here at CNBC exit projections. We are putting out only phase 1 numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th, that's tomorrow. The Rujhan largely is, except for People's Pulse, is towards or in favor of the BJP.
इस बार क्या अलग किया दिलीप भाई, एक बात बताइए, बीजेपी ने इस बार अलग क्या किया? तृणमूल कहता है सब सेंट्रल फोर्स का गुंडागर्दी है, दादागिरी है, आपने सीआरपीएफ लगा दिया, ईडी लगा दिया, सीबीआई लगा दिया, सब लगा दिया, सारा दमखम लगा दिया, फिर भी
is in favor of the BJP. Although Bengal seems to have hedged his bets a bit and said that Trinamool may just edge past the post if this scenario happens. But even then, it's the NDA or the BJP that has got its nose ahead in the case of Bengal. Now, phase 1 numbers, Amit Shah had said 110 seats is what the BJP is confident of getting in phase 1. Record voter turnout, commendations to the voters coming out in such large numbers. The phase 152, not 1152, 152 seats. This is the number. 88 to 98 seats, so very close to a century number. Phase 1 only. Phase 1, 152 seats, so we'll have to just split that a bit. That's all. So 51 to 61, 2 to 4 seats to Congress, nothing to the others. So the Congress may be in, but this is a big win. This is almost, it's a nearly doubling. Bengal, 55 out of 77 they had got the last time around. So Amitabh Tiwari, your thoughts behind this? Why, how, and we'll get into the zones also.
2021 Vidhan Sabha, BJP was around 59 seats. This phase has only one zone, which is the Malda zone, which has 49 seats, which has a minority majority. In other zones, there is significantly higher Hindu population. What we are witnessing, Bhawanipur is one of the zones which has gone to poll with 56 seats, and that is Suvendu Adhikari's core area.
But we wonder how was he
Jalpaiguri with 27 seats has always been a stronghold of the BJP.
He made the party.
So what we are seeing is that in response to this government, Mahila Ashuraksha and excessive minority appeasement, there is a significant Hindu consolidation which is happening on the ground in these 152 seats, barring the 40 odd seats which are in Malda, and this is what has given a big jump to BJP's tally, and is expected to improve from 59 to I think the midpoint in 94.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request our team, the numbers are not showing, so just forget that, but we'll update it on the grid on a window. Midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1, 93 out of the 152 seats. That actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return the highest ever and never before number in phase 2. Cyrus Ali, so this is possible, this trend that others are showing.
दो ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं आपके बीच में आ जाऊं, हस्तक्षेप करूं, या फिर थोड़ा
is no clear winner if you look at it, because the different pollsters are predicting different outcomes. Now, what will really determine who's going to win is the silent voters. And we've seen that in the rural belt, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and because of the women voters. However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made a significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about change and ending corruption. Somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal, BJP still has I still feel that the left would gain a few seats overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is sorry?
You're talking about the first phase.
I'm talking about right now the first phase. We saw a highly unprecedented voter turnout. It has never happened in since the independence, since the country's independence. Today's second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean 2 things. It could mean that this generally it happens is when people are looking for change. Okay. Now on the other hand,
Rajit is a good friend.
The reports that are coming in is that the rural voters, because of the welfare scheme, women, irrespective or who is canvassing, en masse they go and vote. Okay, and the minorities also generally the buzz start consolidating votes. Now the
exit polls and in the first phase Congress is getting 4 seats. That means Congress has been TMC. Is that
is what I said. It would get about
if you give 4% to Congress,
4% is
no, that's okay. I'm talking the first phase. 4% and 4 seats to Congress. That means Congress has significantly dent TMC because it's 40 to 44%. Is that why it is denting TMC in the Maharashtra?
But I'll tell you,
of those 152 seats, there were 53 seats which have a Muslim population more than 30%.
Which is what
Mamata Banerjee anyway starts as a favorite in those seats. Now, if the Congress has to dent TMC, it will dent them in those seats. That is where I agree with Amitabh's calculation here. But if he is giving 88 to 90 in the first phase to the BJP, it means they are converting the seats where they were strong. They are converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this puts them in actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing, we still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the lower denominator factor, but that is not the case. That is only a half. That is still only a
overall numbers, absolute numbers also the voters are high. Not just percentage, absolute numbers.
Just one.
91 seats of these 152 seats. 91. BJP proved its vote share in 2024, and we seem to think BJP had a bad election campaign in 2024.
That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point.
किसको बुद्धि लग रहा है, कौन झालमुड़ी खा रहा है, किसको झाल लग रहा है, वो भी greater than 2021.
But there's a point Amitabh is making. I agree with what Tushar said. Yes, the BJP Lok Sabha got 12 seats compared to 18 seats in 2019, but they won more assembly seats.
Yeah, 92. The projection was up from 77 to 92.
So in that particular thing, has that
I'll give you another example.
Bhawanipur,
in 2021, the percentage point gap between the BJP and the TMC was 22. It came down to 6 in 2024. Sometimes you're so fixated on the seat count, we forget to look at the vote share. And this is where 2024 was very hard. And this number reflects that.
Phase 1 is a 2% getting higher vote share all across BJP compared to the Trinamool Congress. So for the first time in this phase onwards, he struggled in Bengal.
That's the man who's not adding up to me.
And you had Bhawanipur and that region.
The Congress has eaten a TMC vote where the Congress vote has been cannibalized by the BJP as that votes happened.
All the very best. Thank you very much. Hindu voters have shifted. Let's bring it back in. Nice banter here. Others 10% vote share. Others in the field who have broken away. They are switching into the Trinamool Congress, and it's not necessarily turnouts. This is first phase. So 4% vote share for the Congress party.
Chorangi has seen
this 10% has also eaten into the Trinamool Congress vote share, and the BJP has also benefited with the shift of the Hindu vote from the Trinamool to the BJP.
We're also looking at
possible.
left party
and left party. GVL Narasimha Rao,
seen
will you take this
remarkable
number?
turnout.
Will you take
So
what the pollsters
Ballygunge,
are predicting for phase
28%, 26.83%, almost 27%.
Further consolidation of the BJP vote
27%.
is evident. The manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months, we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So this 44 is a gain of how much?
Yeah, so can we look at the VIP seats? I think
at least 5 to 6%. So that is the number that we require.
The last time around, so it's 44%.
So 44. So 5% increase is what the BJP required to wrest power in West Bengal. And we seem to have crossed that according to our own poll, according to your poll.
We keep talking
And many other polls have also
numbers are
shown
coming
that.
in.
I'll give you the example
Compared
of
to
Tamil
Lok
Nadu.
Sabha election,
The
I think
one of the
Lok
top three
Sabha
constituencies
election,
recorded
the issues were
92.5%.
different. Here the issue
Last
was
time it
whether to
recorded
let
81,
Mamata
82, whatever.
Banerjee to be in power once
12%
again or to
increase, very substantial.
vote
We went
for
and did the
exchange.
map.
So
We actually
that's
counted
what
400 voters, fewer had
No,
voted.
let me just show you. Can we just put
Overall,
the map
Vivek,
table?
the numbers
The
that we
voter
are
map
projecting
table,
seem to suggest that
the voter map table that we
BJP
used,
is now somewhere
for
getting
phase
about
one, phase
93,
two.
94 seats in
No,
the
not
first
this one.
phase.
The
Your
phase
first
1, phase
reactions
2,
to this?
the overall arithmetic. When we had the voter map, I'm just going to ask the team to just check.
I would
not this. This
imagine
is 85.5.
it's not very
Bhawanipur,
much
these are
off the mark.
VIP
It
seats,
could be plus minus
each one of them.
4 or 5 either way.
The voter turnout.
Because
No,
in
the
the
voter
first
turnout
phase,
math.
they have
Falta again.
their
At 5
performance
PM
has been
it was
solid.
95.95.
And it's not
after these,
unexpected.
we'll get the
in view
others.
of
The
fact
trend. Bengal phase
that
1.
the first phase has been in areas where they have done
90%.
quite
So at 5
well
PM
for the
these
last
were the
several
numbers.
years.
The
So
numbers have eventually settled.
I would
We'll
be
get that.
surprised if they
We
get
had the
something
voter numbers.
fairly close to
phase 1,
that.
3 crore
Or,
voters
there are
have
some
voted,
tight
and the
seats
absolute
in the first
percentage
phase
of
as
voter
well
turnout
as
that we
in this
required.
phase.
So
And
we'll
therefore,
get that.
5 to 6 seats here
We'll
and there.
get that. And
It's
we'll also then do
likely.
Tamil Nadu
It's
after
not
that
unusual.
quickly. So
But the point is
I'm just going to check if the
that,
team is copying what I'm saying.
ultimately,
and then we can, quickly
the
move.
battle for Bengal will
So
be won and
these
lost.
are the actual numbers.
Won or lost,
80.7
not
and
in the first.
89.9.
Let me
So
go
we've done the
straight
voter
across to
map
the hub.
and
This is
we'll
the
talk
real
about that.
A
The
hub
voter
where
map
both
said that in
Shubir,
phase
Bhumik
1
and Monojit Mondola. So let's go straight across. Let's join them. At the hub, we've set up a small hub, viewers, where we're going to be looking at some of these
finally. Thank you very
conversations in detail. So thank you very much.
This is phase 1.
It'll be very nice to see you in
Total
person.
voters was
Nice to see
3.8
Mr.
crore.
Mondol.
Phase 2, 3.6
Fundamentally,
crore.
we're looking at a
total voters
situation,
was 7.3.
and I want to bring in
Number
Mr.
of voters
Mondol
who
here.
turned out. Phase 1,
Where
3.1 crore
it
absolute
appears
number.
that
And phase 2 is
anti-incumbency
3
in
crore. So
first
6
phase
crore,
seems to have
6.1
caught
crore
up with
voters had
Mamata
come.
Banerjee. Do you
So
think
this was
this
the turnout,
poll
81,
is
83 and the
projecting
overall
things
average
right?
was
I know
80%.
that there's a
So
variance
in
between
phase
this
1,
poll and some of
we
the other
had
poll reports.
3.3 crore absolute number. So that means 20 lakh voters more.
First of all, there
Already
is
20
no
lakh
reason
voters
to
more
trust exit
on a
poll.
lower base of 3.6.
That was
and
the
that's
case
why
in 2021
93%.
and even in 2024.
This number at 5 PM was 3
It is
PM, was
unfathomable
2.7
that,
already. If it is at 2.7 crore, what's the number here?
Voted for
It will be 85% turnout.
are not going to
That
vote for
means
her.
this number 3.3
In addition to
plus
that,
7
you have
will
the
actually
SIR
match this
fiasco.
number. But we
I think we're
already
still sticking to
have
the numbers that in the
89%
first phase
turnout,
TMC is
or
definitely going to
90%
cross
turnout.
100
So this
marks.
number is,
And in the second phase it's all TMC.
this number is more.
TMC is not going to come down.
The number is
to
more.
You
20
take
marks.
2016 and
They
compare
are
with
going to
21,
increase
you would
their
have
vote
found 20
share
lakh, 25 lakh
definitely,
additional voters.
and also
you take
the
21, compare
in
with
the first
22,
phase,
25, 30
Mr.
lakh additional
Rahul,
voters.
2.95.
My point is,
So
in
this is
about
2.95. So when
the elections
this
were
is
held.
2.95, this is 3.3. So
In
the
around
absolute number is
11
greater
to
than 2021.
12,000
by how
votes,
much?
BJP
20
don't have
lakh,
their
which
agents.
is every
And
single
we have
5-year
seen in
term,
the villages
find
how
that
there is an
increase.
enthusiasm
My point
for
is,
TMC. There is not even
all
BJP's
this
flags
talk about
flowing,
massive turnout,
anywhere in
there's
the
going to be
villages.
so much of
Especially
anti-incumbency and all of that.
in this part of
It
the
is
Ganges.
not
I mean in the
so
northern
huge.
region,
Okay,
in the northern
let
part of
me give
and then we move
simple
Bengal
example.
where you have around 50
Bankura,
to
which
53
voted in the
seats.
first phase,
BJP
had a
might do
voter
well. But in this part like Birbhum, Bardhaman, Bardhaman West and Midnapur and also in Jungle Mall, like in Jhargram and in Bankura, this part of Jungle Mall,
entire factor,
BJP
and
used
then
to
you have to
hold
look
that
at the
for
search
parliamentary
for every
constituency
single assembly.
in
I'll tell you what's the error.
2024.
What's the
TMC
error,
reclaim
Sumit?
both,
A lot of people
Jhalgram
simply
and
assume that
Baku.
the denominator is always low.
The
What happens if the
outcome in
denominator increases because
2021
in certain
actually, Bhawanik, was not
Absolutely.
the SR actually
the
dominated
best for the
first.
BJP.
I agree, but
it had
my
slipped
point
back
is,
in the 2024
overall,
other
2024 Lok Sabha elections, it will underperform where it was even in 2019. And to some extent, of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north. Why would you say that that trend will hold?
Between every 5-year term is roughly around 20-25 lakhs.
At the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have seen Bengal elections in 78, and I am a great believer in the fact of organization.
Channels on the
You
day
know,
of
at
the
the end of the day, the time you are saying when the BJP split,
and then we
because
found
of confusion with
24 lakh
cooperation over local leadership and stuff like that. You know, at the end of the day, Mr. Modi may be a larger than life factor all over the place. But in Bengal, people definitely you need local organization, you need local leaders. Just Modi ji ke naam pe चुनाव जीत जाएंगे ये Bengal में नहीं.
24 lakh is not a small number.
Manojit said it very well. You have also said, I think yesterday or one of these days you made point about panchayat elections. This is a very big factor. In 2000 election, Ajit Maja, the veteran, he told me, certainly is. You know, at that time, Mamata was the challenge. And left he said, your Didi, and he was in her party, your Didi is saying we will win. How is she saying all this? Out of the 60,000 odd votes, can she give agent in more than 25? This is very important in Bengal.
BJP lacks the organizational muscle to the last mile, and therefore, as usual, it's a bit impractical. Okay, let me just go across to Tushar Gupta from here. There are two contending Gupta, let's split the screen on top. One Tushar is Gupta, the Tamil Nadu contending poll, and Mr. Bhaumik, I know that you've been doing and then there is the daily analysis which you've been posting on explain to us social media handles, etc. Mr. Gupta, how you have very different story conclusion that TVK will not then
disagree with Shubir Bhaumik and
DMK, but will
I've seen the numbers from Mamata. I'm not sure what Manojit Mandal was saying there, but look, the TNC can only start favourite in a limited number of seats.
But the
this time the
AIADMK
organic surge in voter turnout, which the TMC for some reason doesn't want to acknowledge and doesn't want to believe, that is going towards the BJP. In 91 of these seats in 2024, the BJP actually outshined its 2021 vote share, so they were making gains. Now they are beginning to convert it because, of course, there has been an updated electoral roll, the voters are coming out to vote, and there are a lot of TMC voters that are now going towards the BJP. It's not always that, oh, we just need 5 or 10 more BJP voters to complete the election. It's TMC voters that are now moving towards the BJP because also they feel disgruntled after 15 years.
There will also be a group of voters who may not want to vote for the TMC, but they will also not vote for the BJP. So where will they go?
They'll go to the left.
They are holding on to their 56% vote share of the last time when it comes to DMK, and when it comes to AIADMK, they are holding on to about 50%.
Now PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20
Yeah,
years back.
but here,
tested alone
but
how
here
this is
TVK
happening,
was not
there
fighting
are
30
two
seats.
very
TVK is fighting all
important
234
demographic
seats. They are
playing
fighting it
the
alone.
One
And
is
that's
the
why they had
gender.
to actually buck the bear.
Among women.
Now, what?
That
usually
does not get me 38%.
Now here is another outlier.
This is one.
Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
No, go ahead.
No, Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out somewhere? We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said, right behind us, there you go. Says
42%
TVK
of
will
voting
get 98
population
to
this time
120
in
seats.
Tamil Nadu.
You really want to say this?
Now, see, this is what I am saying.
Way
If
high
the
than
voter has
DMK
made up
and
its mind
AIADMK.
that TVK, yes, TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And that
Here
is the
is
precise
where
reason why.
if one were to believe, if one were to
in our poll is
keep showing, no, both are getting.
Flips again, no, maybe both are getting.
92 to
Okay, maybe
is likely very wrong.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was such
DMK on their
a
traditional
gentlemen, 1 minute please, if there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed.
110
No.
for the DMK.
What they are saying is,
if DMK score good, which is 110, end up about 98 or double digits.
No, but Pradeep ji, what you have not
Dilip Ghosh
explained.
is with us. Dilip da,
I
namaste.
understand the
Anand
math
Narasimhan
and so on and so forth, and you probably, I don't know, what was your sample size? That could be great to also, if you could elucidate on that. But I just want to understand,
एक तो
How is
इसको
it
बोलते हैं
that if there is
ताबड़तोड़
such
वोटिंग हुई है।
a
देश में एक बड़ा उदाहरण बना है।
an obvious
बंगाल के लोग ऐसे ज्यादा ही
anti-incumbency,
सक्रिय
it's
रहते हैं,
not
राजनीति में और वोटिंग भी करते हैं।
DMK
और
that
हमारे
is
यहाँ
being
जो
punished,
संख्यालघु
but a
इलाका
party
वहाँ
that's not in
90%
power that is
वोटिंग
being
होती
punished. What is
नॉर्मल
happening
हो
here?
और वो एबनॉर्मल हो,
Especially when the
लेकिन इस बार
AIADMK
पूरा की
also has
पूरा जगह और
caste-based
कलकत्ता जैसा शहर में
parties
60%
supporting it.
के आसपास वोटिंग
It
होती
is also very
वो भी
caste-based and
85% 90 तक हो गया
organizationally
है।
very
गाँव में
adroit.
तो होता ही है। एक बहुत बड़ी बात है,
ADMK,
एक संकेत है कि परिवर्तन हो रही
adroit
है। और
configuration.
यहाँ चुनाव मतलब एक डर का वातावरण,
You asked about the
हत्याएं होनी,
sample size.
हिंसा
To
होनी,
be
इस बार एक भी
precise, it
मॉडल
is
नहीं हुआ है। और चुनाव कमीशन ने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क लिया था 2 फेज में करने का, और उन्होंने करके दिखाया ये संभव है। बंगाल की जो पॉलिटिकल कल्चर है उसमें जो दाग था उसको उन्हें साफ कर दिया, वो धन्यवाद की काम है। और लोग बोलते थे कि एक बार हमको वोट देने की मौका दी,
but what is
वोटिंग नहीं कर
important
पाते।
when there is
लोगों ने
an
मौका लिया,
incumbency,
वातावरण
the
बना और
next
लोगों ने
party
भरपूर
to
वोट
select
किया
for.
है
What
और
is
उसका
going
नतीजा
in
भी आ
the
रहा है।
voter
पर वोट
who is the next
पड़ रहा है तो
better
इसका ये
party
मतलब नहीं है कि
who
बीजेपी
can
के
they
फेवर
can
में पड़ रहा है।
select or
तृणमूल
adopt
कहता है
to.
हमारा भी वोट पड़ रहा है, हमारे
So,
वोट ज्यादा पड़ रहे
in
हैं।
the process they do
वो तो ठीक
not
है,
find
सबका पड़ता है, 4 तारीख
AIADMK
को
as
सबका
a
होगा,
promising
लेकिन
or
ऑलरेडी जो एग्जिट पोल
prospective
आया उसका
party
जो
they should
संकेत
be
है
voting
वो
for.
उस तरफ
If you
कर रहा
see the
है। और
history
एक बात
in
देख लीजिए,
recent
बाकी देश
past, the
में
2
भी
Lok
आप लोग
Sabha
बड़े
election
अनुभवी
and
हैं,
Assembly
जो एग्जिट पोल
election,
होता है लोग वहाँ बोलते हैं,
AIADMK has
लेकिन
been
बंगाल के लोग
routed
मैक्सिमम
very
लोग नहीं बोलते।
badly
एक तो
in
डर है,
case of Lok
दूसरा
Sabha
अपना
election in
राजनीतिक जो मत
particular
को
19
उजागर नहीं
and
करते,
24
इसलिए यहाँ
both
कई
the
बार
time.
ठीक ठाक
So,
नहीं आता है। लेकिन
people are
ट्रेंड
looking
जो
for
आया
a
है
change and that too about
साल 2
almost
साल
50
में
years
देश में
of
जो
these
चुनाव हुआ ना,
इस बार क्या अलग
parties
किया
ruling
दिलीप दा,
the
एक बात
state.
बताइए, बीजेपी ने
People
इस बार
want
अलग क्या
change
किया?
and
तृणमूल
particularly
कहता है
this
सब सेंट्रल
demographic
फोर्स का
shift and the
गुंडागर्दी
new
है,
age
दादागिरी
people
है, आपने
who are
सीआरपीएफ लगा
looking for
दिया,
a
ईडी
change
लगा
and
दिया,
if they
सीबीआई
can
लगा दिया,
see
सब लगा दिया,
change in the
सारा
form of
दमखम
a
लगा
new
दिया,
party or a
फिर
new
भी
leader,
भाईपो और दीदी कहते हैं कि नहीं जीतेंगे। आपने बंगाल का हर खाक खाना है, मैं इसीलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, because you are one of the oldest hands of BJP, जब बीजेपी कुछ भी नहीं था तब भी आप स्ट्रगल करते थे, संघर्ष करते थे, आज भी आप कर रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं। With the revayati parties and the traditional party and the anti-incumbencies with DMK, then there should be more votes. And Vijay's focus has been on the KTCC belt, where the DMK has stronghold. If you are giving DMK seats in its core stronghold, then Vijay should not be able to make those inroads.
सेंट्रल फोर्स कब आएगा?
In terms of the breakup, also the 1 year belt, the delta region, the counter belt or the Kongu belt, also in the south where the Devas are present, there are regional parties which have hold, and it's also the caste dynamic that come into play. And Vijay was not very active in those regions. He has actually mounted his campaign against the DMK, and you are saying that the DMK continues to reach. Manojit Mandal आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, आपसे पूछ रहे हैं,
আপনি কি চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন বিজেপি? আপনারা তো জিতছেন, চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন তো আপনি। আর ইউ বিকামিং দ্য চিফ মিনিস্টার অফ বিজেপি?
Vijay is extremely well. He's not doing so good in northern Tamil Nadu, barring Chennai. Baकी the Kaveri Delta, DMK is doing well.
अब वो कार्यकर्ता हो गए, he is not going to fall for that. Manojit Mandal don't
making you to say so that he's not
जिस दिन
focused or not
4 तारीख को
क्या करेंगे इसके बाद?
Southern Tamil Nadu also TVK is doing very good.
But we wonder how was he sidelined by the party because of Subhendu's entry.
They are all
He made the party, of course. He is absolutely right. That's his
Tamil Nadu, all three parties.
उन्होंने पार्टी को बनाया बंगाल में.
So this is the story. And when it comes to the change, it cut across all the barrier and the boundary. When it comes to caste and
Midnapur in 2024.
old cities and traditional things. That is when the change emerges.
अंदर है इतना ही, अब साइड है, मिडिल है, ये चीज मदन मित्र को भी
आपने आंसर नहीं किया। मनोजी, दिलीप दा ने क्या पूछा?
आपने बाफा साहब मिदनापुर अच्छा लगा, लेकिन 24 में आपको मिदनापुर से हटाया गया, क्या हुआ पता नहीं चला।
Has been said that Vijay would get a lot more votes in urban areas, but in the rural areas he's not really going to be a serious player. Which is why, come back to this number of 120, because Tamil Nadu has 134 rural seats. How does Vijay fare in the rural areas according
दो
to
ऑप्शन है,
your
या तो मैं आपके बीच में आ जाऊँ
So in rural area, 35% vote share for the DMK,
बहुत मजा आ रहा है,
and
लेकिन
33
एक
is
बात
trailing
बताइए,
there. Is trailing
next
there
CM of
in
Bengal.
पर
rural
मनोजित,
area,
आपने उनका
33
प्रश्न
to
कहा
TVK.
कि he is
मिलेगा।
And in urban areas,
He's answering
38%
every question of yours.
TVK
उन्होंने एक प्रश्न
and
पूछा कि
35%
4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? अगर नतीजे
Pradeep,
आपके पक्ष में
this
नहीं
is
आए तो 4 तारीख के बाद
Narasimha
आप क्या करेंगे?
I think
दिलीप दा ने आपसे
Pradeep
पूछा,
has,
उसका भी
to
जवाब
his
दीजिए।
credit,
4
having
तारीख-
predicted something
4
which were found to be
तारीख दिलीप
quite
दा को भी
bizarre,
बुलाएंगे।
but when it
दिलीप
turned
दा तो
out,
गए
the
थे ना
results
दिघा में
were
वो
quite
जगन्नाथ
accurate.
टेम्पल में
But
ममता दी के साथ
whether
मुलाकात
this will
की
be
4
one
तारीख
of
को
that
दिलीप दा को
or it
बुलाएंगे।
will turn out to
वो
be
सब
political
ममता दी से
later.
बुलाएंगे।
But
और
my
प्राइम
question
मिनिस्टर
is,
सबको
you see,
और
all
प्राइम
cases
मिनिस्टर
which
सबको
are out there,
बुलाएंगे।
Tamil Nadu has
प्राइम
proved
मिनिस्टर
to be a
वांटेड टू कम
difficult
and he
state
will have
for
to
pollsters
come।
in the
एक
past.
मिनट प्राइम मिनिस्टर को
I
झालमुड़ी
remember
खाना पड़ा,
an
चाय बांग्ला
election
बोना
in which
पड़ा
all
और
of us
4 तारीख को आना भी
predicted
पड़ेगा ममता दी
picked
के
the
सब
wrong
ग्राउंड में।
winner. Possibly
मुश्किल
it
की
was
बात है,
2016 election. So it has a history.
मोदी
One
झालमुड़ी खाई,
possibility I would like you to consider is that you have done the postal service.
I am loving
So
this.
people
Modi ji ने झालमुड़ी
vote
खाया
exactly as
और
per their
लेकिन
preference with the real vote. When they come out and you ask them after 2 days, who did you vote for? They have already voted for somebody, ADMK. Let me say TVK.
Dilip da, please wait.
Because you
Manojit da is a good
love
friend.
Vijay.
Manojit da is a
Many
good
of
friend.
us love Vijay as
He
an
is
actor.
asking whether
So
Dilip
you might
Ghosh will be the
actually do
CM
one thing in the polling.
Leader साहब शाम
Say something else. This is a strong possibility. If the results were to be completely online with what Amitabh has predicted, where it's a small tally for the TVK, this could be a possible consideration. Another question, did you conduct any pre-poll surveys? Was it evident in pre-poll surveys that there is a huge vote share that is going towards the TVK, or is it sudden, an impulsive kind of polling where people went to the polling booth that morning, decided to press the button for TVK?
तो जानते थे आप लोग, अब सुशासन दे रहे हैं ना, और दूसरे प्रदेश में आगे प्रचार नहीं कर रहे हैं। ये टीएमसी ने की, बीजेपी ऐसे दर्जनों कार्यकर्ता है सीएम बनने के लिए, और रोज ऐसा कार्यकर्ता बनाते हैं हम।
अच्छा, Vijay becoming chief minister.
अच्छा दिलीप दा बताइए ना, कौन सा जगह से सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी गेन करेगा? सीट कितना होगा बताइए?
नहीं, पुराना जो क्षेत्र है, फर्स्ट रेंज में देखा ना आपने, जंगल महल और राढ़ क्षेत्र में बीरभूम का, वर्धमान का और नॉर्थ बैंगलोर, ये हमारा पुराना गढ़ है। इसमें तो हम मान लीजिए पहले 152 से 100
इलेक्शन सो फार एंड
अभी बाकी जो चाहिए मेजॉरिटी के लिए कलकत्ता कांग्रेसी गढ़ था, सीपीएम में भी इसको
stardom and all that, which is quite possible. I am not denying on to that, but that is something beyond my control.
नहीं
DMK
इस बार बीजेपी यहाँ भी करेगा और नदिया से लेकर हुगली नॉर्थ साउथ
धरणीधरन
But
तो ओवरऑल 170 तक आएगा
the Axis My India poll and also the vote viability, both are suggesting that the DMK, I think,
एक
are
आपसे मैं अभी वादा लूंगा, हमारे पास
going against the run of play,
हमारे पास टाइम
projecting different players, but saying that the DMK is not going to make it.
हम मेरे साथ आएंगे, फिर कौन किसको मिर्ची लग रहा है, कौन झालमुड़ी खा रहा है, किसको झाल लग रहा है, वो भी देखेंगे, वो भी देखेंगे।
मनोजीत दा है बुद्धिजीवी, वो टीवी में रहते हैं और हम तो गांव में मैदान में रहते हैं, उनके साथ मेरा दोस्ती नहीं मिला भी नहीं।
ठीक है, दिलीप घोष जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, सच अ प्लेजर स्पीकिंग विद यू, थैंक यू। You know, everything aside, everything aside, from being the Pradesh Adhyaksh of the BJP and taking the BJP story to the streets of Bengal at a time when the BJP was just getting kicked, BJP workers were getting kicked and slapped all across by the left, and also the Trinamool. From that time onwards, he struggled in Bengal, and today it was good to see him on national television speaking with us, and you had Bhawanipur and that region to work on. Let's see how you return there, because you've toiled a lot there. All the very best, Dilip Ghosh. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's bring it back in. Nice banter here.
Switch now. Switch now. Just a quick couple of things to some turnouts that we're reporting in phase 2. So Chaurangi has seen a 33% jump. Bhawanipur has seen a 24% jump.
Yeah, can we have that?
We're also looking at it's
going to be neck to neck,
at
which is means
other seats which have seen remarkable turnout. So Ballygunge, 28%, 26.83%, almost 27% there. TVK has done enough 27%
actually, when we did the Muslim, the Hindu and the VIP seats, if that's accounted, we can see a good
Kolkata ask him straight off the bat. It's a good question.
Yeah, so can we look at the VIP seats? I think the VIP seats had that.
I'm asking you, sir. 97. It's been
sorry, you've been waiting for a long time.
Since the last the Tamil Nadu election wrapped up. So I'm asking you very simply this.
Voters
in your internal assessment.
So
does Vijay
my point. I'll tell you the background to this, Anand. We keep talking of
those numbers are coming in.
I'll give you the example of Tamil Nadu.
We were certain
one of the top 3 constituencies recorded 92.5%. Last time it had recorded 81, 82, whatever. 12% increase, very substantial. We went and did the math and we actually found out 400 voters fewer had voted.
Let me just show you. Let me just put that math table. The voter math table. We got the numbers. Just put the voter math table that was the vote share that you were willing to predict for phase 1, phase 2. 20%, 25%. Not this one. The phase 1, phase 2. I'm not even saying the overall arithmetic. I'm just asking you when we had the Rahul's also going to ask the team to just check credit given. Not this is 85.5 Bhawanipur. These are the VIP seats that you think each one of them.
You want me to give an
answer, the voter turnout math. Okay, Falta again at 5 p.m. it was 95.9. Let's say hypothetically after these we'll get the others. The trend Bengal phase 1 90 and 89.9 and 90%. 5 p.m. these were the numbers. The numbers are eventually settled. We'll get that. We had the voter numbers. Phase 1 3 crore voters have voted and the absolute percentage of voter turnout that we require. So we'll get that. We'll get that, and we'll also then do Tamil Nadu after that quickly. So I'm just going to check if the team is copying what I'm saying, and then we can.
Or rather, who's going to be the
so these are the actual numbers: 80.7 and 89.9. So we've done the voter mano. That is talk about that. The voter math said that in phase 1, my humble submission is base had come down. The base had come down. If TVK is coming out as a force challenging Stalin and the DMK. Yeah, how this is that it's not pinching vote share from Stalin and DMK, but pinching vote share only from ADMK. It should pinch from both. That's not happening in the Axis minded. That's what I was trying to say. Yes.
In Axis poll also, the ADMK was obliterated, no? Okay,
so I understand that.
No, PMK is a case study. Yeah, but here, but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually suspect the behemoths.
That enough damage has been done and levicate to the AIADMK.
Okay, now
the TVK a bit of a player. Specifically somebody who is on the
TVK is winning this election.
The lead pole of the opposition.
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out?
And that it means that the TVK has really gone up there. Yes, Mr.
has come out and said right behind us.
There you go. To get a sense of where this election is going.
I'm replying to Anand Pai last time.
Now see, this is what I'm saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Here is there is just one point.
If one were to believe
it keeps showing.
So both are getting
clips again. And 36% vote share in the counter seat. That itself is 50 seats for the
If there was such a
that vote share itself, irrespective of what the
if there was
others
such a
get
big
because of
wave
their
for the
entire
TVK to
consolidation,
have
that
reflected
itself is
across
50 seats
every
for the
poll.
ADMK.
If
So
there was such
there
an
is something wrong in
anti-incumbency
that
raging
calculation.
wave
That's my humble
against
submission.
both AIADMK as
on
well
the fourth
as
we
I
will
don't
know,
understand
but
what's going
you
on.
know what's happening here?
The larger
They're saying
national
that
picture, and we're
ADMK
joined
is
by
routed.
Ashwini Kumar. Anand will be here with us.
What
We'll
they're
take
saying
Ashwini
is
Kumar
that
solo
a
as we
40%
enter
vote
the
share
final
of
leg
the
of this
ADMK
long
plus is
broadcast
routed and
that
that
has been
entire
now
shift has
going
happened to
on for
TVK.
5 hours.
So the
Mr.
DMK
Ashwini Kumar,
has
thank
its
you very
vote
much.
and all
Ashwini Kumar,
ADMK
Anand and myself,
votes
on screen. Thank you very much. Here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, what we're seeing now, I'm putting all the results together. What we're seeing is we're seeing
I've just got it up
perhaps
here.
the BJP breaking new geography, consolidating in one in the east. So we are seeing perhaps the BJP, the lotus bloom in Bengal, perhaps if the projections hold true, largely. And we're seeing
we got Pradeep Gupta.
the BJP retain Assam. Pradeep Gupta. That means as usual. You have hit perhaps the beginning of the end of the TMC. There are two contending polls. The continued destination of the Congress. One is the Tamil Nadu. There is the prospect poll of which is the vote by poll. and then there is the access poll. Both are polls apart. UDF so Kerala, explain to us mandate for the Congress-led alliance. Mr. Gupta, how you have come to the conclusion that TVK will not perhaps in Tamil Nadu a new player DMK but will decimate AIADMK if there is so much anti-incumbency. How is it that the DMK gets away unscathed from a national perspective? But the AIADMK gets flattened out that had no role in government.
Well, thank you very much. Your summary is almost accurate and
for having me here. Now coming to Tamil Nadu.
Without
and
doubt,
that to TVK, whatever vote share about 35% we are showing for predicting rather for TVK and DMK alliance
whether it forms the government,
TVK is contesting first time to where their vote is coming from these 35%.
It can legitimately claim political victory.
When it comes to DMK, it is coming about 34% vote from DMK
it may be so,
and about 32% from
say that despite everything,
they are holding on to their 56% vote share of the last time when it comes to DMK, and when it comes to AIADMK, they are holding on to about 51% vote share of
whether she forms government.
Now coming to how this is happening, there are two very important demography playing the role. One is the gender.
It is true
among
that
women.
TVK
is scoring 38% as against male 32%.
Has been the driving force
this is one.
in both Tamil Nadu and Bengal.
Pardon?
And that I believe
go ahead.
is
No,
the
please go
general
ahead.
consensus.
Go ahead.
So the coming to the age group, in the age group of 18 year of age, 39 year of age, which contributes
You said
42% of voting population this time in Tamil Nadu.
I would say
Their TVK is scoring way high than DMK and AIADMK. But when it comes to 40 plus age group, where DMK is scoring much more than the TVK, and that is the precisely reason why both the party and alliance, the vote share in our poll is coming to 35%. Now coming to the seat share, though the margin is likely to be very thin in three-corner contest, but the DMK on their traditional stronghold is scoring big margin victory. So their seat is comparatively coming less than the TVK seat. So that is the reason why we are predicting 98 to 120 seats for the TVK and 92 to 110 for the DMK. If DMK score good, which is 110, DMK may end up about 98 or double digits.
No, but Pradeep ji, what you have not explained, look, I understand the math and so on and so forth, and you probably, I don't know, what was your sample size? That could be great to also, if you could elucidate on that. But I just want to understand, how is it that if there is such a backlash,
clubs are actually very
an obvious anti-incumbency,
it's not
the
kind of function as
DMK that is being punished, but a party that's not in power that is being punished. What is happening here? And especially when the AIADMK also has caste-based parties supporting it,
and then
it
the
is
DMK
also very
standing.
caste-based
So are you telling me AIADMK voters who were
very
sick and tired of the
adroit
DMK, who wanted AIADMK to come back,
ADMK,
suddenly said, oh no, Vijay is the superstar, let's
adroit
give our votes
configuration.
to him. And the DMK voters said,
So,
we'll stick to the DMK,
you
and
asked about
suddenly
the
AIADMK
sample
is the
size.
loser.
To be precise, it is 44,460, very big sample size, because we have got the luxury of these 6 days
They sucked away like a vacuum cleaner.
Now coming to why
very
the
unpopular.
anti-incumbency.
Then what happened next election? They went to 67
Anti-incumbency
seats.
is
They sucked away the
definitely
BJP's
there.
votes also.
But what is
Did they or did they
important
not?
when there is
They sucked both the votes.
anti-incumbency,
They will
the
come
next
back
party
if this
to
is there,
select for,
and if they
what
can't
is
make
the
government,
who is the next better party
I know it.
who
I
can
know the
they can
sequence is a bit-
select or adopt it.
No, in your own logic.
So
they will-
in the process, they do not find AIADMK as a promising prospective party they should be voting for.
At that time also the BJP,
If you see
which
the
was a
history
challenger,
in
retained
recent
its
past,
33% vote
Lok Sabha
share.
election
But
and
इस case में
assembly
वो कह रहा है
election,
कि
But
AIADMK has been routed very badly in case of Lok Sabha election, in particular 19 and 24.
This logic says the core DMK voters,
people are looking for a change, and that too about almost 50 years of these two parties who's ruling the state. People want change, and particularly this demographic shift and the new age people who are looking for a change, and if they can see change in the form of a new party or a new leader.
In that case, Pradeep ji, namaste, this is Anand Narsimhan here. In that case, Pradeep ji, then there should be an equal number of vote shift and a loss of vote share for the DMK. Because if they are upset with the reviving parties and the traditional party and the anti-incumbencies with DMK, then there should be more votes. And Vijay's focus has been on the KTCC belt, where the DMK has stronghold. If you are giving DMK seats in its core stronghold, Vijay should not be able to make those inroads.
As a strong
in terms of the breakup. Also, the 1 year belt, the Delta region, the counter belt of the Kumbu belt, also in the south where the Devas are present. Regional parties which have hold, and it's also the caste dynamic that come into play. And Vijay was not very active in those regions. He has actually mounted his campaign against the DMK. And you are saying that the DMK continues to retain the AIADMK. It's a little contradictory.
He was the AIADMK General Secretary. He was the party. He controlled the party. If you ask me the region-wise thing,
continued to hold down the legislative party and also the party
in
organization,
particular,
even when the diffusion
Vijay
happened
is
with
doing
Jayalalitha.
extremely well.
He
is not doing so good in northern Tamil Nadu, barring
controlled the party. He still
his organizationally
most strongest embellishment. Second thing,
Southern Tamil Nadu, where I don't know what is making you to say so that he's not focused or not gone there and all those kind of things. Southern Tamil Nadu also DMK, TVK is doing very good. In Western Tamil Nadu, there all three parties doing good. Western Tamil Nadu, all three parties doing good. So this is the story. And when it comes to the change, it cut across all the barrier and the boundaries.
Then also the DMK numbers make no sense.
So can I sum this up for viewers? One second. For the purposes,
the PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20
yeah, but here,
tested alone
but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They are fighting it alone. And that's why they have to
take a step back and tell you what is exactly happening here.
That
There's
usually
been
does not let me. Like
now here is another
conflicting
Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
So we have the
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can you put that number out?
CNN News 18, which shows that the DMK will get about 103 to 130.
Right behind us.
The AIADMK 114 to 124, so just above the halfway mark. And the TVK, which now this is what I am saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK, yes, DMK is going to hang in there.
What do you think about that?
It's short of the halfway mark.
I know very well Mohammed.
AIADMK is collapsed
very smart. And he probably
it is a TVK that is going
maybe
to
wants to go his own way. That's a good
thing. You have Matriz,
ultimately
you have People's Pulse, PMAR,
getting
People's
the price
Insight,
of gas
and
down,
Prajapol
oil down,
that are in varying degrees.
They have it all.
DMK
he's a great leader actually.
In
so
office.
No, I'm okay.
And the TVK not much.
Some problems.
The AIADMK to varying proportions.
Kevin Warsh
second place.
hurdle today. The Senate
now,
Banking Committee
it's these two
confirmed
polls, the
his
vote vibe
nomination
and
and go to the
Access
Senate.
My
Well,
India that
will
is
be on the
striking
bed
a
in
massive
mid-May. Is it your
conversation
expectation
around our
that he can
table
persuade
because
the other
fundamentally if
Fed
one were to
governors
believe
lower
that there is
interest rates?
anti-incumbency,
they should,
it's incipient and it's
because
deep
it's a good
against
time to lower
the
them. We're
ruling
the most prime country
alliance,
anywhere
which is
in the
the
world.
DMK alliance.
Where
you can't have
right
a
now
situation
investments
where
made in our country at a level that nobody's ever seen. No other country's ever seen it.
Punished for no
Tens of
rhyme or reason.
billions of dollars are being invested.
DMK
Factories,
retains
auto
quite a
plants,
bit of its
AI.
hold.
I mean, not just AI, because AI is
the change
we're leading China by a
runs away
lot
with
in
it.
AI, as you know.
So if there is anti-incumbency, the first party to be punished would be the DMK coalition.
That I came up with.
The ADMK would perhaps be
and by the way,
somewhere in
they're
the
building
middle,
electric
and the
plants
TVK would run away with this election.
People in the utility industry have never
Vote
seen
vibe
before.
seems to
They're
suggest
saying,
that there
Man,
is enough
that's incredible.
anti-incumbency,
So they're building
but
these
not
massive
to the
buildings that cost
extent
billions of dollars,
that
and they're building their own
people
electric
presume.
plants.
So it's not
they're
going to be
taking
so
from
decisive,
a
but it
source
will
or
be
the old
relatively
grid, you know,
clear,
an old grid
simple
that
majority
would
for
be
the
able to do it.
AIADMK, the challenger,
No, we're
because
meeting
of
with
its
everything,
massive
but
coalition
in the
alliance, caste
history
alliance,
of
and so on and
our
so forth.
beautiful
But
world, there's never
fundamentally,
been a country
Vijay
that
won't
has
be a
so much
factor.
money being
So it is
invested
here,
in it as
viewers,
us.
that we have
And
two
tremendous
extreme
number of auto
poles
plants,
that
by
are
the way.
really
The auto
talking
plants
about
are coming
two
out of
extreme
Canada,
outcomes.
Mexico,
And that is a
Japan,
conversation we were
South
having.
Korea,
Tushar
Germany.
Gupta
They're all coming to the
doesn't agree.
United States.
It's that
And the reason
the
is I have a
TVK
very smart
is
tariff
not
policy.
such a big
Because
factor.
we were
Very
taken
quickly.
advantage of for years. We were being
There's
ripped
no
off by other
election
countries for
machinery.
years.
It's just one
And those
actor,
days
one
are over.
individual.
Yeah, please.
You cannot have an entire
how
state
long are you
as big
prepared
as
to
Tamil Nadu
maintain
rallying behind
the
one
blockade?
actor. I
Can
can
that go
understand
several more
cinematic
months?
charisma.
Well,
I can
the
understand
blockade
stardom.
is
I can understand
genius,
fan clubs. But
okay?
are you
The
telling
blockade
me
is
fan
100%
clubs
foolproof.
overnight
It
are
shows
more
how good our
politically
Navy is. I can tell
savvy
you that
than
nobody's going to play
say
games.
parties that have been doing
We
this
have
for
the
years
greatest
and years?
military in
And
the
am
world,
I
and
to
I
believe
built
that
much of it during
AIADMK
my
of all
first term,
parties
and
is
we've been
losing
building
its
it
voters
since.
to TVK, not the DMK.
The greatest
Not the
anywhere in
party
the
that
world,
is
nobody
actually
even
facing
close.
that anti-incumbency. That makes
And
absolutely
you see
no
that
sense.
If
whether it's
Vijay were to
Venezuela,
come striding through
which-
viewers,
and
it would
they
break
have a
a
good
chain
military in
of
Venezuela, but it was
actors
over in one day. It was actually over
not
in
having
about 48
succeeded.
minutes.
He would be one of the first in the last 30
Iran,
years
the
to
same
have done
thing.
so
I mean,
after J.
militarily, we've
Jayalalitha
wiped
back in
them
the
out. They have no
80s.
military
So
left.
this would be a massive leap of
It's
faith.
all the
It's happened,
navies
of
at the
course, in
bottom
other
of the sea. The
democracies.
Air Force
It happened
is
in Ukraine,
never
for
going to fly
example, where
again.
Comic came and won the election.
We've got an amazing
It happened in
military.
Nepal.
Now
So
we-
you
now they
have
have to
change like that. It
cry
can
uncle.
happen
That's all they have
dramatically.
to do.
One
Just
thing,
say,
let's all of us
we
agree
give
that
up.
it's cinematic charisma.
We
This
give
is
up.
Vijay's stardom.
Yeah.
But
Why
their
is the
economy
stardom
is really
heavier
in
on the
trouble.
AIADMK voter side and not
It's
the
a,
DMK
it's
voter
a
side?
dead economy.
I hate the DMK. But I don't think the AIADMK cannot defeat them. I feel that guy will defeat them. I just hate the DMK. I want them defeated. I will go with this
We're
guy
not flying
because looks like he has a
anymore
plan.
with
I
18-hour
like his
flights
speeches, the
every
way
time
he
I want
attacks
to
the
see a piece of
DMK.
paper.
Let me support him.
Doing it
Yes.
telephonically.
I don't think ADMK
And it's
voters
very
would
nice. I
have any reason to
make a
believe
call or
that their
I have my
party
people
cannot
make
take
a
on
call
DMK.
and
That is
you
not the
know
ground.
the
When you are
answer.
such a
I
exciting
don't
guy,
say face to face.
and you're
I
young,
consider it better. But when you have to fly 18 hours every time you want to have a meeting,
The TVK
and you know what the
Vijay
meeting's
ran
all
was
about.
against the DMK,
And
the
you know
vote
they're
share
going to
that
give you a piece of
DMK
paper
has
that you
is
don't
not
like
its
before you even leave. It's ridiculous.
loyal vote. Because
They've
if that
come a
vote to
long
be the
way.
loyal vote,
The
they would have
question
won
is whether
every
or not
single
they're going to
election.
go far
They have
enough.
not
So
won a repeat
at this
election
moment,
since
there will never be
1972
a
for
deal
more than 3 decades.
unless they
So
agree that there will be no.
This is the
nuclear
worldwide
weapons.
Look at the approval rating.
Yes,
The party constantly had just 1%.
Let's take the Jim camp on that.
He was at 14.
You're going to have to say it differently.
He was at
Sorry, are you considering relocating
very
NASA's
highly in the past, and
headquarters
even now
out
his
of
ratings are
DC
high.
once the leases
Compared
up
to
states
Stalin,
like
this I'm
Texas,
talking about what
Ohio,
people
and
say.
Well, the best man to tell you that is a man
much
sitting right
better
over here. You heard that
administrator. This is the
question?
public.
With his
Even
beautiful
the young people,
ears.
yeah,
He's got
Young
great
guys,
hearing
you see,
now.
young people
He's got
across
super
all
hearing.
political parties might swing towards
And
what's the
TVK, but that is
I
not
think the answer to that is
The
we
base
have
is not
we have 10
as much
amazing
to
senators
giving
around the
those
country
numbers.
that
I
all
just
kind
told
of
you
bubble
that
up to
even if
contribute
all
to the
youth
mission
were
we're
to
able to
vote for the
undertake, like
TVK,
artists too. I think in terms of the headquarters, we have a lot of people very interested in our mission. So being here in DC gives us the opportunity to kind of interact with all our stakeholders, make sure we make the right decisions for the nation.
EPS is not a national face, but
It's got to go right. We've got to see some senators. Make sure they keep going.
Mr. President, I'm putting this plate
Staying
right
around
out on the
sunset.
table.
And
But more importantly, why would the
Washington,
people of
D.C.
Tamil Nadu, the
is
great
now
people
one
of
of the
Tamil Nadu,
safest cities
vote
in the
the guy's
country.
chief minister for
When I
flood
came
relief,
here, a
caused those to
little
get
more
relief
than a
to his
year
house.
ago, ago,
the Nepo
it was a
kid,
very
when
unsafe
people
city. And
died
now,
in the tragic
maybe even more
accident,
importantly
ran
than that,
away
we
like
have the
cowards.
hottest
No
country anywhere
politician.
in the world.
You can be a
You help
Congress
make it
politician,
hot.
BJP
You know,
politician,
you help make
DMK,
it hot.
AIADMK. So you are an ex-MP.
A year and a half ago, and I say it a
away.
lot,
This guy
the
ran
king
away
of
for
Saudi
relief.
Arabia, others
All
also,
those
the king of
victims
Saudi
in a
Arabia
resort in a
said,
bus.
Mr.
You think
President,
people of Tamil Nadu would vote
a
for
year and a
somebody
half
like this?
ago,
This is what they've got it completely
we thought we were a dead country. We thought the United States was a dead country, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And believe it or not, when everybody in the world was watching that incredible performance by NASA, these incredible people behind me, where they get the bravery, I have no idea.
You've just
But
walked in and
you're a
along
big
with
part of
Shalim.
it.
It's interesting
We
things
have
in
the
Tamil
hottest
Nadu.
country in the world.
vote-wise
Thank you
what
very
we
much,
put out here
everybody.
the exit poll predictions that vote down. We're saying that the ADMK will benefit from the DMK's agreement against you. And it's going to be a little close, but DMK is going to fall. And he will pick up votes.
Well, you probably wouldn't have been able to
15
tell,
to 18%
of course,
vote
because
share.
there's so many
But
topics.
6
The
is not going to be
president
too many.
spoke of
4 to 10, less than double
the
digits
Oval
actually.
Office there,
But
but
what
he was
Axis
meeting,
India
as
is
you saw at
saying
the end,
that
for
there is not
astronauts
so much
from Artemis
anti-incumbency
2.
against
It's
the
been, what,
DMK.
3 weeks or so
But
since they
all
returned, the
ADMK
crew
supporters are
returned
going
from
to
their
move
mission
to
around the moon,
TVK,
and he had
and it's going to
invited
be
them
lock,
there,
stock,
but
barrel,
he
as
did
in
take a lot
19
of questions on other topics. Let me
quite
tell you
bizarre
what he
for
said.
somebody to project, but they
He
have.
spoke,
So, and then
he said
look
he
at
had
the
a
rest.
conversation,
The
we
rest
know
are
this,
saying
he spoke
he's
with
going to
Vladimir
get
Putin
seats
of
in
Russia,
double
he had a
digits,
1.5
and
hours
it's the
conversation.
ADMK plus that
He said
will
they talked
suffer. This
about
combination
Ukraine, they
of
talked
13
about
parties
Iran.
will suffer.
He said
But the
we're going
DMK
to
will
come up
continue
with a
to benefit and they
solution,
will
I
continue to
hope.
gain. Now,
He said, I
in a
suggested
scenario
a bit
like
of a
this, if you have to
ceasefire,
do the
he said, a bit of a
arithmetic,
ceasefire
then the TVK has
in
to
Ukraine.
dent the ADMK across
He did say that
120
Putin
seats
would like
plus.
to be involved
90
with
of
the
those seats are
enrichment
in
of
rural Tamil
Iran,
Nadu.
but he'd
So,
much rather he focused
whether or
on a
not somebody's
ceasefire.
applied
He
their
then
mind to
talked
this
about
arithmetic is the
Iran,
question
and
that
the
we're
majority of
asking.
the questions, a lot of the questions
Can I
say
just be
were
brutally honest?
focused on Iran.
This
Now,
is
Caitlin Collins,
outlandish,
as you heard her
and
there,
I think this is
asked
great
which
for
of the
social
wars
media. It gives you great
may
traction. You
end
become the
first,
news.
Ukraine
If
or Iran. He said
for 3
Ukrainian
days,
wars
or
may end
tukka
on
lag gaya na
similar
tukka, then you
timelines,
become
and
the
again
expert,
saying
and you can come and
that
dance
Iran
here.
militarily
Otherwise,
is
how do you
defeated,
remember
a
Pradeep
small
got wrong?
percentage, they have a
No,
small percentage of
who else
missiles
is giving
making
him? Nobody else is
facilities,
giving
their
him.
Nobody is
economy
giving
is
him absolute
crashing.
majority
They
or
have
even
to
close to
say,
majority,
we
but being
give
a
up,
significant
and
player, 18 to
congratulating
20%,
the US Navy,
even
saying
18
the
to 25,
blockade
30 to
is
50.
genius. He was asked also, he mentioned also interest rates, and we saw
there is a local pollster.
there was no movement,
There is a local
interest
pollster in
rates,
Tamil
as of
Nadu.
course Jay
There's a
Powell,
local
Jerome Powell
pollster in Tamil
leaves
Nadu
the Fed
who
chair as
usually
Fed
when they
chair
do these
chief.
polls in the
Lots
states
of questions,
and
of course,
individual
on the
states,
king,
they get
who
about
had
70 to
wonderful words for
90%,
him,
90%
and
above,
also
they get their projections
some
right.
attacks after
They
Jane
have gone
Comey,
seat
who
by
has
seat,
was in,
district
has
by
been
district,
faced a
region
second
by region,
indictment
and
by the
broken
Justice
down.
Department just in the
And
last hour.
wherever
Plenty
Vijay
for us
was
to
going
talk
to do well,
to
that is in
discuss
the urban
for the next
pockets,
20 or
the
so
Chennai,
minutes.
Chengalpet,
Nick Robertson
Tiruvallur
is in
pockets.
Islamabad.
In
Stephen
south,
Collins
where the
is
Christian
with us
population is a little
in
heavy,
Washington. Nick,
he
let
is
me start
pinching big
with you
votes,
first.
35 to 40%
And
votes. But those are in
what
a
stood
limited
out to
number
you,
of
of
seats.
course, from what the
Otherwise,
president said
the fight
regarding
is a
Iran
two-way fight between
and that
the DMK
conversation
and
with
ADMK.
Putin, because we are waiting
Wherever
to
he's
hear
pinching 10 to
from
11%
the Iranian
votes
side
or
regarding his
vote
proposal,
share,
right?
it's the DMK which is hurting more than the ADMK. He's pinching
Yeah,
votes from
and
both sides.
what Trump said that
Their
really caught my
projections
attention
on ground
was that the
mirror
Iranians
or
have come a long way,
mirror
but I
what
don't know
Vote has
if
come
they're
out
going to
and
go
projected.
far
And I saw
enough.
those
That
numbers
seems
just
to be
now, and it's
implying
quite
that he's
surprising.
waiting to see
Down
how
in
far they
Tamil
go
Nadu.
in this
Whereas
position
these
that's
numbers
expected
seem
from the
to be
Iranians in the next
inspired
couple of
by the
days.
base
And he said
as
very
Lok
clearly,
Sabha
and he said this a lot of times, they are
And
not
that's where
going
a
to
lot of
have
the pollsters
a
may have
nuclear
got it
weapon.
wrong,
It was
because Lok Sabha
interesting
2024
on
should
the
not be the
account of
base
his
because
conversation
there
with
was
President
no
Putin,
ADMK alliance
remembering,
in
of
its
course, that
present
the
form,
Iranian
in its
foreign
present
minister on Sunday night flew from here in
If there
Islamabad
is-
to
if
St.
these
Petersburg
numbers
in
anywhere
Russia
close
and
to
met
this,
on
that
Monday
means
with
there's some
Sergei
kind of
Lavrov,
an
the Russian Foreign Minister,
anti-incumbency
and Vladimir
in such a
Putin,
situation,
the president
whether the
there,
DMK or the
for
ADMK,
quite
if they
an amount of
don't
time.
come
And
to
it wasn't
first
clear
past the
what
post,
came out of
they
that
will need
conversation.
support.
But of
Which
course,
way will
there's
the
been a lot of
TVK go?
speculation that because
if
in the
the TVK is such a
2015
big disruptor
nuclear deal
and
between the
he's led
United
such
States
an
with the Europeans
anti-DMK campaign
with
so far,
Iran, the
will he align
JCPOA
with
deal,
the AIADMK?
that
Will
back
all
then
the
one of the
others
issues was this
supposedly who
media
haven't been
20%
part of
enriched
any
uranium
grouping
that was
or
outside
move away.
the bounds of the
Even those who were
agreement.
part of
What
these
to do with that?
groupings,
Well,
will they
Russia
move away?
took
You
it
never
back
know with the
then.
Congress,
So there's a lot
right?
of speculation
You never know
when the
what they
foreign
might
minister,
do
Iranian
also.
foreign
What
minister
they might
speaking
do.
to
Yeah,
Putin,
GVL,
it
come on,
might
just
come
wanna
up
request
about
our
the
team
question, the very
that by
vexed
8:30
question,
let's
as
try and
President
move
Trump
towards
said he
Bengal.
wants to
Amitabh
have the
Tiwari is
nuclear
walked in
dust,
abhi.
this highly
अरे
enriched
भाई
uranium,
साहब, इतना बड़ा यहाँ
that
पर चल रहा है
there was speculation
आप
that
कहाँ
that
घूम
part of the
गए?
conversation
ये presentation
about what
करके आप
Iran
कहाँ
could
घूम
do,
के आ गए?
possibly give the highly
Yeah.
enriched uranium
Yeah.
to Russia as it done back in 2015.
Yeah.
President Trump
we are
seemed to sort of
discussing
draw
Tamil
a
Nadu
line
for a
under
long
that
time.
and say,
Yeah,
well, I
Nadu
told
is
Putin
not-
to get a ceasefire in Ukraine to focus on Ukraine.
I can understand. Go on.
That essentially he was seemed to be
So I can
saying that he turned down the offer of help on highly enriched uranium, which again leaves that very difficult part of the negotiations of what to do about the highly enriched uranium, which is hugely sensitive for the Iranians, less perhaps about giving it up, but who and how they give it up. There were moments when the President sounded a little bit
because you don't have the base to project.
saying he still hoped to get a deal, but he wasn't going to fly over for it,
the
that
ground
this can be
report
done on the
suggests that
phone,
TVK has
because when you
done
go
much
there,
better
you know
than
you're going to
you
get a piece of
expected.
paper that you're not
But
going
if
to like.
anybody had
I think
tracked
that
this
sense
election over the
of
last 3 months,
a new Iranian
you cannot
position
have a party suddenly from free poll 1 week before election at 15% or 10% going to 35%. It doesn't happen that way. When somebody is predicting 100 seats, what was their projection a week ago? 2 weeks ago?
Let's ask Amitabh on the first rather than meet, and the president seemed to be sort of pushing his preference in that direction.
And Stephen, just coming into this and sticking with Iran, I mean, he didn't sound as frustrated, regarding Iran as we have heard him before, at least on social media. He did say they have to say we give up, but it comes, of course, as we saw Secretary Heksev today on the Hill defending the war and defending the spending around that. I think it was something like $25 billion, which is staggering. How are these sort of numbers being received at home at a time when the reason he came into office, so much of it was economy and affordability?
And I think it opens up a very obvious attack line for the Democrats in the midterm elections, is that Donald Trump broke his promise to have no more foreign wars and spend $25 billion in Iran, and by that time it'll probably be $50 billion if the war goes on, and he's doing nothing for you at home. That could be a very powerful political message. I have to say, just listening to Heksev this morning in that hearing in the House, listening to the President now, the same thing is true that has been true for the entirety of this war. It's very difficult to see what the plan is. They do still seem to be making up as it goes along. The entire locus of American decision-making seems to be with the president. We have some new reporting today from CNN, from our White House team, that says he's told his staff to prepare for a long blockade. This can go on for a number of months. It doesn't seem so. The U.S. position is basically Iran's economy is going to go into meltdown. There's going to be such hardship that the leaders of Iran will therefore have no option but to capitulate and give us everything we want. That's quite a big leak.
So you're saying that there is
may seem a logical position
left in the DMK,
the Oval Office, but that is not necessarily how Iran and the people who have power in Iran are going to react to this.
I'm asking.
So I think there are still a lot of assumptions being made about how Iran will behave.
Why is the DMK
everything we're seeing from their negotiating strategy looks like it's the same.
Why isn't it
they're trying to set the stage for months of negotiations. Trump seems to think that this, once there's a deal, that will end and everything will go back to normal.
That doesn't seem to be very likely. Somebody was mentioning
Nick, just pick up then with what we heard there from Stephen. I mean, this idea that they're hoping that Iran would capitulate. Of course, you've got fantastic sources there on the ground in Islamabad. We have also this conversation that the President Trump had with President Putin for 1.5 hours. Just frame this for us. What are you hearing about what the next steps may look like? And this idea from the United States, they're hoping, of course, they will capitulate.
Number one. Number two, this delimitation.
I think the view that we get from here is that Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister who was here over the weekend in Oman, went to Russia, St. Petersburg. The foreign minister is really the sort of designated point person to do the international running, if you will, the running around diplomacy. The Speaker of the Parliament, Galibaf, is still widely regarded, and as we understand, the one who is sort of in charge of the broader negotiations, and on that, interestingly, the Parliament, which is the Speaker in Parliament in Iran, had a vote in terms of support for Galibaf and a number of other issues, but it said that, or the vote came up this way, that of 290 parliamentarians, 261 came out in favour of Galibaf. So it does appear that the sort of main person in charge of the negotiations, as far as we see, does have a lot of respect and authority within the Parliament, so his position seems fairly solid. One of the other things that came out of that was the importance of the Ayatollah being part, the supreme leader being part of the decision-making.
Just a little
it suggests perhaps that the hardliners are a smaller group, but they are perceived at the moment, from here at least, as being potentially disruptive when it comes to the talks process. But it speaks also to the opaque nature of how things are done in Iran, and also the way talks.
One important issue.
Stephen, let me go back to you and something that the President said that struck me, because of course we were talking earlier in the show about James Comey, the former FBI, the head of the FBI, who of course who's had faced a second indictment just in the last hour or so. And the President was talking about this photo when he was asked about the photo that James Comey put up on social media that said 86, and I think it was a photo of seashells, 86 and 47. 47 is referring to the 47 in the United States, and 86 is commonly, has a common meaning. Slang, American slang is to remove, or delete, or get rid of. The President said that it's a mock term.
Now the big reveal,
we know it's not.
From Bengal
that means
viewers,
get rid of,
phase one,
eject,
vote
refuse
5.
to
We
serve.
will do
And he also called him dirty cop. I mean, what did you make of what we heard? Because I'm assuming this will be used potentially by Comey's attorneys.
Certainly, and I think what you put your finger on there, just on the meaning of what 86 is all about, shows how this is going to be an exceedingly difficult case for the prosecutors to take anywhere. And that is going to be, I think, the real likelihood that his attempt to prosecute Comey fails again. But that may not necessarily be the point. I think what the President wants is for Comey to go through the same kind of legal worries, expensive legal fees, having a cloud over his innocence that he had to go through when he was out of office. Let's remember, Comey was fired in the very first days of the first Trump administration. That is years ago, but the President never forgets a slight.
Let's go across to the next one.
He sees his role as giving him the power to do exactly what he wants and to go after his enemies. Some of this, of course, is a distraction strategy from what we're talking about right now, the stalemate in Iran.
95 seats
appreciate
is what everybody is saying. 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. So a handsome win, all moving in the same direction, and that's why there are no hurdles or differences.
All of the
in the case of Tamil Nadu, let's look at Tamil Nadu.
Because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once.
We'll see that. Now, let's look at Bengal.
Zero trust would actually come through on his side.
Then we put the phase 1 numbers here at CNN News 18 exit projections. We are putting out only phase 1 numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th. That's
a commander and officer in Iraq, but also
largely
1.0 national security advisor. And he's essentially saying inter alia that the West, including the JCPOA, has been essentially appeasing Iran, trying to get them to behave and essentially not fixing the problem at the root.
Is in favor
and now
of the BJP, although
what do you make of
seems
that?
to have hedged his bets a bit and said
well, I'm not surprised that that is the critique. I've heard that a lot.
This scenario
certainly
happens,
heard it when we were negotiating, and
it's the NDA
I often said to members of Congress, we have a choice here.
In the case
and to
of
other critics
around
the world.
Now,
we have a choice
phase
here.
1 numbers,
we can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring and verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective. Or we can face a war that once you start, you don't know where it ends. And we are seeing that now. There have been all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects of the actions that President Trump has taken. We are all suffering from them. Yes, Iran is suffering a great deal, but as Valley pointed out, and as I believe,
but this is
Iran,
a big win.
This is existential. They are not going to give up quickly, and we need to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Valley as well.
So, Amitabh Tiwari,
President
your thoughts behind this,
should
why, how, and we
this
get into
with
the zones
a lot
also.
more constraint. For me, it's not about trust, but it is about respecting that Iran has interests and it has a government and it is a sovereign country. In New York today as part of the official state visit, of course, to the United States. A short time ago, they visited the 9/11 memorial. You can see there and met with first responders. Right now, the King is scheduled to take part in an event in Harlem and urban farming and sustainability, while the Queen is set to attend an event at the New York Public Library. And this follows a whirlwind day in Washington on Tuesday, which included an address to Congress.
So what we
the
are
White
seeing
House
is
state
that
dinner
in
at the White House. However, Buckingham Palace is now trying to distance himself from comments by
excessive
President Trump
minority
over the
appeasement.
war with
There
Iran.
is a
Max Foster
significant
joins me
Hindu
from
consolidation
Washington. Max,
happening on
good
the
to see you, my friend.
in
I'm not sure
these
whether you heard
152 seats,
the
barring
President
the
speaking just
40 odd
a
seats
moments
which are
ago
in
at the
Malda.
White House.
And this is what
Basically, lots
has
of praise for the King,
big jump
saying,
to
you know, he's a
BJP's
phenomenal
tally, and it is expected
representative
to
for his
improve from
country.
59 to
And that he would probably take President
Right,
Trump's
there seems to
view
be
on
an issue
Iran
with the
and
graphic. I'm just going to request that the numbers are not showing, so just reload that. But we updated on the grid on the windows. So midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1. 93 out of the 152 seats. That actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return a highest ever and never before number in phase 2.
You know, that latest comment from Trump would be a huge issue because it was his interpretation, really. But he was absolutely gushing
because the different posters are predicting different outcomes.
About the King, at the same time being very critical about NATO and the UK. So it's interesting that he's got this separation between the King and the UK, well, not the UK, but the government certainly. I think actually spoke about that yesterday. It's the association with his mother and South Bengal, he relates Charles almost to his mother, so that's kind of an unbreakable bond, and it seems though Charles can do no wrong.
Corruption somehow
what
it has
worked
with
that speech? Because I mean, I was listening to it with my kids. It really was a masterclass,
however,
wasn't it? In
rural
kind of
Bengal
subtle
still has a sway.
Wasn't
I
that
still
subtle, was
feel
it?
that maybe for some people it was subtle.
Overall, Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That
US current political debates. I think certainly the most pointed part of it.
Right now, the first phase we saw a highly unprecedented voter turnout. It has never happened since the independence.
I think a lot of people have seen that as pointed towards the president. I actually don't see it as that. I think it was pointed towards Congress, perhaps Congress not doing its job, holding executives to account. So I don't see why President Trump should necessarily take that personally.
But on the other hand,
if you take some of the sound bites from that speech and put them against sound bites that President Trump has said before, they're completely different worldviews. But I think it's interesting that the King used this global platform, and in a way he's emerged as the defender of the transatlantic alliance through this process, which is fascinating, and he does have the president's ear, so it's a strong position.
Max, you know that grey sky behind you?
Congress
not here.
That is what I said. It would get about.
Max will be back in about 10 minutes. So we're going to take a short break.
No, that's okay. I'm talking the first piece. 4% and 4 seats to Congress.
All of their nuclear material or not, because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once to somebody who they have zero trust would actually
ahead of the second phase.
on his
One
side.
more thing. We still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the
commander and officer
lower denominator factor, but that is not the case. That was only a
national security advisor.
And
he's essentially
overall numbers,
saying
absolute
into
numbers,
Alia
also the
that the
voters are
West,
higher.
including the JCPOA,
not just percentage, absolute numbers.
essentially appeasing Iran, trying to get them to behave, and essentially not fixing the
problem at the
BJP
root
made and improved. BJP improved
And now
its
we're
vote share in
at this
2024.
point.
And
Yes.
we
What do you
seem
make
to
of
think
that?
BJP had a bad election campaign
well,
in
I'm not
2024.
surprised
But they were
that is
improving their vote share.
I've heard that a lot. Certainly heard it when we were negotiating, and I often said to members of
But there's
Congress,
a
we have
point
a
that
choice
Amitabh
here.
made and I've been making, and I
And
agree
to
with
other
what Tushar
critics
said.
around
Yes,
the
the BJP
world,
looks
we
about
have a
12
choice
seats
here.
compared to
We can either
18 seats in
negotiate and try to
2019,
put such
but they won more
constraints and
assembly
intrusive
seats.
monitoring verification on their nuclear program that they can never
in
get
that
a
particular
nuclear
thing,
weapon, which we
has
all
that
agree
been-
is a critical objective.
In
Or
Bhawanipur,
we can
in
face a war.
2021, the
A war
percentage
that once
point
you
gap
start,
between the
you don't know
BJP
where
and
it
the TMC
ends,
was 22.
and we are seeing that now.
It came
There
down
have
to
been
6
all
in
kinds of
2024.
secondary
You know,
and
sometimes we're so
tertiary
fixated on the
effects
seat count,
of
we
the
forget to
actions that
look at the
President Trump has
at the
taken.
vote share.
We are all
And this is
suffering
where
from them,
2024
yes.
was very
But
important.
all suffering has a great
And
deal,
this
as
number
Ronald
is
pointed
like
out,
phase one
and
is
as I believe
higher
for
vote
Iran
share
this
for
is
the BJP
existential.
compared to the
They are
Trinamool
not
Congress. So it's for the
going to
first
give
time
up
in this
quickly,
phase also, 42
and
and
we need to
44%.
put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Valley as well.
I'll tell you why.
President
What's happened
should
is the
approach
Congress has
this
eaten a
with a
TMC
lot more
vote where the
constraint.
Congress vote has been cannibalized by the
For
BJP.
me, it's not
and
about
that's what's
trust,
happened.
but it is about respecting that Iran has
Hindu voters have
interests,
shifted
No,
and
the
it
Hindu
has a
voters-
government,
Hindu voters
and it
have
is a
shifted from
sovereign country,
TMC.
even though I
Plus,
find the
there is
regime
also
odious,
others,
and
10%
it slaughtered
vote
its
share.
own
So the
people.
others in the field who
Ultimately,
have
this was
broken away,
about
they have eaten
protecting
into the
the
Trinamool
people of
Congress,
Iran
and
and
it's not
allowing them
necessarily-
space for freedom.
First
In
phase.
fact, we constrained that
4%
possibility
vote share for the Congress
as opposed
party,
to opening
but
up that
this
space.
10% has
Now,
also
Wendy
eaten into
Sherman,
the
I said
Trinamool
that I would
Congress
ask
vote
you
share,
this,
and the BJP is
just
also
following up
benefited
from
with
my
the shift of
question
the
to
Hindu vote
Vishal
from the
Hussain in
Trinamool
my
to the
previous
BJP.
segment,
likes of
talking
Humayun
about
Kabir.
slaughter.
Possible.
Possible.
Left part. GVL Narasimha Rao, will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are predicting for
and that the
phase one?
United States, quote, has been part of it.
You see,
You also
certainly
said it
the
remains
direction
critical that
further
Israel stay an ally
consolidation
of the United
BJP
States.
vote is evident.
What-
The manner
what
in which
moved you
BJP fought
to
this
make
election
that
at the
statement?
ground
As
level
Vishal
for
was
the
saying,
past 6 months,
you're one of the,
we certainly expected
older
a much
generation of
bigger
Americans.
increase
The
in the
younger
vote share.
generation
So
is
this
busy saying
44
all
is
those things.
again
And I
how much
know
in the
you
first
didn't make a
phase?
legal
About 5%.
judgment.
Almost
But what are you trying to
5 to
say
6%.
as an American
That
do?
is the number that we require
You were
to
38
really
trying
cross
to
something
say
the last
is
time around, so
things
it's
have
44%.
So
changed.
44.
I spend a lot of time with younger people. I try to listen and learn, as I think my parents did with me during the Vietnam War.
That according
And
to our own poll,
although
according to your
many
poll,
legal analysts
Amitabh
have
Tiwari,
said this is
and
a
many other
genocide, what
polls are
really
also
matters
showing
here is,
that.
yes, I understand how
compared to Lok
horrific
Sabha
October
election,
7th was.
I think
It was
Lok Sabha
horrific,
election,
and it
the
is
issues were
existential
different.
for
Here the issue
Israel.
was
I
whether to
support
let
Israel,
Mamata
and we
Banerjee to
must
be in power
continue
once again,
to support Israel. But there was a slaughter
So that would
of
be
the Palestinian people in Gaza. And indeed, we're seeing the Prime Minister of Israel talk about taking over the West Bank and really closing any space there might be for the Palestinian people. And the United States of America, the values that we believe in, Israel must be safe and secure and have peace forever.
I would
and the Palestinians
it's not very
have
much
to
off
be
the
able to have
mark. It could
dignity
be plus minus
and a place
4 or
they
5
can call
either
their
way.
own as well.
Because in
That's
the first
what I was
phase,
trying to say.
they have
Understood.
their
And in our
performance
last
has been
minute, Valley,
solid.
some unintended
And,
consequences. Obviously,
it's not
Israel and the United States
unexpected
appear to have
in view of
different
the
aims
fact
now in Iran.
that the
But
first phase
also,
has been
what
in
about
areas
the
where
US
they have done
bases in
quite well for the last
the Gulf
several
states? What
years.
about
So
UAE pulling out of OPEC?
I won't be surprised
in a
if they
minute?
get something fairly
Well,
close to that.
a war of
Or,
this
there are
magnitude
some tight
would
seats
definitely have
in the
changed
first phase
everything.
as well as
in the Middle East. I
in
mean,
this
every
phase.
country is
And
looking at
therefore,
why the
5 to 6
US
seats here
did
and
this,
there,
what are the
it's
repercussions,
likely,
and these
it's
repercussions
not
are
unusual. But the
greatest
point
in
is
the Gulf region
that,
because it became collateral
ultimately,
damage to
you
this
know,
war.
the battle
The
for
United
Bengal
States
will
had
be won
bases
and
there.
lost.
Iran attacked those
Won or
bases.
lost.
Iran also
Not in
attacked
the
the
first.
economies of those countries. Most of the Gulf has really lost its economy. That sense of security, etc. that
So let's go
existed
straight
is
across.
gone.
Let's join them.
And
At
this
the
is not
hub, we've set up a
problematizing
small
their
hub,
relationship
viewers,
with the United
where
States.
we're going to be
These
looking
bases
at
were supposed
some
to
of
protect
these
them. They didn't. Do they go back
conversations
to more of
in,
that? How do they
detail.
get their
So
security
thank you very
back?
much.
How do they
We've
deal
always
with an
nice to
Iran
see you
that
in
is now
person. Nice to see you,
like
Mr. Mondol.
unleashed? And so I think all of these things will be challenges for all of the nuclear material or not, because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this this economic issue, if
it
we
is
can survive that
unfathomable
step,
that,
then we can go to the much bigger
the
issue.
people who
Whereas,
voted for
as Wendy
Mamata
said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their
in addition to
assets
that,
all
you
at
have the
once
SIR fear.
to somebody who they have zero trust.
I think we're
could
still
actually
sticking to the
come
numbers
on his
that in the
side.
first phase, TMC
and Wendy,
is definitely going
I
to
don't know
cross
whether
100
you've read,
marks.
but there's a
And
widely
in the second phase,
distributed
it's all
article by
TMC.
HR McMaster,
TMC is
who
not
was,
going to
you know,
come down
a commander and officer in Iraq,
They
but
are going
also
to increase
Trump's
their vote shares,
1.0
definitely,
national
and also
security
the
advisor.
suits.
And he's
In the first
essentially
phase,
saying to
Mr.
Alia
Rahul,
that the West, including the JCPOA,
in about 32,000 booths, the elections were
been
held.
essentially appeasing Iran,
In around
trying to
11
get them
to
to
20,
behave,
12,000 booths, the BJP
and
don't have
essentially
their
not
agents.
fixing the problem
We
at
have
the root
seen in the villages
ever.
how there is
And
an
now we're at
enthusiasm
this-
for
at
TMC.
this-
And
at
there is
this
not even
point.
BJP's
What
flags
do you make of that?
flowing, anywhere in
Well,
the
I'm not
villages.
surprised
Especially
that
in,
that is
in,
the
in
critique. I've
this
heard
part
that
of the
a
Ganges.
lot.
I mean, in the northern
Certainly
region,
heard it
in the
when we
northern
were
part
negotiating, and
of Bengal,
I
where you
often
have
said
around
to
50
members
to
of
53
Congress,
seats.
we have a choice here.
BJP might do well,
and to other
but,
critics
in
around
this
the
part, like
world,
Birbhum,
we have a choice
Bardhaman,
here. We can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring and verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective. Or we can face a war that once you start, you don't know where it ends, and we are seeing that now. There have been all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects of the actions that President Trump has taken. We are all suffering from them. Yes, Iran is suffering a great deal, but as Vali pointed out, and to some extent,
of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north.
Quickly,
why would you say that
and we need to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Vali as well.
At the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have seen Bengal elections since
with a lot more constraint.
I'm a great believer in
for
the
me,
fact
it's not
of
about trust, but it is about respecting that Iran has interests, and it has a government, and it is a sovereign country, even though I find the regime odious, and it slaughtered its own people. Ultimately, this was...
at the end of the day, Mr. Modi may be a larger-than-life factor all over the place.
Donald Trump speaks to Vladimir Putin about the war in Iran.
You
This is
need
what we
local
know.
organization, you
Beginning
need
with that
local
breaking
leaders.
news here in Washington,
Just Modi ji
US
ke naam
President
pe
Donald Trump
chunav
says
jeet jayenge,
he
ye
believes the
Bengal
wars
deal.
in Iran
And what
and
Manoj
Ukraine
said is
could
very true.
end on
You have also
a
said,
similar
I think
timetable.
yesterday,
The President was speaking to
one of
CNN's
these days,
Caitlin
you
Collins
made point
just a few
about
minutes ago,
Panchayat
confirming
election.
he'd
This is
spoken
a
to his
very
Russian
big factor.
counterpart Vladimir
In
Putin
2000
about both
election,
conflicts.
Ajit Panja was
Mr. Trump
better
also
than-
said
he
the
told
Russian
me,
president had offered to help
at
with
that time
Iran's
Mamata was the
uranium
challenger and Left Front
stockpiles.
was in power. He said, your Didi, and
Well, we
he was
talked
in her
about
party.
more
Your
about
Didi
the
is
war
saying we
in
will win.
Ukraine,
How
but
is
he
she
would
saying
like
all
to
this?
be
Out of the
of help.
60,000
I said, before you help me, I
odd
want to
booths,
end your war.
can she give agents
So
in more
we had
than
a good talk.
25?
I've known him
This
a
is
long
very
time. I
important.
think he was ready to make a deal a while ago. I think
The
some people made it
organizational muscle to
difficult
the
for him to make a
last
deal.
mile, and
But we talked more
therefore
about
it's a bit
Ukraine.
impractical. Okay, let me just go across to Tushar Gupta from here. Tushar Gupta, let's split the screen on
That's
top.
an interesting
Tushar
question.
Gupta,
You know, coming
how
from
do
you,
react
it's
to
very
both
interesting.
Mr.
Which
Pradhan
war
and
would
Mr.
end
Bhaumik?
first?
I know that you've been
Maybe
doing
you're on a similar
daily
timetable.
analysis, which you've been posting
Kevin Lichtach's at the White House. I mean,
on
such a
on
bizarre
your
idea, but
social
maybe
media
there's some
handles,
genius
etc.
in a way, because
You
obviously
have a
Russia
very
is the
different
common
story to
link
tell.
between the Ukraine and the Iran war. What do you make of that?
In some
Well,
ways
I've
they
seen
are,
the
and it
numbers from
sounded
Mamata.
from
I'm
what
not
the
sure what
president was
Manojit
saying
Mangal
that
was saying
Putin
there, but
had offered
look,
something
the
that he's
TMC
offered in
can
the
only
past,
start
which is
favorite in a
to
limited
take
number of
shipment
seats.
of this
This time the
stockpile of highly
organic
enriched
surge
uranium
in
that
voter turnout,
is
which the
inside
TMC for some
Iran has
reason
been
doesn't
buried
want to
underground.
acknowledge
It
and
is a
doesn't want
sticking
to believe.
point
That is
in the
going
discussions
towards
to
the
try and bring the
BJP
war
in
to an end.
91
The
of these
president
seats
has
in
insisted that
2024.
Iran
The
give
BJP
that
actually
up, and so
outshined its
Putin seems to be
2021 vote share, so
offering
they were
to
making
take
gains.
that
Now
essentially
they're
off
beginning
of
to
Iran's
convert it
hands. It
because,
is
of course,
something
there
that
has been an
Russia
updated
has some
electoral roll.
experience
The
in.
voters
That
are
was
coming
their
out to vote,
role
and there are a lot of
in the
TMC
2015
voters that are now
Obama era
going towards
deal
the
that
BJP.
Trump
It's
later
not always
pulled
that,
out
oh,
of.
we just
Now,
need
in the
5 or 10
past,
more BJP
after
voters
Russia
to
has
complete
suggested
the
this, because
election.
it's not a new
It's
proposal.
TMC
They
voters that are now
have
moving
offered
towards the
to
BJP because
take this
also
on
they feel
previously
disgruntled
over the
after
course of
15
this
years.
conflict. The president has sort of shrugged them off. It sounded like he was doing that again today, saying that he was hopeful that Putin would focus more on ending the war in Ukraine rather than
TMC. They'll stick with the TMC and it will appear in certain regions. It will appear in Marda, Mushidabad, South 24 Parganas. These regions, the TMC vote will stick. But
so let me ask you,
Alipur,
Anand, let me bring in Anand 1 second. Anand, let's go back to the wall and let's look at some of the regions in the first phase where some of these numbers are coming from, and also the vote share, if there's possible. Let's just go and try to do that.
The vote share, we've got the region-wise. So let's look at the region-wise data, and then I'll swing back to you. So let's open this up and understand the region-wise data for Bengal Phase 1, how these numbers have been tabulated. So let's go for the first region is Jalpaiguri. In Jalpaiguri, again, the BJP is actually making significant gains, and this is on the back of a shift of the Hindu vote and of course consolidation because of the SIR deletions that would have happened into these numbers. So 22 to 24 seats in Jalpaiguri out of 27, so that's a big sweep. Malda again 49 seats. The last time around they were struggling at about 10 or 11 if my memory serves me right, but they've now moved up to 16 to 18. The Trinamool Congress continues to be strong here in the Malda belt. Bardhaman 20 seats. This is where the big gains also happened. The BJP was getting stronger in Bardhaman over a period of time. Now again, out of the 20, they are taking bulk of it, 11 to 13. And Medinipur, these 56 seats were very, very critical. In Medinipur, the BJP had to get more than 40 seats, and that's what it's projected to get, 40 to 42 seats in Medinipur out of 56. And this is where the biggest chunk comes. Remember, from the 2021 assembly projections, Rahul, their BJP was defending 55 of the 77 that they won last time around in this phase. But what they are doing is, in areas like Medinipur and also in areas like Jalpaiguri, these two belts, they've become so much stronger, and that their gains are actually in this phase from these two districts largely, or these two regions largely. Amitabh, and then coming back to you. Yes, Rahul.
Yeah, so gains. Just looking at the larger picture. Here, it appears that there has been a massive gain in Jalpaiguri as well as in Medinipur.
Yes.
For the BJP. This is where the bulk of the gains are coming through. Amitabh, can you talk our viewers through why this would be happening in such large numbers to put the BJP where it is in phase 1?
Yeah, so essentially if you see, Jalpaiguri has always been a BJP stronghold. The gains there are to the tune of 2 seats. It was 21 in 2021 Vidhan Sabha, now
24.
Malda BJP was 11.
Yeah.
Now here is a story with Congress doing relatively well and smaller parties like Left as well as the Humayun Kabir's party, at least on 1 seat. What is happening is that they are leading to a split of minority votes, and BJP can gain here almost 5 seats.
So you're saying the Muslim vote has split, so reducing the seat share of the
in this zone,
increasing it for the Congress,
and also helping BJP in 5.
Hindu vote consolidation was also helping. So and both,
so double impact. Third, or rather the last one, let's take first, is the Medinipur area. Medinipur is the only area where there has been additions of voters, not deletions. Number 1.
31 lakh voters were added.
Number 2 is that it is Suvendu Adhikari's area, and the Hindu population here is 90%. Here is where the flip is happening. TMC was 33 and BJP was only 23. BJP is getting almost 43 this time, 41, 42. So 18 seats gain here, and a similar thing is happening in Bardhaman, wherein BJP was only 1 seat in 1 district, which is Birhum. So it is gaining here significant number of seats, largely again on account of consolidation of the anti-incumbency vote in these regions and the counter consolidation of the Hindu community because of excessive
and Bardhaman has also seen some SIR deletions, isn't it?
Yes,
all these regions
there has
have
been an
seen
impact
SIR
of SIR deletions also in Bardhaman.
So SIR deletions have also
now,
shaved
it's
off the
interesting
margins,
this afternoon,
plus
of course,
the consolidation
Her
of the
Majesty,
Hindu vote
she
in some
gets
of
to
these
read
regions,
some Winnie the
and
Pooh
the diffusion
to
of
children.
the Muslim vote
This is right
in
up her
an area
street.
like Malda with 49
literacy,
seats.
Let's get a quick
very
reaction
much
from
on her agenda. So that will be important. The King's agenda this afternoon is more about community, education.
I mean, I don't disagree with what has been said.
For the final couple of events of the day, but frankly, Max,
these
I'm exhausted just reading.
Some of the seats which has been shown as having shifted,
and they've still got
some of these seats are going to be very, very tough
for their
fight, and that's
tomorrow.
swing either way.
On to Virginia after this, Richard. Thank you so much.
Definitely
Former FBI Director James Comey surrendering to authorities today.
And BJP
the federal courthouse in Virginia, Comey was charged with making a threat against the US president and transmitting a threat in interstate commerce. It's the second time. He's been indicted by the Trump Justice Department. Last year, Comey posted a photo of seashells that spelled out 8647. 86 typically means to get rid of an American slang. Donald Trump is the 47th US President. Comey says he's still innocent. Brett Schneider is a political science professor at Brown University, where he teaches constitutional law. He's also the co-host of the Oath and the Office podcast. Thank you so much for joining us, Corey. I mean, I have to say, for people outside the United States, they're pretty confused by this story. They hear about the shells, it becomes even more confusing. Can you just make sense of it for them?
But at the end of the day,
well, I'd say it's as awful as it looks that the right to free speech, the right to criticize our leaders, the right to use expressions that are common in our vocabulary are all what democracy is about. And in any stable democracy, we have a right to free speech that gives us the ability to criticize our leaders.
And that's where ordination comes.
That's obviously, I mean, on its face, what Comey is doing. This was not a threat. It was
perception that Bengal muscle factor and all that. It's about mobilization.
And yet he's finding
getting the granny out to vote and all that.
He isn't yet on trial, but
exceeded expectation in the first half.
And
obviously,
what
someone
that's about,
has been able to mobilize, and both sides have probably done a good job.
To shut down his political opponents, and going after Letitia James, tried to go after Comey with a different set of facts. Now he's looking for another set of facts. And he also, in the past, our Department of Justice really scared of losing we're bound to uphold the law. And now what we have in the Department of Justice
I'm
is
just purely looking
at, and they're willing to do whatever this president says. He got rid of his previous Attorney General because she wouldn't do this kind of thing. And here you have it.
Obviously,
to shut down the opposition, to shut down free speech.
Turnout gains by about 10
I mean, isn't that the most extraordinary part of this? Legal experts like yourself all seem unanimous in the view that there isn't
only TMC voters
a case
who have come
here.
out to punish the BJP.
It's the, legitimately the president can have his issues with Comey, and Comey can have his issues with the president. No one's arguing about freedom of speech and all that. But it is extraordinary that the courts
the 5 to 6% charges that we are
already siding in a way.
It's not an absolute.
Most legal experts
it's largely because of SR deletions. I again repeat,
absolutely.
Anti-incumbency factor could be largely neutralized because, remember,
and what we've been doing on the Open the
MLAs,
Office
including 4
podcast,
sitting
is
ministers,
talking about why, although it is horrific, it's not unprecedented.
It's an acknowledgement that we haven't done a good job.
This has happened. An extraordinary period is, if you go all the way back to the founding of the United States in 1798, John Adams was essentially offended that newspaper editors were criticizing him and his family, including his son, and passed a Sedition Act, which made it a crime to criticize him, the president, but not a crime to criticize his chief rival, the vice president of the United States, Thomas Jefferson. And what ensued were 126 political prosecutions that did shut down the opposition party. That was a long time ago, but you see Trump trying to do that. I think that's the parallel. People talk about Nixon, and there was an enemies list, but Nixon didn't try anything in the open like that. He really is trying to use the arm of government, the arm of criminal law, in order to shut down
because there is a local.
Do you think it's backfiring for the president because of the way Comey's handling?
He's got some more data.
Look, I wish I could say that democracy is resilient, which it is, and I certainly have hope that we have a long tradition in this country of democracy and free speech. And if movements like No Kings can tap into that, well, then I'm hopeful. I'm also hopeful that the court system will say that there is no case here and won't allow this to move to trial. But the reality is that the president is enormously powerful, and our system is increasingly the system of the unitary executive, where the president has complete control over the Justice Department and has figured out how to exercise that control by firing anyone who disagrees with them. There's a danger. And look, even if this doesn't result in a successful prosecution, there's a chilling effect. And opponents of the president start thinking to themselves, do I really want to go through the risk that I might wind up in prison?
And it looked like he was actually the one who was hiding in one of those areas in Bhawanipur, whereas he was out on the street, walking across to a polling agent of the Trinamool Congress to have some water on a hot day. But he was out there, and there were more people chasing Shweta Adhikari this time, even the media.
Thomas Jefferson allowed it to expire.
That itself
And yet
shows
here we
that
have
she's not able to defend
criticizing the
Bhawanipur.
president.
It's a big
essentially
challenge,
being
Cyrus,
revived,
Ali
not
to Tushar
in
Gupta.
explicit law, but by looking
is a
for
very,
these
very
phony
important
prosecutions.
testing
And yes,
ground for Mamata
as much as
Banerjee,
I want to
because
say it
South
won't
Kolkata,
work,
South
it
Bengal
could work,
has
and it's a
been
dangerous
her
point for this
major
country and for the
dominant
world.
phase.
Okay,
And
Corey, appreciate it.
now
Thank you.
you talk about
Now, the US has spent roughly $25 billion so far on its war against Iran.
And right now, this entire phase, the second phase, it covers
official tells
142 of the
lawmakers
states,
most of the spending is on
294
ammo,
states. So the
like
second
these
phase is
rockets
going to
and
be
missiles.
extremely important. That
Total
will
comes as Congress
actually
considers
give the
President
final
Trump's
verdict of
$1.5
who
but I'm asking
trillion
you on
defense
ground, you
budget
read the
request for
mood, read the
fiscal year
pulse. In
2027.
Kolkata,
The
have
US
you
Defense
ever seen
Secretary
the
was
Trinamool
also
being so
before
nervous
the
and
House
so
Armed
they are
Services
nervous.
Committee
Yeah.
today.
Have you ever
During the
seen
hearing, Pete
other
Hegseth
party
clashed
cadres
with the
be able
panel's
to
top
walk out
Democrat
openly?
over
Have you
why
ever
the
seen
war
the
was
voter
deemed
come out and
necessary in the
smile
first
and be
place?
ready to interact
There
and
is
stand
an
with you?
anti-incumbent
Their nuclear
sentiment,
facilities have been obliterated.
especially
Underground, they're
in
buried,
South
and we're watching them
Kolkata, South
24/7.
Bengal, against
So we
the
know
Trinamool
where
Congress
any
because
nuclear
of
material
corruption,
reclaiming
because
my
of
time for one quick second here.
anti-incumbency, because of syndicate,
We had to start
misgovernance.
this war,
So
you
definitely
just
the
said,
urban voters
60
I
days
feel
ago,
have
because
come out,
the
and
nuclear
I
weapon was
myself
an
met a
imminent
few
threat.
people recently
Now you're saying that it
who
was
have been
completely
TMC
obliterated. They had not
voters.
given up
So they
their
told me this
nuclear
time they'll be voting
ambitions,
for
and they had a conventional
for
shield
BJP.
of
They said,
thousands of
we
Operation
need to
Midnight
see some
Hammer
change.
accomplishing
So I was
nothing
actually
of
asking them,
substance. It
like,
left
what
us
kind of a
exactly
change?
the same place we were
Lesser
before.
evil, greater
So
evil.
much so
Their
that facilities
another
are
third
bombed
alternative,
and
but they were
obliterated.
determined that they are going to
ambitions
vote for
continued, and they're building a conventional shield. Let me try again. It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North Korea strategy is to use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they can slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners to ensure there will have a conventional shield was brought one of the things we've done.
Haley Britsky is in Washington for us. This is an important debate, isn't it? Because
voter turnout by
if they use up too much weaponry, it's very expensive, as we've pointed out. They're going to have to go back to Congress and ask for more money, and they've got to justify that. And the Romanian Congress, who feel that, this is a waste of money, frankly.
Yeah, Max, so that was one of the main themes of this hearing today. They were not allowing people by the way, 5 hours later, where the president and the defense secretary, the budget they're requesting is $1.5 trillion, but that does not seem to include an additional supplemental ask that we know will come to replenish a lot of these stockpiles, to do repairs to U.S. installations overseas, which have sustained a lot of damage from Iranian drone and missile attacks. We heard today roughly, as you mentioned, $5 billion thus far spent on the war, and so
sorry, you're having a conversation.
Officials will want to come back to Congress in addition to that $1.5 trillion request and ask for more funding. We heard during a budget hearing last week at the Pentagon that they weren't totally sure how much money that was going to be that they were going to be requesting. So certainly something that we're expecting to see develop in coming weeks, and depends on how long the war goes, right? And how many more munitions, if any, that the U.S. military expends. But we saw during this hearing a very frustrated Pete Hegseth, very combative, as we just saw in that clip with Congressman Adam Smith, frequently pointing back and criticizing the previous administration, as he's known to do, when he was asked about questions about his decision-making and the president's decision-making, particularly as it comes to Iran. He frequently points back to things like the war in Afghanistan, other decisions made under the Biden administration, instead of kind of sidestepping those questions pointed directly to him. He was also asked about the strike in Kuwait at the beginning of the war that killed 6 U.S. service members, 6 Army reservists, and said that the U.S. had taken a maximum defensive posture before these operations began, saying that they did everything in their power to protect U.S. forces. Of course, we know 13 U.S. service members have been killed in these operations thus far, and it was something that got very testy with Secretary. And of course, as we heard just a little bit ago with you and Kevin Liptak at the White House, as the Secretary is talking about the war and the timeline, President Trump is saying the timeline for the war in Iran could be similar to the war in Ukraine. And while Secretary Hegseth was telling lawmakers this would not go on for years, that there were very clear end goals for the war with Iran, comparing it to the war in Ukraine, where there does not seem to be a diplomatic solution here within grasp, will certainly raise a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. We saw that in the lawmakers today, and those questions will only continue, Max, as this operation, as this war continues without a clear end goal in mind.
Haley, thank you for joining us in Washington. Now, meanwhile, President Trump says he won't lift the US blockade In the Strait of Hormuz, until Iran agrees to restart negotiations on its nuclear program, the president told Axios he believes the blockade has been more effective than bombing.
That, to my
the blockade continues. Pakistani mediators say they expect to receive a fresh proposal from the Iranians in the next few days. Still to come, did President Trump reveal political details of his conversation with King Charles? We'll hear what Buckingham Palace is saying about it after the break.
Integrity and survival of West Bengal.
All of the nuclear material or not, because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once to somebody who they have zero trust would actually come through on his side.
Getting into the numbers
and Wendy, I don't know whether you've read, but there's a widely distributed article by H.R. McMaster, who was, you know, a commander and officer in Iraq, but also Trump's 1.0 national security advisor. And he's essentially saying to Alia that the West, including the JCPOA, has been essentially appeasing Iran, trying to get them to behave, and essentially not fixing the problem at the root ever. And now we're at this point. What do you make of that?
Which has taken a very long time.
Well, I'm not surprised that is the critique. I've heard that a lot. Certainly heard it when we were negotiating.
Let me ask you, Mr.
I often said to members of Congress, we have a choice here. And to other critics around the world, we have a choice here. We can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring and verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective.
At some level, they're right.
Face a war.
Or do you think that the
war
BJP
that
has
once
built
you
up
start,
its
you
own
don't know where it ends, and we are seeing that now. There have been all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects of the actions that President Trump has taken. We are all suffering from them. Yes, Iran is suffering a great deal, but as Valley pointed out, and as I believe, for Iran this is existential. They are not going to give up quickly, and we need to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Valley as well. The President should approach this with a lot more constraint. For me, it's not about trust, but it is about respecting that Iran has interests, and it has a government, and it is a sovereign country, even though I find the regime odious. And it slaughtered its own people. Ultimately, this was about protecting the people of Iran and allowing them space for freedom. In fact, we've constrained that possibility as opposed to opening up that space.
Now, Wendy Shulman, I said that I would ask you this, just following up from my question to Michelle Hussain in my previous segment, talking about slaughter. You basically told her on her podcast that in essence, Netanyahu had created a genocide in Gaza and that the United States, quote, has been part of it. You also said it remains critical that Israel stay an ally of the United States.
Over the past 15 years.
What moved you to make that statement? As Michelle was saying, you're one of the, older generation of Americans. The younger generation is busy saying all those things. And I know you didn't make a legal judgment. But what
in which organization does not play.
He loves his country, and he's a great king, and he's a great friend of mine. And I think if he were doing that, if that were up to him, he would have probably helped us with Iran. He would have he would have followed the
Mr. Amit Shah came out before I hand back to Anand.
Because we have some
Mr. Amit Shah
disagreements
came
on Ukraine.
out and he gave a very specific
Palace had
number
previously tried to downplay those
to the BJP's tally in phase one. He said 110
as a constitutional
or
monarch. The
perhaps
king is bound
more.
not to speak out
Now, that's
on
a
political
massive
matters.
leap over what you have got
What we don't know is has
first
President Trump
phase
actually breached protocol by revealing
last
details about
election
King's
in
views. Joining me now,
2021,
royal
or
historian,
even,
Kate
to be
Williams.
honest, in the 2019 Lok Sabha election or even the 2024
You don't
Lok
share
Sabha elections.
details of conversations
What is he
with the
basing
monarch.
this
But,
on?
President Trump isn't a British subject,
Well, I don't know.
and he's also got a bit of a record for leaking these conversations. But just explain why,
has culled from different
for the first time that I can remember, the palace actually
based on something.
confirmed what was said, because I mean, there's a big problem.
Without again going into the exact numbers,
Charles is seen to have a different,
which are always very problematic. Even
message
the conversion
from the
of votes
government,
into seats.
basically.
Very, very problematic issues.
Yes, Max, that's exactly it. Charles is above politics. That's the justification of the constitutional monarchy, which Charles is. And the idea is that Keir Starmer, or whatever Prime Minister is in power, they do the politics, they make the political decisions, and Charles represents the country, and he also represents stability. So he is not supposed to make comment on British politics or intervene whatsoever. So this is why it is this complicated situation, because as we know, there is a great gulf really between Keir Starmer and President Trump in relation to the war in Iran. Yes, we might say that both sides don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but in terms of the solution for that, they are totally opposed. Keir Starmer's made it very clear he doesn't want to be part of the war in Iran, and Donald Trump has not responded well to that. So the fact is that if Donald Trump has revealed what's gone on behind closed doors, that is, yes, a breach of protocol, but as you say, he's not a British subject. And I think, moreover, everyone planning the King's visit, everyone discussing the King's visit, should have expected this, and I'm sure they did. But the fact was that whatever was said to President Trump may have been leaked to the media, particularly if it was favourable to Trump. And certainly I think President Trump is very keen to show that the rest of the world is on his side in terms of Iran, and that's really his focus. It's his politics, not necessarily the state of the King, the situation of the King.
Let's talk about today's controversy.
So
it's an
what
interesting
you're saying
one.
is
I
that
don't
there
think
will be at least
too
a
many people have
15 to
noticed it yet,
18%
but
jump in the Hindu
New
vote
York,
towards the BJP compared to the past, because that was about 40%. But in
Mayor
Rashbihari, you made a very interesting point in your first comment, that there was a sentiment on ground.
I'm just going to play you what Mandani said ahead of the visit. We don't know exactly what they spoke about, but this is what
the BJP in the last election got 52%
if I was
of the Hindu
to speak to the
vote.
king separately from that, I would probably encourage him to return the
vote
Kohinoor
among the
diamond.
Hindus. Now I think
sounds
that is going to go up to 58,
like a throwaway comment.
So 6 to 8% bump up is about a 5% vote share.
I think I'm right in saying the Kohinoor diamond is the crown jewel, right? It is in the Tower of London amongst the crown jewels.
Not out of a support for BJP,
India says it belongs to them. The Brits stole it, during
what made you say that, or when did you realize that?
And it's a huge debate in India.
Was that something that the BJP had already picked up, or that you realized when you went on ground as a candidate to campaign?
The Queen didn't wear that crown on her coronation.
No, you see, the BJP was the only
him confronting the king with this is also a constitutional problem, right?
Despite all its imperfections.
Yes, that's it. Now we saw the footage of the king and Mayor Mandami meeting. They seemed to have a very pleasant, happy meeting. But what was said, we don't know. And certainly, as you say, Max, the Kohinoor diamond is the most controversial crown diamond, crown jewel. In fact, I would say it's the most controversial royal possession that is in possession of the royal family. India has been asking for the Kohinoor to be returned from independence in 1947. It was taken in 1849. The British say it was taken fairly. David Cameron in 2010 on a visit to India said, no, we're not giving it back. But it has constantly been asked for. Added to this is the complication that Pakistan and Afghanistan also lay claim to the Kohinoor diamond. And that's why, as you say, it's very controversial. And it is in the Queen Consort's crown. It is meant to be too unlucky for a male monarch to wear or male to wear. But Camilla did not wear that crown. And I do not think we're going to see that crown being used again. But this question of restitution of what the British took during colonialism is one of the big questions of British reparation and restitution. It's not just in the royal collections, it's in many of our museums. And certainly, I think if Mayor Mandami was to ask for that, that is a very significant move. And Charles probably would have to answer that because, yes, it's a political decision, but also it is a crown jewel and he is the monarch and the crown jewels are also under his remit.
I want to ask you about that.
Which has been
can he give them back, or do they belong to the
part
state?
Of the traditional stronghold of the Trinamool Congress.
They do belong to the state. So the ultimate decision would be with the Prime Minister. And so far, the British government's attitude is they're not going back. Certainly, when David Cameron said he wasn't going to give them back, he said if you start giving that back, you'll have to give back a lot in the British Museum. I mean, that is also a questionable comment to have made. But I think, my vision, I have to say, Max, is that eventually the Kohinoor diamond will go back. Whether or not it goes back to which country it goes back to, or whether it's divided, that's the question. It was taken from the Punjab and a very young Maharaja in 1849. I really do think that the Kohinoor in these modern times, 21st century, is not really feasible to be part of the crown jewels. So simply one day it will go back, and I think it's very interesting
on that point,
put that on his top agenda. There's so many other things he could ask.
There is a view that some of these voters that have decided to once again enter the fray with the zeal that they've displayed, bumping up these numbers to record levels, this is happening because of anger.
That the mayor put it really on number one on his agenda, possibly.
Existential worry amongst certain voters who felt that they would have been disenfranchised had they not voted, so they came back with militant zeal from wherever they were out of state to vote. And
India
they are voting
Britain of stealing
to basically
it, but Afghanistan accuses India of stealing it. So if it does go back, it won't be the end of the story. Thank you so much. Still to come, a ruling from the US Supreme Court could change what Congress looks like. We'll tell you about the court wading into the redistricting
experience on the
debate.
ground. That's all I can say. And May the 4th will tell you whether the Saran anger,
all of their
and I think you're right
nuclear material or not,
there is anger,
because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once to somebody who they have zero trust would actually come through on his side.
And Wendy, I don't know whether you've read, but there's a widely distributed article by H.R. McMaster, who was, a commander and officer in Iraq, but also Trump's 1.0 national security advisor. And he's essentially saying into Alia that the West, including the JCPOA, has been essentially appeasing Iran, trying to get them to behave, and essentially not fixing the problem at the root ever. And now we're at this point. What do you make of that?
The anger which is coming.
Well, I'm not surprised that
based
that
on
is
how the
critique.
results
I've
then
heard
swing
that
on the
a
4th
lot.
of May,
Certainly
then the
heard it
task
when we
is
were
also quite
negotiating,
acute
and
for whoever
I often said
is
to members
decided
of
the voter
Congress, we have a
decides to
choice here,
govern Kolkata and Bengal
and
going
to other
forward.
critics around
Swapan Das Gupta,
the
you all the
world.
very, very
We have a
best.
choice here. We can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring and verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective. Or
let's just pull that insight out and then take it to our
once you
panelists
start,
and then
you don't know
discuss
where it
Bengal in
ends,
detail
and we are
before we
seeing
jump
that
back
now.
into
There
Tamil
have
Nadu
been
around
all
9:30. Rao
kinds of
Shankar is with
secondary
Manojit Mandal
and
and Shubir
tertiary
Bhamik. One
effects
left, one
of the
Trinamool.
actions
We've
that
got the
President
BJP
Trump has
element
taken.
missing because
We are all
Narasimha Rao
suffering
is just
from them.
vacated and
Yes,
he'll come back in a
Iran
bit.
is suffering
But
a great
Smita
deal, but
Prakash
as
with
Vali
us,
pointed
Amita
out,
Tiwari,
and as
Abhijit
I
Iyer
believe,
Mitra, Sumant
for
Raman
Iran this is existential.
and
They
Tushar
are not
and Saira Shah
going to
Halim
give
with
up
me in the studio.
quickly.
Yes, Rahul.
And we need to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Vali as well. The President should approach this with a lot more constraint.
I
For
totally
me, it's not
agree
about
with
trust,
Swapan
but it is
Dasgupta
about
when he
respecting that
says
Iran has
that in
interests,
this
and it has a
election,
government,
it's a
and it is a
landmark
sovereign
election.
country, even
There's
though I find the
never in
regime
my
odious,
so many
and it
years of
slaughtered its
election
own people.
coverage
Ultimately,
and
this
seeing
was about
elections in Bengal as
protecting
a student
the people of
has
Iran and
religion,
allowing them space for
religious
freedom.
identity
In
becomes
fact, we've
so
constrained
important.
that
And a lot of
possibility
my old-time
as opposed to
colleagues like
opening up
Subharanjan
that
Das Gupta
space.
say,
Now,
like it
Wendy
reminds us
Sherman,
of
I said that I would ask you
47-48.
this,
Never have
just
Bengalis
following up from my
talked of
question
religious
to Michelle
identity
Hussain
so
in my
much,
previous
and this
segment,
becomes
talking about slaughter.
And here the Bengal...
You basically told her on the podcast that in essence, Netanyahu had created the genocide in Gaza and that the United States has been part of it. You also said it remains critical that Israel stay an ally of the United States.
Rahul Gandhi, who calls himself the pillar of secular politics in this country,
has come saying, one of the older generation of Americans, the younger generation is busy saying all those things. And I know you didn't make a legal judgment.
And his
what are you
critique,
trying to
not
say
once, but
as
twice,
an
Mr.
American
Bhamik,
Jew?
I'm just saying,
What I'm trying to say is
the 6-3 decision will make it much harder to challenge congressional maps because they're racially biased. Experts say it could lead to major changes to congressional maps in the southern US in particular and provide a significant boost to Republicans. Let's bring in CNN's Chief Supreme Court analyst Joan Biskupic, because this
seems to be
is interesting
majority
because
anxieties,
it is about
and there's nothing wrong in making that
ethnicity, isn't it? I mean, just explain, it's quite precise.
But there is something more to this, and I want to bring in the two Bengal factor which nobody talks about. And I'm reminded of Jyoti Basu in 96 when he could not become Prime Minister and naturally he was not very happy about it. He said historical blunder. I said, why are you trying to help Sheikh Hasina, who would also become the Prime Minister? And he, you know what he told me, and I'll let tell this in Bengali. He said, if Hasina does not survive there or না থাকলে ওখানে যদি ওরা আসে এখানে এরা চলে আসে
1965 Voting Rights Act, and frankly, wants to take race out of all sorts of
suddenly in the last
3 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected racial affirmative action in higher education, and this is part of that bigger picture. But when it comes to voting, it's going to have much more impact because this decision today, Max, is going to make it harder for blacks and Latinos to challenge district maps that have been drawn in a way that dilute their voting power, dilute their ability to pick candidates of their choice and have a voice in government and all that entails with the benefits and costs of government. It's going to make it harder to prove that. And in the courtroom, the gravity of this decision really played out. Justice Samuel Alito read for the majority, the justices in the majority, all 6 of the conservatives were with him. And what he said is that no longer should courts just look at the effects of a potentially discriminatory map that diluted voting power, that challengers would have to show a discriminatory motive or show that the circumstances gave rise to a strong inference of intentional discrimination, and that is very, very hard to prove. So after he finishes explaining this, sitting right next to him is Elena Kagan, who happens to be the justice who's going to speak for the 3 dissenters, and she changes the tone in the room immediately because he had been speaking in fairly dry technical terms, and she starts right away by referring to the blood that was spilled for the 1965 Voting Rights Act. She refers to Bloody Sunday in March of 1965 when civil rights marchers were beaten as they tried to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge here.
So if you're saying that
a lot of that history invoked the Civil War, Union soldiers, their blood that was spilled to try to have equality in voting. So as I say, not only will this affect immediately elections this fall and in 2028, just because states are already saying that they want to redraw their maps in ways that will help in a partisan way, probably more Republicans than Democrats. But
so wasn't that
bottom line is it will make it harder for racial minorities to try to bring a claim when they think these maps were drawn specifically to disadvantage them. So
the social
it played
indicators
out
of
very
Muslims
much
there
in
are
the courtroom, and
particularly
now we're going to
bad
see in
because if you
upcoming
look
months how
generally
it plays
across
out
India,
in the
they are in
elections
competition
here.
with Dalits at the lowest levels, income and
distribution
levels. It becomes
the final moment of
easy
trade
to
on
sell
Wall
any
Street,
kind of
and
narrative
stocks are
program.
lower.
Now,
The Dow has
notice
been in
how
the
the
red
SIR
for
and even
most of the
CA
day,
and
as
RC
investors
played
worry
out
about an
in say
extended
Assam, for
closure now
example.
of the Strait of
Assamese
Hormuz. This is
Muslim
our
has a very
business
unique
breakout.
identity of their own,
Federal
and
Reserve Chairman
we
Jerome
don't
Powell
want these
confirmed that he will be
Bangladeshi
stepping
Muslims
aside
coming
as
in,
central bank leader
as opposed
next
to
month.
Bengal, where
Powell,
that
though, intends
identity
to
wasn't
continue
there. So it
his
became
term
very
as a
easy to
governor,
all
which
wrap it
extends until
around and sell it as
2028.
one package. That
Powell's
if we
comments
get rid of
come
the
as the
Bangladeshi
Federal Reserve
Muslim,
voted to
most
keep
probably
interest
you
rates
will
on
also get
hold.
caught in
The
the
central bank
dragnet and
says
you
the
will
US
also get
economy
kicked
is growing at a solid pace despite inflation. Meanwhile, the US Senate Banking Committee approved Kevin Walsh as the next Fed chair. Earlier today, his nomination still must be approved by the full Senate, but he's expected to clear that vote pretty soon. Donald Trump met with leading oil company executives on Tuesday to talk about the situation in the Persian Gulf. They discussed steps that could be taken to ease oil prices if the Strait of Hormuz remains blocked for months longer. Day 2 of Elon Musk's testimony in a lawsuit that could reshape the future of artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, he's suing his former partners in OpenAI, Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, for $130 billion. Musk claims they betrayed the original non-profit mission of the company when they saw how lucrative it could be.
If at all Mamata Banerjee loses, that means that Hindu consolidation has happened.
Yes, Hindu consolidation might be happening, but is it happening on the back of some sort of primal instinct, which is, oh, we are under attack? The BJP has drawn up a kind of sort of othering in the state of Muslims.
Yeah, so as we speak, some of the most powerful people are in the courthouse behind me. Powerful people in tech are in the courthouse behind me, just sitting feet away from each other. Once partners, now they are arch rivals, almost enemies. And Elon Musk, of course, bringing this lawsuit against OpenAI. He's in the courtroom along with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and OpenAI's president Greg Brockman. Elon Musk is still on the stand. He's now being cross-examined by OpenAI's attorneys. Much of the questioning has been focused on these sort of internal emails, call
on one occasion, but on several
meetings from notes about whether Elon Musk himself was pushing for a for-profit structure of some kind for OpenAI, with the theory being that they needed to really make money to be able to compete with the likes of Google. For example, in one situation, OpenAI's attorneys were showing evidence where in meeting notes he instructs some of his assistants to actually go and create a for-profit corporation, go register the corporation, which they did actually do, asking, wait, what about that? And Musk says that he does not recall. But in other situations, he says essentially that he was a fool. He feels as though he gave OpenAI free funding because he donated $38 million in OpenAI's early years, and he says that he feels like he was a fool because he donated this money and then in the end they created a startup. So there's been a lot of time going back and forth between these emails and text messages and call logs. There have been a few moments of fireworks and tension. Those started even yesterday when the judge admonished Elon Musk for his posts on X about the trial, telling him to stop posting completely about the trial. And some of Elon Musk's actually other posts on X have been brought up as evidence. It seems as though the OpenAI attorneys are trying to paint Elon Musk as unreliable because they put something up that he had said on X and then question him on the stand saying, well, is that true? You put in this post on X, you gave $100 million to OpenAI, and now you gave $38 million. The judge also at one point told Musk to essentially stop talking because he was getting frustrated with the attorney. The attorney was trying to ask him yes or no questions. Elon Musk was trying to say, you know, you're trying to trick me. These are more complicated than yes or no questions. And at one point, he made the sort of classic loaded question of have you stopped beating your wife? And the judge said, no, we're not going to go there. You need to stop. So there have been some moments of fireworks, but for the most part, they're really trying to dig in on these emails and text and call logs and try to paint a picture, or at least OpenAI is, to the jury that this is Elon Musk had wanted a for-profit structure, and the only reason that he is bringing this lawsuit is because he couldn't get control of the company, and now he has a competitor in XAI that is now competing directly with OpenAI, and that's why he wants to bring them down a notch. She was asked, actually, why didn't you bring this lawsuit earlier? You know, the for-profit structure started way back in 2018, 2019 when they created a for-profit subsidiary, and he said essentially he didn't believe that they had stolen the charity, as he was saying, just yet, and he only decided to file this because he fully believed that they had stolen the charity or what was a non-profit. I should note OpenAI says that they are still controlled in a non-profit foundation that sits on top of the for-profit benefit corporation.
Next. Thank you. As you say, the power in that room is extraordinary. Still to come, Charles has a delicate, a diplomatic job to do on his current state visit. His solution has been a wave of royal one-liners.
Because she gets a sizable chunk of the Hindu vote. Now,
all
why
of the
are we refusing
nuclear
to
material
sort
or
of
not,
accept
because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate.
And that is why
let's build that trust around lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once to somebody whom they have zero trust with actually actually come through on his side.
And Wendy, I don't know whether you've read, but there's a widely distributed article by H.R. McMaster, who was, a commander and officer in Iraq, but also Trump's 1.0 national security advisor. And he's essentially saying, inter alia, that the West, including the JCPOA, has been essentially appeasing Iran, trying to get them to behave, and essentially not fixing the problem at the root ever. And now we're at this point. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm not surprised that is the critique. I've heard that a lot. Certainly heard it when we were negotiating. And I often said to members of Congress, we have a choice here. And to other critics around the world, we have a choice here. We can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring and verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective. Or we can face a war that once you start, you don't know where it ends, and we are seeing that now. There have been all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects of the actions that President Trump has taken. We are all suffering from them. Yes, Iran is suffering a great deal, but as Vali pointed out, and as I believe, for Iran this is existential. They are not going to give up quickly, and we need to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Vali as well. The president should approach this with a lot more constraint. For me, it's not about trust, but it is about respecting that Iran has interests, and it has a government, and it is a sovereign country, even though I find the regime odious, and it slaughtered its own people. Ultimately, this was about protecting the people of Iran and allowing them space for freedom. In fact, we constrained that possibility as opposed to opening up that space.
Now, Wendy Sherman, I said that I would ask you this, just following up from my question to Michal Hussain in my previous segment, talking about slaughter. You basically told her on her podcast that in essence, Netanyahu created the genocide in Gaza and that the United States has been part of it. You also said it remains critical that Israel stay an ally.
Washington on Tuesday. It wasn't all rousing rhetoric and geopolitics. It was also a whole host of one-liners. From his address to Congress to his toast at the White House banquet, the king peppered his speeches with jokes, and most of them seemed to land pretty well.
As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except of course language. George, as never set foot in America. And please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, I cannot help noticing the readjustments to the East Wing, Mr. President.
No, hang on, he made them back from 3 to 77.
Following your visit to Windsor Castle,
we wonder how was he sidelined by the party.
And I'm sorry to say we British, of course,
he
made our
party,
own small attempt at real estate redevelopment of the White House in 1814. Indeed, you recently commented, Mr. President, that if it were not for the United States, European countries would be speaking German. Dare I say that if it wasn't for us, you'd be speaking French. Thank you, Mr. President and Mrs. Trump, for your splendid dinner this evening, which, may I say, is a very considerable improvement on the Boston Tea Party.
So all one know is, did King Charles nail the comic timing? Joining now Matt Friend, comedian, host of CNBC special America Last. I kind of think I was around lots of people as those speeches were taking place.
दो ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं आपके बीच में आ जाऊं, हस्तक्षेप करूं, या फिर थोड़ा झाल मुड़ी और चाय मंगा के आप दोनों का बैंटर एंजॉय करूं। बहुत मजा आ रहा है, लेकिन एक बात बताइए,
next year में Bengal.
He has the timing of like a seasoned comedian. He should be the one who's hosting a comedy special on CNN. It really was amazing to see, especially in the world we live in now. Trump joked, but there was some truth in the joke when he said,
King Charles did something I've never been able to do.
get the Democrats to stand, which has never happened for me before. And that's true. I mean, it's interesting that this was a very unifying moment where there seems to be little that can get all the Congress to stand, and the king was able to do that.
Okay. The Prime Minister wanted to
The
come
best one-liner, I think, Matt, no one heard apart from us. We were the Tea Party, of course. Tea Party, yes, it was a Tea Party, wasn't it? On day one, I saw you, esteemed colleagues chatting away. We all chatted. The king came over, he asked me to film it. We're just gonna, I'm just gonna play it, and then you can tell us how Charles was.
Okay. Why are you surprised?
Okay. Dilipda, please wait. Dilipda is a good friend. Dilipda is a good friend. He is asking Dilip Ghosh will be the CM.
Everyone was so nervous meeting the king, and there you are doing an impression of him. I mean, you really went there. Tell us what you said. Tell us what he said, though, because it was great.
Well, you've been following me on social media for years, and you've seen what I'm about, but yeah, the king comes up to me, and let me set the context. I'm in a line with Caitlin Collins, Tom Daley, the Olympian, Barbara Broccoli, James Bond producer, many ambassadors, Trump's cabinet is around, and I'm like a make-a-wish. I don't even know how this is happening. And then the king comes up to me, I meet the queen first, then I see the king, and I say, I've been working on an impression of I've been trying to do it. And he looks at me without missing a beat and he goes, keep trying. And then he goes, and everybody erupts, and then he goes, we're going to give you marks of merit. And it was just one of those crazy moments. I met Barack Obama. That was very fun doing him to him. I did the White House Correspondents' Dinner 2 years ago. I did Trump, Obama, McConnell, and Bernie. But meeting an actual king and not being beheaded after it, I think, is the biggest victory of my life. I was not sent to the tower, so to speak. So I feel it was a wild moment. I'm not sure what can top that.
Well, there's still time. You might be on the no-fly list. You never know. Thank goodness you didn't try it with Camilla, because you don't mess with Camilla. But she's got a great sense of humour. I don't know if you saw any of that.
I don't think Camilla would have liked that at all. But I learned that the king actually, his mother Elizabeth was a mimic. This may or may not be true, but I hear that it runs in their family too, and I think it's clear that he has a great sense of humor, and I think we need a lot more of that in this country now, as we're seeing with the Kimmel ABC discourse taking place right now. I think humor matters, and the king perfectly exemplified that.
Matt, appreciate you. It was a brilliant moment. Thanks for joining us. Sloane Biles weighing her options ahead of the 2028 Summer Games. What she told our Amanda Davis about gymnastics, mental health, and high profile marriage.
All of their nuclear material or not, because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signed, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once to somebody who they have zero trust to actually come through on his side.
Because you've traveled a lot there. All the very best, Dilip Ghosh. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let's bring it back in. Nice banter here.
A commander and officer in Iraq, but also Trump's 1.0 national security advisor. And he's essentially saying into Alia that the West, including the JCPOA, has been essentially appeasing Iran, trying to get them to behave, and essentially not fixing the problem.
We're also looking at
and now we're at this point. What do you make of that?
Seats which have seen remarkable turnout.
I'm not surprised that is the critique. I've heard that a lot. Certainly heard it when we were negotiating, and I often said to members of Congress, we have a choice here, and to other critics around the world, we have a choice here. We can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective. Or
Sorry, you've been waiting for a long
time. Once you start, you don't know where it ends. And we are seeing that now. There have been all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects.
My point, I'll tell you the background to this, Anand.
We are all suffering from this. Yes, Iran is suffering a great deal, but as Valley pointed
I'll give you the example of Tamil Nadu.
I believe
the one of the top three constituencies
they are not going to give up quickly.
Last time it had recorded 81,
and
82,
we need
whatever.
to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Valley as well.
We went and did the map, and we actually found out
should
400 voters fewer had
No,
let me just show you. Can you just put that map table?
For me, it's not about trust, but it is about respecting that Iran has interests, and it has a government, and it is a sovereign country, even though I find the regime odious. And it's slaughtered its own.
The phase 1, phase 2,
Will she or won't she?
Simone
Biles says there's a 50-50 chance that she will be competing in the 2028 Olympics. Biles has stressed that mental health will be a key factor. She's shared her struggles since she was forced to withdraw from events at the Tokyo Olympics.
The voter turnout match.
CNN's Amanda Davies caught up with Biles on
Tuesday. It was 95.95.
I know you've said you feel you will be at LA 28 in some capacity. Do you have any more indication which capacity?
The numbers have eventually
I feel like
settled.
we're still at a 50-50.
We'll get that. We had the voter numbers. Phase 1, 3 crore
half of
voters
2026, so we're going to have to make these decisions pretty quickly. So what will it depend on? What are the considerations?
So we'll
I think
get
mental health plays a big role in it.
And we'll also then do Tamil Nadu
my
after that
coaches will get me in shape.
So
I can get myself in
just going to
shape.
check if the team
We
is
believe in that
copying what I'm
ability.
saying, and
We're
then
really
we can
thankful that
quickly
I'm
move.
still healthy, but
So
mental
these are the actual numbers,
and it's a lot of
28.7 and
dedication on that
89.9.
because
So we've done the voter
not
map,
easy, it's
and we'll talk about that. The voter map said that in phase 1,
the risk versus the rewards. Exactly.
base had come down. The base had
The
come down.
11-time Olympic medalist also discussed her high-profile husband, the NFL's safety, the Indianapolis Colts.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Owens.
So, there I do say, perfect. Thank you.
How
so
do you
this is phase 1,
yourself,
2021. Total voters was 3.8 crore.
Football.
Phase 2, 3.6 crore.
In the States.
So total voters was 7.3. Number of voters who turned out. Phase 1, 3.1 crore absolute number.
Okay, if I had to grade myself as a WAG for showing up, like outfits and everything, 100%. Like I'm definitely down
and the overall average was 80%.
in the mud, and that.
So in phase 1,
as far as football knowledge, I'm still probably at 50% because yesterday I thought I was being so cute on my Instagram story, and I was like, oh, my husband's going out to training camp.
On a lower
And he
base
calls
of
me, he's like,
3.6, and
babe,
that's
it's
why
not training camp, it's
93%.
OTAs, but that is very cute of you. And I was going to correct myself, but I was like, nah, they know what I'm talking about.
2.7 already. If it is at 2.7 crore, what's the number here? It will be 85% turnout. That means this number 3.3 plus 7 will actually match this number.
I feel like I'm still at that 50%
But we already
scale.
have
I'm not really sure
89%
exactly what's going on.
Or 90% turnout. So this
the whole
number
entire
is
time, but I would say I am dedicated in watching my husband achieve his dream.
The number is more.
You take 2016 and compare with 21, you would have won 20 lakh, 25 lakh additional voters. You take 21, compare with 26, you'll find 25, 30 lakh additional voters. My point is,
so this is 2.95. So when if this is 2.95, this is 3.3. So the absolute number is greater than 2021.
Pretty good in pads.
By how much? 20 lakh, which is every single
Finally tonight here in Washington, all eyes will be on King Charles, but back home there's a good reason for the next line, next in line to celebrate, because it is the 15th wedding anniversary of Prince and Princess of
all of that.
In honour of the big day, the couple shared a picture of themselves in a summery scene with their 3 children lying in a meadow. Their wedding at Westminster Abbey in 2011 was watched by millions around the world. The couple welcomed their children George in 2013, followed by Charlotte in 2015, and Louis in 2018, and it makes me feel very old because I reported on the wedding and the birth of all those 3 children.
You have to look at the
There we
search
are.
for
I'm
every
Max
single
Foster.
assembly. I'll tell you
That's
what's
what we
the error.
know.
What's the
Save
error,
CNN.
Suman? A lot of people simply assume that the denominator is always low. What happens when the denominator increases because it's 30?
Absolutely.
All of the actually
nuclear material or not, because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once to somebody who they have zero trust to actually come through on his side.
Out of 100 people, and Wendy,
24 lakh is not a small number. 24 lakh is not a small number. Who was, a commander and officer in Iraq, but also Trump's 1.0 national security advisor. And he's essentially saying that the West, including the JCPOA, has been essentially appeasing Iran, trying to get them to behave, and essentially not fixing the problem. And now we're at this point. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm not surprised that is the critique. I've heard that a lot. Certainly heard it when we were negotiating. And I often said to members of Congress, we have a choice here. And to other critics around the world, we have a choice here. We can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring and verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective. Or we can face a war. A war that once you start, you don't know where it ends. And we are seeing that now. There have been all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects of the actions that President Trump has taken. We are all suffering from them. Yes, Iran is suffering a great deal, but as Vali pointed out,
if there is so much anti-incumbency, how is it that the DMK gets away unscathed?
Going to give up
the AIADMK gets flattened out that had no
role in government.
And we need
to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Vali as well. The President should approach this with a lot more constraint. For me, it's not about trust, but it is about respecting that Iran has interests, and it has a government, and it is a sovereign country, even though I find the regime odious, and it slaughtered its own people. Ultimately, this was about protecting the people of Iran and allowing them space for freedom. In fact, we've constrained that possibility as opposed to opening up that space.
Now, Wendy Sherman, I said that I would ask you this, just following up from my question to Michelle Hussain in my previous segment, talking about slaughter. You basically told her on her podcast that in essence, Netanyahu had created a genocide in Gaza and that the United States, quote, has been part of it. You also said it remains critical that Israel stay an ally of the United States.
Now, coming to how this is happening,
what moved you to make that statement? As Michelle was saying, you're one of the, older generation of Americans. The younger generation is busy saying all those things. And I know you didn't make a legal judgment. But what are you trying to say as an American Jew?
This is one. Two,
what I'm trying to say is things have changed.
No, go ahead.
No, please go.
I spend a lot of time with younger people. I try to listen and learn, as I think my parents did with me during the Vietnam War. And although many legal analysts have said this is a genocide, what really matters here is, yes, I understand how horrific October 7th was. It was horrific, and it is existential for Israel. I support Israel, and we must continue to support Israel. But there was a slaughter
and that is
of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And indeed, we're seeing the Prime Minister of Israel talk about taking over the West Bank and really closing any space there might be for the Palestinian people. And the United States of America, the values that we believe in, Israel must be safe and secure and have peace forever. And the Palestinians have to be able to have dignity and a place they can call their own as well. That's what I was trying to say.
Understood. And in our last minute, Vali, some unintended consequences. Obviously, Israel and the United States appear to have different aims now in Iraq. But also, what about the US bases in the Gulf states? What about UAE pulling out of
about 98 or double digits?
No, but Pradeep ji, what you have not explained.
A war of this magnitude.
I understand the math and so on and so forth, and you probably, I don't know, what was your sample size? That could be great to also, if you could elucidate on that. I just want to understand
now to the main stories that we're following for you.
Backlash,
Jerome
obvious
Powell
anti-incumbency.
It's not the Federal Reserve.
DMK that is being punished, but a party that's not in power that is being punished.
Following
what is
giving
happening
you the
here?
details of what's been
Especially when
happening.
the AIADMK
And a
also has
day of
caste-based
tech earnings,
parties
the big
supporting
four.
it.
We'll
it
have
is
the
also
details.
very
Who's done
caste-based
what?
and
Why it matters.
organizationally
It's all on
very
tonight's
adroit.
Questley's Business. I'm Richard Quest in New York.
ADMK.
This is Questley's Business for Wednesday.
Adroit
April the 29th.
configuration.
So you asked for the sample size, to be precise, it is 44,460. Very big sample size because we have.
Good evening. We begin tonight. It's not quite the end of the Jerome Powell era at the Fed.
Coming to
Jerome Powell just wrapped up his last news conference as the bank's chairman, and he told reporters he's not going to step down from its board of governors just yet. He's entitled to stay on for the rest of his term. The chair said President Trump's attempts to undermine the Fed's independence led him to postpone his retirement.
So, in the
My concern
process, they
is
do
really
not
about the
find
series of legal
AIADMK
attacks on the
as a
Fed,
promising
which threaten
or
our
a
ability to conduct
prospective
monetary
party
policy
they
without
should be
considering
voting
political
for.
factors.
If you
And
see
I want to
the
note
history
here,
in
this has
recent
nothing
past,
whatever
the
to
two
do with
Lok Sabha
verbal
election
criticism by elected
assembly
officials.
election.
I've never suggested that such
AIADMK has
verbal
been
criticism
routed
is a
very
problem, and neither
badly
has
in
anyone
case
else here.
of Lok
But
Sabha
these
election
legal
in
actions by the
particular,
administration
19
are
and
unprecedented in our
24 both the time.
113-year history,
So,
and there are
people
ongoing
are
threats
looking for a change,
of
and
additional
that too
such
about
actions. I
almost
worry that these
50
attacks
years of
are battering the
these two
institution
parties who's
and putting at
ruling
risk the
the
thing
state.
that really
People
matters to
want
the public,
change, and
which is the
particularly
ability
this
to conduct
demographic
monetary
shift and the
policy
new
without
age
taking
people
into consideration
who are
political
looking for a
factors.
change, and if they can see
So,
change
Mr.
in the
Powell's
form of a
term
new party or a
ends
new leader.
as chair on
that case,
May the 15th. By then,
in that case,
highly
Pradeep,
likely
this is Anand
that
Narasimhan
Kevin
here.
Walsh
In that
will
case, Pradeep,
replace him and may
then
even
there
be in
should be an
position
equal
by
number
then.
of vote shift and a loss
For
of
now,
vote share for the DMK.
The Fed held interest
Because
rates
if they are
steady,
upset with
as
the Revati
expected,
parties and the
with the
traditional
committee
party and the
highlighting the
anti-incumbencies
uncertainty
with
caused by
DMK, then
the
there should be
war
more
in
votes.
the Middle
And
East. Matt
Vijay's focus
is
has been
at
on the
the Fed.
KTCC
We've
belt,
got several
where the DMK
aspects
has stronghold.
to do it. Let's
If you are
do-
giving
well,
DMK
you
seats
start
in
where
its
you
core
think it's the most
stronghold, then
interesting, either the
Vijay
policy
should not be
decision
able to
today
make those
or
inroads.
his decision to stay on.
In terms of the breakup. Also, the
Well,
1
the
year
policy
belt,
decision was relatively ho-hum, right? No change in rates. That's exactly what we expected. But the decision by Jerome Powell to stick around here, I mean, that is a historic decision. He could have said that he was leaving, riding off into the sunset after 8 consequential years at the Fed, but he's not doing that. Instead, he's signaling that, yes, he will become the first Fed chair since 1948 to remain at the Fed in a lesser role on the board of governors. Now, this is all about, of course, Fed independence. The fact that Powell says he's staying, it shows that he views the actions of the Trump administration as a clear and present danger to Fed independence, which is clearly something that Powell cares about deeply. Now, during the press conference, I asked Powell, why? Why does this matter? Why should the public care about something that kind of sounds wonky, Fed independence? And what would happen if the Supreme Court rules against Lisa Cook and allows the president to fire her from the Fed? Take a listen to his response.
In Western Tamil Nadu, the
Elected politicians are always running for election, and they'll always want low rates, and that will lead to inflation over time. This isn't bipartisan, this is nonpartisan. We'd have no credibility, markets would lose faith in us, and our ability to control inflation and have any respect would be gone.
Old thesis and traditional things.
Now this shows how
when the change
massive
emerges.
mistakes are in the minds of Powell and many economists and Fed watchers and former Fed officials that I talked to. They believe that Fed independence is absolutely crucial, and that, Richard, is why Powell isn't going anywhere.
Perspective, even,
Okay, but I don't understand.
We hardly saw TVK people in
How
all the booths
does
in
him
rural
staying
areas.
on
So the
as
perception
governor
has been said that
after his term
Vijay would
ends?
get a
I
lot
heard
more
the
votes
sort
in
that you've
urban
just
areas,
made
but in
sound.
rural
I heard
areas
the
he's not
earlier
really
bit
going to
where
be a
he talked about
serious player.
it's being
Which is
backed
why
left, right, and
we come
centre.
back to
But
this
how
number of
does him
120 because
staying
Tamil
on
Nadu has
as
154 rural
governor,
seats. How does it? How is
assist
Vijay
that matter?
faring in the rural areas according to your survey?
Well, it gives
So
Powell
in
a
rural
chance to
area,
see how the
35%
Fed under
vote share
Kevin
for the
Walsh
DMK
will
and
be
33
run.
he's
Right?
trailing
It
there.
gives him
He's
the
trailing
ability
there in
to
the
make
rural
sure
area,
that
33
decisions
to
continue
TVK.
to be made
And
based
in
on the
urban
economic
area,
data, not the
38%
political calendar.
to
It also sends a
TVK
very
and
loud
35%
statement
to
about how Powell won't be bullied. It could be a way to also signal to some other colleagues that may be thinking about leaving that maybe they should stick around as well. And it does have the effect of denying President Trump the ability to appoint another official to the Board of Governors. If Powell leaves, then President Trump will be able to have a majority of appointees at the Fed. It's debatable the consequences of that majority, but clearly that is another outcome of this decision.
All of us predicted.
I'm grateful, Matt Egan, who's in Washington. Thank you. Now,
2016 election. So it has a history.
You might want to know. Let me tell you, who was the last
you have done the post-poll
chair who stayed on afterwards. You've got to go back
exactly
to
as per their preference in the real vote.
When
they come out and you ask them after 2 days, who did you vote for?
And
they have already voted for somebody, ADMK. Let me say TVK. Because you love Vijay. Many of us love Vijay as an actor.
Interference,
so you might actually do one thing in the polling booth, come back and say something else. This is a strong possibility. If the results were to be completely online with what Amitabh has projected, where it's a small tally for the TVK, this could be a possible consideration. Or another question, did you conduct any pre-poll surveys? Was it evident in pre-poll surveys that there is a huge vote share that is going towards the TVK, or is it sudden, an impulsive kind of polling where people went to the polling booth that morning, decided to press the button for TVK?
President of the Cleveland Fed. Let's do this bit by bit.
That must have been the undecided voter who would have.
That number would be less, but
some of them might have. And also, one question I wanted to say: do you really see TVK becoming, Vijay becoming Chief Minister? Do you project that at all?
Help.
Okay. So one by one, so GVL, you are right, that may be the case, but that is how this business is. We'll have to believe what people are saying.
He's worried about the independence of the institution. He does see it at risk.
We have access to India. We have
in weighing the pros and cons of staying, I think one of the cons was, it'll be looking at like there's two chairs, and he made clear he has no intention of that.
Stardom and all that, which is quite
court
possible.
Case was dropped by DOJ, but dropped with the caveat that they could resume it at any time if justified. They shifted it over to the Fed IG, which ironically, Chair Powell had already asked the IG to investigate. That investigation is already going on. So I can imagine if that comes back and, as I expect it will, finds no grounds for a criminal proceeding, the DOJ can then say, okay, it's done,
projecting different
and that'll be
players,
another
but saying that
step
the DMK is not
giving
going to make
reassurance
it.
that there won't be another criminal case. So again, I think there's some more steps along the way here, and that's why I don't really perceive that he has an intention of staying the full 2 years that he could stay. I think it's just for time to make sure that these proceedings get really resolved in his transparent and fully resolved way.
So now let's look at the decision today, the actual decision to remain at a whole rate. That was not a surprise, but we are now getting a disagreement, quite a strong disagreement, on the wording used and the direction and the guidance to be used, with a preference now to move away from this idea. I mean, there was a forceful minority for wanting wording that moves away from the idea that the next move will be a cut.
It was my chief minister.
Agreed, and it sounds like even amongst the non-voters, there was a group that would have preferred that they go to that more even balance between cuts and increases as being a possible next move. So I think that just reflects what's going on in the economy. We've seen a lot of data that suggests that the real side of the economy, growth and employment, is actually holding up remarkably well, given the pressures on the economy from the war in the Middle East. And we have an inflation problem. We know that. We've seen that in the data, right? We experience it in life. You go to the gas station and you have to pay higher prices. We're seeing it in airfares. So the real focus of the committee is rightfully on the inflation party mandate at this point. And I think there was a growing constituency that said, well, our language in the statement has been used in the past to signal that the next move is likely to be a cut. And we don't feel that necessarily is where we are today. So I think there is a growing group that really wants to move that. I think the other thing that it shows is that I think Kevin Marsh is correct in that they need to really improve communication, because
It's been
the
about
average person reading that
8
statement
days
wouldn't
now
have
since
got
the last
that necessarily is a bias towards
the Tamil
a net
Nadu
straight
election wrapped
cut.
up. So I'm
I
asking you
think
very
the average
simply
person
this.
reading it would say, "Oh,
In your internal assessment,
So again,
where does
they're
Vijay
using
stand?
code words to signal rather than speaking what they really
I do
see.
not
I
think he's going to
that's a
get
problem.
35% for
Look,
sure.
the nature of the job
From the government.
is
We were
going to
certain
be
that
uncertain in
he's
the
going to
sense
take a lot
that
of AIADMK
you
votes
can't
there.
be
That was
definitive
certain,
about what you're going to do. You've
because
got to be
Edappadi
data
was not seen
dependent.
as
The
an
moment you're
opposition
data
force. Even
dependent,
in the
everybody's
channels,
reading the
he
data
said-
What's the vote
to read what they want into it.
That's what I'm understanding.
I'm not suggesting we go back
No,
to
sir, no,
Alan
sir,
Greenspan's
it's not about whether it's a DMK vote or
or
ADMK
Fed
vote. I'm just
speak,
saying
where we have
purely
no
TVK.
idea. In a
What
sense,
was the vote share that you were ready
the
to
obscure
credit
was
that you get?
considered to be the
15%,
majesty of the
20%, 35%,
process.
what percent?
But
I'm not even saying
but there has to
DMK
be
is
a
losing
balance.
or not.
Or
I'm
maybe
just
there
asking you,
isn't.
what was
Maybe
your
we are
I was also
destined
asking the same thing.
for this.
What would you credit, given
No, we're not
Vijay
doomed.
and your
We're not
understanding on
destined or
ground,
doomed.
what is the vote
Look,
share that you
the
think he'll be able to
committee
get?
could do a better
You
job,
want
in my
me to
view,
give
of
an answer, but
explaining
I'm
how
saying
they're
I'm not a
reading the
apologist,
data.
I'm a politician. My
Tell
job
us
is
what
not
they
to
think
pinpoint what percentage
the
is going
data
to
is
get.
telling
But
us.
what I
Let's say
know,
The
hypothetically,
committee
yeah.
view, and
No,
tell us
hypothetically, I
what
can say
that
anything.
means
I can say
for
that I will get 100%
where
of
the
the
stance
vote.
of
I
policy
think
is
what
likely
Mr.
to
Salam
be.
is trying to
And then
hang
tell
on,
us,
I'll
look,
tell you
if
what
things
is
work out
happening here
differently,
is
and
Mr. Salam is
suppose
telling us
that the
something very
inflation that we're
simple.
seeing
He's
from
saying
the
that,
oil
look,
price starts
the
getting
AIDMK
more
is going to be
embedded in other
steamrolled here.
parts of the
That's what he's
economy,
telling
then
us.
we're
Now, obviously,
reacting to
obviously,
that. I
obviously,
don't think that's insurmountable,
What I am
and I
also
think they
trying to
could
say
do
is
a
that
good job of
in
bringing
Tamil
that in.
Nadu,
The press
the election
conference
is only
statements
for
actually are
who's going to
quite
be
good
the
about
opposition
that.
face.
And I think
Or
they could do
rather,
that
who's going to be the
better as a
opposite face.
committee.
Tamil Nadu for the next 5
I'm
years, 10 years, 15
grateful
years
for
from
you
now,
joining
that
us.
is what this election about, not who's going to
Somebody
be.
tells me
that
you
is
and I
okay.
were talking a
Okay.
lot
My-
about
my-
what he's saying is,
my humble submission is, if there is anti-incumbency and if TVK is coming out as a force challenging Stalin and the
Good to see you, Nadu. Thank you very much
then
for
how
joining
is it
us.
that
Much
it's not
appreciated.
reaching vote
Thank
share
you.
from Stalin and DMK,
Now,
but
German
reaching vote
energy
share only
shocks
from
are
ADMK?
pushing
It should
Europe
reach from both.
to
That's what
diversify
happening
the supply
in the
chain,
Axis Mind
exploration
poll.
side
That's
of
what
the
I
deal.
was trying to
It's a
submit.
three
Yes, sir.
C's summit, and by
Axis
C's
poll
I
also,
mean
it is
C's
ADMK
that
that
you
has been
swimming, not
obliterated, no?
C's as in the
Okay,
letter.
so
I
Anyway,
understand that.
the
So
Croatian
it's very
Prime Minister
interesting.
ADMK has gone down to
That
21,
will be
22%
I
off.
think
after the break.
Okay, so I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Salam, but I think
In
what is
every
actually
corner of
happening here
Africa
is that the DMK
are breathtaking
suspects
landscapes,
that enough damage has been
inspiring
done by the
breakthroughs,
TVK to the AIDMK
and the
to
people
make
that enrich
the
communities.
TVK a bit of a player.
Delve deep
Specifically
into
somebody
every
who
facet
is
of this great
on
continent. Inside
on
art
the
and
lead pole
culture,
of the opposition. Now, does that
sports,
mean that Pradeep Gupta has cottoned on to
inside
something?
business,
all of the
And that it means that
nuclear
the
material
TVK
or
has
not,
really gone
because
up
they
there. Yes,
have
Mr.
no
Gupta. Very
trust
quickly,
that
before
he
I bring in
actually
Mr.
will
Ashwini Kumar
implement the
Solo,
deal that he
to get a
signed,
sense
and
of
he's
where
not going
this
to walk
election
away
is
from it the next day. And the way he behaved erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once to somebody who they have zero trust would actually come through on his side.
That vote share itself,
I
irrespective
don't know
of what the
whether
others get, because of their entire consolidation,
by
that itself is 50 seats for the
who
ADMK.
was, you know,
So there is something
a commander and
wrong with that
officer in
calculation. That's
Iraq,
my
but
humble
also
submission.
Trump's
Anyhow,
1.0
on the
national
4th we
security
will know.
advisor.
But
And he's
just
essentially
opening this up
saying
to
into
the
Alia
larger
that the
national
West,
picture, and we're
including the
joined by Ashwini Kumar Anand will be here with us. We'll take Ashwini Kumar Solo as we enter the final leg of this long broadcast that has been now going on for 5 hours. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, thank you very much. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Anand and myself, please, on screen. Thank you very much.
what do you make of that?
Very kind of you. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, what we're
surprised
seeing
that
now,
that is
putting
the
all the
critique. I've
results
heard
together,
that
what
a
we're
lot.
seeing is a
Certainly
mosaic.
heard
We're
it when we
seeing
were negotiating,
perhaps
and
the
I often
BJP
said to
breaking
members of
new
Congress, we have a
geography,
choice here.
consolidating in one in the
and
east.
to other critics
So we are
around
seeing
the
perhaps
world.
the
We have a
BJP,
choice here.
the Lotus
we can either
bloom in
negotiate
Bengal,
and try to put
perhaps
such constraints
if the
and intrusive
projections hold
monitoring and
true,
verification on their
largely,
nuclear program
and we're
that they
seeing
can never
the
get
BJP
a nuclear
retain
weapon, which
Assam.
we all agree is a
That
critical
means
objective.
we're seeing
or
perhaps
we can
the
face
beginning
a
of
war.
the end of
A
the
war that
TMC,
once
and
you
we're
start,
seeing
you don't
the
know where it
continued
ends,
decimation
and
of
we
the
are seeing
Congress.
that now. There
There
have
is the
been all
prospect
kinds of
of
secondary
a narrow
and tertiary
victory,
effects
difficult to call
of the actions
for
that President
the
Trump has taken.
UDF
We are
in
all
Kerala.
suffering
It's
from
not a clear mandate
Iran
for the
is suffering
Congress-led
a great
alliance,
deal, but as
which
Vali
the
pointed
Congress
out,
will
And as I believe,
resent.
for Iran, this is
And
existential.
perhaps in
They are
Tamil Nadu,
not
a new
going
player
to give
or the
up
AIADMK
quickly,
coming back, depending on
and
the two
we need to
outlier
put some
polls.
ideas on the table,
What
and I
does
quite
this
agree
tell
with
you?
Valley as well.
If you were to apply the larger
President,
gauge from a
should,
national perspective, what does this tell
with
you?
a lot more constraint.
Well,
For
thank
me,
you
it's
very
not about
much.
trust, but it
Summary
is about respecting that
almost
Iran has
accurate,
interests,
on
and
the
it has a
lines that I
government,
was,
and it is a
thinking
sovereign
myself.
country, even though I find the
Without
regime
doubt,
odious, and it slaughtered
whichever
its
way
own
the
people.
Bengal polls
Then
go,
the King and the Queen went there.
the BJP has been
ways.
able
One
to
went to visit
extend
an
and
urban
enlarge
farm
its
in
footprint
Harlem,
in Bengal.
where King Charles
Whether it forms the
enthusiastically
government
fed
or
some of the
increases
chickens.
substantially its
The farm is
tally
part of an
of
organisation
seats,
that encourages
it
young
can
people to lead
legitimately
healthy
claim
lives. And next stop is a reception for the
Some
King's
pollsters
Trust,
have
a
predicted
charity established by Charles to help disadvantaged
majority
youth.
for the BJP.
The
It may be
significance
so,
of
it
the
may not
visit
be so.
and in the
But I
context
would
of the
also
special.
say that
Bonnie Greer
despite
is with me,
everything,
former
despite
deputy
the
chair of the
Indian
British Museum and a
complexity,
political
Mamata has
cultural
fought
commentator. Good to see you,
and fought
Bonnie. It is always
not
good to
to
have
be
you.
Good to see you.
You know,
I don't agree
anyway,
with your
it's good to
conclusion
have you in
that this is
London
the
tonight
end of the
because
road for
you
TMC
can get the
Mamata.
perspective
Whether she forms
of the
government or
from
not,
being on the
she
other
will
side
be
of the
the
Atlantic,
most-
of how it's been.
second most
Here it's going
important
down
or the first most
gangbusters.
important
I mean,
player
they
in
don't.
Bengal.
People seem to
This
be
is so much for
incredibly
Bengal.
impressed
It is true
with
that
Charles's dignity,
incumbency
his
and the
graciousness,
youngsters'
all the
urge
things
for
that I suppose that's what he's employed for.
has been the driving
Well,
force
exactly.
in
I mean,
both Tamil Nadu
I've
and
lived here a
Bengal.
long, long time,
And
as long
that,
as,
I
almost
believe,
longer than
is the
in my
general
native land, the
consensus.
United States. And what's fascinating
Assam,
to
of
watch,
course,
Richard, is that we're in a new age.
was a
We are
given.
in the
But I
Carolinian
had
age
expected
now.
Congress to do
Before,
better.
we were in the
You
Elizabethan
said
age,
that
the age of
Congress
his
is
mom.
becoming,
Now we have a
well, you
baby
used the
boomer
word
king
decimated. I would
with
say
all of the
it is going
concerns
to
that we
be. My whole
boomers
party,
have
and I
with
continue to believe in the
environment,
ideology of the
war,
Congress
all of
party,
this.
has
And
been
Charles has
reduced to
brought
political
this
irrelevance
to the
in most
table.
of these
On
elections,
top of it,
except
the
for
guy is a
Kerala.
man of the theater,
Kerala,
so he
I
knows
think we
how
must
to
credit
command
the
a
Congress,
room. He's an
leadership, both at the
historian,
state
so he
level
knows the
and at
history
the
of
central
the
level
of his,
for
of course, of his
for
country
a prudent
and of the United
distribution
States.
of
But
tickets
what was very interesting to
and
me,
for the
and I
success in
loved it,
carrying
he was
together
schooling
important
the
local
Congress
leaders of the
on
Congress
the
in Kerala.
relationship
Mind
between the
you,
United
even in the
Kingdom
heydays of the
and
Congress
between
party,
the United
Kerala was
States.
a
He
standalone
said,
example of
"My
an
prime
ideology
minister." He didn't say the prime minister. And what he wanted to impress on the Congress is that the leader of the party that wins the election is his advisor.
And I think,
and also,
the
I
hard
noticed
work
that
done
both
by
in his
younger leadership,
speeches and talking, he's
after
mentioned
Anthony and Karnataka,
Australia
has
several
been
times.
recognized,
Indeed,
in
I
Kerala,
believe
but
the
not to
bell
the
from
extent
I
Congress
believe
had
it's
hoped for.
HMAS
Now, there's a
Trump. I
big
believe it was
question who would
that
lead
he
the
gave the
UDF
president
government.
last
My
night.
sense is that is not a
I
question
believe
put to me,
again
but
has
that
an
is a question that has
Australian
been
connection.
asked
So he's
in political
constantly
circles. My sense is it
reminding
would be Mr.
everybody of the multitude of roles that he plays.
And Richard, he brought up the fact that, hey, I'm a veteran of the Royal Navy. My father was in the Royal Navy. My great uncle was in the Royal Navy. My grandfather was in the Royal Navy. You know, so don't talk about the Royal Navy. But he did it so charmingly. People were sitting there stunned, they couldn't believe it. And he worked the room, and it was brilliant.
So are you telling me AIADMK voters who were sick and tired of the DMK, who wanted AIADMK to come back, suddenly said, oh no, Vijay is the superstar, let's give our votes to him. And the DMK voters said, we'll stick to the DMK, and suddenly AIADMK is the loser.
I suggest that will last probably as long as your team remains hot.
Guarantee, so it won't have it right.
Well, the ice in the drink remains cold. But you know what I'm saying. So I guess that
then what happened next election?
The ability to paper over Starmer's
they sucked away the BJP's votes also.
But in
did they or did they not?
solidifying
They sucked both the votes.
No,
they will come out. If
this
is there, and if they can't make a government,
totally, and wants the United States to understand that he is continuity. He is the continuity of this country.
The incumbent.
He serves at the pleasure of the people, and he said that quite subtly.
At that time,
he's
also the BJP, which was
continuity.
the
He can go
challenger,
all the
retained
way
its 33%
back.
vote
He made
share.
a joke,
But
and it wasn't,
इस case में वो
about
कह
the fact in the War of 1812, the British Army actually took down the capital. This was to remind people that this was once my domain, my family's domain. We're still standing, and we know a lot. Maybe not a lot more than you. So it was, and also that Britain is not some little island off of the channel. It is a system of countries. Part of the system of country and I as the head of it. And he said it in a way that, really, a guy who was, the Gooey Show person when he was a boy.
Agreed. Vijay, man.
I'm so glad you had you today. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thank you. Croatia hosting this year's 3C Summit and Business Forum. It took place in Dubrovnik, where the meeting's focus was strengthening energy infrastructure within the member countries. It's the 3Cs initiative. By that,
as a strong political leader, he held his
and the countries are those that lie between them. They're very interestingly positioned and they have an interesting sort of history and a future. I spoke with Croatian Prime Minister Andrej Plenković, who told me the region is managing with some difficulty, but they are managing the energy supply
who had control of the party. Why do you think
given the fact that we are in the midst of yet another energy
General
crisis,
Secretary. He was
first
the
one
AIADMK
after the
General
Russia's
Secretary.
aggression
He was
against
he
Ukraine,
controlled the party
now
leadership.
with the war in the Middle East,
Continued to hold down the legislative party and also
Strait
the
of
party
Hormuz,
organization,
which
even
is
when the
not
diffusion
functional.
happened with Jayalalitha.
We are
When Sasikala
seeking
broke
for
away,
ways how
Dinakaran broke
we
away,
can increase our resilience, how
EPS
we
controlled the
can help
party. He
each
still,
other
so he is
in order to
organizationally the
undertake
most
measures
strongest
that
establishment.
ensure
That's why
the
I
energy
give it to
security.
you. Second thing,
Today,
even as
to
a
answer
chief
your
minister,
question,
but
Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina
all through these
actually
years,
signed
since Jayalalitha,
the bilateral
2017,
agreement
2018
to
onwards,
extend
till
the
now,
gas
the
interconnection
ADMK vote
for the parts of Bosnia and
withered.
Herzegovina where
That
the
base vote share
gasification
remains.
hasn't been
Okay,
done.
so just for
It's
the-
really
One
a big achievement with the support of the United States.
I'm looking at a map at the moment, a chart showing the nature of the 3Cs initiative, and I can see sort of the Black Sea, the Adriatic, and the Baltic. Now, of course, so much energy did come from Russia that has now gone away. But it's where the other new sources come from. Whether they come from the United States, do they? Obviously, the Gulf is more limited. Where can you actually get new sources of energy and to tie it all together within the area?
Bizarre
Well,
thing.
you are
Now
exactly
let me
right.
just
Over the
take
years,
a step back
we
and tell
have
you what
most of
is
the members
exactly
of the
happening
European
here.
Union
There's been a poll of
abandoned the
polls,
Russian
viewers,
fossil fuels.
and we
Croatia
have
got rid of
huge
Russian
number
oil and Russian gas. There are only two
conflicting
landlocked countries who are
assessments coming
still
from Tamil Nadu.
using and buying
So we have
Russian
the
oil,
vote
that are
vibe,
Hungary
which
and
is,
Slovakia, more as an
a
exception
CNN
rather
projection
than a rule.
here, CNN News
Croatia
18,
has, in my
which
first
shows that the
mandate as
DMK will get about
Prime Minister,
103 to
invested
113.
into the
The
liquefied
AIADMK
natural gas
114 to
floating terminal at the
124, so
island
just
of Krk,
above
and
the
now
halfway mark. And the TVK, which is
67%
Vijay,
of the
between 4
liquefied
and 10,
natural
so about
gas
6,
that
7
is acquired
seats.
by Croatia, but
Access
also
My India
for other operators
the
in the region,
DMK is
comes
going
from
to
the United States.
hang
So
in
we
there,
have diversified
short of
the routes
the halfway
of
mark.
supply of
Right.
gas as
The
well as
ADMK has
oil to the
collapsed
countries of Central and Eastern Europe. I think this was a
TVK
strategic
that is going to
decision
surge ahead.
which has completely
You have
altered
Matriz,
previously
you have People's
fully
Pulse,
dependent
BMAR,
energy situation
People's
on
Insight,
Russian
and
fossil fuels.
Prajapol.
We look
that
now
are in
at
very
the
big
change in
giving
government in Hungary.
DMK
You have been a
another
critic
term
of the
in
former
office.
Prime Minister.
And the
You must
TVK,
be sort of
not
looking
much.
forward
The
to
ADMK to
closer
varying
relations,
proportions,
or at least less disruptive
place.
relations from
Now,
Hungary.
viewers,
What
it's
is
these
your
two
view
polls,
on
the
how?
vote
I mean,
vibe
but let's
and the
face it,
Access My
this
India that
new
is
government is still
striking
on the
a
right.
massive
It's still
conversation
not exactly,
around our
you know,
table because
it's got certain
fundamentally
views.
one
So
would
what is
believe
your
that there
hope
is
now that
anti-incumbency
there is
and
a
it's
major
incipient
change
and
in
it's
government
deep against
in Hungary
the
for
ruling
Central and Eastern Europe?
alliance, which is the
First of all, we
DMK alliance,
respect the very
you can't
clear
have a
victory of
situation
Peter Magyar
where the
and Tisa at the
closest
parliamentary
competitor is blanked
elections
out,
after 16
punished
years
for no
of
rhyme or
Prime Minister
reason.
Orban's
The
tenure as Prime
DMK
Minister.
retains
In
quite a
Hungary,
bit of
like
its hold,
Poland, you basically have a division of
the
political
change
spectrum that the
runs away
left
with
is completely
So
uninfluential,
if there is
barely
anti-incumbency,
existent,
the first
and you
party
have
to be
basically
punished would
different
be the
political
DMK
parties
coalition.
from center right
The
to right
ADMK
fighting
would
for the
perhaps
support
be
of the
somewhere in the
electorate.
middle, and the
When it
TVK
comes
would
to
run
the
away with this
European role
election.
of Hungary, we have high
Vote
hopes for
vibe
Mr.
seems to
Magyar.
suggest that
I think
there
that
is
the
enough
fact that Hungary has
anti-incumbency,
already
but not to the
lifted
extent
its blockade
that
of a
people
loan
presume.
that
So
was
it's not going to be
intended
so
with 90
decisive,
billion
but it will be
euros for
relatively
Ukraine,
clear,
that we
simple
decided at
majority for the
European Council in
AIADMK, the
December.
challenger,
Now the
because
decisions
of
have
its
been
massive
done last
coalition
week.
alliance,
We can
caste
extend
alliance,
our
and so on and so
support to
forth.
Ukraine,
But
60 billion
fundamentally,
euros for
Vijay
its
won't be a
military and
factor.
defense,
So it is
and
here,
30 billion
viewers,
from the
that we
functioning
have
of the state.
two
On a
extreme
more
poles
bilateral
that are really
level
talking
between
about
Croatia
two
and Hungary,
extreme
we have
outcomes.
now
And that is a
opening
conversation we were
several
having.
months
Tushar
to put on the
Gupta
table all the
doesn't
open
agree.
questions,
Thinks
try
that
to address them
the
quickly,
TVK
and
is
forge
not such a big
sincere
factor.
partnership
Very
and
quickly,
friendly
why?
relations that these two
There's no
countries over
election
the
machinery.
centuries
It's
of
just one
cooperation
actor, one
have had in the
individual.
past.
You
Prime
cannot
Minister,
have an
guess
entire
what?
state as big as
You
Tamil
are
Nadu
now
rallying behind one
the
actor. I can
longest
understand cinematic
serving
charisma. I can
Prime
understand
Minister
stardom. I
or
can
head of
understand
government
fan clubs. But
in
are you
the
telling
EU?
me fan clubs overnight
I'm sure more than one of your colleagues has pointed this out to you with Viktor Orban gone. You are now the father of the club, as they say.
Parties is losing its voters.
That gives you a certain responsibility
not the party
because
that
you've
is
been there
actually
so
facing
long.
that anti-incumbency.
It's
That
certainly an
makes absolutely no
experience
sense.
If Vijay were to come striding through, viewers, it would break a chain
I
of
would say,
actors
put on my shoulders
not having
and try to
succeeded.
use all the
He would be one of the
experience
first
and
in the
knowledge
last
and
30 years
also
to have done so
Croatia, but
after
also
J.
personal
Jayalalitha
touch
back in the 80s.
into the
So
critical
this would be
debates
a
that we
massive
have now,
leap of
whether it's
faith.
security,
It's happened,
whether
of
it's
course, in other
defense,
democracies.
competitiveness,
It's happened in
or
Ukraine, for
the
example, where a
forthcoming
comic came
negotiations on
and
the
won the
7-year
election.
budget, which is the
It happened in
multi-annual
Nepal.
financial
So
framework.
you
Certainly
have
it's a
change like
privilege,
that.
but
It
most
can
of all,
happen dramatically.
with the
one thing,
confidence that the
all of
Croatian
us agree that it's
citizens
cinematic
have
charisma. This is
given me
Vijay's
over the
stardom.
3
Why is the
consecutive
stardom
electoral
heavier on the
victories
AIADMK
in
voter
last
side and not the DMK voter side?
That is the Prime Minister of Croatia.
I hate
In a moment,
AIADMK,
the
but I
families
don't
of the
think the
victims of
AIADMK
Canada's
cannot defeat
deadliest
them.
school
I feel that guy will
shooting
defeat them.
in
I
decades of
just
suing
hate the DMK. I
OpenAI
want
and
them
its chief
defeated.
executive.
I will go with this
the
guy
legal
because
case.
looks like he has a
Just a
plan.
minute.
I like his speeches, the way he attacks the DMK. Let me
All
support
of
him.
their nuclear material or not, because they have no trust that he actually will implement the deal that he signs, and he's not going to walk away from
When
it
you're
from
such
the
an
next
exciting
step.
guy,
And the way he
and you're
behaved
young,
erratically after Islamabad actually made the trust issue much worse. And what they're seeing in this lifting of the blockade, basically they're saying, let's see you do something and we'll reciprocate. Let's build that trust around just lifting this economic issue. If we can survive that step, then we can go to the much bigger issue. Whereas, as Wendy said, President Trump wants to force them to give up all of their assets all at once.
Let's take the
Somebody
Look,
they have zero trust should actually come through on his side.
Yes, and Wendy, I don't know whether you've read,
Let's
but
take
there's
the
a
Jip
widely
Can on that.
distributed article by
He was at 14, he was at 14, he was at 14.
a commander and officer in Iraq, but also
highly in the past, and even now his ratings are high.
national
Compared
security
to
advisor.
Stalin.
And
This
he's
I'm talking
essentially
about what
saying
people say.
into Alia
He is
that
considered
the
to
West,
be a
including the
much better
JCPOA,
administrator.
has,
This is the public
has been
even the young
essentially
people,
appeasing
young
Iran, trying to get them to
young people
behave
across all
and
political
essentially
parties might
not
swing towards
fixing the problem
TVK.
at the root.
But that is not, that is
ever.
partly neutral.
And now we're at this
as much to give him those
point. What do you make of that?
Even if all youth were to vote for the TVK, they will still not swing the election.
I've heard that a lot.
Campaigns.
I heard it when we were negotiating, and I often said to members of Congress, we have a choice here, and to other politics around the world. We have a choice here. We can either negotiate and try to put such constraints and intrusive monitoring and verification on their nuclear program that they can never get a nuclear weapon, which we all agree is a critical objective. Or we can face a war that once you start, you don't know where it ends, and we are seeing that now. There have been all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects of the actions that President Trump has taken. We are all suffering from them. Yes, Iran is suffering a great deal, but as Valley pointed out, and as I believe, for Iran this is existential. They are not going to give up quickly, and we need to put some ideas on the table, and I quite agree with Valley as well. The President should approach this with a lot more constraint. For me, it's not about trust, but it is about respecting that Iran has interests, and it has a government, and it is a sovereign country, even though I find the regime odious, and it slaughtered its own people. Ultimately, this was about protecting the people of Iran and allowing them space for freedom. In fact, we've constrained that possibility as opposed to opening up that space.
Now, Wendy Sherman, I said that I would ask you this, just following up from my question to Michelle Hussain in my previous segment, talking about
double digits actually. But what Axis My India is saying,
you basically
that
told
there is
her
not
on her
so much
podcast
anti-incumbency
that in
against the
essence,
DMK.
Netanyahu had created a
But
genocide
all
in
ADMK
Gaza,
supporters are going to move to
has been
TVK,
part of it.
and it's going to be lock, stock, barrel, and 98. This is quite bizarre for somebody to project, but they have. So, and then look at the rest. The rest are saying he's going to get seats in double digits, and if the ADMK plus that will suffer, this combination of 13 parties will suffer, but the DMK will continue to benefit and they will continue to gain.
If we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me, how is it that TVK in KTCC out of 37 seats is getting 3 to 5?
So,
yet is significantly damaging DMK and is not seen as an alternative even when it comes to the AIADMK. So either he should be in second position,
and I think this is great for social media.
He's such an outlier
become the news
that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo except for denting the DMK.
And you can come and dance.
Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert on Tamil Nadu at all.
Okay, so Chennai by and large last time was 16 out of
nobody is
16
giving him
for
absolute
DMK.
majority or even close to majority, but being a significant player.
There,
18 to
many
20%,
of those seats were
even
won by
18 to
massive
24,
margins,
32%.
right? Which is why I find 3 to 5 a bit of a
that is the point.
Vijay can take a lot of votes in
there is a
Chennai,
local
could
pollster.
add up to his vote share.
There is a local
He could
pollster in
possibly
Tamil
win
Nadu.
his seat in
There's a
Peramboor,
local
maybe
pollster
one
in
more
Tamil
seat
Nadu,
somewhere.
who usually
But
when they
that
do these
still
polls
does
in the
not
states and the
give
individual
him
states, they get about
the
70
muscle to
90%,
get these
90% above
12,
they
14
get
or
their
whatever number of
projections
seats
right.
across the state.
They have gone
Second, I mean, by this
district
vote by poll, only
region by
3 to
region
5.
and broken
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
So,
And
see,
one-
and
and
see,
a few
you know,
more.
Vijay,
One point,
Rahul, that
Anand, where I disagree with you
that
is
3 to
he
5,
doesn't need
he is in the
30%.
urban pocket
in
of
South where
Kanchipuram,
the Christian
Tiruvallur,
population
Chennai,
is a
One
little
second,
heavy.
one
He
second.
is pinching
One small clarification.
Those are in a limited number of seats.
One small point.
Otherwise,
I don't
the
agree that
fight
you need
is a two-way
30%
fight between
to
the DMK
actually
and
get
ADMK.
seats.
Yes.
Wherever
Let me
he's
give you the
pinching
example of
10
a
to
party called the
11%
PMK.
votes,
The
or
PMK
vote
has
share,
an average of
it's
about
the
5.5%
DMK
vote
which is
share
hurting
across
more
the
than
state.
He's pinching
This
votes
is
from both
confined to
sides.
30 seats.
Their projections.
There is no presence in
ground.
the rest of the
Mirror
200 seats.
almost
So therefore,
mirror
PMK
what
on
Vote
its
Vibe has
own
come
in
out
the
and
past
projected.
used
And
to
I
win
saw
5 or
those
6
numbers
seats.
just now,
And
it's
their
quite
overall vote share
significant. Whereas these numbers seem to
the
be
point that I'm
inspired
trying to make,
by the
Abhijit Iyer
base
Mitra,
as
is
looks
this.
about 2024.
If he's such a
And
big
that's
urban
where a lot of
phenomenon,
the pollsters
and
may
he's
have
so
got it wrong
popular amongst the
Looks
youth
about 2024
and a
should
large
not be the
number
base
of women,
because
as
there
the
was
vote
no
share seems to
ADMK
suggest,
alliance in its
why is he
presence
languishing at 3 to 5?
Because I'm going to
urban
write
part?
off the back of Dr. If these numbers anywhere close to this,
was very successful because it applied to one constituency, the 1 year belt, and it was getting entirely the 1 year vote. The problem with Joseph Vijay is we don't know who he is flying. Is it the youth? Is it this? He hasn't found one niche,
and he's led
and therefore it is too spread out
campaigns consolidated. Will he align with the AIADMK? Will all the others supposedly who haven't been part of any
that
grouping
percentage
or
of
move
voters,
away?
let's
Even
assume
those
that
who were part
all
of
youth
these
in Tamil
groupings,
Nadu have
will they
voted
move
only
away?
for
You never
TVK.
know with the Congress, right?
That base,
You never know
what I'm just going to request our team that by 8:30 let's try and move towards Bengal. Amitabh Tiwari has walked in. When you take the case of
DMDK or some of these smaller parties, what happens is they fight in alliance across the other seats and they contribute to each other. The PMK is a case 30 seats. Yeah, but here
just because Abhijit has gone out, I can understand.
all 230 votes. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually fight with them. Now,
But I can usually does not.
Now here is another outlier. Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
New parties sometimes
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number, can we put that number out?
Because we don't have a base to project.
We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said, right behind us,
the ground
there you go,
suggests that
says
TVK has done
TVK
much
will
better
get
than
98 to 120 seats.
Wow.
But if anybody had tracked this
now, see, this is what I'm saying. If
you cannot have a
has
party
made up
suddenly from
that
pre-poll
TVK, yes, TVK is going to be in the running. excuse me. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So if somebody is predicting 100 seats, what was their projection?
If one were to believe, let's ask, if one were to believe,
so both are getting
flips again.
I just want to bring in. Okay, maybe
yeah, because even Vijay won't expect that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was such a, both have, gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as, now I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They're saying that ADMK is routed. 1 minute. No, 1 minute. What they're saying is that the 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK India votes have gone.
So here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. DMK.
It splits
okay, no,
and
it's
helps
not.
the DMK in some of the
Okay, one
places.
second. I've just got it up here.
It is just marginally
why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Axis My India.
The ADMK being
Axis
the
My India
party
claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110.
Is likely to be.
Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98, 120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32.
In fact,
with
Axis
a vote share of just 23%.
Yeah,
but out of the range. NTK is 3%.
So the state is
and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. It's on our screens.
The Axis My India.
Now, viewers, this is what we're being told. 90 to 110 is the DMK.
Yes.
We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 114.
So both of you feel that there's anti-incumbency, but not enough to decimate the DMK.
So just a little
We're not
shy,
seeing the DMK come down to where the ADMK was in the last election.
so it's a medium, and that is about.
So you're saying that there is residual influence left in the DMK.
And here,
hold on.
unfortunately for the DMK, they fall
where
short.
you differ is who gets that incumbency.
And Vijay becomes the Chief Minister, perhaps the first actor after decades.
Are you willing to accept that the entire ADMK
Why is the DMK getting?
Well, you know, anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
Why is it they are missing their movie star leaders.
That's what they want. Shouldn't both the ADMK and the TVK might fight it out?
I think somebody
this cannot happen. It cannot.
We have been tracking this.
This is saying that the unpredictable can happen.
Phase 1,
it's happened in Delhi.
Phase 2,
Delhi, same thing happened. AIADMK will
almost
become Congress.
balance.
They will give him the support and they will make the
So if one for sure is converting votes into seats, to what extent he does is, I think,
now you are only saying why are people going all the way.
That's precisely what I'm saying. Is people have decided that they're going to vote for change.
Now
then obviously it's Vijay. They've tried out the other two options for 50, 60 years. 50, 60 years they've tried out.
It has some impact.
This is a rejection of the ADMK.
That's number one. Number two is
Vijay's
campaign.
1 minute. DMK is still at 110.
It seems
what
that
this is showing is
Axis
that
My
the
India
NDA,
poll numbers
those 12 parties,
he has solved the
CMK put
imagination
together, are not going to get 30
anti-incumbency
seats.
votes.
I'm saying
He
the
is
ADMK at its worst has been averaged at 61.
And
their
matter.
Look, history can repeat itself.
But you are missing
it might be
quite honestly
number of caste-based coalition parties.
I don't think even TVK people are not saying this.
I'm not there.
Even in their
because that's what let's have order here, please. 1 second. Let me frame this for you. Let's put that question. If the voter believes
only possible
that there is a problem
when the voters are rejecting both
established
DMK and
groupings have not done it.
Just
Either
both
the
DMK
and all these decades, and Tamil Nadu needs 170 seats. They will definitely back then the pretender to the
just a little over
which is Vijay. They will say, okay, if that is the way it is going to be, we're going to go for Vijay. Now I want to ask you,
that should bring the DMK down.
one by one.
Vijay should not get that many votes.
I'm not talking about who is going to,
Vijay should not get that many
who he's going to damage.
Attack,
but
the AIADMK as much as
then we would have seen
so they would think that he would go in and
okay, everyone would have perhaps been talking about this in the lead up.
Did you see this way?
Did we see this?
On the ground, I have not
any of
seen
these
any
numbers,
evidence.
okay,
There is,
to be evident.
he told
This
everyone
would
that
be a
you need
new
to wear these
phenomenon in
beige
election.
trousers and white
Impulsive.
shirt and come out and vote.
So
And throughout the morning, there were nobody who came out to vote.
Viewers,
But throughout the morning, there was absolutely nothing. There is, see, when you see this kind of a wave, this is a very visible wave. You see the trends on the ground. You are not seeing it.
The logic behind
EPS for all his
EPS
fault is not that incompetent to lose
calculation is
in
not there.
such a
Now
spectacular
the big
way.
reveal.
And he drew, exactly, he drew really massive
Phase
crowds.
one,
Like we said, he may have been absolutely
in the Lok Sabha elections also, massive
far.
crowd.
Let's do a poll
Annamalai was mobbed by people. There was a massive surge of so-called attendance at the rallies, but it didn't translate.
It translated into votes. It didn't translate into seats. The BJP came up to Kerala.
NDA got, what was it, about 14-15%?
Yeah, so
the alliance got 18%.
No, please
understand.
Please understand that the NDA moving away from the LDF and the mandate shifting towards the UDF. That's where it is. The NDA across the seats got 15% vote share. That was a standalone BJP vote overall. So that's what maybe 3 to 4 seats. Correct. What I'm trying to say is for the UDF. So Kerala, it is going towards the UDF.
So maybe the BJP
blowing in one direction. That it is the UDF. So I would love to see incumbent TVK get this 100 poll show. Because I am a Vijay fan. Let's say that. Should be anywhere between realistically on ground seats. Let's go across to the next one. Might of that is Assam. In Assam, the ADMK on any given day is short of a 26%. At its worst, it's a short of 26%. Phenomenal mandate. 95 seats is what everybody is saying. 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. And some variants all moving in the same direction, and that's why there are no how is that possible? Hurdles or differences. This number of axes, in the case of Tamil Nadu, let's look at Tamil Nadu. Two groupings. The ADMK on its own, if it contests, will get 61 seats. So we have JDC and Statewide who are actually giving the mandate to the ADMK.
Maybe some personalities don't want to upset the incumbent government, but they also want to see somebody else win. So let's slam dunk the AIADMK. Who knows, viewers?
I'm just saying, let me ask you this in this house before we go. Tushar Gupta is also here, being questioned by a lot. The result will be evident on the 4th of May. My campaign was stitched against you. You are the incumbent. Axis or the others. This is the established challenger to this incumbent. We'll see that. Now, let's look at Bengal. Vote for Bengal. Will their voters come and vote for me, or will your voter phase 1 numbers here at CNN News 18 exit projections? Right now, all pollsters we are putting out only phase 1 numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th. That's tomorrow. Their voters will continue to vote there because there is no, largely, despite the anti-incumbents, this logic, except for people's pulse. Somewhere it defeats the whole in favor of the BJP getting past the post comfortably.
For TVK voters to mobilize in his favor.
Correct.
The DMK fought this campaign against Vijay. They took on it.
The outlier poll right now that everyone is talking about, which has become the national talking point, is the Axis My India poll because of this very polarized projection.
We are also an outlier. Vote-wise is also an outlier. But even then, it's the NDA or the BJP that has got its nose ahead in the case of Bengal. Now, phase 1 numbers, Amit Shah had said 110 seats is what the BJP is confident of getting in phase 1. Record voter turnout, commendations to the voters coming out in such large numbers. The phase 152, not 1152, 150. Look at Kerala. This is the number. 88, Tamil Nadu 88 seats, so very close to a century number. Kerala, vote-wise and largely JVC, poll mantra, everywhere. Split that a bit. The Rujan is towards the 51 to 61, 2 to 4 seats away from the others. So Congress may be mandate shifting, this is a big win. This is all where it is. The NDA may break into the numbers. JVC gave a more generous Bengal than vote-wise overall, but maybe 3 to 4 seats. So that's what it is for the UDF. Your thoughts of Kerala, it is going towards the UDF. That's how the winds are blowing in one direction. That it is the UDF.
21 Vidhan
Vidhan Sabha,
a
BJP
change
was
in
around
government
59
there.
seats
That's
in
what
this
the exit
phase.
polls show. Out of the
This
140
phase
seats,
has
the
only
UDF
one
should be
zone,
anywhere
which is the
between
Malda
75
zone,
to
has
80
49
seats.
seats.
Let's
which
go
has a
across to the next one.
Minority majority.
That is Assam.
In other zones,
Assam,
there is
the
significantly
clear
higher Hindu population.
hit out of the park.
What we are
it's
witnessing,
a one-way game.
Bhawanipur is
BJP
one
plus Himanta
which
Biswa Sharma,
has
Silla,
gone to
phenomenal
12 with
mandate.
56 seats, and that is
95
Suvendu
seats
Adhikari's
is
poll
what
area.
everybody
Right.
is saying.
Jalpaiguri
93 to
with
95
27
seats is
has
what the
always
BJP
been a
will get.
stronghold of
So a
the
handsome win. All
So what
moving
we
in
are
the
seeing
same
is
direction,
that in
and that's why
response
there
to
are no
misgovernance,
hurdles or
Mahila
differences,
Asuraksha,
anomalies.
and
In the case of Tamil Nadu,
excessive
let's look at Tamil
minority
Nadu.
appeasement,
Two
there is a
groupings are
significant
actually
Hindu
giving. Let's
consolidation
flip
which
to
is
Tamil
happening
Nadu.
on the
So we
ground
have JVC
in
and
these
Vote Wipe
152
who
seats,
are
barring
actually
the
giving the
40
mandate
odd
to the
seats which are in
ADMK.
Malda. And this
There
is
is
what
one that
has
is
given
giving, that is
a
Axis
big
giving the
jump
mandate to
BJP's
TVK,
tally,
while the
and it is
rest are
expected to
saying that the
improve from
DMK
59
will
to,
just about
let's say, I
hold
think the
on.
midpoint is
Even
94.
as
Right,
there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request our team. The numbers are not showing, so this logic is being questioned by a lot. The results will be evident on the 4th of May. We know who gets it right. Vote Wipe, JVC in phase 1, or the others out of the 152 seats. We'll see that. Now let's look at Bengal. Bengal,
also a big challenge.
poll of
They
polls
have to
first
return
up. Then we put the phase 1 numbers here at CNN News 18 exit projections. We are putting out only phase 1 numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th. That's tomorrow.
I believe this is going to
The
be
Rujhan largely
there's no clear
is,
winner if
except
you
for
look at it,
People's
because
Pulse,
the different
is
pollsters
towards
are
or in
predicting different
favor
outcomes.
of the BJP
Now, what will really
getting
determine
past the
who's going
post
to win is the
comfortably.
silent voter.
So
and we've
almost
seen
all
that in the
except
rural
for People's
belt, Mamata Banerjee
strategies,
still
poll
has
diary,
a sway
PMARC,
because of her
JVC
welfare
and
schemes
Matriz
and because of the
are
women
saying that
voters.
the
However,
mandate
if you look at
is
South
in
Bengal,
favor of the
BJP has
BJP,
made a
although
significant
JVC
inroads
seems to
in
have
South
hedged his
Bengal
bets a bit and said
has
that
been able
Trinamool
to
may just
appeal,
edge past the
this
post
whole
if this
narrative
scenario
about
happens.
change
But
and
even
ending
then,
corruption.
it's
Somehow
the
it has
NDA or
worked
the BJP
with
that has got
the
its
urban
nose
voters
ahead
of
in
South
the case
Bengal.
of Tamil,
However,
in the case of
rural
Bengal.
they just
Now,
sway.
phase 1
I still
numbers,
feel,
Amit Shah had said
that the
110
left
seats is
would
what the
gain a
BJP
few
is confident
seats,
of getting in phase
overall.
1.
Congress is
Record
also
voter
getting
turnout,
about 2 or 3 seats.
accommodations to the
That is,
voters
first
coming out in such large
Sorry?
numbers. The phase
I'm talking about right now the
152,
first
not
phase we saw
1152,
a highly
152 seats.
unprecedented voter
This is the
turnout.
number.
It has never happened
88 to 98 seats, so very close to a century number.
Independence. Today's
phase 1 only.
second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean two things. It could
51
mean
to 61,
that
2 to 4 seats to the Congress, nothing to the others. So the Congress may be in, but this is a big win.
On
This
the
is
other
almost
hand,
nearly
the reports that are coming in is that the
Bengal,
rural voters,
55 out of 77 they had got the last time around. So Amitabh Tiwari, your thoughts behind this, why, how, and we'll get into the zones also.
En masse they go and vote
2021 Vidhan Sabha, BJP was around 59 seats in this phase. This phase has only one zone, which is the Malda zone, which has 49 seats, which has a majority.
And in the first phase, Congress is getting 4 seats.
In other zones, there is significantly higher.
That is what I said.
What we are witnessing, Bhawanipur is one of the zones which has gone to poll with 56 seats, and that is Suvendu core area.
4%. And 4 seats.
Jalpaiguri with 27 seats has always been a stronghold of the people.
TMC because
so what we are seeing is that in response to misgovernance, Mahila Asuraksha, and excessive minority appeasement, there is a significant Hindu consolidation which is happening on the ground in these 152 seats, barring the 40 odd seats which are in Malda. And this is what has given a big jump to BJP's tally, and it is expected to improve from 59 to, let's say, I think the midpoint is 94.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request our team, the numbers are not showing, so just reload that, but we'll update it on the grid on our windows. So midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1, 93 out of the 152 seats. That actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return the highest ever and never before numbers in phase 2. Saira Shah Ali, this is this overall numbers, absolute numbers also the voters are higher.
No, I believe this is going to be
not just percentage, absolute numbers.
If you look at it, because the different pollsters are predicting different outcomes. Now, what will really determine who's going to win is the silent voter. And we've seen that in the rural belt, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made a significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about change and ending corruption. Somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal,
in that particular thing,
I still feel that the left would gain a few seats overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is
22.
It came down to 6 in 2024.
I'm talking about right now the first phase. We saw
on the seat
highly
count. We forget to look at
voter turnout. It has never happened in
this is where
since the independence. Today's second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean two things. It could mean that this generally it happens when people are looking to change.
Not adding up to me.
Okay. Now on the other hand,
what's happened is the Congress
the reports that are coming in is that the rural voters, because of the welfare scheme, women, irrespective of who is standing, or who is campaigning, who is canvassing, en masse they go and vote for Didi. Okay? And the minorities also generally the buzzes start consolidating votes. Now
this is first phase. So 4% vote share for the Congress party. In the first phase, Congress is getting 4 seats. That means Congress has been TMC.
That is what I said. It would get about 2 seats.
If you give 4% to Congress,
4%
possible. That's the first party. 4% and 4 seats to Congress. That means Congress is significantly dead TMC because it's 40-44%. Is that
certainly the direction? Further consolidation of the BJP vote is evident. The manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months,
which is
we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So
now, if the Congress has to dent TMC, it will dent them in those seats. That is where I agree with Amithabh's calculation.
5 to 6%. That is the number that we require to really cross the BJP.
It means they are converting the seats where they were strong. They are converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this puts them in actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing, we still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the lower denominator factor, but that is not the case.
Here the issue was whether to elect Mamata Banerjee to be in power.
Overall numbers, absolute numbers also the voters are high.
So that's
not just percentage, absolute numbers is higher.
Shubir, the numbers that we are projecting seem to suggest that BJP is now somewhere getting about 93-94 seats in the first phase. Your first reaction
had a bad election campaign in 2024.
That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point.
Here not only is the percentage higher, the absolute number of voters is also greater than 2021.
It's not very much off the mark.
But there's a point Amitabh made and I've been making, and I agree with what Tushar said. Yes, the BJP Lok Sabha got 12 seats compared to 18 seats in 2019, but they won more 70 seats.
Yeah, 92. The projection was up from 77 to 92.
So in that particular thing, has that been
quite well for the last several years.
Bhawanipur, in 2021, the percentage point gap between the BJP and the TMC was 22.
Or, there are some tight
6
seats
in 2024.
in the first phase as well as
sometimes
in this
you're so fixated on the seat count, we forget to look at the vote share. And this is where 2024 was very
high. And on screen, if you see on screen right now, phase 1 is a 2% higher vote share
the battle for Bengal will be won and lost.
So it's for the first time in this phase.
That's the matter. I'll tell you why.
And then Mondora. So let's go straight across. Let's join them
TMC
at the hub. We've set up a small hub, viewers, where we're going to be looking at some of these
the Hindu voters have shifted from TMC.
Details. So thank you very much.
Others, 10%
nice to see you in person.
Others in the field who have broken away, they have eaten into the Trinamool Congress, and it's not necessarily
first phase.
This is first phase. So 4% vote share for the Congress party,
that anti-incumbency
first has also eaten into the Trinamool Congress vote share, and the BJP is also benefited with the shift of the Hindu vote from the Trinamool.
I know that there's a variance between this poll and some of the other polls.
Possible.
Left party.
Left party. Will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are predicting for phase 1?
That was the case in 2021 and even in 2024.
This is certainly the direction. Further consolidation
it is unfathomable
of the BJP
that,
vote is evident.
2 years ago,
the manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months, we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So So this 44
I think we're still sticking to the numbers.
Again of how
in the
much
first
in the
phase,
first
TMC
about
is
5%,
definitely going to
at
cross
least
5
to 6%.
And in the second phase,
So that is the number that we require
TMC is
to
not
really
going to
cross
come
something
down
the
last time around, so it's 44%.
So 44. So
they are going
5%
to increase
increase
their
is
vote
what the
shares,
BJP
definitely,
required
and also the
to
seats.
wrest power in
the first
West
phase,
Bengal.
Mr.
And
Rahul,
we seem to have crossed that according to our
in
own
about
polls, according to
32,000
your polls.
booths, the elections
Amitabh
were
Tiwari.
held.
And many other polls are
In
also
around
showing that.
11 to 12,000
compared
booths,
to
the
Lok
BJP don't
Sabha
have their
election.
agents.
I think Lok Sabha election,
we have
the
seen
issues
in the
were
villages
different.
how
Here the
there is
issue
an
was whether
enthusiasm
to
for
let
TMC. There
Mamata
have been
Banerjee
BJP's
to be in
flags
power once
flowing,
again or to vote for
especially in this part of the
Ganges.
Ganges. I mean in the northern region, in the northern part of Bengal, where you have around 50 to 53 seats, BJP might do well.
That the
But
BJP
in this part,
is
like
now
Bhum,
somewhere getting about
Bardhaman,
93, 94 seats
West,
in the first phase.
and
Your first
Midnapur,
reactions to this?
and also in Jangalmahal, like in Jhargram and in Bankura, this is part of Jangalmahal. BJP used
I
to
would
hold that for parliamentary
imagine
constituency
it's not very
in
much off the
2024.
mark. It could be plus
TMC
minus
reclaim both
4 or 5
Jhargram
either
and
way.
Bankura.
Because in the first phase,
outcome in
they have
2021,
their performance has been
was
solid. And you know, it's not unexpected
slipped back
in view of the fact
2024, rather
that the first
2024
phase has
Lok
been
Sabha
in areas where
elections.
they have
It had
done
underperformed
quite
where
well
it
for the
was
last
even in
several years. So
2019. And to some extent,
I won't be
of
surprised
course,
if
it
they
grew
get
in
something
2021, so it
fairly
did well
close to
in
that.
this particular
Or,
area
you
in
know,
the north.
there are some tight
Why would you
seats
say that
in the
trend
first
would
phase
hold?
as well as in this phase?
At the end
and
of the day, you see,
therefore,
at the end of the day, you see,
here and there, I have seen Bengal elections in 70. Not unusual. And I'm a great
But the
believer
point
in
is
the fact of that
organization.
Ultimately, you know, the battle for Bengal will be won when the BJP slip. Won or lost.
Because there was
not in the
let
first.
me go straight across to the hub, a hub where both
You know, at the
Shubhi,
end of the
Bhaumik
day,
and
Mr. Modi
Monojeet
may be a
Mondola. So let's go straight across, let's join them.
all over the place.
At the hub,
But in
we've set
Bengal,
up a small
people
hub, viewers,
definitely you
where
need
we're going to be
local
looking
organization,
at
you need
some
local
of
leaders.
these conversations in detail. So thank you very much.
Manojit said it's very
Bhavik,
true.
nice
You
to
have
see you
also
in
said,
person. Nice to see
I
you,
think
Mr.
yesterday,
Mondo.
or one of these days, you
Fundamentally,
made
we're
point
looking
about
at a
Panchayat
situation,
election.
and I want to
This
bring
is
in
a very
Mr.
big
Mondo
factor.
here.
In 2000
Where
election,
it
Ajit
appears
Maja, the
that
veteran,
anti-incumbency
he
in
told
first
me,
phase seems to have caught up with
at that
Mamata
time,
Banerjee.
Mamata
Do you
was the
think this
challenger and left front
poll
was
is
in power.
projecting
He
things
said,
right? I know
"Your
that there's a
Didi,"
variance
he was in
between
her
this
party.
poll and some of the
Your
other
Didi
poll
is
polls.
saying we will win. How is she saying all this? Out of the
First of all, there is
60,000
no
odd
reason to
booths,
trust
can
exit
she give
polls.
agent in more than 25?
That was the case in
This is very
2021 and even in
important.
2024.
He lacks the organization.
It is unfathomable that 2 years
and
ago,
therefore
the people
it's a bit
who voted for
impractical. Okay,
Mamata
let me just go across
are
to
not going to
Tushar
vote for
Gupta
her.
from here. Tushar
In
Gupta,
addition
let's
to
split
that,
the
you
screen
have
on
the
top.
SIR
Tushar
fiasco.
Gupta, how do you react?
I think we're still sticking to the numbers.
Mr.
That in the
Bhaumik, I know
first
that
phase,
you've been
TMC
doing
is definitely going to
a
cross
daily
100
analysis,
marks.
which you've been
And in the
posting
second phase, it's all TMC.
on
TMC
your,
is not going to come
social
down
media handles,
to 20
etc.
marks.
You
They
have a
are
very
going to
different
increase
story
their
to
vote
tell.
shares, definitely, and also the seats. In the first phase, Mr. Rahul.
No, I've seen the numbers from Amitabh. I'm not
in
sure what
about
Manojit Mandal was
32,000
saying
booths,
there.
the
But
elections were
look,
held.
the TMC can only start
In around
favorite in a
11
limited
to
number of
20,
seats.
12,000
This
booths,
time,
the
the
BJP don't
organic
have their
surge
agents.
in voter turnout, which
And
the TMC for
we
some
have
reason
seen
doesn't want
in
to
the
acknowledge
villages how
and doesn't want
there
to
is an
believe,
enthusiasm
that
for
is
TMC.
going
There is
towards
not
the
even BJP's
BJP
flags
in 91
flowing,
of these seats in
anywhere in the
2024.
villages.
The BJP
Especially
actually
in
outshined its
this
2021
part of the
vote share.
Ganges.
So
I
they
mean, in the
were
northern
making
region,
gains.
in the
Now
northern
they are
part
beginning to
of
convert it
Bengal,
because,
where
of
you
course,
have around
there has
50
been
to
an
53
updated
seats.
electoral roll.
BJP
The voters
might
are
do
coming out to
well,
vote, and there are a lot of
but
TMC
you know, in
voters
this part,
that are
like
now going
Bhum,
towards the
Bardhaman,
BJP. It's
you know,
not always
Bardhaman,
that, oh, we just need
West,
5 or 10
and
BJP voters to complete the
Midnapur, and also
election.
in
It's
Jangalmahal,
TMC
like in
voters that are now
Jhargram,
moving towards the
and in
BJP because
Bankura, is
also
part of
they feel
Jangalmahal.
disgruntled
BJP
after
used to
15 years.
hold that parliamentary
voters
constituency
voters
who may not
till
want to vote for the
2024.
TMC, but they
TMC
will also not vote for the
Jharkhand and
BJP. So where will they go?
They'll go to the left.
They'll go back to the left.
But I'll tell you, Anand, a majority of the voters who want to stick with the TMC, they'll stick with the TMC,
It had
and
slipped
it will
back
appear in
in
certain
the
regions.
2024 Lok Sabha elections. It had underperformed where it was even in 2018. And to some extent, of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north.
Look at some of the regions.
Why would you say that that trend will
phase,
hold?
Where some of these numbers are coming from, and also the vote share. If
At
there's
the end
possible,
of the
let's
day, you
just
see,
go and try to do
Rahul, I have
that.
seen Bengal elections in
Region-wise, so
78.
let's look at the region-wise
And I'm a
data
great
and then
believer in the
coming
fact
back to
of
you. So let's
organization.
open this up and
You know, at the
understand
end
the
of the
region-wise
day,
data for Bengal
time
phase
you are
1,
saying when
how
the
these
BJP
numbers
slipped
have been tabulated.
is because there was
So
a lot of
let's go for the
confusion in the
first
BJP
region, is
operation over
Jalpaiguri.
local
In
leadership and stuff
Jalpaiguri,
like that.
again,
You know,
the
at the
BJP
end of
is
the
actually
day,
making
Mr. Modi may
significant
be a
gains.
larger
This
than
is
life
on the
factor
back of a
all over
shift
the place.
of the
But
Hindu
in Bengal,
vote,
people
and of course
definitely
consolidation
you need
because
local
of the SIR
organization, you need
deletions
local
that would have
leaders.
happened into this number.
Just
So
Modi ji ke
22
naam
to
pe
24
chunav
seats
jeet
in
jayenge, ye
Jalpaiguri out
Bengal
of
mein nahi hoga.
27, so
And
that's
what
a
Manoj
big
ji
sweep.
said is very true.
Malda
You have
again
also
49
said,
seats the last
I
time
think
around.
yesterday,
They were
one of
struggling
these
at about
days
10
you
or 11
made
if
point
my
about
memory serves me
panchayat
right, but
election.
they've now moved
This
up
is
to
a very
16
big
to
factor.
18.
In
But
2000
Trinamool
election,
Congress
Ajit Pach
continues
was
to
a
be
veteran.
strong here in
He
the
told
Malda
me,
belt.
yeah,
Bardhaman,
you know,
20
at that
seats.
time Mamata was
This
the
is
challenger
where
and
the
left front
big
was his
gains
power.
also
He
happened.
said,
The BJP
your
was
Didi,
getting
and he was
stronger
in her
in
party.
Bardhaman
Your
over a
Didi
period
is
of
saying
time.
we
Now
will
again
win.
out of the
How is
20,
she
they
saying
are
all this?
taking bulk
Out
of
of
it,
the
11 to 13.
60,000
And
odd booths,
Medinipur,
can she
these
give
56
agents
seats
in
were
more than
very,
25?
very critical.
This is
In
very
Medinipur,
important.
the BJP had to get more than 40
lacks
seats.
the
and that's what it's
organizational
projected to get,
muscle
40
to the
42
last
seats in
mile,
Medinipur out of
and
56.
therefore
And
it's a
this
bit
is where the
impractical.
biggest
Okay, let
chunk
me just
comes.
go across
Remember,
to Tushar Gupta
from the
from here.
2021
Tushar
assembly
Gupta, let's split the
projections,
screen
Rahul,
on top.
their
Tushar
BJP
Gupta,
was defending
how do you react
55
to
of the
both Mr.
77 that
Mondal
they
and
gained,
Mr.
that
Bhaumik?
they
I
won
know that
last
you've
time
been
around in
doing
this phase.
a
But what they're
daily
doing is,
analysis which
in
you've been
areas like
posting
Medinipur and also in areas like
on your
Jalpaiguri, these two
social
belts
media
have become
handles,
so much
etc.
stronger, and that
You
their
have very
gains
different story to
are actually in this phase from these two districts largely. Or
No, I've
these two
seen the
regions
numbers
largely.
from Amitabh. I'm not sure what Manojit Mandal was saying there, but
Rahul,
look, the TMC can only start favorite in a
just looking
limited
at the
number of
larger
seats.
picture,
This time, the
here,
organic
it
surge in
appears
voter
that there
turnout,
has
which the
been
TMC
a
for some reason
massive
doesn't want
gain
to
in
acknowledge and
Jalpaiguri
doesn't want to believe,
as well
that
as
is
in
going towards the
Medinipur.
BJP.
For
In
the
91 of
BJP.
these
This
seats
is
in
where the
2024,
bulk
the
of the
BJP
gains
actually
are coming
outshined its
through.
2021 vote share, so
Amitabh,
they were making
can you
gains.
talk
Now
our
they are
viewers
beginning to
through
convert
why
it
this
because,
would be
of course,
happening
there
in
has been
such
an
large
updated
numbers
electoral roll.
to
The
put
voters
the
are coming out
BJP
to
where
vote,
it
and there are a
is
lot
in
of
phase
TMC
one?
voters that are now going towards the BJP.
Yeah, so
It's not
essentially, if you see,
always that,
Jalpaiguri
oh, we
has
just need
always
5 or
been
10
a
more
BJP
BJP voters to
stronghold.
complete the
The gains
election.
there are to
It's
the tune of
TMC
2
voters
seats.
that are now
It was
moving towards the
21 in
BJP
20,
because also
21
they feel
Vidhan Sabha,
disgruntled
now
after
21.
15 years.
There will also Malda be BJP
voters
who may not want to vote for the
And
TMC,
here is a
but
story.
they will also Congress not doing vote for the relatively BJP. well, So where will they go? and
They'll go to the
smaller
left.
parties like left as well as the minor party, at least from one view. What is happening is that they are leading to a split of minority votes, and BJP is kind of gaining here almost 5 seats.
So you're saying the Muslim vote has split, so reducing the seat share of the
in this zone,
increasing it for the Congress,
and also helping BJP in 5.
Dilip Ghosh is with us. Dilip da, namaste. Anand Narsimhan बोल रहा हूँ.
So double
नमस्ते जी. नमस्ते. आज दूसरे चरण का भी वोट हो गया. आप बताइए कि कैसा आपको लग रहा है, क्या लग रहा है?
Additions of voters.
एक तो इसको बोलते हैं ताबड़तोड़
31
voters were added.
इसमें एक बड़ा उदाहरण बना
is that
बंगाल के लोग ऐसे ज्यादा ही
area,
सक्रिय रहते
and
हैं,
the Hindu
राजनीति में
population
वोटिंग भी
here is
करते हैं
90%.
और हमारे यहाँ
Here
जो
is where the
संख्यालघु
split is
इलाका वहाँ
happening.
90% से
TMC
ऊपर
was
वोटिंग होती
33
है,
and BJP
नॉर्मल
was
हो
only
और
23.
एबनॉर्मल हो,
BJP is getting
लेकिन इस
almost
बार
43%,
पूरा के पूरा
41,
जगह
42.
और
So
कलकत्ता
18
जैसा
seats
शहर में
gained here,
60%
and
के
a
आसपास
similar
वोटिंग
thing
होती
is happening in
वो भी
Bardhaman, wherein BJP
85% 90
was
तक हो
only
गया है.
one seat in
गांव
one
में तो
district,
होता ही
which is
है.
Birhum.
एक
So
बहुत
it
बड़ी
is
बात है,
gaining here
एक संकेत
significant
है कि
number of seats,
परिवर्तन हो रही
largely
है
again
और
on
यहाँ
account of
चुनाव मतलब घर का
consolidation of
वातावरण
the
सत्य
anti-incumbency
होनी
vote
हिंसा
in these
होनी इस बार
regions
एक भी मॉडल
and
नहीं
a
हुआ है
counter consolidation
और चुनाव
of the
कमीशन ने
Hindu
बहुत बड़ा रिस्क
community
लिया था 2
because
फेज
of
में करने का
excessive
And Bardhaman has also
दिखाया
seen
ये
some
संभव
SIR
है बंगाल
deletions.
की जो
Yes, there
all these
there
regions
has
have
been an
seen
impact
SIR
of
deletions.
SIR
उसमें जो
Bardhaman
दाग था
also in
उसको ने
Bardhaman.
Yeah, so
साफ कर दिया
SIR deletions have
धन्यवाद
also
की
shaved
खाम
off the
और
margins,
लोग बोलते
plus
थे
the
कि एक बार
consolidation
हमको
of the
वोट
Hindu
देने
vote
की
in some
मौका
of these regions,
लोग
and
वोटिंग
the
नहीं कर पाते
diffusion of the
लोगों ने
Muslim
मौका
vote
लिया
in an area like Malda, which 49 seats.
Let's get a quick reaction from both
पर
Subir Bhaumik and
वोट
Mr.
पड़ रहा है
Monu.
तो उसका ये
Subir,
मतलब
first you.
नहीं है कि बीजेपी के फेवर में पड़ रहा है। तृणमूल कहता है हमारा भी वोट पड़ रहा है, हमारे वोट ज्यादा पड़ रहे हैं।
I mean, I don't disagree with what has been said.
लेकिन ऑलरेडी जो
end
पोल
of
आया
the
उसका
day,
जो संकेत है
you know, these
वो उस तरफ
projections
कर रहा
are
है।
not taken
और एक
into
बात देख
account.
लीजिए, बाकी देश में भी
Some
आप
of
लोग
the
बड़े
seats
अनुभवी हैं,
which has been
जो
shown
जिस
as
पोल
having
होता है लोग वहाँ
shifted.
बोलते हैं खोल
Some of these seats are going to be very, very tough fight, and that could swing
दूसरा
either
अपना
way,
राजनीतिक जो
even
मत
after
को वो उजागर नहीं करते।
deletions
इसलिए यहाँ
definitely
कई बार
is,
ठीक ठाक
you
नहीं
know,
आता
putting
है।
Trinamool at a disadvantage and BJP at an advantage because of obvious reasons which I don't
इस बार क्या अलग किया दिलीप दा,
But
एक बात
some of
बताइए,
these seats
बीजेपी ने
are
इस बार
very
अलग क्या
tight
किया?
fight
तृणमूल
and things
कहता है
could
सब
swing either
सेंट्रल
way.
फोर्स
I've
का
been checking
गुंडागर्दी है,
with my
दादागिरी
sources
है,
in
आपने सीएपीएफ
intelligence
लगा दिया,
agencies
ईडी
who
लगा
do
दिया,
quite
सीबीआई
exhaustive
लगा दिया,
service,
सब लगा दिया,
and they say
सारा
that
दमखम लगा
across
दिया,
Bengal
फिर
there's
भी
something
भाईपो
like
और
47
दीदी
seats
कहता है
which
कि
are going
नहीं
to be
जीतेंगे।
very tight
आप
fight.
तो बंगाल का हर खाक
And this is
खाना है,
central
मैं
India.
इसीलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ
And of course,
because you are one of the
independent
oldest
analysis
hands
that
of
is easily
BJP, जब
available
बीजेपी कुछ भी
were
नहीं था
tight
तब भी
fights
आप
to
स्ट्रगल
begin
करते
with.
थे, संघर्ष संघर्ष करते थे, आज भी आप कर रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं।
नहीं, पिछले 15-20 साल देखिए, मुझे जहां तक टीएमसी जो सत्ता में 11 में तभी सेंट्रल फोर्स नहीं था, इसका लाभ लेके आज सेंट्रल फोर्स यहाँ पंचायत चुनाव भी होता है, सेंट्रल फोर्स को देखने चुनाव घोषणा होते ही लोग बोलते हैं कि सेंट्रल फोर्स कब आए, पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं है, लेकिन सर पुलिस के अंदर बहुत परिवर्तन देखा हम लोगों ने, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। सेंट्रल फोर्स तो मास में हिंसा होगा, सेंट्रल फोर्स से हिंसा नहीं हुआ है, लोगों ने भयंकर वोट डाला है। आप सोच सकते हैं कि 1 बजे 70% पोलिंग हो चुकी थी, जो देश में कहीं नहीं होता है।
of tight seats. And that's where organization comes in. You know,
अच्छा मनोजीत मंडल आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, आपसे पूछ रहे हैं
section that Bengal muscle factor and all that. It's about mobilization. Mobilization. You know, getting the granny out to vote and all that stuff.
Chief Minister of BJP. Expectation in the first half. So obviously someone has been able to mobilize, and both sides have probably done a good job.
Assume that the turnout is because of
अब वो कार्यकर्ता हो गए, he is not going to fall.
Turnout is largely because of the SIR.
जिस दिन जब 4 तारीख को
hang on, he made the party from 10 to 77, but we wonder how was he sidelined by the party because of Shubhendu. He made the party, of course. He's absolutely right. That's his उन्होंने पार्टी को बनाया बंगाल में।
Turnout gains by about 10-15%.
के रूप में काम करते रहते हैं, जैसे
Wouldn't it be unreasonable to assume that these are only TMC voters who have come out to punish the BJP?
If you don't count the deletions, then the threshold mark
के अंदर है इतना ही, अब साइड है, मिडिल है, ये चीज में होता है।
आपने
5 to 6% charges that
आपने आंसर नहीं किया मनोजीत,
आपने वापस मिदनापुर अच्छा लगा, लेकिन 24 में आप तो मिदनापुर से हटाया गया, incumbency factor could be largely neutralized.
Acknowledgement that we haven't done a good job. Public anger.
बहुत मजा आ रहा है, लेकिन एक बात बताइए,
next year में Bengal, giving
उन्होंने एक प्रश्न पूछा, 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? अगर नतीजे आपके पक्ष में नहीं आए तो 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? दिलीप दा ने आपसे पूछा,
दिलीप दा को भी बुलाएंगे। दिलीप दा तो गए थे ना दीघा में, जगन्नाथ टेम्पल में ममता दी के साथ मुलाकात के लिए। 4 तारीख को दिलीप दा को बुलाएंगे और प्राइम मिनिस्टर सबको बुलाएंगे।
He's got some more data projections on leadership choice to Chief Minister sector, etc.
This is the vote tracker, and when we did this, what happened is we would today Shuvendu Adhikari has edged out as a CM choice than Mamata Banerjee. When we did the vote tracker, he was just about 5-6% behind, starting at 38%, but there was a 50-44%. But he's dropped 2% and he's actually gained, and there is no third phase. So
Dilip da, please wait. Manojit da is a good friend.
Manojit da may not even hold on to his own seat.
He is asking whether
this shift of Shuvendu Adhikari was into the studio here. Shuvendu Adhikari was chasing Mamata Banerjee right at her heels, and it looked like she was actually the one who was hiding in one of those areas in Bhawanipur, whereas he was out on the street, walking across the polling agent of the Trinamool Congress to have some water on a hot day. But he was out there, and there were more people chasing Shuvendu Adhikari this time, even the media, than Mamata Banerjee. That itself shows that she is not able to defend Bhawanipur. It's a big challenge, Saira Shahali में किशोर गुप्ता।
तो जानते थे आप लोग, अब सुशासन दे रहे हैं ना, और दूसरे प्रदेश में आके प्रचार भी कर रहे हैं। ये टीएमसी ने की माइनस ममता 0, बीजेपी ऐसे दर्जनों कार्यकर्ता है सीएम बनने के लिए, और रोज ऐसा कार्यकर्ता बनाते हैं। अच्छा, उसके बाद कौन है, उसके बाद कौन है, ऐसा प्रश्न हमारे पार्टी में।
अच्छा दिलीप दा बताइए ना, कौन सा जगह से सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी गेन करेगा? सीट कितना होगा बताइए?
नहीं, पुराना जो क्षेत्र है, फर्स्ट फेज में देखा ना आपने, जंगल महल और
I'm asking you on ground,
वर्धमान का और नॉर्थ बंगाल, ये हमारा पुराना
ever seen the
इसमें तो
Trinamool
हम
being
मान
so
लीजिए
nervous
पहले
and so
100
buzzing? Have you ever seen other party cadre being able to
अभी
walk out so
बाकी जो
fully? Have you ever seen the voter come out and smile and be ready to interact?
एक कांग्रेसी दौड़ था, सीपीएम में भी इसको क्रैक नहीं कर पाया ठीक से। एक ही बात उन्होंने कॉर्पोरेशन जीता था
Kolkata, South Bengal against the Trinamool Congress because of corruption, because of anti-incumbency, because of syndication, misgovernance. So definitely the urban voters, I feel, have come out, and I myself met a few
तो
people
overall 170 तक आएंगे आप?
who have been TMC supporters. So they told me this time they'll be voting for BJP.
एक आपसे मैं अभी वादा लूंगा हमारे पास।
So I was actually asking them like what kind of a change.
वादा लूंगा मनोजीत मंडल और आप दोनों 4 तारीख को हम मेरे साथ आएंगे।
Another third alternative,
कौन किसको मिर्ची लग रहा है, कौन जाल मुड़ी खा रहा है, किसको जाल लग रहा है, वो भी देखेंगे। वो भी देखेंगे। I think the simple insight was
और टीवी में रहते हैं और आप गाँव में मैदान में रहते हैं, उनके साथ मेरा दोस्त नहीं मिला अब मिल
दिलीप घोष जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। story to the streets of Bengal at a time when the BJP was just getting kicked, BJP workers were getting kicked and slapped all across and also the Trinamool. From that time on, allowing people in Bengal. Today it is good to see him on national television speaking with us. And you had Bhawanipur, yes, Rahul, to work on. Let's see how you return there because you've toiled a lot there. All the very best, Dilip Ghoshi. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's bring it back in. Nice banter here. Kisko jhal laga, kaun all that we see.
In the morning of an
come back to the numbers.
Usually, switch now. Just in the second
sorry, Rahul.
Some turnouts that we're reporting in phase 2.
So, sorry, you're having a conversation.
Charangi has seen a 33% jump. Bhawanipur has seen a 24% jump.
Yeah, can we have that on the
we're also looking at Mamata Banerjee usually doesn't in Kolkata at in the first other seats which was the late remarkable turnout. So Baligas 28%, 26.83%, almost 27% there.
In her home constituency, which is Bhawanipur,
we can
also
actually, when we did the Muslim, the Hindu and the VIP seats, if that's updated, we can see a good reference there too.
You can go anywhere, hypothetically.
Yeah, so can we look at the VIP seats? I think the VIP seats had that.
Sorry,
you've been waiting for a
I'm quite amused because at the end of the day, Shuvendra is from our state. At the end of the day,
voters have voted.
Also,
so the
equal insight.
My point. I'll tell you the background
ways
of
politics.
We can.
Those numbers are coming in.
That I'll give you the example years as LOP also.
One of the top 3 constituencies recorded 92.5%
to the point where perhaps
last
he's
time
even challenging Let me also bring in
12% increase, very substantial. We went and did the math.
Joining us. I know that
400 voters.
candidate has been a long.
Let me just show you. Can we just overall map
for you?
The voter map
reading
table,
the mood.
we've got the numbers here. We just put the voter map table that we used
and we're giving
for phase 1, phase 2.
The TMC.
No, not this one. The phase 1, phase 2, the overall
BJP
arithmetic. When we had the voter map, I'm just going to ask the team to just check.
In the first
not
phase.
This is 85.5 Bhawanipur.
Do you think
These
it's
are
an
the
accurate
VIP
assessment?
seats.
Do you think
each one of them.
Underestimating
the voter turnout? No, the voter turnout
project further.
Okay, Falta again at 5 p.m. it was 95.95.
You found yourself sort of
after these
in the middle
we'll get
of
the others. The trend Bengal phase 1 90 and 89.9 and 90%. So at 5 p.m. these were the numbers. The numbers have eventually settled. We'll get that. We had the voter numbers. Phase 1 3 crore voters have voted and the absolute percentage of voter turnout that we required. So we'll get that. We'll get that, and we'll also then do Tamil Nadu after that quickly. So I'm just going to check if the team is copying what I'm saying, and then we can quickly.
It's not about anything else.
So these are the actual numbers: 80.7 and 89.9. So we've done the voter map, and we'll talk about that. The voter map said that in phase 1, the base had come down. The base had come down,
which resonates most on the doorstep and
this is
among
right,
people.
finally. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Classes, etc.
There are perfect. Thank you. So
this election could really be it's sort of a landmark election insofar as that overturns a lot of existing assumptions of both psychology as well as political behavior.
We got Pradeep Gupta.
Let's go to Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep Gupta, as usual, you have hit
my
a
own
6.
sense
There are two contending polls. One is the Tamil Nadu contending poll, which is the vote white poll, and then there is the Axis poll. Both are polls apart.
In West Bengal.
So, explain to us,
to make a new beginning.
Mr. Gupta, how you have come to the conclusion that TVK will not dent.
But I feel that somehow
DMK, but
today,
will decimate AIADMK. If there is so much anti-incumbency, how is it that the DMK gets away unscathed, but the AIADMK gets flattened out that had no role in government?
Mounting incumbency, which has taken a very long time to actually manifest
here.
itself
Now coming to
fully.
the Tamil Nadu, and
Let me
that
ask
to
you, Mr.
TVK,
Dasgupta, follow-up
whatever
question.
vote share about
I've got
35% we are
two fellow
showing
panelists
for
here, Shobir
predicting
Bhomik
rather,
and Mr.
for
Mondo.
TVK
Both of them
and
say
DMK
that
alliance
one of the
both.
problems perhaps that the
TVK is
BJP might
contesting first
encounter
time
is that it
where
doesn't
their
have
vote is
the
coming
machinery
from these
that
35%.
Mamata Banerjee commands.
So,
do you think that
when it
at
comes to
some level
DMK,
they're right?
it is
Or
coming
do you
about
think that the BJP has built up its
vote
own
from DMK
cadre base
and about
and also has
32%
the
from
muscle, so to speak?
AIADMK.
Stamina, perhaps, if you would.
They are holding on to their
term in play
56% vote
to
share
take
of the
on
last
the
time
TMC.
when it comes to DMK, and when it comes to
But I think if you
AIADMK,
look
they
at
are
it
holding on to about
organizational
51%
terms,
vote
in
share
terms
of
of
their.
organizational muscle,
Now coming
in terms
to
of
how
political
this is
penetration
happening,
into the
there are two
grassroots. I
very
think the
important
Trinamool Congress is
demography
way
playing
ahead
the role.
of the BJP.
One is the gender.
I don't think even any,
Among women,
even as a
TVK is scoring
BJP person, I would be the
38%
first
as
to say,
against
look,
male
BJP does not have the
32%.
same strength
This
on
is
the
one.
ground
Two,
that the Trinamool Congress has.
Pardon?
But
no, go ahead.
No, please go ahead. I think this is very, very
Go ahead.
important.
So
What
the
is the
coming
nature
to
of
the
this
age
election?
group,
Is
in the
this
age group of
is this
18 year
election-
of
if this
age to
election
39
is
year
going to be
old,
settled
which contributes
on the strength of
42% of voting population this time in Tamil
which are
Nadu.
basically
Their
grassroots,
TVK
which are
is
local,
scoring
etc.
way high than
I think the
DMK and
Trinamool Congress would have a
AIADMK.
phenomenal
But when it
advantage.
comes to
But I
40
don't
plus
think this
age
election
group,
is being
where
settled
DMK
on
is
those
scoring much
lines
more
at all.
than the
From what I
TVK.
gather,
And that is the
it's
precisely
turning
reason
out
why
to be
both
a blind
the
referendum
party of the alliance, the
on
vote
how
share
the
in our
Trinamool
poll
has
is coming to
behaved over the past
35%.
15
Now coming to
years.
the seat
And
share,
when that
so
happens,
the
I
margin
think
is likely to be very thin
organization
in three-corner
fades
contest.
pales into the background.
But the
And I
DMK
think
on their traditional
it's more
stronghold is scoring
a sort of
big
emotional
margin
vote,
victory.
which
So
in which
their seat is
organization does not
comparatively coming less than the
supreme,
TVK
I mean, it
seat.
doesn't play the
So that is
paramount
the reason why we are
role.
predicting
And I think that's
98
perhaps what
to
is going to
120
happen
seats
in
for the
this election,
TVK
and we'll
and
find out
92
on
to
May the
110
4th. But that's
for the DMK.
Mr. Amit Shah came out
score-
before I
DMK
hand back to
score
Anand.
good,
Mr.
which
Amit
is
Shah came out
110,
and he
TVK
gave
may
a very
end up
specific
about
number.
98 or double digits.
To the BJP stallion phase one. He said 100. I understand the math and so on and so forth. And you've probably, I don't know what was your sample size. That could be great to also, in the first phase, if you could elucidate on that. But I just want to understand in 2021, how is it, or even if there is such, to be honest, in the 2019 Lok Sabha election, or even the 2020 anti-incumbency, it's not the. What is he basing DMK that is being punished, but a party that's not in power that is being punished?
I don't
What
know.
is
I mean,
happening
I'm not
here?
privy to all the,
Especially when the
information
AIADMK
which,
also has
Amit Bhai
caste-based
has
parties
from
supporting
different
it.
sources. I mean,
It is also
obviously,
very
it must be
caste-based
based on
and
something.
organizationally very
would-
adroit.
Without again going into the
ADMK,
exact numbers, which are
adroit
always very
configuration.
problematic, even the conversion of votes.
You
into
asked about the
seats,
sample
very, very
size. To be
problematic
precise,
issues.
it is
I think here we would
44,460.
say that
Very big sample size because we
this
have
is
got
one
the
of those
luxury
elections
of
where I think even in
these
terms
6
of the
days
popular
post poll.
vote, the
Now coming to
BJP may
why
well
the
overtake
anti-incumbency,
the
see,
Trinamool
it's
Congress.
anti-incumbency is definitely there,
it's going to be,
but what is important when there is an
it's something which
anti-incumbency,
which was
the next
considered
party to select
inconceivable,
for, what is
given the
going into voter
demographics
mind is who is the next or better party who they can select or adopt to.
The Trinamool Congress has.
In the process, they do not find AIADMK as a promising or the prospective party they should be voting for.
But I think we are
if you see the history in recent past, the two Lok Sabha election and assembly election,
based on
AIADMK has been routed very badly in case of Lok Sabha election, in particular 19 and 24 both the time.
But I think we are seeing
people are looking for a change, and that too about almost 50 years of these two parties who is ruling the state. People want change, and particularly this demographic shift and the new age people who are looking for a change, and if they can see change in the form of a new party or a new leader.
If that case, my point.
In that case, Pradeep ji, namaste, this is Anand Narasimhan here. In that case, Pradeep ji, then there should be an equal number of vote shift and a loss of vote shift for the DMK. Because if they are upset with the Rivayati parties and the traditional party and the anti-incumbencies with DMK, then there should be more votes. What you're saying is that there will be at least a focus has been on the KTCC belt where the DMK has stronghold. If you are giving DMK seats in its core stronghold, then Vijay should not be able to make those inroads.
That there was a
in terms of the breakup. Also, the 1 year belt, the delta region, the counter belt of the Kungu belt, also in the south where the Tewars are present, there are regional parties which have hold, and it's also the caste dynamic that come into play. And Vijay was not very active in those regions. He has actually mounted his campaign against the DMK. Bump up is about a 5% vote share continues to retain its stronghold. So what you gave as an insight, it's a little contradictory. That the voter is coming not out of a support.
So you asked me the region-wise thing.
Existential reason for
Chennai city in
what
particular.
Made you say that, or when did you realize that?
Is doing
was that something that the BJP had already picked up, or
so
that you realized when you went on ground
Tamil Nadu,
as a candidate to campaign?
Secondly, the delta, the Kaveri delta, DMK is doing very good. In southern Tamil Nadu, where I don't know what is making you to say so that he's not focused or not gone there and all those kind of things. Southern Tamil Nadu also DMK, TVK is doing very good. In western Tamil Nadu, the stronghold of AIADMK, there all three parties doing good. Western Tamil Nadu, all three parties doing good in our role. This is the story, and when it comes to the change, it cut across all the barrier and the boundaries when it comes to caste and those old theses and traditional things.
May have certain local resonance, but they are not seen as an alternative to the CPM. I'm sorry, to the Trinamool Congress. The BJP is, and yes, there are questions about the BJP. I know a lot of people have some skepticism about various facets of the BJP. It's not an unqualified support, but it's also, it is an unqualified rejection of what the type of politics the Trinamool Congress has.
If we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me.
What is your
how is
assessment
it
of
that
phase
TVK,
phase 1 we
in
put out the numbers, phase
KTCC,
2
out
was
of
again
37
historical
seats is
turnout.
getting 3 to 5.
Rash Bihari itself
Yet
has
is
seen about a
significantly
15 to
damaging
18%
DMK,
up, if not more,
and is
in
not
voter
seen as an
turnout
alternative
itself.
even
What is
when
that
it comes to the
reflective of?
AIADMK. So either he should be in second position,
Well, it's certainly a very,
he's such an outlier that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo, except for denting the DMK. Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert on Tamil Nadu at all.
Okay, so Chennai, by and large, last time was 16 out of 16 for DMK. They swept the election in 2021.
One of the reasons
there, many of those seats were won by massive margins, right? Which is why I find 3 to 5 a bit of a stretch. Vijay could take a lot of votes in Chennai that could all add up to his vote share. He could possibly win his seat in Perambur, maybe one more seat somewhere. But that still does not give him the muscle to get these 12, 14 or whatever number of seats across the state.
Second, I mean, by this vote by poll, only 3 to 5.
Yeah. So Anand, where I disagree with you,
Dasgupta,
doesn't need
there is a view that some of these voters that have decided to once again
one small
clarification, pumping up these numbers
I don't agree
to record levels this is happening because of anger.
Let me give you the example of a party called the PMK. The PMK has an average of about 5.5% vote share across the state. This is confined to 30 seats. There is no presence in the rest of the 200 seats. So therefore, PMK on its own in the past used to win 5 or 6 seats. And the overall vote share was
BJP on the SIR. How do you respond to this? The point that I am trying to make, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, is this. If he is such a big urban phenomenon and he is so popular amongst the youth and a large number of women, as the vote share seems to suggest, why is he languishing at 3 to 5?
Because I'm going to ride off the back of Dr. Sumant Raman's example. See, PMK was very successful because it applied to one constituency, the 1 year belt, and it was getting entirely the 1 year belt. The problem with Joseph Vijay is we don't know who he is plying. Is it the youth? Is it this? He hasn't found one niche. And therefore it is too spread out to be concentrated.
No, you look at the total number of voters in Tamil Nadu, the percentage of voters who are youth, syndicates. That percentage of voters, let's assume that all youth in Tamil Nadu have voted only for TVK. That base, what I'm trying to say, I'm just giving a scenario, that even that is not enough for Vijay to be able to convert to seats. The other thing, when you take the case of, when you take the example of PMK, DMDK or some of these smaller parties, what happens is they fight in an alliance across the other seats and they contribute to each other. Now PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20.
Yeah, but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They are fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the behemoth. Now, voting.
That usually does not let me.
Okay. Now here is another.
Based on how the results then swing on the 4th of May, then the task is also quite acute for whoever
Axis has come out and said,
let's look at that number, Kolkata and Bengal going forward. So Gupta,
you just got the information that Axis has come out and said right behind us, there you go,
long hard yards in the hot sun
TVK will get 98 to 120
recuperate and then perhaps celebrate on the 4th of May.
Now see, this is what I am saying.
Thank you very much.
Voter has made up its mind.
Let's just pull that inside out and take it to our
TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Raul Shivshankar is with Manojit Mandal and Shubir Bhamik.
If one were to believe, if one were to believe,
keep showing, no, both are getting back again. And now
but Smita Prakash with us, Amitabh Tiwari, Abhijit Mitra, Sumant Raman, and Tushar and Saira Shah in the studio. Yes, Rahul.
Gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed.
Because never in my so many years of election coverage and seeing elections in Bengal as a student has really
so the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK votes have got.
So here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. DMK.
I think it's
Dr. Religious identity.
It's not. I've just one second. And here the got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Access My India. Access My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110. Who calls himself vote share is 35%. The TVK 98 120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32. With a vote share of just 23%, out of the race, NTK is 3% and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. It's on our screen.
There might be truth to it because there has been a degree of appeasement, Mr.
90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 114.
Community.
If you take a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110.
So just as
shy,
the BJP
and then you have the AIADMK with 22
to what
to 32,
seems to
so
be
it's a medium
majority
of that
anxieties,
about,
and there's nothing
what
wrong
would that be, what,
in
26?
making that appeal.
Yeah. And here, unfortunately,
But there is
the DMK,
something
they
more
fall
to this,
short
and
of
I
the
want to
halfway
bring in
mark.
the
So
two
it's
Bengal
TVK
factors
already,
which nobody talks
and
about.
Vijay
And I'm
becomes
reminded
the
of
Chief Minister,
Jyoti Basu
perhaps the
in
first
96,
actor after
when he could not
decades
be
Are you
of
willing to
decades.
accept that
naturally
the
he was not
entire
very happy
ADMK
about it.
vote
He said
has transferred
historical
to TVK?
Well, you know,
I said,
anything
why
can
are you trying
happen.
to
That's what I'm trying to say.
You know, that was the Prime Minister.
They are missing
And
Janata, they are
you know what he
missing
told me,
their
and I'll
movie
have
star
to
leader.
tell
That's
you
what
in
they
Bengali.
want.
He said, if India does not survive, there will not থাকে ওখানে যদি ওরা আসে এখানে
This cannot
happen.
It cannot. It cannot.
meaning fear, means Muslim
This is
fundamentalists
this is
take over
saying that
Bangladesh.
the unpredictable can
These people
happen.
will
is
come.
there.
Suddenly in the last,
same thing happened in
I understand, but are you suggesting that in the last,
if you want
have a
more
situation,
sure,
Bengali Hindus have become so radicalized?
To what extent
and
he
so
does,
polarized?
I think
You believe he is
Now
going
you
to
are only saying why are
Bhawanipur
people
gate?
going all
Then
the way?
they will not
So
That's
basically precisely take what I'm down saying. Mamata because People they have feel that she decided is that they're betraying going to Hindu vote. interests to the point where the Hindu community is going to feel that they've tried out the other two options for 50, 60 years.
Let me make it more specific. Bangladesh elections were held in February.
This is a rejection of the
If you look at the electoral map of Bangladesh today, the Jamaat Islami, which has never won 18 seats in Bangladesh, got 68 seats this
What
time.
this is showing is that the
And
NDA,
out of that,
those
51
12
seats are on the borders of
including
West
PMK
Bengal.
put together are not going to get 30
kind
seats.
of
I'm saying
influence.
ADMK
They
at its worst has been
are
always at
Islamic
61.
and they insist that want to impose
repeat
Sharia. Bangladesh and Islamicize it. I don't think the BJP is wanting to turn Bengal into some sort of a...
I don't think even TVK people are not saying that.
I'm not...
That when BJP candidates go to these constituencies, especially on the border,
Let me frame this. Let me frame this.
It has an influence here because the border is open.
There
It's not like
is a
Punjab.
problem.
It's not like Pakistan
that two
Punjab and Indian Punjab.
But
Muslims
Subir
have
Bhawnik,
not
Tushar,
done
you want to respond to
for
Subir
all
Bhawnik
these
here?
decades,
I'll
and
give a
Tamil Nadu
simple
needs
number
fervent
because everyone is giving a
change.
lot
They
of,
will definitely back then
evidence
the
about what's
pretender to the
Muslim,
throne,
what's Hindu, what
which
in
is
Bengal.
Vijay. They will say, okay, if that is
there
the
are
way it is going
103
to be,
seats where the
we're going to
Muslim
go for
estimated
Vijay. Now I want to ask you,
that should bring the DMK down one by 199 of those in 2021. Even now, the TMC starts as a favorite in those seats. So if you're saying that Hindus have developed wing of fate, as the TMC would call it, not Rahul, but as the TMC would call it, the Muslims 9 out of 10 allowed to vote for the TMC, that's government.
Did we see this?
6 out of 10 Hindus turn out for the BJP, vote lock, stock and barrel, that becomes a polarized.
There is, he told everyone that you need to wear these beige trousers and white shirt and come out and vote. And throughout the morning, there were nobody who came out to vote. In the afternoon, sure, some of these Visselkunjas came out to vote. But throughout the morning, there was absolutely nothing. There is, see, when you see this kind of a wave, this is a very visible indicators. You see the trends on the ground. You're not seeing it. Very bad. EPS for all his social indicators of Muslims there are particularly bad because if you look generally across India, they are in competition with. And he drew exactly. He drew really massive crowds. Like we said, he may have been absent. It becomes fairly easy to sell any kind of narrative. Now, notice how the SIR and CNRC played out. There was a massive surge. The Assamese Muslim has a very unique identity of their own, and we don't want these Bangladeshi Muslims coming in. As opposed to Bengal, where that identity wasn't there. So it became very easy to all wrap it around and sell it as one package. That is not get rid of the Bangladeshi Muslims. Most probably you will also get caught in the drag net and you will also get kicked out.
My thing is that if without the ADMK and this was the first time that the BJP on its own, it is across the seats. But if a Muslim vote consolidation is standalone, that is secular. That's what kind of a language. Correct. What I'm trying to say is that
the third poll was the BJP.
Yeah, the third. That was at the Lok Sabha level. What I'm saying,
there are many who say that there is no consolidation. There is no Hindu
get
vote
this 120 because I am a Vijay fan. Let's say that. But realistically, on ground, you cannot take away the might of
2019 Lok Sabha, it jumps to 40%.
The ADMK on any given day is assured of a 26%. At its worst, it's assured of 26%.
If some kind of a Hindu consolidation was not happening, this upward trajectory includes BJP. So it is happening, and now when the results come out, this includes if we all Mamata Banerjee, that means a Hindu consolidation has happened.
Yes, Hindu consolidation might be happening, but is it happening on the back of some sort of primal instinct, which is
test
we
we
are
get
under
61 seats.
attack.
I'm just
BJP
saying
has drawn up maybe a kind of sort of othering
maybe some
in the state
personalities
of
don't want to
Muslims.
upset the
I
incumbent
think
government, but
we've
they
got
also
to sort
want
of
to see
distinguish
somebody else
between
win.
why
So
Hindus might
let's
be coalescing
slam dunk the
around the
AIADMK.
TMC.
Who knows,
viewers? There is
I'm
a lot
just saying,
of evidence
let me ask you
also
this
to
in this
suggest
house
that
before we go.
perhaps
Tushar Gupta is also
there
here.
has
We're
been
just counting down to
an
Bengal and we'll shift focus to
overemphasis
Bengal. Let me ask you.
on the rights of
My
one community
campaign
or the
was
other.
stitched
We have
against you.
seen
You are the
even the
incumbent.
court step
Okay.
in and remind
This is
Mamata
the
Banerjee
established
that she must
challenger
be
to this
governing
incumbent.
equally
If people want to
all
vote for me,
denominations.
will their
And,
voter
the
come and
courts
vote
have
for
taken
me,
a
or will
deep
your
note on
voter
one
come and
occasion,
vote
but
for
on
me if
several
there is
occasions.
anti-incumbent?
So, I mean, the Hindus
Right now,
might be
all
feeling
pollsters are
legitimately
saying his voters will
discriminated
also challenge,
against.
his voters will come
at
and
the
vote
end
for
of
me,
the
and
day-
their
So who's
voters will continue
polarized?
to vote there because there
At the day,
is
you know,
despite the anti-incumbents. This
I'm
logic
not getting into
is
this moralistic
somewhere it
judgment
defeats the whole
about, you know, all these things. I'm trying, as a journalist, my job is to say what is happening on ground.
TVK voters to mobilize in his
Here,
favor.
there is
The DMK
definitely,
fought this campaign
and in
against
this election,
Vijay.
anyhow,
They
people
took
more
on him.
preponderant
The
than ever
outlier
before,
poll
the religious
right now that
identity has
everyone
become
is
very,
talking
very
about,
important.
which has
Either
become
side.
the national
Either side.
talking point,
And
is the Axis
what
My
Hindu
India poll,
consolidation,
because
what
of
Swapanda was
this
talking
very
about, he has a
polarized
point.
projection.
We are also an outlier. Vote
Very
wipe is also an
importantly,
outlier.
there is a
Called
degree
ADMK as the
of
winner.
polarization that even Mamata has
Are
affected.
the two outliers?
Frankly, Sudhir Bhamik and Rahul, if you bring it back here, Sumant Raman wanted to come in and so did Tushar. But this Hindu consolidation, for the first time you are saying Hindu, otherwise the entire vote was split. Look at Kerala, SC, ST, upper caste, and Tamil Nadu में आ रहा है, देखिए सर, देखिए सब दिखा रहे हैं, vote one by one. Kerala,
Anand, one second,
vote
Mr.
wide
Mondo
and
actually wanted to
largely
make a point
JVC,
on
Pol
this,
Mantra,
and he said,
everywhere.
I have been
Others
denied the
Rujhan
opportunity.
is towards the UDF. The UDF moving away. I thought Banerjee is safely enjoying it, just sipping chai and enjoying this. That's where it is. The NDA may break into the numbers. JVC gave more generous than vote wipe overall. But maybe 3 or 4 seats. That's what it is for the UDF. For Kerala, it is going towards the UDF. That's how the winds are blowing in one direction. That it is the UDF. So there is a change in government there. That's what the exit polls show. Out of the 140 seats, the UDF should be anywhere between 75 to 80 seats. Let's go across to the next one. That is Assam. In Assam, the clear
as much as you try
hit
to
out of
do
the
these,
park.
people of Bengal
It's
will be
a
more
one-way
bolster.
game. BJP plus
And BJP
Himanta
will be
Biswa
driven
Sharma,
out.
Silla,
I don't have to
phenomenal
speak.
mandate.
I'm
95
coming on
seats
fourth,
is
and
what
even fourth
everybody
I'm
is saying.
speaking, numbers to
93
speak.
to
Not
95
your
seats is
numbers,
what the
Sandeep.
BJP will get.
Thank
So
you
a
very
handsome
much
win,
that you're not allowed to
all
speak.
moving in the same direction.
you are doing the job
And that's
for
why
us.
there are no
And on fourth
hurdles
evening,
or
I'll
differences,
advise you,
anomalies.
please change your
In the
strategy.
case of Tamil Nadu,
There
let's
are
look at
issues
Tamil Nadu.
which will be discussed on
Two
fourth.
groupings are actually
Change your
giving,
strategy.
let's
As long
flip
as
to
you
Tamil
do
Nadu.
this,
So we have
people of
JVC
Bengal
and
will be
vote
more
wide, who are
delighted
actually
to
giving
vote
the mandate
BJP
to
out.
the
In
ADMK.
fairness, in all
There
fairness,
is one that is giving, that is Axis giving the mandate to TVK, while the rest are saying that the DMK will just about hold on. Even Tushar and Sumant Raman want to respond at the cost of the ADMK. This logic is being questioned by a lot. The results will be evident on the 4th of May, and we'll know who gets it right. Vote wide, JVC, Axis, or the others like Matri and Pima. We'll see that. Now let's look at Bengal.
And this attempt
then we
is
put the phase 1
essentially
numbers
not
here at CNN News
to
18
lure
exit projections.
the
We are putting
Bengal
out only
voter
phase 1
away
numbers
from
today.
Mamata
Phase 2
Banerjee,
will
but
be on the
to
30th.
lure
That's
the
tomorrow.
Hindu voter
The
alone
Rujhan
away from
largely,
Mamata Banerjee. And that is why
except
it
for
is a
people's pulse,
polarizing
is
effort.
towards
And that is why it's not
Dilip Ghosh Dilip getting past the post comfortably. So almost all except for people's
नमस्ते जी
strategies, poll dash, दूसरे चरण का भी वोट हो गया, are saying that the mandate is in favor of the BJP, although JVC seems to have hedged his bets a bit and said that Trinamool may just edge past the post if this scenario happens. But even then, it's the NDA or the BJP that has got its nose ahead in the case of Bengal. Now, phase 1 numbers, Amit Shah had said 110 seats is what the BJP is confident of getting in phase 1. Record voter turnout, commendations to the voters for coming out in such large numbers. The phase 152, not 1152, 152 seats. This is the number, 88 to 98 seats, so very close to a century number.
करने का, और उन्होंने करके दिखाया ये संभव है। बंगाल की जो पॉलिटिकल कल्चर है
split that a bit.
उसमें जो दाग
So 51 to 61, 2 to 4 seats to the Congress, nothing to the others. So the Congress may be in, but this is a big win. This is almost nearly doubling. Bengal, 55 of the 77 they had got the last time. So Amitabh Tiwari, your thoughts behind this? Why, how, and we'll get into the zones also.
2021 Vidhan Sabha, BJP was around 59 seats in this phase. This phase has only one zone, which is the Malda zone, which has 49 seats, which has a minority majority. In other zones, there is significantly higher Hindu population. What we are witnessing, Medinipur is one of the zones which has gone to poll with 56 seats, and that is Suvendu Adhikari's core area. Jalpaiguri with 27 seats has always been a stronghold of the BJP. So what we are seeing is that in response to misgovernance, Mahila Ashuraksha and excessive minority appeasement, there is a significant Hindu consolidation which is happening on the ground in these 152 seats, barring the 40 odd seats. And this is what has given a big jump to BJP's tally, and it is expected to improve from 59 to, let's say, I think the midpoint is 94.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request, I think the numbers are not showing, so just read that, but we'll update it on the grid on our windows. So midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1, 93 out of the 152 seats. That actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return a highest ever and never before number in phase 2. Saira Shah Ali, is this possible, this trend that others are showing?
There's no clear winner if you look at it, because the different pollsters are predicting different outcomes. Now, what will really determine who's going to win is the silent voter. And we've seen that in the rural belt, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and because of the women voters. However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made a significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about ending corruption. Somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal, BJP still has a sway. I still feel that the left would gain a full chance overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is sorry?
But we wonder how was he sidelined by the party?
Right now, the first phase, we saw a highly outrageous voter turnout. It has never happened since the independence, since the country's independence. Today's second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean two things. It could mean that this generally it happens is when people are looking for change. Okay. Now on the other hand, what the reports that are coming in is that the rural voters, because of the women, irrespective of who is standing or who is campaigning, en masse they go and vote for BJP. Okay? And the minorities also, generally the buzzes start consolidating. Now the
4% to Congress, and in the first phase Congress is getting 4 seats. That means Congress has been TMC. Is that
what I said? It would get about 4 seats.
No, that's okay. I'm talking the first phase, 4% and 4 seats to Congress. That means Congress has significantly dent TMC because it's 40 to 44%.
It's becoming the next Yom Bengal.
Of those 152 seats, there were 53 seats which have a Muslim population more than 30%.
Which is what the
Mamata Banerjee anyway starts as a favourite in those seats. If the Congress has to dent TMC, it will dent them in those seats. That is where I agree with Amitabh's calculation here. But if he is giving 80 to 90 in the first phase to the BJP, it means they are converting the seats where they were strong. They are converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this puts them actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing, we still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the lower denominator factor, but that is not the case. That is only a still only a
overall numbers, absolute numbers also the voters are higher.
I am loving this matter. Modi ji
Not just percentage, absolute numbers.
BJP improved its vote share in 2025, and we seem to think BJP had a bad election campaign in 2024.
That's exactly what
Manojit Mandal, Subir Bhawmik, please wait.
Is also greater than 2021.
True, but there's a point Amitabh Bachchan has been making, and I agree with what Tushar said. Yes, the BJP Lok Sabha got 12 seats compared to 18 seats in 2019, but they won more assembly seats.
Yeah, 92. The projection was up from 77 to 92.
So in that, has that been?
In 2021, the percentage point gap between the BJP and the TMC was 22. It came down to 6 in 2024. Sometimes you're so fixated on the seat count, you forget to look at the vote share. And this is where 2024 was very
So it's for the first time in this phase also,
that's the math is not adding up to me. No, I'll tell you why. What's happened is the Congress has eaten a TMC vote where the Congress vote has been cannibalized by the BJP at that point.
Bengal. ये हमारा पुराना गढ़ है।
Hindu voters have shifted.
The Hindu voters have shifted from TMC. Plus, there is also others 10% vote share. So the others in the field who are broken away, they are eaten into the Trinamool Congress, and it's not necessarily this is first phase. So 4% vote share for the Congress party, but this 10% has also eaten into the Trinamool Congress vote share, and the BJP is also benefited with the shift of the Hindu vote from the Trinamool to the BJP. Possible.
Left party.
Left party. Will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are predicting for phase 1?
मैं आपको बता दूं बिहार का
This is certainly the direction. Further consolidation of the BJP vote is evident. The manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months, we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So this 44 is a gain of how much in the first phase? About 5%, at least 5 to 6%. So that is the number that we require to really cross something the last time around. 44%. So 44. So 5% increase is what the BJP requires to wrest power in West Bengal, and we seem to have crossed that according to our own polls, according to your polls, and many other polls are also showing that. Compared to Lok Sabha election, I think Lok Sabha election, the issues were different. Here the issue was whether to let Mamata Banerjee to be in power once again or to vote for a change.
So that's going to add to your game. Let's go kicked and slapped all across by the and also the numbers that we from that time onwards he's struggled in Bengal, and today it was good to see him on national television
is now somewhere getting about 93-94 seats in the first phase. Your first reactions to
work on. Let's see how you return there, because you've toiled a lot there. All the very best, Dilip Ghoshi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would imagine it's not very much off the mark. It could be plus minus 4 or 5 either way.
All that we'd see, but
because in the first phase they have their performance has been solid.
Turnouts
and it's not unexpected in view of the fact that the first phase has been in areas where they have done quite well for the last several years. So I would be surprised if they get something fairly close to that. Or there are some tight seats in the first phase as well as in this phase.
So
and therefore 5 to 6 seats here and there,
26.83%, almost 27%.
But the point is that
27%.
Ultimately, the battle for Bengal will be won and lost.
Hindu and the VIP
won or lost. Not in the first.
Let me go straight across a hub where both Subir, Bhawmik and
can we look at the VIP seats?
So let's go straight across, let's join them. At the hub, we've set up a small hub, viewers, where we're going to be looking at some of these conversations in detail. So thank you very much. Should be very nice to see you in person.
My point, I'll tell you the background to this.
Fundamentally, we're looking at a
situation. Those numbers are coming in.
where it appears that anti-incumbency first phase seems to have caught up with Mamata Banerjee. Do you think this poll is projecting things right? I know that there's a variance between this poll and some of the other poll of polls.
We went and did the math and we actually found out 400 voters fewer.
First of all,
let me just show you. Can we just put the math table? The voter
that was the case in 2021 and even in 2024.
The voter math table that we used.
It is unfathomable that 2 years ago,
not this one, the phase 1, phase 2, the overall arithmetic.
Are not going to vote for
when we had the voter map.
In addition to that, you have the SIR
check. Not this.
I think we're still sticking to the numbers. That in the first phase, TMC is definitely going to cross 100 marks.
No,
and in the second phase, it's all
the voter turnout math.
TMC is not going to come
down. At 5
down
p.m. it was 95.95.
They are going to increase their vote share.
Get the others
definitely,
Bengal
and
phase
also
1,
in the first phase, Mr. Rahul.
So at 5 p.m. these were the numbers. The
in
numbers
about
have eventually
32,000 booths, the elections were held.
We had the voter numbers.
In around
phase
11
1, 3
to
crore voters
12,000
have voted,
BJP don't
and
have
the
their
absolute
agents.
percentage of voter turnout that we
have seen in the villages how
we'll get
there is an enthusiasm for TMC. There
we'll
are even BJP's flags flowing anywhere in the villages. Especially in this part of the Ganges. I mean, in the northern region, in the northern part of
so these are the actual numbers, 80.7 and 89.9.
BJP might
the voter map, and we'll talk about that.
In this part, like Birbhum, Bardhaman, Bardhaman West, and Midnapur, and also in Jungle Mahal, like in Jhargram. And in Bankura, part of Jungle Mahal. BJP used to hold that parliamentary constituency till 2024.
So this is phase 1, 2021. Total voters was 3.8 crore.
The
phase 2,
outcome in 2021,
so total voters
was not
7.3.
Number the best for the BJP.
Phase 1,
it slipped back
crore
in the 2024, rather 2024 Lok Sabha elections. It had underperformed where it was even in 2019. And to some extent, of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north.
So that means
why would you say that that trend won't hold?
Already 20 lakh voters more on a lower base of 3.6.
At the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have seen Bengal elections since 78.
At 5 p.m.
And I am a great believer in the fact of organization.
If it is at 2.7 crore,
at the end of the day,
it will be
time you are saying when the BJP slipped.
This
is because there was a lot of confusion in the BJP organization over local leadership and stuff
we
like
already have
at the end of the day, Mr. Modi may be a larger than life factor all over the place. But in Bengal,
this number is more.
Definitely you need local organization, you need local leaders.
2016
just Modi ji ke naam pe chunav jeet jayenge, ye Bengal mein nahi hoga.
You take 21,
said is very true. You have also said, I think
my point is,
so this is 2.95. So when
point about
Panchayat
election.
This is a very big
factor.
Is greater than 2021.
Election, Ajit Maja, veteran.
Which is
he told
every
me,
single 5 years.
You know, at that time, Mamata was the challenge and left front
my
was the
point
power.
is,
he said,
all
your
this
Didi,
talk about
he was in her party.
Massive turnout,
your Didi is saying, we will win. How is she saying all this? Out of the 60,000 odd booths, can she give agent in more than 25? This is very important.
BJP lacks the organizational muscle to the last mile, and therefore it's a bit impractical. Okay, let me just go across to Tushar Gupta from here. Tushar Gupta, let's split the screen on top. Tushar Gupta,
and then you have to look at the search for every single
and Mr. Bhaumika, I know that you've been doing a daily analysis which you've been posting on your social media handles, etc. You have a very different story.
My point is, overall across the state, if you take past elections and you compare
I've seen the numbers from Mamata. I'm not sure what Manojit Mandal was saying there, but look, the TMC can only start favourite in a limited number of seats.
Is very simple.
This time the organic surge in voter turnout, which the TMC for some reason doesn't want to acknowledge and doesn't want to believe, that is going towards the BJP. In 91 of these seats in 2024, the BJP actually outshined its 2021 vote share, so they were making gains. Now they are beginning to convert it because, of course, there has been a here total role. The voters are coming out to vote, and there are a lot of TMC voters that are now going towards the BJP. It's not always that just 5 or 10 BJP voters to complete the election. It's TMC voters that are now moving towards the BJP because also they feel disgruntled after 15 years.
There will also be a group of
somewhere
voters
around
who may not want to vote for the TMC, but they will.
I agree.
So where will they go? 24 lakh of if I spread across 290 votes, even if I spread it evenly, that is great
greater than the margin of victory of the.
It certainly is.
So that
My point is, it happened.
Dilip Ghosh is with us. Dilip da namaste. Anand Narasimhan बोल रहा हूँ. Let's go. नमस्ते. आज दूसरे चरण का भी वोट हो गया. आप बताइए कि कैसा आपको लग रहा है, क्या लग रहा है? We got Pradeep Gupta.
Pradeep Gupta. As usual, you have hit a 6.
बंगाल के लोग ऐसे ज्यादा ही
there are two contending polls.
वोटिंग भी करते हैं.
One is the Tamil Nadu contending poll, which is the vote white poll, and then there is the Axis poll. Both are polls apart.
पूरा जगह और कलकत्ता जैसा शहर में
explain to us,
वोटिंग होती है.
Mr. Gupta, how you have come to the conclusion that TVK will not
बहुत बड़ी बात है, एक संकेत है कि
DMK but will decimate AIADMK. If there is so much anti-incumbency, how is it that the DMK gets away unscathed, but the AIADMK gets flattened out that had no role in government?
ये संभव है. बंगाल की जो पॉलिटिकल कल्चर है उसमें जो दाग था उसको उन्हें साफ कर दिया. धन्यवाद.
तमिलनाडु
और लोग बोलते थे कि एक बार हमको वोट देने की मौका, पोलिंग नहीं कर पाते. लोगों ने मौका लिया, खत्म करना, और लोगों ने भरपूर वोटिंग किया.
पर वोट पड़ रहा है तो उसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि बीजेपी के फेवर में पड़ रहा है. तृणमूल कहता है हमारा भी वोट पड़ रहा है, हमारे वोट ज्यादा पड़ रहे हैं.
वो तो ठीक है, सबका पड़ता है. 4 तारीख को होगा. लेकिन ऑलरेडी जो पोल आया उसका जो संकेत वो उस तरफ कर रहा है. और एक बात देख लीजिए, बाकी देश आप लोग बड़े अनुभवी हैं. जो एग्जिट पोल होता है लोग वहाँ तो बोलते हैं,
होल्डिंग ऑन टू देयर
बंगाल के लोग मैक्सिमम लोग नहीं बोलते. तो डर है. दूसरा अपना राजनीतिक जो मत को वो उजागर नहीं करते. यहाँ कई बार ठीक ठाक नहीं आता है, लेकिन ट्रेंड जो आया है वो निश्चित है. साल 2 साल में देश में जो चुनाव हुआ
इस बार क्या अलग किया दिलीप दा, एक बात बताइए. बीजेपी ने इस बार अलग क्या किया? तृणमूल कहता है सब सेंट्रल फोर्स का गुंडागर्दी है, दादागिरी है. आपने सीआरपीएफ लगा दिया, ईडी लगा दिया, सीबीआई लगा दिया, सब लगा दिया, सारा दमखम लगा दिया. फिर भी भाईपो और दीदी कहते हैं कि नहीं जीतेंगे. आप तो बंगाल का हर खाक छाना है. मैं इसीलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूं. प्लीज गो. यू आर वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट हैंड्स ऑफ बीजेपी. जब बीजेपी कुछ भी नहीं था तब भी आप स्ट्रगल करते थे, संघर्ष करते थे. आज भी आप कर रहे हैं. तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं.
नहीं, पिछले 15 साल देखिए मुझे, जहां तक टीएमसी भी जो सत्ता में 11% तभी सेंट्रल फोर्स था, इतना ही था, इतना कड़क. इसका लाभ लेके यहाँ पंचायत चुनाव भी होता है सेंट्रल फोर्स को लेकर के. चुनाव घोषणा होते ही लोग बोलते हैं कि सेंट्रल फोर्स कब है, पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं. लेकिन सर पुलिस के अंदर भी बहुत परिवर्तन देखा हम लोगों ने. और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. तो मास में हिंसा होगा, सेंट्रल फोर्स के चलते हिंसा नहीं हुआ है. लोगों ने भयंकर वोट डाला है.
So the margin is likely to be very thin in three-corner contest,
जो देश में कहीं नहीं होता है.
The DMK on their traditional stronghold is scoring big margin.
अच्छा मनोजीत मंडल आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, आपसे पूछ रहे हैं.
Comparatively coming less than the
আপনি কি চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন বিজেপি? আপনারা তো জিতছেন, চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন তো আপনি? আর ইউ বিকামিং দ্য চিফ মিনিস্টার অফ বিজেপি?
होते आदमी नहीं
and 92
ना
to
जो होते आदमी आज तो करते हैं जो पार्टी दान हो रही है.
चीफ मिनिस्टर
की पार्टी जाओ बोलते हैं
DMK
छेड़ दो तो छेड़ दो,
which is 110.
तो अब वो कार्यकर्ता हो गया. He is not going to fall for that.
Pradeep ji, what you have not explained,
कुछ होगा
look,
नहीं.
I understand the math and so on and so forth.
4 तारीख को
I don't know what was your sample size. That would be great to also.
Hang on, he made the party from 3 to 77. But we wonder how was he sidelined by the party because of Subhendu's entry. He made the party, of course. He is absolutely right. That's his
obvious anti-incumbency.
उन्होंने पार्टी को बनाया बंगाल में.
DMK that is being punished, but a party that's not in power that is being punished. What is happening here? Especially when the AIADMK also has caste-based parties supporting it. It is also very caste-based and organizationally very
आपने आंसर नहीं किया. दिलीप दा ने क्या पूछा?
दिलीप दा, आपने बाफर साहब मिदनापुर अच्छा लगा, लेकिन
very
में आप
big
तो
sample
मिदनापुर से
size
हटाया
because
गया
we
क्या
have
क्यों
got
हुआ
the
क्या
luxury
हुआ
of
कुछ पता नहीं चला
these
आप तो जीत गए थे वहाँ पर
ममता बनर्जी को किसने हटाया?
24 में तो हटा गया ना
why
किसने
the
हटाया था?
anti-incumbency,
किसने भेजा था? ममता बनर्जी को
anti-incumbency
मारा
is
था?
definitely there, but what is important when the anti-incumbency, the next party to select what is going
दो ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं आपके
the
बीच में
next
आ जाऊं,
better
हस्तक्षेप करूं,
party
या फिर थोड़ा
who
झाल
can
और चाय
they
मंगा
can
के
select
आप दोनों
or
का
adopt
बैठकर
to.
एंजॉय करूं. बहुत
So,
मजा आ रहा है,
in
लेकिन
the
एक बात
process,
बताइए,
they do not find
पर मनोज जी
AIADMK as
आपने
a
उनका प्रश्न
promising or the
he is answering,
supportive party they
he
should
is
be
answering,
voting
he is
for.
answering every question of
If you
yours.
see the
उन्होंने एक
history
प्रश्न
in
पूछा
recent
कि
past,
4 तारीख
the
के
two
बाद
Lok
आप
Sabha
क्या
election
करेंगे?
and
अगर नतीजे
assembly
आपके पक्ष
election,
में नहीं आए तो 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे?
AIADMK
दिलीप
has
दा ने
been
आपसे पूछा,
routed
उसका भी जवाब
very
दीजिए.
badly in case of Lok Sabha election, in particular
दिलीप दा को भी
19 and
बुलाएंगे
24
दिलीप दा
both
तो
the time.
गए थे ना दीघा में हो जगन्नाथ टेम्पल
people
में
are
ममता
looking
दी के
for
साथ
a
मुलाकात
change,
करने
and
4 तारीख
that
बाद
too
दिलीप दा को
about
बुलाएंगे
almost
वह शपथ में ममता दी शपथ
these
लेंगे
two parties
और प्राइम मिनिस्टर
who's
सबको
ruling the state.
और प्राइम मिनिस्टर
People
सबको
want change,
बुलाएंगे
and particularly this demographic shift and the new age people who are looking for a change, and if they can see change in the form of a new party or a new leader,
मुश्किल की बात है.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर का
अच्छा, in that case, Pradeep ji, namaste. This is Anand
ये
Narasimhan
मजेदार
here.
बात है.
In that
मोदी
case,
झालमुड़ी खाई, इनको
then there should be an equal number of vote shifts and a loss of vote shifts of the DMK.
I am loving this.
Because the
मोदी जी ने
upset the revival parties and the traditional party and the anti-incumbency is with DMK, and there should be more votes. And Vijay's focus has been on the KTCC belt, where the DMK has stronghold. If you are giving DMK seats in stronghold, then Vijay should not be able to make those
inroads. He is asking whether Dilip Ghosh ji will
in terms of the breakup. Also, please wait. The Amitabh Tiwari's finger belt or the Kungu belt. Also in the south where the Tewars are present. There are
whether he will be the
parties
CM
which have
candidate or
hold,
not.
and it's also
कहीं
the
ऐसा
caste
तो नहीं है कि
dynamic that comes
मनोज
into
जी दा
play.
phase 1
And
का
Vijay was not
exit
very
poll
active
देख
in
के
those
अभी से
regions.
सोच रहे हैं कि
He
बीजेपी
has
सरकार आ
actually
रही है.
mounted his
He's
campaign
a good
against the
friend.
DMK, and you are saying that the DMK
देखिए
continues to
भाजपा
retain
में
its
किसी को
stronghold.
भी आप सीएम बना
it's a
दीजिए.
little
विक्रमादित्य सिंह का सिंहासन है. आप बोलिए पिछले 3-4 साल में जो हमारे सीएम बने हैं देश में, किसको वो जानते थे आप?
Chennai
आप
city in
सुशासन दे रहे हैं
particular,
ना, और दूसरे प्रदेश में आके प्रचार भी कर रहे हैं. ये टीएमसी ने
so good in northern Tamil Nadu,
बीजेपी ऐसे दर्जनों कार्यकर्ता है सीएम बनने के लिए, और रोज ऐसा कार्यकर्ता बनाते हैं.
अच्छा,
उसके बाद कौन है, उसके बाद कौन है,
southern Tamil Nadu, where
अच्छा दिलीप दा बताइए ना कौन सा जगह से सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी गेन करेगा?
not gone there and all those kind of things.
पुराना जो क्षेत्र है जो देखा ना आपने जनरल माहौल
TVK
और
is doing
राढ़
very
क्षेत्र
good.
में बीरभूम
In
का
western
वर्धमान का
Tamil Nadu,
और नॉर्थ बंगाल, ये हमारा पुराना गढ़ है.
AIADMK,
इसमें तो हम मान लीजिए
all
पहले
three parties
142
doing
52 में से 100
western Tamil Nadu, all three parties doing good in
अभी बाकी जो
this is the story, and when it comes to the change, it comes across all the barriers and the boundaries when it comes to caste and those old thesis and traditional things.
नहीं पाएगी.
That is when the change emerges.
इस बार बीजेपी यहाँ भी क्रैक करेगा और मध्य से लेके हुगली नॉर्थ साउथ
largely an urban vote bank, and in the rural areas
ओवरऑल
is much
170 तक
weaker.
आएंगे आप?
And from an organizational perspective, even in the booths, we hardly saw TVK people in all the booths in rural areas.
एक आपसे मैं अभी वादा लूंगा, हमारे पास
has been said that Vijay would get a lot more votes in urban areas, but in the rural areas, he's not really going to be a serious player.
फिर कौन किसको मिर्ची लग रहा है, कौन झालमुड़ी खा रहा है, किसको झाल लग रहा है, वो भी देखेंगे.
नहीं
वो भी देखेंगे.
How is Vijay faring in the rural areas?
Yes. So in rural areas, 35% vote share for the DMK and 33 is failing there. Is failing there in rural areas. And in urban areas,
दिलीप घोष जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Such a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
And 35%
you know, everything aside,
this is the
you accuse my university at times.
Everything aside, his credit having
from being the
predicted some things which were found to be quite bizarre, but when it turned out, the results were quite accurate. But whether this will be one of that or it will turn out to be a bizarre prediction, we'll see later. But my question is,
from that time onwards, he struggled in Bengal, and today it was good to see him on national television speaking with us. And you had
I remember an election in which which all of us predicted
to work on. Let's see how you return there, because you've toiled a lot there. All the very best. 2016
election.
Thank
so
you.
It has
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One possibility I would
nice
like you to
banter here.
consider
Kisko jhal laga,
is
kaun
you have done the
all
post-poll
that we'll see, but
Switch
it
now.
people
Come back
go
to
and
switch
vote
now. Just a
exactly
quick
as per
couple
their
of things to
preference on the real
turnouts.
vote. When they come out and you ask them after 2 days, who did you vote
so
for?
Chorangi has
they
seen
have
a
already voted for
33%
somebody,
jump.
ADMK.
Bhawanipur
Let me say
has
TVK.
seen a 24%
Because you
jump.
love
Yeah, can we
Vijay.
have that?
Many of us
We're also
love
looking
Vijay
at-
as an
we're
actor.
also looking
so
at,
you might actually do one thing in the polling booth. Come
other
back and
seats
say
which have
something
seen
else. This is a
remarkable
strong
turnout. So
possibility.
Ballygunge,
If the results were to be completely
28%,
online with what
26.83%,
Amitabh has
almost
predicted, where it's a
27%
small
there.
tally for the TVK, this could be a possible consideration.
We can actually, when we did
Another question, did you conduct any
the
pre-poll
Hindu and the
surveys?
VIP seats,
Was it evident in pre-poll surveys that there is a huge vote share that is going towards the TVK, or is it sudden?
Yeah, so can we look at the VIP seats? I think the
where
VIP
people went to
seats
the
had
polling
that.
booth that morning, decided not to press the button for TVK.
You've been waiting for a long
97%. That must have been the undecided voter who would have.
That number would be less.
So some of them might have.
My point. I'll tell you the background
One question I wanted to see: Do you really see Vijay becoming chief minister?
I'll give you the example of
Do
Tamil
you
Nadu.
project that at all?
One of the top 3 constituencies recorded
So,
92.5%.
So GVL,
Last time it had
you are
recorded
right,
81,
it
82,
may be
whatever.
the case, but that is
12%
this
increase,
business
very
is.
substantial.
We'll have to
We
believe
went and
what
did the
people are
math and we
saying,
actually found
and
out
we have
400
been
voters
quite
fewer had
No,
successful
voted.
in
let me
doing
just
so.
show you. Can we
And
just
the
show that
overall
map
this
table?
point, we have predicted
The voter
81
map
elections
table,
so far and
we
all
got the numbers.
70
Can you just
accurate.
put the voter map table
Coming
that we
to
used
that is possibility. I mean,
for
people
phase
say
1, phase
out
2?
of their
No, not this one. The phase 1, phase 2, the
overall
overall arithmetic.
I am not denying
when we had the
that.
voter map,
But
just
that
going to
is
ask the
something
team to
beyond
just
my control.
check.
Okay.
Not this. This is 85.5 Bhawanipur. These are the VIP seats.
DMK
each one of
spokesperson
them.
is also here with us.
The voter turnout. The voter turnout map. Okay, again at 5 p.m. it was 95.95.
My India
after these,
and
we'll
also
get the others. The trend Bengal phase 1
are suggesting that
90
the
and
DMK, I think they're going
89.9 and
against
90%.
the
So at 5 p.m. these
run
were
of
the
play.
numbers. The numbers have eventually
Projecting
settled.
different players,
We'll
but saying
get
that the DMK
we
is
had
not
the
going to
voter
make
numbers. Phase 1, 3 crore voters have
See,
voted,
I've seen
and
about a
the
dozen of
absolute
surveys.
percentage of voter turnout that we
Apart from
required.
2 surveys, 10 other surveys
so we'll
have
get
said
that.
DMK is coming to power. Some
We'll
have
get that,
predicted
and
as
we'll
high
also
as
then
maybe
do Tamil Nadu
170,
after that
180.
quickly.
Some
So,
have predicted that
I'm
we are
just
going
going
to
to
get
check if the
120,
team is
121
copying what I'm
to
saying,
power.
and then we can
And
quickly
2
move.
outliers who says that
So these are the
maybe
actual
we'll only get
numbers,
75,
80.7 and
80. But there's also
89.9.
one
So we've done
survey
the
that
voter map,
completely
and
says
we'll talk about that. The voter
ADMK
map
is
said
decimated.
that in phase 1,
So, but in my opinion,
the base had
having
come
been
down.
in the ground,
The base had come down.
we are
Okay,
definitely
we're looking.
winning this election. And Yedapadi is not unfortunately seen
Yeah,
as an
this is the one.
alternate
Right,
in
finally.
Tamil Nadu.
Thank you very much. Thank
That
you.
is why he had lost 5 major
there I prove
elections.
that. Perfect. Thank you.
As well as a number of white votes that happened in Tamil Nadu. You don't see anywhere in Tamil Nadu, you're not seeing it now. Okay, and that is why even in the preferred chief minister candidate surveys, it was my chief minister followed by maybe 45%, and number 2 there are 20% odd, and then maybe
We got Pradeep Gupta.
Let's go across to Pradeep Gupta.
The position of DMK
Pradeep
being
Gupta,
the number
as
1
usual,
party,
you have hit a 6.
Is a constant.
There are
Who's going
2
to be number
contending
2 is the
polls.
question here.
Salam, let me
One
ask you
is
this.
the
Do you-
Tamil
do
Nadu
you in your
contending poll,
assessment
which
believe
is the
that
vote
the
wipe poll,
TVK can
and
take
then there is the
35%
access
vote share?
poll. Both are polls apart.
Is that a groundswell on
explain
ground
to us,
that would give him 30 to 35% vote share?
Mr. Gupta, how you have come to the
We don't know how
conclusion
it
that
work, but I will tell you
TVK
this.
will not dent
Hypothetically, even if I had
DMK
to
but will decimate
accept that 35%,
AIADMK if
it's
there
going
is so
to
much
be
anti-incumbency? How is it that the DMK gets away unscathed, but the AIADMK gets flattened out that had no role in government?
That ADMK being completely obliterated.
So you believe that the TVK has done
having
enough
me
on the
here.
ground
Coming to
to
hypothetical Tamil Nadu, and that
no, we
to
all understand
TVK,
hypothetics. I'm
whatever
asking you,
vote
sir.
share about
You're probably
35% we are showing
just
for
one second, let me just ask him straight off the bat. It's a good
TVK
question
and
that unopposed, and I'm going to press on with
TVK
it. I'm
is
asking you,
contesting
sir,
first time, so where
it's been about
their vote is
what,
coming
8 days
from
now
these
since the
35%.
last the Tamil Nadu election wrapped
When
up.
it
So I'm
comes to
asking you very simply
DMK,
this.
it is coming about
In your internal assessment,
34% vote
where
from
does Vijay
DMK.
stand?
and about 32% from
I do not think you will going to get 32%
AIDMK.
for sure.
How much? They are holding on to their 56% vote share of the last time when it comes to DMK, and when it comes to AIDMK, they are holding on to about 51%.
Even in your channels, previously said.
What's the vote share that you were
how this is happening? There are two very important demographics playing a role. One is the gender.
DMK vote or ADMK vote.
Among women,
purely TVK.
TVK
what was
is
the vote
scoring
share that you were willing to
38%
credit that he'd get?
as against
15%,
male
20%, 25%,
32%.
35%. What percent? I'm not even saying DMK is losing or not. I'm just asking you, what was your assessment? Rahul's also asking the same thing. No, please go ahead. What would you credit given Vijay and your understanding on the ground?
Age group,
what is the vote share that you think
age group of 18-year-old
to give an answer.
39-year-old, which
a politician. My job is not
42% of voting population this time.
Let's say hypothetically,
their TVK is scoring way high than DMK and AIDMK.
I think what Mr.
When it comes to 40 plus age group, where DMK is scoring much more than the TVK. And that is the precisely reason why both the party and the alliance, obviously, now coming to the seat share,
also trying to say
so
that
the margin is likely to be very thin in three-corner contest.
Opposition face.
But the DMK on their traditional stronghold is scoring big margin victory. So their seat is comparatively coming less than the TVK seat. So that is the reason why we are predicting
and if TVK is coming out as a
120 seats for the TVK and 92 to 110 for the DMK. If DMK
it should pinch from both. That's not happening in the Axis Mind.
Which is
That's what I was trying to submit. Yes,
it may end up about 98 or double digits.
But Pradeep, what you have not explained, I understand the math and so on and so forth, and you probably, I don't know, what was your sample size, that could be great to also, if you could elucidate on that. But I just want to understand here is that the DMK, how is it that if there is such that enough damage has been done by the TVK to the AIDMK anti-incumbency, it's not a bit of a player? Specifically somebody who is punished, but a party that's not in power that is being punished. The lead pole of the opposition. Here? Now, does that mean especially that when the AIADMK also has caste base, and that it means that the TVK has really gone up? It is also very caste based. Before I bring in Mr. Organization solo, to get a sense of where this election is going. ADMK.
I am replying to Anand Pai last time.
Adroit configuration.
DMK alliance has secured 45% about the sample size. To be precise, it is 44,460. Very big sample size because we have got the luxury of these 6 days.
Sir, there is just one point. If you are, as per your poll, you are giving the ADMK 42% vote share, ADMK plus in the 1 seat.
But
and
what is important when there is
in the Vallar and the
next
counter
party
seat,
to select
that itself is 50 seats for the ADMK.
Who is the next
that
better
vote share
party
itself, irrespective of what the others get, because of their entire
adopt
consolidation, that itself is 50 seats for the
in
ADMK.
The process,
so
they
there
do
is
not
something
find
in that calculation. That's my
as a
humble submission.
promising or the prospective
on the
party
fourth
they
we will
should
know.
be voting for.
Just opening this up
if you
to
see
the larger national picture, and we're joined by Ashwini Kumar Anand will be here with us. We'll take Ashwini Kumar solo as we enter the final leg of this long broadcast that has been now going on for 5 hours. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, thank you very much. Mr. Ashwini Kumar Anand and myself, please, on screen. Thank you very much, Director Saab. Very kind of you. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, what we're seeing now, I'm putting all the results together. What we're seeing is a mosaic. We're seeing perhaps the BJP breaking new geography, consolidating in one in the east. So we are seeing perhaps the BJP, the lotus bloom in Bengal. Perhaps, if the projections hold true, largely,
this is Anand Narasimhan
and
here.
We're seeing
in that case,
the BJP retain
then there should be an equal number of vote shift and a loss of vote share for the DMK.
Perhaps
because
the beginning of the end of the TMC, and we're seeing the continued decimation of the Congress.
Then there should be more votes.
There is the prospect
Vijay's focus has been on the KTCC belt, where the DMK has stronghold. If you are giving DMK seats in its core stronghold,
not a clear mandate for the Congress-led alliance, which the Congress will
in terms of the breakup. Also, the 1 year belt,
perhaps in Tamil Nadu, a new player or the AIADMK coming back, depending on the two
also in the south
polls.
where the Tewars are present.
What does this tell you? If you were to apply the larger gauge from a national perspective,
it's also
what
the
does this
caste
tell you?
dynamic that come into play. And Vijay was not very active in those regions. He has actually mounted his campaign against the DMK. And you're saying that the DMK continues to retain its stronghold. So
without doubt,
it's a little contradictory.
Whichever way the Bengal
I'm
polls
coming
go,
to that, Anand.
Ji.
So if you ask me the region-wise thing, in Chennai city in particular, Vijay is doing extremely well. He's not doing so good in northern Tamil Nadu, barring Chennai.
It can legitimately
Secondly, the delta, the Kaveri delta, DMK is doing very good. In southern Tamil Nadu, where I don't know what is making you to say so that he's not focused or not gone there and all those kind of things. Southern Tamil Nadu also DMK, TVK is doing very good. In western Tamil Nadu, the traditional stronghold of AIADMK, there all three parties doing good. Western Tamil Nadu, all three parties doing good in our poll. So this is the story, and when it comes to the change, cut across all the barrier and the boundaries, when it comes to caste and those old disease and traditional things.
Has been the driving force in both Tamil Nadu and Bengal, and that I believe is the general consensus. Assam, of course, was a given. I had expected Congress to do better. You said that Congress was becoming, the word estimated, I would say, relatively in our party, and I continue to believe the ideology of the Congress party has been reduced.
If we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me, how is it that TVK in KTCC out of 37 seats is getting 3 to 5? Yet is significantly damaging DMK and is not seen as an alternative even when it comes to the AIADMK. So either he should be in second position or he's such an outlier that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo except for denting the DMK. Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert on Tamil Nadu at all.
Okay. So Chennai, by and large, last time was 16 out of 16 for DMK. They swept the election in 2021. There, many of those seats were won by massive margins, right? Which is why I find 3 to 5 a bit of a stretch. Vijay could take a lot of votes in Chennai that could all add up to his vote share. He could possibly win his seat in Perambur, maybe one more seat somewhere. But that still does not give him the muscle to get this 12, 14 or whatever number of seats across the state.
Second, by this vote by poll, only 3 to 5.
Yeah. So that's what. See, one point. Where I disagree with you is he doesn't need
in the urban pocket of Kanchipuram, Tiruvallur,
one second. One small clarification.
One by one.
Then the DMK standing.
I don't agree.
So are you telling me AIADMK voters who were sick and tired of the DMK who wanted
Let me give you the example of a party called the PMK. PMK has an average of 5.5% vote share across the state. This is confined to 30 seats. I mean, there is no presence in the state. So therefore, PMK on its own in the past used to win 5 or 6 seats. And their overall vote share was 5%.
You are proving the point that I am trying to make, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, is
the BJP's votes also.
If he is such a big urban phenomenon and he is so popular and a large number of women as the vote share seems to suggest, why is he languishing at 3 to 5?
Because I'm going to
in your own logic,
example. See, PMK was very successful because it applied to one constituency, the Baniyar belt, and it was getting entirely the Baniyar vote. The problem with Joseph is Vijay, we don't know who he is flying to. Is it the youth? Is it this? He hasn't found one niche, and therefore it is too spread out to be concentrated.
This logic says the core DMK voters. No, if you want to make
that percentage of voters, let's assume that all youth in Tamil Nadu have voted only for TVK.
The AIADMK
that base, what I'm trying to say is that even that is not enough for Vijay to be able to
another thing. When you take the case of when you take the example of DMDK or some of these smaller parties, what happens is they fight in alliance across the other seats and they contribute to each other. Now PMK is a case 30 seats only. I'm talking about 20. Yeah, but here, but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone, and that's why they have to actually.
There has never been any sign of party losing.
Yes, he does have. Absolutely. Okay. Now here is another outlier. Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
Almost similar.
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that. We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said right behind us. There you go. Axis says TVK was the person who had control of the party.
Wow.
Why do you think
the only one to say
now see, this is what I'm saying. If the
AIADMK
voter has made up its mind that TVK, yes, TVK is going to be in the running.
Excuse me,
that's exactly what I'm saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
it keeps showing both are getting. He is organization with the most strongest embellishment.
If there was such a gentlemen, 1 minute please, if there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed. What they are saying is that a 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the AIADMK votes have the viewers who like it.
Gentlemen, here it is. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Axis My India. Boggled. Axis My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have
take a step back.
Here you can see the DMK is at 9210 of polls viewers. Vote share is 35%. We have the TVK 98,120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32. With a vote share of just 23%, which is out of the rate. CNN out of the rate. NCNA News 3%, which shows that others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll. But it clearly suggests that there it is. It's on our screen, so just about there.
The halfway mark.
Viewers, this is what the TVK, which is Vijay, 90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. The DMK is going to, if you take a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110 of just a little shy. And then you have the AIADMK with 22 to 32, so it's a medium of that is about what would that be? 26 is going to surge ahead. And here you have, unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK on side and Vijay becomes the Chief Minister, perhaps the first actor after decades and decades in office.
That the entire ADMK
and the TVK,
transferred to TVK.
Anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
They are missing Jayalalitha, they are missing their movie star leader. That's what they want.
It's these two polls, the vote vibe and the Axis My India, that is striking. This cannot happen.
It cannot
Conversation is not happening because fundamentally, if one were to believe that there is anti-incumbency and it's deep against the ruling alliance, which is the DMK alliance. So if you have a situation where the
votes into seats,
closest competitor is blanked out,
I think
you believe
DMK retains quite a bit of its hold. That's precisely what I'm saying. If people have decided that they're going to vote, runs away with for change. So if there is anti-incumbency, it's Vijay. They've tried out the other two options, the DMK coalition. Perhaps somewhere in the middle, and the TVK will run away with this election.
This is a rejection of the
vote vibe seems to suggest that there is enough anti-incumbency, but not to one extent
DMK is still at 110.
People presume.
What this is showing is
so decisive, but it will be relatively clear, simple majority for the AIADMK, the challenger, because of its massive coalition alliance, caste alliance, and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, Vijay won't be a factor. But you are saying we have two extreme polls that are really talking about two extreme outcomes.
I don't think
if that is a conversation we were having.
TVK people are not saying this.
I'm not.
One second. Even in their witness lead,
let's have order here, please. One second. Let's just.
And this is not.
Let me frame this. Let me frame this.
It's just one actor, one individual.
If the voter
you cannot have an entire state as big as Tamil Nadu rallying behind one actor. I can understand cinematic charisma.
Groupings
I can understand stardom. I can understand fan clubs. But are you telling me fan clubs overnight are more politically
they will definitely back then the pretender to the throne, which is Vijay. They will say, okay, if that is the way it is going to be, we're going to go for Vijay. Now I want to ask you,
that should bring the DMK down one by one. See, that makes absolute no sense.
If Vijay were to come striding through viewers, it would break the chain. Then we would have seen a massive wave. Not having succeeded, everyone would have one of the first in the last 30 years about this in the lead up.
Did you see this wave?
Did we see this be a massive leap of faith? It's happened, of course, in other democracies. It's happened in Ukraine, for example, where
he told everyone that you need to wear these beige trousers and white shirt and come out and vote. And throughout the morning, there were nobody who came out to vote.
All of us agree that it's cinematic charisma. This is Vijay's stardom.
Why is this throughout the morning there was absolutely nothing. There is see, when you see this kind of a wave, this is a very visible wave. You see the trends on the ground. You are not seeing it on the ground. I feel that guy will EPS for all his faults hate the DMK. Is not that incompetent to lose in such a spectacular fashion.
And he drew massive crowds.
And he drew exactly. He drew really massive crowds. Like we said, he may have been absolutely in the fight, but his campaign was
any reason to believe that their party cannot take on DMK. That is not the ground situation.
There was a massive surge of so-called attendance at the rallies, but it didn't translate into campaign.
No, it translated into votes, it didn't translate into seats.
No, come on.
And the BJP came up to
DMK has what was it, about 14-15% of
the loyal vote.
The alliance got 18%.
To be the loyal vote,
please
they would have won every single election.
Please understand
they have not won a repeat election since 1972
without
more
the
than
ADMK.
3 decades.
This was the first time that the BJP on its own across the seats got
that
was a standalone BJP vote share. So that's what
there was no BJP.
Correct. What I'm trying to say
let's take the third poll of the BJP.
Yeah, he was at the 14%. That was at the Lok Sabha level. Rahul, what I'm saying, I would love to see
highly in the past, and even now his ratings are high.
Because I am a Vijay fan. Let's say that.
What people say,
realistically, on ground,
to be a
you
much
cannot take
better
away the might
administrator. This is the public.
Even the young people. The ADMK on any given day is assured of a 26% at its worst. At its worst, it's assured of 26%.
But that is not. That is part of
the base is not as much to give him.
PMK includes BJP.
All youth were to vote for the PMK.
Mind you, BJP
this includes what we saw in the campaign. How is that possible? This number of access, they have said, and he's not a small leader. EPS may not be a national face. The ADMK on its own, if it contests, will get 61 seats.
Maybe some personalities don't want to upset the incumbent government, but they also want to see somebody else win. So let's slam dunk the ADMK. Who knows, viewers?
I'm just saying, let me ask you this in this house before we go. Tushar Gupta is also here. We're just counting down to Bengal and we shift focus to Bengal. Let me ask you, my campaign was pitched against you. You are the incumbent. Okay.
No politician runs
this is the established challenger to this incumbent. If people want to vote for me,
you think
will their voter come and vote for me, or will your voter come and vote for me if there is anti-incumbent?
Whether they right or wrong.
Right now, all pollsters are saying
that the polls
his voters are also challenging. His voters are also their voters. This logic is somewhere it defeats the whole thing.
And ADMK alliance never.
All of them are saying that
if you look at the poll of
TVK voters to mobilize in
correct.
The DMK fought this campaign against Vijay. They took on it.
The outlier poll right now that everyone is talking about, which has become the national talking point, is the Access Mind poll because of this very polarized projection.
We are also an outlier. Vote-wise is also an outlier. But seats is not going to be too many. 4 to 10, less than double digits actually. But what Access Mind India said that there is not so much anti-incumbency against the DMK. But all ADMK supporters are going to move to TVK and it's going to be lock, stock, barrel as this is quite bizarre for the reason that they have. So and then look at the rest. The rest are saying he's going to get Kerala. And it's the ADMK plus that will suffer. This combination of 13 parties will suffer.
vote
but
wide
the DMK
and largely JVC, poll mantra,
now
everywhere.
In a scenario like this,
Rujhan is towards the UDF. The UDF
has to
moving away from the LDF and the mandate
90 of those seats are in rural Tamil Nadu.
That's where it is.
So,
the NDA may
whether or
break
not
into the numbers.
somebody
JVC
applied
gave
their
a
mind
more
to this
generous
arithmetic is the
than
question
vote
that
wide
we're asking.
overall.
Yeah.
But
This
maybe
is-
3 to
can I
4
just be
seats.
brutally honest?
That's what it is
This
for
is
the UDF. So
outlandish,
Kerala, it
and
is
I
going
think this
towards
is
the
great for
UDF.
social
That's how
media,
the
gives
winds
you
are
great traction,
blowing
you
in
become
one
the news.
direction.
If-
That it
if
is the UDF.
Mojo
So there
for
is
3
a
days,
change
or
in
tukka
government
lag gaya
there.
na, tukka.
That's what the
Then you
exit
become
polls
the
show. Out of the
expert,
140
and you can come
seats,
and
the
dance
UDF
here.
should be
Otherwise,
anywhere
how-
between
how do
75
you
to
remember
80
Pradeep got
seats.
wrong?
Let's go across to the next one.
No, who else
That
is
is
giving it?
Assam.
Nobody else is
In
giving it.
Assam,
Nobody is giving
the
an absolute
clear
majority or even close to
hit out of the
majority,
park.
but being a
It's a
significant
one-way
player,
game. BJP
18 to
plus
20%, sorry, even
Solar
18
is
to
a phenomenal
20%.
mandate. 95 seats is what everybody is saying. 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. So handsome win, all moving in the same direction. There is a local, and that's why there are no there's a hurdles or differences, anomalies. In the case of Tamil Nadu, let's look at Tamil Nadu. Two groupings are actually giving 90% Tamil Nadu. So we have JVC and Vote Wipe. They have who are actually giving the mandate to the ADMK region by region. There is one that is giving, that is Axis giving the mandate to TVK, while the rest are saying that the DMK will just about hold on, even as in South where the Christian population is a little heavy. At the cost of the ADMK. This logic has been questioned by a lot, but the results will be evident on the 4th of May, and we know who gets it right. Vote wide, JVC, Axis, or the others like Matriz
Wherever he's
and
pinching
Pima.
10 to 11%
We'll see that.
votes
Now
or
let's
of
look
the
at Bengal.
share,
Bengal,
it's the DMK which is
poll of
hurting
polls
more
first
than
up.
the ADMK.
Then we
Pinching
put the
votes from
phase
both
1
sides.
numbers here at
Their
CNBC
projections
18 exit projections.
on ground
We are putting
mirror
out only
or
phase 1
almost
numbers today. Phase 2
mirror
will be
what
on the
Vote
30th.
Wipe
That's
has come out and
tomorrow.
projected. And I saw
The
numbers
Rujhan
just now,
largely
and it's quite surprising.
is
Down in
except
Tamil
for
Nadu.
people's pulse.
Whereas
is towards
these
or in
numbers seem to
favor
be
of the
inspired
BJP
by the base
getting past
as
the
Lok Sabha
post
2024.
comfortably. And
Yeah.
that's
So
where a lot of
almost
the
all
polls may have got
except
it
for
wrong.
people's Lok Sabha 2024 should not be the base because there was no
JVC and
ADMK alliance in its
are saying
presence
that the
in
mandate
its present form.
is in favor of the BJP.
If
Although
if these numbers anywhere close to this, that means there's some kind of an anti-incumbency in such a situation, whether the DMK or the ADMK,
or the
if they
BJP
don't come
that
to
has
first
got
past
its
the
nose
poll,
ahead
they will need
in the
support.
case of
Which way will
in the
the
case of
TVK
Bengal.
go? Because
Now,
if the
phase
TVK
1
is
numbers,
such a big
Amit Shah had said
disruptor and he's
110
led
seats
such
is
an
what the BJP is
anti-DMK
confident of getting
campaign
in
so
phase
far,
1.
will he
Record
align
voter
with the
turnout,
AIADMK? Will all the
accommodations to the
others
voters coming out in
supposedly
such
who
large
haven't
numbers.
been part of
The
any
phase
grouping or move away? Those,
152,
even
not
those who were part of
1152,
these groupings,
152
will they
seats.
move away? You never
This
know
is
with
the
Congress,
number.
right?
88 to 98 seats, so very close to a century number.
I'm just going to request our team
phase 1 only
that
by
phase
8:30
1,
let's try and move
152
towards
seats, so
Bengal.
we'll have to
Amitabh
just
Tiwari has walked in.
split that a
Abhi.
bit. That's
Arey
all.
bhai
So,
sahab,
51 to
itna bada
61,
yahan par,
2 to 4 seats to the
chal raha hai
Congress,
Bhawanipur.
nothing to the others.
So the Congress may be in, but this is a big win. This is almost nearly doubling.
To speak a bit of
Bengal, 55 of the 70% they have got the last time. So Amitabh Tiwari, your thoughts behind this? Why, how, and we'll get into the zones also.
Out. I can understand. Go on.
2021 Vidhan Sabha BJP was around 50%. This phase has only one zone, which is the Malda zone, which has 49 seats, which has a minority majority. In other zones, there is significantly higher Hindu
For new
population.
parties,
What we are
which
witnessing,
come on the horizon,
Medinipur
it's
is one of
difficult
the
to predict
zones which
exactly what their
has
share
gone
will
to
be
poll with
because you don't
56
have a
seats,
base
and
to
that is
project.
Suvendu Adhikari's
Point number one.
core area.
Point number two,
Jalpaiguri with 27 seats has
ground
always
report
been a
suggests that
stronghold of the
TVK has
BJP.
done much better than
So what we
you
are seeing
expected.
is that in
But if
response
anybody
to
had tracked this
misgovernance,
election over the last
Mahila
few months,
Asuraksha,
you cannot have a
and
party
excessive
suddenly
minority
from pre-poll
appeasement,
1 week before
there
election
is a significant
at
Hindu
15% or
consolidation
10%
which is
going to
happening on the
35%.
ground
It doesn't
in
happen
these
that way.
152
So if
seats,
somebody
barring
is
the
predicting 100
40 odd
seats,
seats
what
which
was
are
their
in
projection
Malda,
a week ago?
and this is what
Okay,
has given
let's ask
a
Amitabh.
big jump to the tally, and it is expected to improve from 59 to, let's say, I think the midpoint is 94.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request our team, the numbers are not showing, so just read on that, but we'll update it on the grid on
93,
our
windows.
Midpoint so midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1, 93 out of the 152 seats.
What do you think
that actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return a highest ever and never before number in phase 2. Saira Shah, is this possible, this trend?
One thing is very clear from all this.
I believe this is going to be a cliffhanger fight. There's no clear winner if you look at it, because the different posters are predicting different outcomes. Now, what will really determine who's going to win is the silent voter.
Now the question is,
and we've seen that in the rural belt, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and because of the women voters. However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made a significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about change and ending corruption. Somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal, BJP still has sway. I still feel
in fact,
that the left would gain a few seats overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is,
the state is up for grabs.
Sorry?
You're talking about the first phase.
Point is,
I'm talking about right now the first phase. We saw a highly unprecedented voter turnout. It has never happened since the independence, since the country's independence. Today's second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean two things. It could mean that this generally it happens is when people are looking for change.
Come down to where the ADMK was.
Now, on the other hand,
so you're saying that there is residual
the reports that are coming in is that the rural voters, because of the welfare scheme, women, irrespective of who gets
anti-incumbency
or who is campaigning, who is canvassing, en masse they go and vote for these
change, and there is such a
and the minorities also generally the buzzes start consolidating
the numbers
votes.
that it is getting?
Now
why isn't it
main
if there is 4% to Congress and in the first phase Congress is getting 4 seats, that means Congress has the TVK. Is that
how you fight it out? It would get about 2 seats.
If you gave 4% to Congress,
4% is we have been tracking this.
No, that's okay. I'm talking the first phase. 4% and 4 seats to Congress. That means Congress has significantly dent TMC because it's 40 to 44%.
Phase 3, that's why it is denting the ADMK in the Malda zone to gain advantage of this anti-incumbency.
Of those 152 seats, there were 53 seats which have a Muslim population of more than 30%.
Which is what the
Mamata Banerjee anyway starts as a favourite in those seats. Now, if the Congress has to dent TMC, it will dent them in those seats. That is where I agree with Amitabh's calculation here.
And of
but
all the 4
if he's
states,
giving 88 to 90 in the first phase to the BJP, it has they're converting the seats where they were strong.
The middle and
they're converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this is actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing, we still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the lower denominator factor, but that is not the case. That is only a half
of this.
That is still only a
overall numbers. Absolute numbers also the voters are higher.
A huge number of
not just percentage, absolute numbers.
Completely implode before
91
or their voters voting
91
for TVK.
BJP improved its vote share in 2024, and we seem to think BJP had a bad election.
That's exactly
not saying the percentage when the voters are number of voters is also greater than 2021.
That's what I'm saying.
But there's a higher DMK and I agree with what Tushar said. Yes, the BJP Lok Sabha got 12 seats compared to 18 seats in 2019, but they won
just a little over 92. The projection was up from 77 to 92.
So in that particular thing, as the delimitation was the
I'll give you another. Sorry.
Then Vijay should not get that many votes.
In 2021, the percentage point gap between the BJP and the TMC was 22.
As much as
it came down to 6 in 2024.
Okay.
You know, sometimes we're so fixated on the seat count, we forget to look at the seat, at the vote share. And this is where 2024 was very
high. And on screen, you see on any rise numbers. Phase 1 is a 2% higher vote share for the BJP compared to the Trinamool Congress. So it's for the first time in this phase also.
So people have gone in the morning and decided to make vote.
No.
But then what will happen is, Congress has eaten at TMC vote where the Congress vote has been cannibalized by the BJP.
That's correct.
Hindu voters have shifted.
No, the Hindu voters, fourth we will know TMC. But the logic behind there is logic behind others. So the others in the field who have broken away, they have eaten into the Trinamool Congress,
the big reveal,
and it's not necessarily
first phase.
First phase. So we will do before we do Bengal. I just want to quickly do a quick recap has also eaten into the Trinamool Congress. Let's do a poll. The poll is also benefiting with the shift of the Hindu vote from the Trinamool to the BJP.
The likes of Humayun Kabir.
The JDC wala add kiya jayega. Possible. Let's look at Kerala. GB Narasimha Rao, will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are predicting for phase 1? Kerala. Vote wipe and largely
the
JDC,
direction.
poll mantra,
Further consolidation of the BJP vote is evident. The manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months, we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So this 44 is a gain of how much in the first phase? About 5%, at least 5 to 6%. So that is the number that we require to really cross the halfway mark in one direction. So 44. So 5% increase is what the BJP required to rest power in West Bengal, and we seem to have crossed that according to our own poll.
Let's go across to the next one.
Amitabh Tiwari,
Assam.
and many other polls are also showing that. Compared to Lok Sabha election,
it's a one-way game.
Lok Sabha election, the issues were different. Here the issue was whether to let Mamata Banerjee to be in power once again or to vote for a change.
So all moving in the same direction, and that's why there are no hurdles or differences, anomalies.
Seem to
in the case of
suggest
Tamil Nadu,
that
let's
the
look at Tamil Nadu.
BJP is now somewhere getting about 93, 94 seats in the first phase. Your first reactions to
who
this?
are actually giving the mandate to the ADMK. There is one that is giving, that is Axis, giving the mandate to TVK,
imagine
while the rest
it's not very much off the mark. It could be plus minus 4 or 5 either way. Because in the first phase, they have their performance has been solid
by a lot,
and
the results will be
it's not
evident
unexpected
on the 4th of May, and
in view of the fact
that
the first phase has been in areas where they have done quite well for the last several years.
We'll see that.
So
now let's look at Bengal.
I won't be surprised if they get something fairly close to that.
Then we put the phase 1 numbers here at CNBC seats
in the first phase
we are
as well
putting
as
out only
in
phase
this
1
phase.
numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th. That's tomorrow.
5 to 6 seats here and there. It's likely, it's not unusual.
Except for people.
But the point is
towards or in favor of
ultimately, the battle for Bengal will be won and lost. Won or lost.
Almost
all. Let me go straight across to the hub. A hub where both Shubir Bhaumik and Monojit Mondola. So let's go straight across. Let's join them at the hub. We've set up a small hub, viewers, where we're going to be looking at some of these conversations in detail. So thank you very much. Shubir Bhaumik, nice to see you in person. Nice to see you, Mr. Mondol.
Ahead in the case of
fundamentally, we're looking at a situation.
Now, phase 1 numbers, Amit Shah had said 110 seats is what the BJP is confident of getting in phase 1.
Seems to have caught up in Mamata Banerjee. Do you think this poll is projecting things right? I know that there's a variance between this poll and some of the other polls.
152, not 1152, 152 seats. This is the number.
First of all, there
88
is no
to 98 seats, so very
poll.
close to a century number.
That was the case in 2021 and even in 2024.
You have to just.
It is unfathomable that,
so
51
to 61, 2 to 4 seats to the Congress, nothing to the others. So Congress may be it, but this is a big
In addition to that, you have the
nearly doubling.
I think we're still sticking to the numbers. That in the first phase, TMC is definitely going to cross 100 marks.
So Amitabh Tiwari,
and in the second phase, it's all
behind this. Why
TMC is not going to come down to 20 marks. They are going to increase their vote share definitely, and also the seats. In the first phase, Mr. Rahul,
which is the Malda zone, has 49
in about
seats,
32,000 booths, the elections were held.
In other zones, there is significant
11 to 12,000 booths.
What we are witnessing, Bhawanipur is one.
We have seen in the villages how there is an enthusiasm for TMC. There is not even BJP's flags flowing, anywhere in the villages, especially in this part of the country. I mean, in the northern region, in the northern part of Bengal, where you have around 50 to 53 seats, and BJP might do
excessive minority.
But in this part, like Birbhum, Bardhaman, West, and Midnapur, and also in Jungle Mall, like in Jhargram, and this is what is part of Jungle Mall. BJP used to hold that parliamentary constituency till 2024. TMC reclaimed both Jhargram and Bankura.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request our team, the numbers are not showing, so just read that, but was not dated on the grid on the
best for the
window.
midpoint back in the 2024, the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, it had underperformed where it was even in 2019. 2019,
puts the BJP
and to
in
some
back
extent,
position, but it's
of
also
course,
a
it
big
grew in
challenge that they have
2021,
to
so it did
return
well
a
in this
highest
particular
ever and
area
never
in the
before
north.
number.
Why would you say that that trend
Saira
would
Shah Halim, is this possible, this trend that others are showing?
At the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have seen Bengal elections in 78, and I am a great believer in the fact of organization.
Different outcomes.
You know, at the end of the day,
what will really determine
time
who's
you are
gonna
saying
win
when the
is the
BJP
silent
split
voter.
is because
And
there
we've
was a lot of
seen that
confusion in the
rural
BJP
belt,
operation over
Mamata
local
Banerjee
leadership
still
and stuff
has
like
a
that.
sway
You know, at
because
the
of
end
her
of the
welfare
day,
schemes and
Mr.
because of
Modi
the
may
women
be a
voters.
larger
However,
than
if you
life
look at
factor
South Bengal,
all over the place.
BJP
But in
has
Bengal,
made a
people
significant
definitely you
inroads
need
in
local
South
operation,
Bengal
you need local
and
leaders.
has been able to appeal
just Modi ji ke naam pe
this
chunav
whole
jeet jayenge, ye
narrative
Bengal mein
about
nahi hoga.
change
And what
and
Modi
ending
said is
corruption.
very true.
Somehow it
You
has
have also
worked
said
with
one of these days,
the
I think
urban
yesterday
voters
or
of
one of
South
these days
Bengal.
you made
However,
point
rural
about
Bengal
panchayat
BJP
election.
still has a sway.
This is a very
I
big
still
factor.
feel
In 2000
that
election,
the left
Ajit
would
Pachar,
gain
the
a few
veteran,
seats
he told me
overall. Congress is also getting
at
about
that time
2 or
Mamata
3
was the
seats.
challenger
That
and
is
left from Ajit Pawar. He said, your Didi, and he was in her
I'm talking
party.
about right
Your
now the
Didi is
first
saying
phase
we
we
will
saw
win.
a
How is she
high
saying all this?
unprecedented
Out
voter
of the
turnout. It has never happened
60,000
in,
odd booths,
since
can she
the
give
independence,
agent
since
in
the
more than
country's
25?
independence.
This is
Today's
very important.
second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter
organizational
turnout.
muscle
So it
to
could
the
mean two
last
things. It
mile,
could mean
and
that
therefore
this
it's a
generally
bit
it happens
impractical.
is
Okay,
when
let me
people are
just
looking
go
for
across to
change.
Tushar Gupta from here.
Now,
Tushar Gupta,
on
let's
the
split the
other
screen on
hand,
top. Tushar Gupta, how do
the
you react
reports that
to
are
both
coming in
Mr.
is
Mondol
that
and
the
Mr.
rural
Bhaumik? I
voters,
know that
because
you've
of the
been doing
welfare scheme,
a
women,
daily analysis which you've been
irrespective of
posting
who is standing
on your social media handles, etc.
Vote for Didi.
You have a very different story.
And the minorities also generally the buzzes start consolidating votes. Now
No, I've seen the numbers from Amitabh. I'm not sure what Manojit Mandi was saying there, but
first phase
look,
Congress is
the
getting
TMC can only start favourite in a limited number of seats.
That is what I said.
This time the organic surge,
would get about
turnout, which the TMC for some reason doesn't want to acknowledge and doesn't want to believe, that is going towards the BJP. In 91 of these seats in 2024, the BJP actually outshined its 2021 vote share, so they were making gains. Now they are beginning to convert it because, of course, there has been an updated electoral roll. The voters are coming out to vote, and there are a lot of TMC voters that are now going towards the BJP. It's not always that, oh, we just need 5 or 10 more BJP voters to complete the elections. It's TMC voters that are now moving towards the BJP because also they feel disgruntled after 15 years.
There will also be a group of voters who may not want to vote for the
TMC,
TMC, but they will also not vote for the BJP.
It
So
means
where will
they're
they go?
converting the seats where they were strong. They're converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this puts them in actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing. We still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the lower denominator factor, but that is not the case. That is only a half higher, right? That is only a
overall numbers, absolute numbers also the voters are higher. Not just percentage, absolute numbers.
If we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me, how is it that TVK in KTCC out of 37 seats is getting 3 to 5?
BJP improved its vote
Yet
share in
is significantly
2024.
damaging
And we
DMK.
seem to think BJP had
And
a
is
bad
not
election
seen as an
campaign.
alternative
That's exactly
when it comes to the AIADMK. So either he should be in second position,
absolute number of voters is also greater
he's
than
such an
2021.
outlier.
True, but there's a point Amitabh made and
he
I've been
doesn't
making, and I
really
agree with what Tushar
dramatically change
said.
the status
Yes, the BJP in Lok Sabha got
except
12
for
seats
denting the
compared to
DMK.
18
Can you
seats in
please explain what is
2019?
going on here?
But they won
Because I'm not an expert in Tamil Nadu at all.
The projection was up from 77 to 92.
Last time was 16 out of 16 for DMK. They swept the election in 2021.
In Bhawanipur,
There,
in
many of those
2021,
seats were won by
percentage
massive
point gap
margins,
between the
right?
BJP
Which is
and the
why
TMC was 22.
I find 3 to 5
It came
a
down
little
to 6
a bit of a stretch.
in 2024.
Vijay could take a
sometimes
lot
we're
of
so
votes in
fixated on
Chennai
the
that
seat
could all
count,
add
we
up to
forget
his
to look
vote
at the
share.
at
He
the
could
vote share.
possibly
And
win
this
his
is
seat
where
in
2024
Perambur, maybe
was
one
very
more
high.
seat somewhere,
And this
but
number
that
has
still does
one is
not
a 2%
give him
higher vote share for the
the
BJP
muscle to
compared to
get
the
these
Trinamool Congress.
12,
So it's for the
14 or
first
whatever
time in
number of
this
seats
phase also,
across the state.
42 and
Second,
I mean,
that's
by
the
this
math
vote
not
fight
adding
poll,
up
only
to
3
me.
to 5.
No,
I
yeah.
tell you
So
why.
see,
and a few more
you know,
one Anand, where I disagree with you, he doesn't need 30%.
urban pocket. No,
Congress,
Hindu voters are 15%.
One small clarification.
Also others, 10% vote share. So the others in the field,
I don't agree that it is 30%.
They have eaten into the Trinamool Congress, and it's not necessarily.
Let me give you the example of a party called the
First phase. So
the PMK has an average of about 5.5% vote share across the state. This is confined to 30 seats.
And the BJP is also
there is no presence in the rest of the 200 odd seats. So therefore, PMK on its own in the past used to win 5 or 6 seats, and their overall vote share was 25%.
Will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are
the point that I am trying to make, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, is this. If he is such a big urban phenomenon and he is so popular amongst the youth and a large number of women, as the vote share seems to suggest, why is he languishing at 3 to 5?
First, I'm going to ride off the back of Dr. Sumant Raman's example. PMK was very successful because it applied to one constituency in the 1 year basis. So that is the number that we require the 38 point something. The problem with Joseph Vijay is we don't know who he is flying. Is it the youth? Is it this? He hasn't found one niche, and therefore it is too spread out to be concentrated.
No, you look at the total number of
and many other polls are also showing that.
The percentage of voters who are youth.
Compared to
that percentage of voters, I think let's assume that all youth in Tamil Nadu have voted only for
here the issue was
that base. What I'm trying to say, I'm just giving a scenario that even that is not enough for IPL to be able to convert to seats. The other thing, when you take the case of one minute,
seem to suggest that BJP
DMDK
is now somewhere getting about 93-94 seats in the first phase. Your first reactions to this?
And they contribute to each other. Now PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20
years
back.
But here,
alone
I would imagine
it's not very much off the mark. It could be plus
they're fighting it alone.
4 or 5
and that's why they have to actually
because in the first phase now what they have performance has been solid.
Now here is another outlier.
That the first phase has been in areas where they have done quite well for the last 7 years.
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number.
I would be surprised if they get something
somewhere
fairly close to that.
We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said right behind
the first phase as
there
well
you go.
as in this phase.
TVK will get 98 to 120
5 to 6 seats here and there.
We only want to say that.
Now see, this is what I am saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me, that's exactly what I'm saying. Here is where if one were to believe, if one were to Monojit Mondula. So let's go straight across, let's join them.
Both are getting
At the hub, we set up the small hub viewers where we will be looking at some of these conversations. I mean, if there was such a... So thank you very much. Gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, they reflected across every poll. Fundamentally, if there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed.
Is projecting things right. I know that there's a variance between this poll and some of the other
vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK votes have gone.
So here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. DMK.
It is unfathomable that.
Okay, no. It's not. Okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here to see what the number is. This is Axis My India.
I think we're still sticking to the numbers.
My India
in the first phase,
of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it.
And in the second
phase,
phase,
you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110.
TMC is not going to come down.
Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98 120.
Vote share
35%.
And also the
AIADMK 22
in the first phase,
to 32,
Mr. Rahul,
with a vote share of just 23%.
But
out of the rate, NTK is 3% and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. It's on our screen.
How there is an enthusiasm
now,
for TMC. There is no one BJP's flags flowing, anywhere in the village.
The DMK,
especially in this part of the Ganges. I mean, in the northern region, in the northern part of
if you take a medium
Bengal,
of that,
where you have around 50 to 53 seats, BJP might do well.
And then you have the
but
AIADMK
in this part, like Birbhum, Bardhaman, West, and Midnapur, and also Jangalmahal, like in
Jharkhand,
say they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK all the way, and Vijay becomes the Chief Minister, perhaps the first actor after decades.
Are you willing to accept that the entire ADMK vote has transferred to TVK?
Anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
They are missing
the best for the BJP. It had slipped back in 2024. 2024 Lok Sabha elections, it had underperformed where it was even in
this cannot happen. It cannot.
To some extent, of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north.
Why would you say that trend won't happen? Delhi, same thing happened. AIADMK will become Congress, they will give him the support.
At the end of the day, you have a national elections in 78. And I am a great believer in the fact of organizing.
You believe
now you are saying why are people going all the way?
Time you are saying when the vote is split.
That's precisely what I'm saying.
Because there was a lot of confusion decided that they're going over local leadership and stuff like that.
Change.
You know, at the end of the day, Mr. Modi may be
tried
a
out the other
larger than
two
life
options
factor.
for 50
All over
years.
Definitely, you need local leaders.
This is a rejection.
Modi ji के नाम पे तो चुनाव जीत जाएंगे ये बंगाल में नहीं होगा. No, what Manoj ji said is very true. I think yesterday or one of these days you made point about panchayat election.
Those 12 parties,
this is a very big
including
factor.
TMK put together, are not going to get 36 seats. I'm saying the ADMK, its worst has been always at 61.
At that time, and there's a challenge.
Look, history can repeat itself in
but you're
different
basing he was in one party.
It might be
quite honestly right. Will win. How is he saying all this? Out of the 66,
I don't think
even booths,
even
can he give
people are
agent
not
in
saying
more than 25?
I'm not
even in their
muscle to the last mile. Let me frame this. Let me frame this impractical. Okay, let me just go across to Tushar Gupta from here. Tushar Gupta, let's split the screen on top. That Tushar Gupta
established groupings have not done
Mr.
it
Bhaumik,
justice.
I know that you've been doing
for all these decades.
Daily analysis,
and Tamil
which you've
Nadu
been
needs
posting
fervent change.
On
they will definitely
on
back
your
then
social
the
media
pretender
handles,
to the throne,
etc.
which is Vijay.
You have
They will
very
say,
different
okay,
story
if
to
that is the way it is going to be, we're going to go for Vijay. Now I want to ask you.
That should bring the
DMK down. I've seen the numbers from Amitabh. I'm not sure what Manoj Mandal was saying there, but look,
who he's
the
going to
TMC
damage,
can only start favorite in a limited number of
then
seats.
we would have seen
this time the organic
wave.
surge in voter turnout,
and
which the
everyone
TMC
would have
for some
perhaps
reason doesn't
been
want to acknowledge
talking
and
about
doesn't
this
want to
in the
believe.
lead up.
That is going towards the
Did we see this?
in 91 of the seats in 2024. The BJP actually outshined its 2021 vote share, so they were making gains. Now they are beginning to convert it because, of course, there has been updated
and throughout the morning there were nobody
who came out to vote that are now going towards the BJP. It's not always that
but throughout the morning there was absolutely nothing. There is
election. It's
see when you see this kind of a wave. This is a very visible wave. You see the trends on the ground. You're not seeing it on the ground. EPS for all his faults is not that incompetent to lose in such a spectacular way.
But I tell you,
and he drew exactly. He drew really massive crowd. Like we said, he may have been absent.
Lok Sabha elections also massive crowd.
These regions
Annamalai was mobbed by. Let me ask you, there was a massive surge. Bring in Anand one so-called attendance at the rallies, but it didn't translate into some of the regions.
No, it translated into votes. It didn't translate into seats.
Where some of these numbers are coming from, and also the vote share. If there's possible, let's just go and try to do that.
Yeah, so the region-wise. So let's look at the region-wise data and then I'll explain back to you. Please understand this up and understand the region-wise data for Bengal phase without the ADMK. How these numbers have been first time that the BJP on its own. Let's go for the first across the seats. Got 15% vote share. That was a standalone BJP vote share. So that's what there was no Vijay gains. Correct. What I'm trying to say is at that time,
the third poll was the BJP.
Vote, yeah, the third poll.
So maybe for BJP
because of the SIR deletions that would have happened to this number. I would love 22 to 24 seats in Jalpaiguri out of 27. So because I am a Vijay fan. Let's say that again 49 seats the last time around. They were struggling at about 10 or 11 if my memory serves me right, but they've now moved up to 16 to 18. The ADMK on any given day is assured of a 26% at its worst in the Malda belt. At its worst, it's assured of 26%. 20 seats. This is where the big gains also happen. The BJP
PMK includes BJP
over a period of time.
Mind you, BJP
this includes 13 parties round of ADMK 11 to 13. And Medinipur, these 56 seats were very, very critical. In Medinipur, the BJP had to get
more than 40 seats.
The ADMK on its own, if it contests, will get 61 seats in
Medinipur. This is where the biggest chunk comes. Remember, from the 2021 assembly projections, Rahul,
the incumbent government, but they also want to see somebody else win.
So that they gained, that they won last time around in this phase.
Who knows?
But what they are doing is, I'm just saying, let me ask you this in this house before we go to Tushar is also here. We're just counting down to Bengal and shift focus to Bengal. And that their gains, my campaign are actually against you. You are the incumbent. These two. This is the established challenger to regions largely. Amitabh, and people want to vote for me. Yes. Rahul, their voter come and vote for me, or will your voter come and vote for me?
Just looking at the larger picture, here
right now all pollsters are
that
saying
there has been a massive gain in Jalpaiguri as well as in Medinipur.
Yes, despite the
for the BJP. This is where the bulk of the gains are coming through. Amitabh, can you talk our viewers through why this would be happening in such large numbers?
The DMK
to put the BJP where it is in phase one.
They took on it.
The outlier poll right now that everyone is talking about, which has become the national talking point, is the Axis My India poll because of this very polarized projection.
We are also an outlier. Vote wipe is also an outlier.
Now here is a story. With Congress doing relatively well and smaller parties like left as well as the minority at least on one seat, what is happening is that they are leading to a split of minority votes, and BJP's can gain here almost 5.
So you're saying the Muslim vote has split, so reducing the seat share of the
in this zone,
increasing it for the Congress,
and also helping BJP in 5.
Hindu vote consolidation.
Look at Kerala also helping.
One more to our
Tamil Nadu में आ रहा है, देखे सर, देखिए सब दिखा रहा है. One by one. Kerala vote wipe and largely JVC poll mantra everywhere. The Rujhan is towards the UDF. The UDF moving away from the LDF, and the mandate shifting towards the UDF.
And the
That's where it is. The NDA may break into the numbers. JVC gave a more generous than vote wipe overall, but maybe 3 to 4 seats. That's what it is for the UDF. So Kerala, it is going towards the UDF. That's how the winds are blowing in one direction. That it is the UDF. So there is a change in government there. That's what the exit polls show. Out of the 140 seats, the UDF should be anywhere between 75 to 80 seats. Let's go across to the next one. That is Assam. In Assam, the clear
consolidation
hit out of the park. It's a one-way game. And Bardhaman has also seen some SIR deletions. Phenomenal. All these regions have seen SIR deletions is what everybody is saying. So 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. So a handsome win, all moving in the same direction. And the diffusion of the Muslim vote in an area like or differences, anomalies.
Let's get a quick
in the case of Tamil Nadu, let's look at Tamil Nadu. Two groupings are actually giving. Let's look at Tamil Nadu. So we have JVC and vote wipe who are actually giving the mandate to the ADMK.
Disagree with what has been said.
There is one that is giving, that is Axis giving the mandate to TVK, while the rest are saying that the DMK will just about hold on.
Some of the seats which has been shown as having shifted
at the cost of the ADMK.
Some of these seats are going to be very, very tough.
The results will be evident on the 4th of May, and we know who gets it right. Vote wipe, JVC, Axis, or the others like Matriz
Trinamool at a disadvantage.
We'll see that. And now let's look at Bengal. Bengal, poll of polls first up. Then we put the phase 1 numbers here at CNN News 18 exit projections. We are putting out only phase 1 numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th, that's tomorrow.
And they say that across Bengal, there's something like 47 seats which are going to be very tight fights.
Or in favor of the BJP getting past the post
independent analysis that is easily available.
So almost all except for people's
even in the last election, the BJP ended up
JVC
at number 2 in
are
about
saying that the mandate
74
is in favor of the BJP. Although JVC seems to have hedged his bets and said that Trinamool may just edge past the post if this scenario happens. But even then, it's the NDA or the BJP that has got its nose ahead in the case of in the case of Bengal. Now, phase 1 numbers, Amit Shah had said 110 seats is what the BJP is confident of getting in phase 1. Record voter turnout.
this organizational factors and other things I've said,
numbers.
It will very much depend on
152, not 1152, 152
that's
seats.
where organization
This is the number. 88 to
not
98
just
seats,
about,
so very close to a century number.
Perception that Bengal muscle factor and all that. It's about mobilization.
152 seats, so you'll have to just
getting the granny out to vote and all that.
51 to 61, 2 to 4 seats to the Congress, nothing to the others.
Obviously,
so the Congress may be in, but this is a big win. This is almost nearly doubling.
This has been presumed that the turnout is because
55 out of 77 they have got the last time around. So Amitabh, your thoughts behind this? Why, how, and we'll get into the zones also.
People are really scared of losing their franchise.
21 Vidhan Sabha, BJP was around 59 seats in this
I'm just
phase.
purely looking at
This phase has only one zone, which is the Malda zone, which has 49 seats, which has a majority.
So 1 second, Mr. Manoj, just 1 second.
In other zones, there is significantly higher Hindu population. What we are witnessing, Medinipur is one of the zones which has gone to poll with 56 seats, and that is Suvendu Adhikari's
unreasonable to assume that these are only TMC voters
27 seats has always been a stronghold of the people. So what we are seeing is that in response to misgovernance, Mahila Ashuraksha and excessive minority appeasement, there is a significant Hindu consolidation which is happening in these 152 seats, barring the 40 odd seats which are in Malda, and this is what has given a big jump to BJP's tally, and it is expected to improve from 59 to, let's say, I think the midpoint is 94.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphics.
It's an acknowledgement that we haven't done a good job.
Showing, so just reload that, but we have updated on the grid on the
93,
on
15 years
midpoint. So midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1, 93 out of the 152 seats. That actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return a highest ever and never before number in phase 2. Farah Shah Ali, is this possible, this trend that others are showing?
Also
IPAC comes in.
Hanger fight.
This is where the IPAC comes
in. If you look at it, because the different posters are taking different outcomes. Now, what will determine who's going to win is the silent voter. And we've seen that in the rural belts, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and because of the women voters. However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about change and ending corruption. Somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal, BJP still has a sway. I still feel that the left would gain a few seats overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is,
started at 38%.
Sorry?
Mamata Banerjee was at 54%.
I'm talking about right now the first phase. We saw a highly unprecedented voter turnout. It has never happened since the independence, since the country's independence. Today's second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean two things. It could mean that this generally it happens is when people are looking for change.
And it looked like she was actually the one who was hiding in one of those areas in Bhawanipur.
The reports that are coming in is that the rural voters, because of the welfare scheme, women, irrespective of who is standing,
and there were more people
or who is campaigning, who is canvassing,
even the media,
mass they go and vote for Didi.
So that itself shows
and the minorities also generally the buzzes start consolidating votes. Now the main very important testing ground for Mamata Banerjee,
in the first phase Congress is getting 4 seats. That means Congress has been TMC. Is that how
it would get about to talk about strong
if you gave 4%
South Bengal, South Bengal has been
heard. No, that's okay. I'm talking the first phase.
And right now this entire phase, the second phase, it covers 142 of the states, 294 seats. Because the second phase is going to be extremely important that actually give the final verdict of.
But I'm asking you on ground, you read the movie.
Of those 152 seats, there were 53 seats which have a Muslim population of more than 30%. Mamata Banerjee anyway starts as a favourite in those seats. Now, if the Congress has to dent TMC, it will dent them in those seats. That is where I agree with Amitabh's calculation here. But if he's giving 88 to 90 in the first phase to the BJP, it means they're converting the seats where they were strong. They're converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this puts them actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing.
come out,
still
and
cannot
I
quantify
myself
the
met
gains
a
the
few
BJP
people,
has had because of the organic
who
surge
have been
in turnout.
TMC
Everyone
supporters.
seems
So
to be
they told me this
attributing
time
it
they'll
to
be
the
voting for
lower denominator factor,
for
but that
BJP.
is
This
not the case.
We
That
need
is
to
only
see
a
some
half
change.
higher.
So I was actually
That is
asking
still
them,
only
like,
overall
kind of a
numbers,
change.
absolute numbers also the voters
Lesser
are higher.
evil, greater evil.
Not
There is
just
another
percentage,
third
absolute
alternate.
numbers
But
is
can I
higher.
say one point? Vote for the
91 seats of
Yes,
the
if I may
152
put it
seats,
across.
91.
Because they want to see a
BJP
change. They want to see a
made
change.
BJP improved its vote share
I
in
think the simple
2024.
insight was
And
they
we
would
seem to
vote
think
against
BJP had a bad election campaign.
That's exactly everybody says here not only is the percentage higher, our absolute number of voters is also greater than 2021.
Because you said
But there's a point that Amitabh made and I've been making, and I agree with what Tushar said. Yes, the BJP in Lok Sabha got 12 seats compared to
24, I know.
18
just
seats
want to
in
put out a request the
2019,
team
but they won
to
over 70
update
seats.
the
Yeah,
92. The projection was up from 77 to 92. Then let's just put out that comparison.
Has that been Mamata Banerjee? I'll give you another thing. Sorry, complaining about the elections being rigged in 2021, the percentage point gap between the BJP and the TMC was 22. It came down to 6 and 20.
They were not allowing people to vote.
Sometimes we're so fixated on the seat count, we forget to look at the vote share. And this is where
yes, now
he
announced it. You see it on screen right now.
reflects
Phase 1 is a 2% higher vote share for the BJP compared to the Trinamool Congress. So for the first time in this phase
hitting the streets like she did.
That's the math is not adding up to me.
No.
I'll tell you why. Then
Usually,
what's happened is
in the second half,
Rahul.
TMC vote, whereas the Congress vote has been cannibalized by the BJP, as that what's happened.
Sorry, you're having a conversation. So we said, okay, let's listen. No, the Hindu voters have shifted from TMC. Plus, there is also others, 10% vote share. So the others in the field who have broken away, they have eaten into the Trinamool Congress, and it's not necessarily
in the first half.
This is first phase. So 4% vote share for the Congress party. But this 10% has also eaten into the Trinamool Congress vote share, and the BJP has also benefited with the shift of the Hindu vote from the Trinamool to the BJP.
Which is Bhawanipur. She has to campaign so hard.
Possible.
Left
Left part. GVL Narasimha Rao, will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are predicting for phase 1?
Hypothetically, yes.
This is certainly the direction. Further consolidation of the BJP vote is evident. The manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months, we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So this 44 is a gain of how much in the first phase? About 5%? 5 to 6%. So that is the number that we require to really cross the house.
So it's 44%.
So 5% increase is what the BJP required to wrest power in West Bengal.
Let me also bring in
Swapan Das Gupta here.
Swapan Das Gupta, thank you very much for joining us. I know that your candidate has been a long, arduous day for you.
Compared to Lok Sabha
how are you reading the mood?
I think Lok Sabha election, the issues were different. Here the issue was whether to let Mamata Banerjee to be in power once again or to vote for
the BJP.
So that will add to your gains.
Let's go across
mean number 93.
Shubir Bhaumik,
in the first
the numbers
phase.
that
What's
we are
your reading?
projecting
Do you think it's an accurate assessment?
that
you think
the BJP
underestimating?
is now somewhere getting about 93, 94 seats in the first phase. Your first reactions to this?
You found yourself sort of in the middle of. What's your expectation? What's your assessment?
I would imagine it's not very much off the mark. It could be plus minus
Rahul,
4 or 5 either way.
Very interesting about this
because in the first phase,
particularly
they have their performance has been solid, and it's not unexpected in view of the fact that the first phase has been in areas where they have done quite well for the last several years. So
because
I won't be surprised if they get something fairly close to that, or there are some tight seats in the first phase as well as in this phase, and therefore 5 to 6 seats here and there, it's likely, it's not unusual. But the point is that ultimately, the battle for Bengal will be won and lost. Won or lost, not in the first.
Let me go straight across to the hub.
This is the real battle.
The hub where both Shubir Bhaumik and Monojit Mondola. So let's go straight across. Let's join them at the hub. We've set up a small hub, viewers, where we're going to be looking at some of these conversations in detail. So thank you very much. Shubir Bhaumik, nice to see you in person. Nice to see you, Mr. Mondol.
We could well be
fundamentally, we're looking at a situation, and I want to bring in Mr. Mondol here.
is that where it appears that anti-incumbency in first phase seems to have caught up with Mamata Banerjee. Do you think this poll is projecting things right? I know that there's a variance between this poll and some of the other poll of polls.
And a desire to make a new beginning.
First of all, there is no reason to trust exit poll.
Is another matter altogether.
That was the case in 2021 and even in 2024.
Today, the Trinamool Congress is.
It is unfathomable that 2 years ago the people who voted for Mamata are not going to vote for her.
I mean, courtesy the.
In addition to that, you have the SIR fiasco.
Which has taken a very.
I think we're still sticking to the numbers. That in the first phase, TMC is definitely going to cross 100 marks. And in the second phase, it's all TMC.
Follow-up question.
TMC is not going to come down
two fellow panelists here, Shobir Bhaumik.
They are going to increase their vote shares,
both
definitely,
and
also the
one of the problems
in the first phase
that the BJP might encounter is that it doesn't have
in about
the machinery
booths, the
that
elections
Mamata
were
Banerjee
held.
commands. Do you
In
think that
11 to 20,
at some level they're right,
booths, the BJP
or
don't
do you
have their
think that the
agents?
BJP has built
And
up its own
we have seen in the
cadre
villages
base
how there is an
also
enthusiasm
has
for TMC.
the
There is
muscle,
not
so
even
to
BJP's
speak,
flags
the
flowing,
stamina, perhaps,
anywhere
if you were
in the
to put a
villages, especially in this part of the Ganges. I mean, in the northern region, in the northern part of Bengal, where you have around 50 to 53 seats, BJP might do well. But in this part, like Birbhum, Bardhaman West, and Midnapur, and also in Jangalmahal, like in Jhargram, and in Bankura, this part of Jangalmahal. BJP used to hold that parliamentary constituency till 2024. TMC reclaimed both Jhargram and Bankura.
On the ground, that
the outcome in 2021, Shobir Bhaumik, was not
this is very, very important.
the best for the BJP. It had slipped back in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. It had underperformed where it was even in 2019. And to some extent, of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north. Why would you say that trend won't hold?
The Trinamool Congress would have a phenomenal
At the end of the day, you see, Rahul,
I don't think
at the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have seen Bengal elections since 78. And I am a great believer in the fact of organization. At the end of the day, the time you are saying when the BJP slipped
over the past
is because there was a lot of confusion in the BJP organization over local leadership and stuff like that. At the end of the day, Mr. Modi may be a larger than life factor all over the place. But in Bengal, people definitely you need local organization, you need local leaders. Just Modi ji ke naam pe chunav jeet jayenge, ye Bengal mein nahi hoga. And what Manojit said is very true. You have also said, I think yesterday or one of these days, you made a point about Panchayat election. This is a very weak factor. In 2000,
Mr. Amit Shah came out before I hand back to Anand.
He told me,
Mr. Amit Shah came out.
At that time,
and he
Mamata was
gave
the challenger
a very
and
specific
left front was in
number.
power. He said
To the BJP tally in phase 1. He said 110.
Is saying we will win. How is she saying all this?
So that's a massive leap over what you have got
Can she give agent in more than 25? This is very
last
important
election in 2021, or even
the organizational muscle to the last mile, and therefore it's a bit impractical. Okay, let me just go across to Tushar Gupta.
What is he
from here.
basing this
Tushar Gupta,
on?
let's split the screen on top. Tushar Gupta,
well, I don't know.
both Mr. Mondol and Mr. Bhaumik, I know that you've been doing a daily analysis which you've been posting on your social media handles, etc. You have very different
without
story
again
to tell.
going into the exact numbers, which are always very problematic. Even the
I've seen the numbers from Amitabh. I'm not sure what Manojit Mandal was saying there, but look, the TMC can only start favourite in a limited number of seats. This time, the organic surge in voter turnout, which the TMC for some reason doesn't want to acknowledge and doesn't want to believe, that is going towards the BJP. In 91 of these seats in 2024, the BJP actually outshined its 2021 vote share, so they were making gains. Now they are beginning to convert it because, of course, there has been an updated electoral roll, the voters are coming out to vote, and there are a lot of TMC voters that are now going towards the BJP. It's not always that, oh, we just need 5 or 10 more BJP voters to complete the election. It's TMC voters that are now moving towards the BJP because also they feel disgruntled after 15 years.
There will also be a group of voters who may not want to vote for the TMC, but they will also not vote for the BJP. So where will they go?
Muslim consolidation or it's an expression of something else. I reserve judgment for the fact. But I think we are seeing perhaps after Gujarat, where 60% of the Hindus consider a vote, we may see something like that.
दिलीप घोष is with us. दिलीप दा नमस्ते, आनंद नरसिम्हन बोल रहा हूँ। नमस्ते। आज दूसरे चरण का भी वोट हो गया। आप बताइए कि कैसा आपको लग रहा है, क्या लग रहा है?
इसको बोलते हैं ताबड़तोड़ वोटिंग हुई। देश में एक बड़ा उदाहरण बना। बंगाल के लोग ऐसे सक्रिय रहते हैं, राइट में वोटिंग भी करते हैं। और हमारे यहाँ जो संख्यालघु इलाका वहाँ 90% से ऊपर वोटिंग होती है।
स्वपन जी, what you're saying
नॉर्मल
is
हो
that
और
there will be at least a
एब्नॉर्मल हो
15 to 18%
लेकिन इस बार पूरा
in the
के पूरा
Hindu
जगह
vote towards
और
the
कलकत्ता जैसा
BJP
शहर में
compared to the past, because that was about 40%. But in Rashbihari, you made a very interesting point in your first comment that there was a sentiment on ground.
बहुत बड़ी बात है, एक परिवर्तन हो रही है और यहाँ चुनाव मतलब घर का वातावरण, हत्याएं होनी, हिंसा होनी, इस बार एक भी मॉडल नहीं हुआ है और चुनाव कमीशन ने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क लिया था 2 फेज में करने का और उन्होंने करके दिखाया ये संभव है। बंगाल की जो पॉलिटिकल कल्चर है उसमें जो दाग था उसको उन्हें साफ कर दिया।
6 to 8% bump up is about a 5% vote share overall. But I want to understand what you gave as an insight that the voter is coming not out of a support for BJP but because of an existential reason for Bengal.
पड़ रहा है तो उसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि बीजेपी के फेवर में पड़ रहा है। तृणमूल कहता है हमारा भी वोट पड़ रहा है, हमारे वोट ज्यादा पड़ रहे हैं।
That you realized when you went on ground.
वो तो ठीक है, सबका पड़ता है, 4 तारीख तक सबका होगा, लेकिन ऑलरेडी जो एग्जिट पोल आया उसका जो संकेत है वो उस तरफ कर रहा है। और एक बात देख लीजिए, बाकी देश में आप लोग बड़े अनुभवी हैं, जो एग्जिट पोल होता है लोग वहाँ बोलते हैं खोल के, फिर बंगाल के लोग मैक्सिमम लोग नहीं बोलते। एक तो डर है, दूसरा अपना राजनीतिक जो मत को उजागर नहीं करते, इसलिए यहाँ कई बार ठीक ठाक नहीं आता है। लेकिन ट्रेंड जो आया है वो निश्चित है। साल 2 साल में देश में जो चुनाव होना,
इस बार क्या अलग किया दिलीप दा, एक बात बताइए, बीजेपी ने इस बार अलग क्या किया? तृणमूल कहता है सब सेंट्रल फोर्स का गुंडागर्दी है, दादागिरी है, आपने सीएपीएफ लगा दिया, ईडी लगा दिया, सीबीआई लगा दिया, सब लगा दिया, सारा दमखम लगा दिया, फिर भी भाईपो और दीदी कहते हैं कि नहीं जीतेंगे। आपने बंगाल का हर खाक छाना है। मैं इसलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ बिकॉज यू आर वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट हैंड्स ऑफ बीजेपी। जब बीजेपी कुछ भी नहीं था तब भी आप स्ट्रगल करते थे, संघर्ष करते थे, आज भी आप कर रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ।
नहीं, पिछले 15-20 साल देखिए, मुझे जहाँ तो टीएमसी में जो सत्ता में 11 में तभी सेंट्रल फोर्स था, इतना ही था, इसका लाभ लेकर उन्होंने जीत के आए। आज सेंट्रल फोर्स यहाँ पंचायत चुनाव भी होता है, सेंट्रल फोर्स को देखेंगे, चुनाव घोषणा होते ही लोग बोलते हैं कि सेंट्रल फोर्स कब आएगा, पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं है।
What is your assessment of phase 2? Phase 1 we've put out the numbers. Phase 2 is again historical turnout. Rashbihari itself has seen about a 50% up, if not more, in voter turnout itself. What is that reflective of?
70-75% पोलिंग हो चुकी थी, जो देश में कहीं नहीं होता है। ये भी एक ट्रेंड है।
बीजेपी सीएम फेस मिस्टर घोष
अच्छा, मनोजीत मंडल आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, आपसे पूछ रहे हैं,
আপনি কি চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন বিজেপি? আপনারা তো জিতছেন, চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন তো আপনি? আর ইউ বিকামিং দ্য চিফ মিনিস্টার অফ বিজেপি?
কিছু হতে আসেনি না, আমি কিছু হতে আসেনি, আজ তো করতে এসেছি, वो पार्टी दाड़ करी है।
चीफ मिनिस्टर
बाकी पार्टी जा बोल के काल को राजनीति छेड़ दाओ तो छेड़ दो।
at a very micro level.
अब वो कार्यकर्ता हो गए, he is not going to fall for that.
There is a churning which was
कुछ होगा नहीं,
which
पता
they
जिस दिन जब 4 तारीख को
क्या करेंगे इसके बाद ये भी सोचिए।
Party from no, hang on, he made the party from 3 to 77. But we wonder how was he sidelined by the party because of Shubhendu's entry. He made the party, of course. He is absolutely right. That's his
But the point is,
उन्होंने पार्टी को बनाया बंगाल में।
ये बीजेपी में नहीं होता है, हम एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम करते हैं,
Mr. Dasgupta,
और
there
इसलिए
is a
पार्टी
view
जीतता है।
that some of these voters have decided to once again enter the fray with the zeal that they have displayed, bumping up these numbers to record levels. This is happening because of
आंसर नहीं किया मनोजीत,
existential worry among certain voters who felt that they would have been disenfranchised disenfranchised had they not voted, so they came back with militant zeal from wherever they were out of state to vote, and they are voting to basically punish the BJP on the SIR. How do you respond to this?
अरे अपना घर की तरफ
दो ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं आपके बीच में आ जाऊं हस्तक्षेप करूं, या फिर थोड़ा झाल मूल कर चाय मंगा के आप दोनों का बैठकर एंजॉय करूं। बहुत मजा आ रहा है, लेकिन एक बात बताइए, पर मनोज जी आपने उनका प्रश्न का उन्होंने एक प्रश्न पूछा, 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? अगर नतीजे आपके पक्ष में नहीं आए तो 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? दिलीप दा ने आपसे पूछा, उसका भी जवाब दीजिए।
4 तारीख दिलीप दा को भी बुलाएंगे। दिलीप दा तो गए थे ना दीघा में, वो जगन्नाथ टेम्पल में ममता दी के साथ मुलाकात करने। 4 तारीख बाद दिलीप दा को भी बुलाएंगे और ममता दी संभालेंगे और प्राइम मिनिस्टर सबको बुलाएंगे। प्राइम मिनिस्टर वांटेड टू कम एंड ही विल हैव टू कम। एक मिनट, झालमुड़ी खाना पड़ा, जय बांग्ला बोना पड़ा और 4 तारीख को आना भी पड़ेगा ममता दी के शपथ ग्रहण में।
मुश्किल की बात है
प्राइम मिनिस्टर का।
अच्छा,
ये मजेदार बात है। मोदी झालमुड़ी खाए, इसको मिर्ची लग गई।
I'm loving this answer. मोदी ने झालमुड़ी खाया और लेकिन कहीं और लगी, झाल कहीं और लगा, अच्छा, दिलीप दा प्लीज वेट।
Manojit Bhai is a good friend. Manojit Bhai is a good friend. He is asking whether Dilip Ghosh ji will be the CM.
Based on how the results swing on the 4th of May, then the task is also quite acute for whoever is decided, the voter decides to govern Kolkata and Bengal going forward.
कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि
very
phase 1 का exit poll देख के अभी से सोच रहे हैं कि
BJP सरकार आ रही है.
He is a good friend.
Rest, recuperate, and then perhaps celebrate on the 4th of May. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's just pull that insight out and then take it to our panelists and then discuss Bengal in detail before we jump back into Tamil Nadu around 9:30. Gautam Shankar is with Manojit Mandal and Subir Bhamik. One left, one Trinamool. We've got the BJP element missing, but Jigar Narasimha Rao is just vacated and will come back in a bit. But Amitabh Tiwari, Abhijit Mitra, Sumant. अच्छा दिलीप दा बताइए ना, कौन सा जगह से सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी गेन with me in the studio? Yes, Rahul.
पुराना जो क्षेत्र है फर्स्ट पेज में देखा ना आपने, जंगल महल और राढ़ क्षेत्र में बीरभूम का वर्धमान का और नॉर्थ बंगाल, ये हमारा पुराना गढ़ है। इसमें तो हम
totally agree with Swapan Dasgupta when he says that in this election,
अभी बाकी जो
election, never in my so many years of election coverage and seeing elections in Bengal as a student, has religious identity becomes so important. And a lot of my old-time colleagues like Shukarajit Dasgupta say that it reminds us of 47-48. Never have Bengal talked of religious identity so much, and this becomes a factor. And here the
overall
Bengal
170 तक आएंगे आप?
आराम से अब देखिए, मैं आपको बताता हूँ बिहार का
तो एक आपसे मैं अभी वादा लूंगा, हमारे पास
stuff like that. You know, there are other issues.
मैं एक आपसे वादा लूंगा, मनोजीत मंडल और
राहुल गांधी
4 तारीख को
who calls himself the pillar of secular
कौन
politics
किसको
in this
मिर्ची लग रहा है,
country.
कौन जाल खा रहा है, किसको जाल लग रहा है, वो भी देखेंगे, वो भी देखेंगे।
India bloc. The DMC is a vital component of the India bloc.
मनोजीत दा है बुद्धिजीवी और टीवी में रहते हैं और हम श्रमजीवी, हम तो गांव में मैदान में रहते हैं, उनके साथ मेरा दोस्ती नहीं मिला भी नहीं।
They might not choose to it because there has been
दिलीप घोष जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, such a pleasure speaking with you. Everything aside,
one particular community, like we saw perhaps
everything aside, from being the Pradesh Adhyaksh of the BJP and through taking the BJP story to the streets of Bengal at a time when the BJP was just getting kicked, BJP workers were getting kicked and slapped all across.
There is something more to this, and I want to bring in the two Bengal factor which nobody talks about.
And today it was good to see him on national television speaking with us. And you had Bhawanipur and that region to work on.
I said,
Let's
why
see
are you
how
trying
you
to
return
help
there
Sheikh Hasina,
because
who
you've
would also
toiled a
become
lot
the
there.
Prime
All the
Minister?
very best, Dilip
And
Koshi.
you
Thank
know
you
what
very,
he
very
told me,
much.
and
Thank you,
I
sir.
can tell this in
Thank you,
Bengal.
thank you.
He said,
Let's
if
bring it
Hasina
back
does
in.
not
Nice
survive
banter
there,
here.
Mathak
Kisko
le,
jhal
ওখানে
laga,
যদি
kaun
ওরা
nahi
আসে,
jayega.
এখানে
All that
এরা
we'll see,
চলে
but it
আসবে।
looks-
Means
come back to the numbers.
Switch now, just a quick couple of things to some turnouts that we're reporting in phase 2. So Chaurangi has seen a 33% jump. Bhawanipur has seen a 24% jump.
Yeah, can we have that on
We're also looking at and so polarized and suddenly have developed wings of hate that
other seats which have seen remarkable turnout. So because they feel that she is betraying
28%
to the point where the Hindu community is
almost
going to feel
27%
that it is facing an existential
27%
we can actually, when we dig the
make it more specific.
Hindu and the
Bangladesh
VIP
elections were
seats,
held
that's
in
updated,
February.
we can
Okay?
see
If you look at the
there too.
electoral map of
Kolkata
Bangladesh
Port has seen
today,
a 25%
the Jamaati
jump.
Yeah, so can we look at the
never
VIP
won
seats? I
18
think the
seats
VIP
in
seats
Bangladesh,
had that.
got 68 seats this time.
Sorry,
And
you've been
out of
waiting
that,
for a
21
long
seats are on the
time.
borders of West Bengal.
But the Jamaat Islami kind of influence, they are a Islamic supremacist that
my
want
point,
to impose
I'll tell you the
Sharia
background to this,
on
Anand.
Bangladesh, and we can't
phenomenal
we can't
development.
use those numbers are coming to turn Bengal into
I'll
some
give you the
sort
example of
of
Tamil Nadu.
I'm not comparing
One of the top
Yes.
three constituencies
comparing that, but
recorded 92.5%.
what I'm trying to tell
Last time
you
it
is
had
very
recorded
simple.
81, 82,
That when
whatever.
BJP candidates
12%
go to these
increase, very
constituencies,
substantial.
especially on
We
the
went
border,
and did the math
they'll say,
and we actually
"Udhar
found
mein
out
cut
400
hua
voters
hai."
fewer had
No, let me just show you. Can we just go over the map table? The voter map table is 24. So numbers, but Shubir Bhumi, Tushar, you want to respond for phase 1, phase 2.
I'll give a simple
No, not this one. The phase 1, phase 2, the overall arithmetic
evidence about
when
what's
we had the
Muslim,
voter
what's
map.
Hindu,
I'm
what's
just
in
going to ask
Bengal.
the team to just check.
There are
Not
103
this. This is
seats where the
85.5
Muslim
Bhawanipur. These
estimated
are the
population
VIP
is more than
seats.
30%.
Each one of them.
TMC won 99
The
of
voter
those
turnout.
in
The
2021.
voter turnout math.
Even now, the
Okay,
TMC
Falta
starts
again,
as a favorite
at 5
in those
PM it
seats.
was
So if you're saying
95.95.
that Hindus have developed
After
wings of
these,
fate, as the
we'll get
TMC
the
would call
others.
it,
The trend,
not Rahul,
Bengal
but as
phase
the
1,
TMC would call it,
90 and
the Muslims
89.9
9 out
and
of 10
90%. So
allowed
at
to
5
vote for the
PM, these
TMC,
were the
that's
numbers. The
governance.
numbers have
But if
eventually
6 out of
settled.
10 Hindus turn up for
We'll
the
get that.
BJP,
We had the
lock, stock
voter
and barrel,
numbers.
that
Phase
becomes a
1,
polarized
3
election.
let us
also ask this
have
question,
voted
Abhijit,
and the
Mitra, on
absolute
what basis
percentage
were
of
the
voter
Muslims,
turnout that we
cornered
required.
and asked to vote on
So
block?
we'll get that. Was it not that the
We'll get
Hindutva
that.
forces
And
will
we'll also
have-
then
will come
do
and you'll
Tamil
have
Nadu
to
after
be
that
pushed
quickly.
back to Bangladesh. So wasn't that
I'm just going to check if the team is
as a
copying
narrative
what I'm
that was
saying
pushed
and
on
then we
ground from
can
Trinamool? So is
quickly
that
move.
kosher? Is that
So
okay? These are the
First, we have
actual
to
numbers,
understand that the
80.7 and
social indicators of
89.9.
Muslims
So
in
we've done the
Bengal,
voter
social
math
indicators
and
of
we'll
Bengal
talk
are
about
very
that.
bad.
The voter
Now,
math said
the
that in
social
phase
indicators
1
of Muslims there are particularly
the base had
bad
come down.
because if you look
The
generally
base had
across
come down.
India,
Okay,
they are
we're
in
looking-
competition with Dalits at the lowest levels, income and
this is the one.
distribution.
Right, finally.
It
Thank you very
becomes
much. Thank
fairly
you.
easy to
So,
sell any kind of
there I
narrative
choose
to
that.
it.
Perfect.
Now,
Thank you.
notice how the SIR and even CNRC played out in Assam, for example, where the Assamese Muslim has a very unique identity of their own, and where we don't want these Bangladeshi Muslims coming in, as opposed to Bengal, where that identity wasn't there. So it became very easy to all wrap it around and sell it as one package, that if they get rid of the Bangladeshi Muslims, most probably you will also get caught in the drag net and you will also
as
get
usual,
My
you have
thing
hit
is that if
a
there
6.
is Hindu
there are
vote
two
polarization or
contending
consolidation,
polls.
it is communal.
One
But
is
if a
the
Muslim vote
Tamil Nadu
consolidation is
contending
happening,
poll,
that is secular.
which is the
That
vote
is
by
kind of a
poll,
language
and then there is the
That
access
is
poll.
unfair.
Both are
Yeah.
polls apart.
It's more unfair because
So,
in Bengal you don't
explain
have
to us,
consolidation.
Mr. Gupta,
There are
how
many
you
who
have
say
come
that there
to
is no
the
consolidation. There is
conclusion
no
that
Hindu
TVK
vote,
will
per
not
se
dent
in Bengal because the Hindu vote
DMK,
gets
but
split
will
between the
decimate
TMC and the BJP.
AIADMK.
But 2016
If there is
BJP
so much
got 10% vote share.
anti-incumbency,
2019
how is it that the
Lok Sabha, it
DMK
jumps to
gets away
40%.
unscathed.
2021,
but the AIADMK gets flattened out that had no role in government
and wins 77. If some kind of a Hindu consolidation was not happening, this upward trajectory was not possible. So it is happening, and now when the results come out, we get to know. If at all Mamata Banerjee loses, that means a Hindu consolidation has happened.
Yes, Hindu consolidation might be happening, but is it happening on the back of some sort of primal instinct, which is, oh, we are under attack? The BJP has drawn up a kind of sort of othering in the state of Muslims. I think we've got to sort of distinguish between why Hindus might be coalescing around the TMC. And Mr. Bhaumik, there is a lot of evidence also to suggest that
they are holding on to their 56% vote share of the last time.
on the rights of one community or the other.
And when
we
it
have
comes to
seen even the court
AIADMK, they are
step in
holding
and
on to
remind
about 51%
Mamata Banerjee that she must be
share of the
governing equally
Now coming to
all
how
denominations.
this is happening,
And
there are
the courts have taken a dim view, not on one occasion but on several occasions. So,
One
I
is
mean,
the
the Hindus
gender.
might be feeling legitimately
Among women,
discriminated against.
TVK is
at the end
scoring
of the day-
38%
So who is polarizing?
as against
Already, you know,
male 32%.
No, I'm not getting into this,
This is
moralistic
one. Two.
judgments about, all these things.
Pardon?
I'm trying,
No,
as
no,
a
go ahead.
journalist,
please go
my
ahead.
job is to say what is happening
So-
on ground.
so
what
the-
I see.
coming to the
Here,
age
there is
group,
definitely,
in the age group of
and in this
18
election,
year of
it is
age to
more
39-year-old,
preponderant than
which
ever before,
contributes
that religious identity has become
42%
very,
of
very
voting
important.
population
Either
this
side,
time in
either
Tamil
side.
Nadu.
And
Their
what Hindu consolidation, what
TVK
Shapunda
is
was
scoring
talking about,
way
we as a
high than
point.
DMK and AIADMK.
Very
But when it
importantly,
comes
there
to
is a
40
degree
plus age
of
group,
polarization
where
that even
DMK
Mamata
is
affected.
scoring much more than
Yeah.
the TVK.
So-
and that
so you
is the
can't just lay the
precisely
blame
reason
on
why both the party alliance
frankly,
vote share in our
Shubir
poll is
Bhamik,
coming
Shubir
to
Bhamik
35%.
and
Now coming
Rahul,
to the seat
if you
share,
bring it back here,
though
Sumant
the
Raman wanted to come
margin
in
is
and
likely
so
to
did
be
Tushar.
very thin in three-corner
This
contest.
Hindu consolidation for the
But
first time we are
the
saying
DMK
Hindu. Otherwise
on
the
their
entire vote was
traditional
spoken on
stronghold
SC,
is
ST,
scoring
upper
big
caste
margin
and
No, one
victory.
second.
upper caste, etc.
So their seat is
Anand, one second.
comparatively
Anand, one
coming
second.
less
Mr.
than
Mondol
the
actually
TVK
wanted to
seats.
make a point
So that
on
is the
this,
reason why
and
we
he
are
said,
predicting
I have been
Others
denied
want
the
to
opportunity.
to
No, no,
120 seats for the TVK
I thought
and 92
Manojit
to
is safely enjoying it,
110
just
for the
sipping chai and
DMK.
enjoying this
If
entire
DMK score
I'm
good,
not speaking for
which is
last
110,
Go ahead,
TVK may end up
Good to see you,
about
Manojit.
98 or double digit.
You have not explained.
Same
Look,
things
I
were
understand
said
the
in
math and so on and so forth, and you probably,
Polarization,
I don't know, what was your
appeasement,
sample size? That could be great to also,
Gundagardi,
if you could
Durniti,
elucidate on that.
corruption.
But I
Dude,
just want to
what?
understand,
I mean, how
how
when do
is
we
it
stop?
that if there is
After
such
four?
a
And I'm not
backlash
speaking, but I don't want to speak
and
because we are doing
obvious
our job.
anti-incumbency,
As much as you
it's
try to
not
do this,
the
people of Bengal will be more bolstered.
DMK that is being punished,
BJP
but
will
a
be driven
party
out.
that's not in
I don't
power
have to
that is
speak.
being punished. What is
I'm
happening
coming
here?
on fourth, and in fourth
Especially
I'm
when the
speaking, numbers will
AIADMK
speak.
also has
Not your numbers,
caste-based
certainly. So
parties
thank you
supporting
very
it.
much that you're not allowing
It
me
is
to
also
speak.
very
And you
caste-based
are doing the job for
and
us.
organizationally
And
very
on fourth
adroit.
evening, I'll advise you, please change your
ADMK.
strategy. There are issues.
Adroit
which will be discussed on
configuration.
fourth of May. Change your strategy. As long
You
as
asked
you
about
do
the
this,
sample
the
size.
people of
To be
Bengal will
precise,
be
it is
more united to vote BJP
44,460.
out.
Very
In
big
all
sample
fairness,
size.
in all
because
fairness.
we have got the luxury of these 6 days
see my
postponed.
point.
Now coming to why the anti-incumbency is
Tushar and Sumant Raman want to respond.
anti-incumbency is definitely there, but what is important when there is an anti-incumbency, the next party to select
she gets a
what is
sizable
going
chunk of the
into
Hindu
vote
vote.
who
Now,
is the next
why
or
are we
better party
refusing to
who
sort
can
of
they can
accept
select
that,
or adopt to.
very large proportion of Hindus have been
in
voting
the
for
process,
Mamata
they
Banerjee.
do
And
not
this
find
attempt is
AIADMK
essentially
as a
not
promising
to
or a
lure
prospective party
the
they should
Bengal
be voting
voter
for.
away from Mamata Banerjee.
If you see the
but to
history
lure
in
the
recent
Hindu
past, the
voter
Lok Sabha
away
election
from
and
Mamata Banerjee. And
Assembly
that is why
election,
it is a polarizing
AIADMK has
and
been
that is why
routed
it is not
very
Dilip
badly
Ghosh-
in this
Dilip-
case of
Dilip
Lok
Ghosh
Sabha
is with us.
election in
One minute, sir.
particular
Dilip Ghosh is with
19
us.
and
Dilip, namaste.
24
Anand
both the
Narasimhan
time.
बोल रहा हूँ.
नमस्ते जी.
People are looking for a
दूसरे
change
चरण
and that
दूसरे
too
चरण का भी
about
वोट हो गया.
almost 50
आप
years
बताइए कि
of
कैसा
these
आपको
two
लग रहा है,
parties
क्या लग रहा है?
ruling the state. People
एक तो
want
इसको
change
बोलते
and
हैं
particularly
ताबड़तोड़
this
voting.
demographic shift and the
हाँ.
new
देश में
age
एक बड़ा
people
उदाहरण बना
who
है.
are looking for a
बंगाल के लोग
change
ऐसे
and if
ज्यादा
they
ही
can see
सक्रिय रहते हैं,
change in
राजनीति
the
में
form
वोटिंग
of
करते
a
हैं.
new party or
और
a new
हमारे यहाँ जो
leader.
बंगालों के इलाका
that
वहाँ
case,
90% से ऊपर वोटिंग होती है.
In that case, Pradeep ji,
Normal
namaste. This is
हो और
Anand
वो
Narasimhan
abnormal हो जो
here.
भी.
In that case,
लेकिन इस बार
Pradeep ji,
पूरा
then there should be an equal number of vote shift and a loss of vote share for the DMK. Because if they are upset with the Rivayati parties and the traditional party and the anti-incumbencies with DMK, then there should be more votes. And Vijay's focus has been on the KTCC belt, where the DMK has stronghold. If you are giving DMK seats in its core stronghold, then Vijay should not be able to make those inroads. In terms of the breakup, also the 1 year belt, the Delta region, the counter belt or the Kongu belt, also in the south where the Tewars are present. There are regional parties which have hold, and it's also the caste dynamic that come into play. And Vijay was not very active in those regions. He has actually mounted his campaign against the DMK, and you are saying that the DMK continues to retain its stronghold. So It's a little contradictory.
ठीक है, सबका पड़ता है,
coming to that, Anand.
लेकिन already जो
ask me the region-wise thing, तो in Chennai city in particular, Vijay is doing extremely well. He's not doing so good in northern Tamil Nadu, barring Chennai. Secondly, the delta, the Kaveri delta, DMK is doing good. In southern Tamil Nadu, where I don't know what is making you to say so that he's not focused or not gone there and all those kind of things.
इस बार क्या अलग किया
Tamil Nadu, also DMK, TVK is doing very good. In western Tamil Nadu, the traditional board of AIADMK, they are all three parties doing
दमखम लगा दिया,
Western Tamil Nadu, all three parties doing good in our poll.
आप तो बंगाल का हर खान छाना है,
and when it
आपसे
comes
पूछ
to
रहा हूं
the
because
change,
you are one of the
it
oldest
cut
hands
across
of
all the
BJP,
barrier
तो
and
कुछ
the
भी नहीं था, तब भी आप
boundaries
स्ट्रगल
when it
करते थे,
comes to
संघर्ष करते थे, आज
caste
भी आप कर रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं.
old thesis and traditional things.
तभी सेंट्रल फोर्स था, इतना ही था, इसका लाभ लेकर क्या है? आज सेंट्रल फोर्स से क्यों डर रहे हैं? यहाँ पंचायत चुनाव भी होता है सेंट्रल फोर्स को लेकर के, चुनाव घोषणा होते ही लोग बोलते हैं कि सेंट्रल फोर्स कब आए, पुलिस का भरोसा नहीं है, लेकिन सर पुलिस के अंदर भी बहुत परिवर्तन देखा हम लोग, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। सेंट्रल फोर्स तो मास कहते हिंसा होगा, सेंट्रल फोर्स से हिंसा नहीं हुआ है, लोगों ने भयंकर वोट डाला है।
If we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me, how is it that TVK in KTCC out of 37 seats is getting 3 to 5? Yet is significantly damaging DMK and is not seen as an alternative even when it comes to the AIADMK. So either he should be in second position, or he's such an outlier that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo, except for DMK. Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert in Tamil Nadu at all.
So Chennai, by and large, last time was 16 out of 16 for DMK. They swept the election in 2021. There, many of those seats were won by massive margins, right? Which is why I find 3 to 5 a bit of a stretch. Vijay could take a lot of votes in Chennai that could all add up to his vote share.
He is absolutely right.
He could possibly win his seat in Perambur, maybe one more seat somewhere. But that still does not give him the muscle to get these 12, 14 or whatever number of seats across the state.
Second, by this vote fight poll, only 3 to 5.
Yeah. So
one point where I disagree with you is he doesn't need
of Kanchipuram, Tiruvallur, Chennai. One second. Just one small clarification. I don't agree that you need 30% to actually get Let me give you the example of a party called the PMK. The PMK has an average of about 5.5% vote share across the state. This is confined to 30 seats. There is no presence in the rest of the 200 seats. So therefore, PMK on its own in the past used to win 5 or 6 seats, and their overall vote share was 5.5%.
You are proving the point that I am trying to make. If he is such a big urban phenomenon and he is so popular amongst the youth and a large number of women, as the vote share seems to suggest, why is he languishing at 3 to 5?
Because I'm going to write off the back of Mr.
See, PMK was very successful because it applied to one constituency, the 1 year belt, and it was getting entirely the 1 year belt. The problem with Joseph Vijay is we don't know who he is trying. Is it the youth? Is it this? He hasn't found one niche, and therefore it is too spread out to be concentrated on
झालमुड़ी खाना पड़ा, जय बांग्ला बोना पड़ा, और 4 तारीख को आना भी पड़ेगा ममता दी के शपथ ग्रहण में.
That percentage of voters, let's assume that all youth in Tamil Nadu have voted only for PMK. That is what I'm trying to say. I'm just giving a scenario that even that is better for BJP to be able to convert to system. The other thing, when you take the case of
DMDK or some of these smaller parties,
Dilip,
what
please
happens
wait.
is they
Manojit Da is a
fight
good
in
friend.
alliance
Manojit Da is a good
across
friend.
the other seats and they contribute to each other.
whether
Now PMK is a
Bogus
case
will be the
30 seats
CM.
only.
I'm talking about 20.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
sir.
here,
TVK was not.
Amitabh Tiwari speaking. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting alone. And that's why they have to actually
that
buck
whether
the
he will
behemoths.
be the CM candidate or not.
Usually does not look
ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मनोजीत
Okay, now here is another
सरकार आ रही है.
Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
नहीं देखिए भाजपा
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can you put that number out somewhere? We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said, right behind us, there you go. And it says TVK will get 90 to 120 seats.
Now see, this is what I'm saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I'm saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
keep
showing. No, both are flips again.
Okay, maybe there is something. That's what I'm saying. If there was such a, gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIADMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed. What they are saying is that a 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened overall. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK votes have been taken.
So here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. Okay, no, it's not. It's not. I'm just. Okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Axis My India. Axis My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90 to 110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98 120. Vote share 35%. AIADMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%. Out of the race, NTK is 3% and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that it's on a screen.
From being the Pradesh
Viewers, this is what we are being told. 90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 114. If you take a medium of that, you probably be at about 110.
He's struggled in Bengal, and today it was good to see him on national television speaking with us. And you had Bhawanipur on that region to work on. Let's see how you return there.
Unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short.
All the very best, Dilip Ghoshi. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
And Vijay becomes Chief Minister, perhaps the first actor after decades.
Are you willing to accept that the entire ADMK votes have
switched to TVK? Anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say. Some turnouts that reporting in phase 2. So Charangi has seen a 33% jump. Bhawanipur has seen a 24% jump. We're also looking at
the unpredictable can happen is what
other seats which have seen remarkable turnout. So Baliganj, 26.83%, almost 27%.
To what extent he does is, I think,
27%.
That's
precisely what I'm saying. If people have decided that they're going to Kolkata Port has seen a 25%.
Then obviously, can we look at the VIP seats? I think the VIP seats
for 56 years.
Sorry, you've been meeting for a while. This is a rejection of the ADMK.
ADMK is also intermediate. ADMK is also
My point. I'll tell you the background to this.
What this is showing is
we can
those numbers are coming in.
I'll give you
are not going to get 32 seats. I'm saying ADMK, its worst has been averaged at 61.
But that doesn't matter.
Last time it had recorded 81, 82, whatever.
But you're saying such a
12% increase, very substantial. We went in with the maths and we actually found out 400 voters fewer.
I don't think even TVK people are not saying.
The voter, I'm not.
Even in their
let's have order here, please.
For phase 1, phase 2.
Let me frame this.
The phase 1, phase 2, the overall arithmetic.
If the voter believes
when we had the voter math,
that there is
just going to ask the team to just check.
Established
This is
groupings have
85.5
not done
Bhawanipur.
it
These are the
justice.
VIP seats.
Right, for all these decades. And Tamil Nadu needs fervent change.
The voter turnout math.
They will definitely back then
at 5
the
PM
pretender to the throne, which is Vijay. They will say, okay, if that is the way it is going to be, we're going to go for Vijay. Now I want to ask,
that should bring the DMK down one by one. These were the numbers. The numbers are eventually settled. We'll get that. We had the voter numbers. Phase 1, 3 crore voters have voted at the absolute percentage of voter turnout.
And everyone would have perhaps been talking about this in the lead up.
Did you see this?
Did we see this?
On the ground, I have not seen any.
I'm just going to check if the team is
there is. He told everyone that you need to wear these beige trousers and white shirts and come out and vote. And throughout the morning, nobody
talk about that. The voter math said that in phase 1,
came out to vote. But throughout the morning, there was absolutely nothing.
Come down.
There is.
Okay, we're looking.
See, when you see this kind of a wave, this is a very visible wave.
Right, fine.
You see the trends on the ground. You're not seeing it. EPS for all
this is phase 1.
Is not that incompetent
was
to lose in such a spectacular.
And
he drew
massive crowds.
And he drew exactly. He drew really massive crowds. Like we said, he may have been absent.
And phase 2 is 3 crores. So 6 crores, 6.1 crore voters had come.
Annamalai was mobbed by people. There was a massive surge.
So in phase 1,
so-called attendance at the rallies, but it didn't translate into votes.
No, it translated into votes. It didn't translate into seats. The BJP came up to 3.6 and that's why 93%.
14-15%.
This number,
the alliance got 18%.
No, please understand 2.7. Please understand 2.7 crore. What's the number here?
At that time was
it will be 85% turnout. That means
this was the first time that the BJP on its
own across the seats got 15% vote share.
We already have
standalone BJP vote share. So
that's what there was no Vijay there.
Or 90%. What I'm trying to say is at that time,
the third poll was the BJP.
This number is more.
So maybe the BJP.
The number is
you take 2016 and compare with 21, you would have found 20 lakh, 25 lakh additional voters. You take 21, compare with 26,
let's say that.
25, 30 lakh additional voters. My point is,
so this is 2.95. So when this is 2.95, this is 3.3. So the absolute number is greater on any given day is short of a 26% vote. It is worse.